Hey, everybody, really quickly before we get into this episode, I just wanted to clarify for you and anybody that's new here or anybody that might have not had this kind of understanding. The Stories for Sleep episodes are all the episodes over the previous month compiled together for longer episodes for people who like to use these for sleep. So these are stories you've already heard. So if you're thinking or have any kind of inclination that these might be new, they're not. They're all stories over the past month. I usually try to do it once a month, sometimes a little, every month and a half, something like that, to get around 10 hours or so, 10 to 12 hours of stories total for the people who like to use these for sleep. So just so you're aware of that, just so you're not like, what the hell, why are you repeating stories? I think there's a lot of people that know that already, but just in case you didn't, and also really quickly, I'm not sure if you have Spotify Premium. I don't think that there is any kind of ads or anything like that you hear, but if you are, there's always going to be 2 ads after the intro and then 2 ads after the very first story. And then that's it for the rest of any and all episodes. So just so you're aware of that, that's it. I will shut up now and let you get into the stories. I've always been a lake guy. I grew up that way. My earliest memories are of sunscreen, sticky arms, and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on the beach, and the sound of a boat motor buzzing in the background like a giant lazy mosquito. I got my sea legs pretty young, learned how to paddle a kayak before I even knew how to ride a bike. Every summer we were out there, no exceptions. The lake was just part of the rhythm that year. Schools, holidays, summer, lake. We weren't rich, but we weren't hurting either. Still, a boat was out of the question. I used to dream about it though, owning one, naming it something clever, taking it out at sunrise with a cooler full of beer and nobody but me and the water. Well, that never happened, obviously. Life doesn't always give you what you want, but I stayed close. I still made it a point to get out on the water every summer though. Paddle boards, kayaks, sometimes a friend with a bass boat, whatever it took to get wet and stay moving. I worked a lot, saved a little, and every few years I'd splurge on something a bit more fun, renting a jet ski for the weekend. That was the fix. It wasn't a boat, sure, but jet skis are fast. They're loud, they're powerful, and they cut through water like they're being built for revenge. And for those 2 days a year, I got to pretend like the lake actually belonged to me. The summer was one of those years. No distractions, no girlfriend, no tag-along friends who wanted to chill on the dock and just tan. Just me. I booked a little 1-bedroom Airbnb near the marina, got Friday off work, and put the deposit down on a Sea-Doo. I had all my ducks in a row, even made a dumb playlist for it labeled Wet and Reckless. I was leaning really hard into it. I got there Friday night, ate some takeout, and had a couple of beers while watching the sunset burn across the lake. I walked the shoreline after dark, felt the breeze, and listened to the waves lap at the rocks. It was everything I wanted, quiet, cool, and mine. And I slept like a corpse that night. The next morning, I was up early, cracked open an energy drink, and jogged down to the marina. The jet ski was already waiting for me, tied to the slip like a horse at the post. I signed the papers, got the rundown, then slipped on my life vest and fired that bastard right up. The engine screamed like it had something to prove. And that was that. I was off. The lake was mine again. Just like it had been when I was a kid, except now I had horsepower. I tore across the surface like a lunatic, racing strangers, skipping over boat wakes, carving loops in the glassy water. And for a while, it was everything I wanted it to be. But it didn't stay that way for long. It was around noon when I decided to pull in and gas up. I burned through half the tank already, which told you how hard I'd been running it. My arms were sore, my neck was sunburned, and my thighs ached from straddling that plastic rocket for the past few hours. I didn't care though. I felt good. I felt alive. Like I finally found the one space in the world where nobody could touch me. The restaurant by the dock served overpriced burgers and warm beer, but I wasn't there for any kind of culinary experience. I just wanted to sit on the patio, refuel myself, and enjoy the view while the jet ski guzzled down a tank of premium. I eased off the throttle and started cutting a wide turn toward the dock. And that's when it happened. A speedboat came ripping through the southern bend of the lake, big, white, and loud, easily clocking over 50 miles an hour. It cut across my path without warning, and I'll admit I swerved a little too fast trying to avoid it. That sudden panic move accidentally put me in its way. The guy then had to throttle down and veer off to keep from clipping me. We missed each other barely, but it was enough to piss him off. The boot looped around and slowed down beside me. There were 4 people on board, 3 dudes and 1 girl in a red bikini, all of them holding drinks. The driver stood up and cupped his hands to shout over the engine. "Watch where the fuck you're going," he yelled at me. I let it roll off at first, gave him a little wave and nodded like, "Yeah, my bad," then started idling toward the dock again, trying to put the moment behind me. But he wasn't done. He called me a fucking idiot again, and that's when I turned around and shouted back, "Hey man, you were hauling ass around and totally being blind. Don't put that on me. You cut me off. You were hot dogging around a marina." Yeah, keep talking," I said. I don't know why I said that last part. It was kind of an empty threat, but something about him just rubbed me the wrong way. He smirked, flipped me the bird, then cranked the throttle, kicking up a spray that soaked me from the knees down. Then he tore off back the way he came. I took a deep breath and forced myself to cool off. It was over. Idiot with the boat, yelling at the wind. I didn't think too much else of it. I docked, fueled up, grabbed a burger and a beer, then hit the water again by 1:30. As soon as I was back on the water, I noticed him off in the distance. Same boat, white hull, blue trim, red bikini girl. They were floating a couple of 100 yards off the northern shore, idling, pretending to fish or sunbathe or whatever. I figured it was just a coincidence and then headed in the opposite direction. But then they started following me. Not obviously at first and not close, just matching my general direction. I'd cut south and they'd appear south. I'd race east and they'd eventually wander east. I stopped a few times and waited, told myself I was just being paranoid, but every time I started moving again, I'd see them, not long after. They kept their distance, but they never truly left me. Then without warning, they just disappeared. I took a long loop around the main stretch, zigzagging between other boats, jet skis, and pontoon boats. It was getting crowded. I figured maybe they just peeled off, maybe they finally just had their fun. Then I didn't hear anything, and I guess it was the silence that gave it away. The way the wind dropped, the buzz of the other engines fading like somebody hit mute on that whole lake. I turned and saw the bow of the boat cutting toward me, fast. No sound, just speed and white water, the sun glaring off their windshield. I didn't have time to react. 1 second I'm upright and the next I'm airborne, flown like a rag doll off that jet ski as their boat slammed into it from behind. I didn't even feel the hit. I felt weightlessness, then bone-jarring slap of the lake as I landed in it. Underwater, everything was still. No engine noise, no voices, just bubbles and pressure and the taste of blood in my throat. I kicked upward, broke the surface, and gasped. My jet ski was floating a dozen feet away, half sunk, bent like a soda can. The boat was arcing away now, already 100 feet off, slowing down. I thought they were coming to help, and I was wrong. They circled back real slow this time, with the girl laughing and one of the guys holding a phone out like he was recording me. I treaded water trying to scream, but every sound died in my throat. My vision was spotty, my head hurt. I wasn't sure if I'd blacked out. They started circling me, tight loops. The wake pulled at me, tugging me under and lifting me back up over and over. Every time I tried to swim toward my jet ski, they'd cut me off. I started to panic. Started to think they weren't just messing with me, they were actually enjoying all this. Then the guy at the wheel stood up and cut it hard. The boat swerved, then straightened and accelerated straight toward me. I tried to dive. I kicked and twisted my body sideways, but I was too slow. The hull clipped my head with a blunt crack, and all I saw was red, and not even metaphorically, just red, thick clouds of it blooming in the water like ink burst from a pen. I floated there, stunned, half conscious, drifting like driftwood in their wake. The boat circled me once more, and I heard more laughter. Somebody shouted something that I couldn't even understand. Then just like that, they peeled off, gone. and I was left alone. The sun was bright and the water around me tasted like copper. I was bleeding from the head, dizzy, and afraid to move too fast just in case I'd pass out. All I could do was float and hope that I didn't sink. I don't remember how long I floated for, minutes, maybe longer. Long enough to think that I might not make it. My arms stopped working right. My head throbbed like something was trying to punch its way out from the inside. Every time I blinked, the sun spun. But something inside me refused to give up, survival instinct or something, or plain old stubbornness. I locked my eyes on that ruined jet ski and started paddling toward it, one slow arm stroke at a time. My legs kicked like dead weight behind me, but I kept going. By some miracle, I actually reached it. It was cracked through the middle and was listing to one side, but still floating. I grabbed the side rail and heaved myself up, and slumped across the seat like a wet bag of laundry. It took me a few minutes to catch my breath, and the key was still in the ignition. I didn't think it would start anyway, but I turned. The engine coughed once, then again, and then somehow it caught, sputtering in this half-dead roar, but it was enough. I pointed the nose toward the dock and gunned it. That whole ride back felt like a fever dream. I was bleeding, barely conscious, steering with one hand while holding my head with the other. People stared at me as I pulled in, some concerned and some confused, others pulling out their phones. I didn't even tie up, just collapsed off the side and stumbled onto the dock like a drunk. The marina manager ran to me. Jesus Christ, what happened? All I could say was, speedboat, they hit me, did it on purpose. An ambulance came not long after, then the cops, and I gave them everything I had. The description of the boat, the people, the time it happened. I expected to be written off or told they couldn't do anything. Instead, one of the deputies nodded at me and said, "Yeah, we've had multiple complaints about a boat like that today. You're not the first one." By sundown, they had 2 of them in cuffs, the driver and one of the passengers. I pressed charges, full send. Never heard what happened exactly after that. I wish I could have sued them. Honest to God, if I could have, I would have asked the judge for that boat. My boat now. But hey, a guy can dream. I've been surfing since I was 12 years old. Grew up just outside of Ventura, California, where the beaches aren't always perfect, but they were ours. It's where the locals either smoked weed or rode waves, usually both. I didn't care much about school and didn't care much about anything except the water. I came real close to dropping out during senior year just to chase that pro circuit, but that was really a fantasy. Our beach didn't get that seasonal big swell like Huntington or Santa Cruz. You couldn't get enough practice in, and my parents, God bless them, weren't about to bankroll some half-baked dream with a busted-out van and a sponsorship from a local taco shack. Still, I stuck with it, all through college, all through my 20s. Hell, even now when my knees pop and my shoulder gets sore after 3 hours. Surfing was the one thing that never really got old. Every time I paddled out, it was like I was 12 again, waiting to catch the next big one. Out of all the ways you can surf, dawn patrols, lazy summer afternoons, winter wetsuit sessions, night surfing was absolutely my favorite, hands down. There was something about it that just felt primal, like you were getting away with something. One of the piers near me had this huge halogen light that cast these long, eerie glows off into the surf. You couldn't see everything, but you could see enough. You had to trust the board more than the wave, and I liked that. It made me feel sharp and alive. The night itself was in late September of 1998, and the days were getting a lot shorter. I remember because I had this busted up 6'2" that I've been riding all summer. I just patched the tail fin for the 4th time. I was supposed to meet a couple of buddies out there, Dave and Micah, solid dudes. We surfed a lot together. I hadn't heard from them all day though, but this was pre-cell phone. So you just kind of show up and hope that your friends do too. Sometimes they didn't, and it's not that big of a deal. I got to the beach around 9, waxed my board, did a couple of stretches, then jogged out to the breakers under the glow of those pier lights. The tide was strong that night, Waves weren't clean, they were big, messy, with a strong sideways current. They had a punch. They could throw you if you didn't time it right, and I really liked that challenge. So I paddled out and didn't look back. At that point, I still thought it was going to be a perfect night, and that first hour was killer. The waves were coming in strong sets, 4 or 5 at a time, and I was catching nearly every one. I took a couple of hard slams too, one where I got rolled so bad that my leash nearly snapped. I came up sputtering and grinning like an idiot. That's the thing with night surfing. Everything feels amplified, the cold, the impact, the speed. Your instincts sharpen up quick, and there's no lifeguard watching, no beach crowd to impress or to disappoint. It's just you and the ocean, and of course, whatever's under it. I kept glancing back at the sand, expecting to see Dave and Micah running out, boards under their arms. I saw a couple of figures eventually, way down the shoreline, near the edge of the light spill. 2 guys walking along the sandbar, kinda just meandering, looking like they were carrying something, bags maybe, or 6-packs. I figured that was them. Their silhouettes looked about right, and it made sense they'd want to watch a bit, maybe drink before paddling out, so I gave them a couple of long, dumb, hey waves from out on the break. But they didn't wave back. I figured maybe they couldn't see me in the dark. I kept surfing, caught a gnarly left-hand drop that pitched me forward hard, but I rode it clean. When I popped up, I saw them again, sitting in the sand now, just sitting there, watching, not moving much. I figured they must have gotten too stoned or drunk to bother getting wet. Fair enough, I've been there myself. But something about it just didn't sit right with me. They weren't talking. Not that I could hear from, at least in the water, and their posture was super weird. They weren't fiddling with anything, no bottles or joints, just planted, watching. I tried to ignore it and paddled back into position, sat on my board and watched the horizon. There was another good wave building. I leaned forward and started paddling. And that's when something bumped my leg. Not a tap, a bump, firm and gliding. A solid thick pressure that ran along my shin for way too long. 10, maybe 15 feet worth of movement. I froze. I didn't yell, I didn't move, just jerked my knees up and sat on my board like a statue. My brain started short-circuiting, playing the same word over and over. Shark. And then it happened again. This time it passed on my right side. The water lifted a little, and the shape beneath was darker than the rest. I turned and saw it, just for a second. The long rise of a dorsal fin slicing through the surface. No tail slap, no splash. Just that big fin breaking the water in a slow, lazy line. I lost it. I started paddling toward the shore like my life depended on it, screaming for help. But the words died out, swallowed up by the night surf and the hum of the pier lights buzzing overhead. I kicked, and my arms were burning, a heartbeat screaming in my ears. Behind me, I could hear the water moving, not loud, not thrashing, just moving. Whatever it was pacing me, close but not shooting for me just yet. I looked back once, big mistake. I couldn't see the fin, but I could see the wake it left, a trailing V that cut across the black water, steady as hell. The beach felt a million miles away from me. My muscles were locking up, but I hit the shallows, finally. Caught a wave that pushed me forward like it wanted me out of there too, and I rode it belly down all the way in. My board skidded onto the wet sand. I flopped off it and crawled up it like I'd just been born again. I stood up shaking, gasping, and holding my side. And that's when I looked up and saw them again, the 2 guys on the beach. They were a lot closer now, standing. Not Dave and not Micah. Not even close. One was tall, really tall, with a mop of curly hair and no shirt on, just a loose flannel tied around his waist. The other was shorter, built like a fire hydrant, holding a can of beer and wobbling a little. "Hey," I said, breathless. "You guys see that? That big-ass shark just circled me out there, and I mean big. It's still out there." They didn't answer me. Instead, they just took a couple of steps forward. The tall one just grinned at me. "You out here all by yourself?" And that voice made my stomach turn, slurred but focused, off somehow like he was drunk but knew exactly what he was doing. "I was supposed to meet my friends," I said, backing away, trying to grab my board. "They didn't show." "Guess they left you hanging, huh?" the shorter guy said. He crushed his beer can and then tossed it aside. I took another step back from them, "Look, man, I'm just trying to get my stuff and go." "Yeah," the tall one said. "Let's help him get his stuff." And then they rushed me. I didn't have time to run, and I barely had time to lift up my board before they tackled me into the sand. The tall one hit me first, knee to my ribs, and then a hand around my throat. The other kicked my side and then again. I curled up trying to scream, but he jammed a fist in my mouth. My lips split. I tasted blood and fists began to rain down on my head and my neck. They laughed as one of them shouted, "Surf's up, bitch," and kicked my board out toward the tide. The shorter one yanked his zipper down and pissed on me, full stream, right on my chest. I was so stunned that I hardly moved out of the way. I tried to fight back, landed this weak kick, and it earned me another elbow to the ribs. Then, just like that, they were walking away, like it was all a gag, just a couple of assholes looking for a soft target. "Should have stayed out there with the shark," one of them called back, laughing. And then they just vanished off into the dark, and I was left there, covered in piss, sand in my eyes, and my ribs were on fire. Behind me, out in that black water, something was still moving. I laid there for a long time, didn't even move, didn't cry, just stared at the glow of the pier lights through my swollen eyes, listening to the ocean breathe in and out like it hadn't seen anything. My side throbbed, my lip was split open and bleeding in the corner of my mouth. The piss was already drying on my chest. Eventually I sat up, every muscle ached, and I shuffled towards the edge of the surf and let the waves just rinse me off. Not really because it helped, but because I couldn't stand the smell. The water felt colder now, cold and toxic. I kept watching it, half expecting to see that fin again, cutting through the shore break, back to finish what those two didn't. Eventually my board washed back in, dinged up and sandy, nose cracked from where they kicked it. I grabbed it anyway and limped back to my car. I hardly remember the drive home, just the way the steering wheel felt against my busted knuckles. My vision kept doubling. I kept thinking about that fin in the water too, the way those guys laughed at me. I never saw them again. I didn't go to the cops either because what would I say? I got beat up on the beach by two drunk strangers in the dark. They pissed on me. Unless you were dead or famous, nobody really gave a shit. After that night, what stuck with me wasn't even the shark. It wasn't even the beating. It was the moment after, standing there bleeding, chest burning, salt water stinging, and realizing that I was completely alone, that nobody saw it, nobody stopped it, just me, the water, and whatever was in it. I still surf to this day. I'm not going to give that up. I never will. But I don't surf at night anymore, especially alone. And not anywhere near that pier. There was a time in my life where I swore that I was never going to go on a cruise. Not because of the water or the money or even the fear of getting sick. It was the crowds. I've never been much for being trapped anywhere with thousands of strangers around me. Elevators make me edgy, so the idea of spending a week sealed inside a floating shopping mall filled with screaming children and bottomless buffets almost felt like a punishment, not a vacation. But my wife Dana, however, disagreed. She loved the idea. For years, she'd bring it up in passing. "Wouldn't it be fun?" she'd ask, while scrolling through photos of sunset decks and couples clinking champagne glasses. I'd scoff at her. "They're just floating trailer parks," I'd say. Tacky, noisy, and full of people trying to outdrink their own boredom. But then came the theme cruises, bands that we liked, food festivals, comedy specials. And I started to come around, slowly. We agreed that if we did it, we'd do it right. No budget cabins, no last-minute booking. We'd treat it like a real trip, the kind that people look back on when they're old and tired, trying to remember what it felt like to be alive. We planned it down to the hour, booked a stateroom with a private balcony, picked a 7-day route with multiple ports. We lost a combined 35 pounds so we wouldn't feel like couch cushions and swimwear. Dana even splurged on new luggage, which for her was the final sign that she was really excited. This was early 2019, February. We had just got out before COVID became a 5-letter curse word. I'll admit it, those first couple of days were pretty incredible. We boarded in Galveston, and for the moment we stepped onto the ship, it felt like somebody had dropped us off into a different world. The crew was polished and polite. The food was 5-star. There were steel drum bands on the pool deck, karaoke in the lounges, and open bars that kept the cocktails flowing like rivers of rum. The air smelled like sunscreen and fried shrimp and salt. Dana kept squeezing my hand, whispering to me, "See, I told you." I honestly have never felt so wrong in my life, and not in a bad way. It was like waking up in somebody else's body and realizing they had better taste. We spent that first night dancing, drinking, and laughing until we collapsed into bed, grinning like idiots. It was one of the best days that we'd had in years. It's too bad that didn't last though. Day 2 was even better. We woke up late, ate French toast, mango syrup, drank mimosas in the solarium, and booked a couple's massage for the afternoon. There was a surprise concert that evening too, some B-list pop singer Dana used to play in the cars years ago. We danced to it like idiots, a little drunk, more than a little sunburned, and didn't care one bit about it either. It was warm out on the deck, the stars were clear, and the ocean looked like black glass stretching into forever. We got back to our cabin after midnight, laughing about how bloated we were. I kicked off my sandals, she stripped down into a swimsuit, and then we stood on the balcony drinking rum and pineapple juice out of plastic cups, almost like we were 20 again. I remember how happy she looked, relaxed in a way that I hadn't seen since before her mother passed. I made a joke about skipping foreplay, going straight for the blackout sleep, and she swatted me with a towel. We were brushing our teeth when this knock came, sharp and urgent. It actually scared the shit out of me. I opened up the door expecting a crew member with some kind of emergency update or worse, a medical alert. Instead, it was a guy that I vaguely recognized from earlier in the day. Early 40s, sunburnt nose, receding hairline, Hawaiian shirt that didn't fit right. He had one eye half closed and smelled like whiskey. His buttons were mismatched, like he'd thrown himself together in some kind of hurry. "Hey," he said, no intro, no smile. "You guys gotta keep it down." I blinked. "What?" He leaned in. "The screaming, the fighting, it's been going on for like half an hour. My wife and I are trying to sleep." I turned around and looked at Dana, still brushing her hair in the mirror. The TV was off, no music, no yelling, just us winding down. "I think you got the wrong room, man," I said carefully. "We haven't been fighting." He didn't move. "We're in the cabin next door. We heard it clear as day." Dana came over then. "What's going on?" The guy leaned sideways as if to see past me. "She was yelling at you, man, screaming like full-on meltdown." Dana just frowned. "Nobody's been yelling." "We haven't even raised our voices," I said to him. He just stared at us really intensely, like he was trying to read something behind our eyes. "You're lying," he said. "What?" "You're covering it up. I don't know what's going on in there, but it's not normal. I know what we heard." Now, I probably should have closed the door right then, should have just said goodnight and locked the bolt, but something in his eyes just stopped me. That kind of glassy conviction you can see in some kind of conspiracy nut, like he needed it to be true. He turned and walked away, and then 30 seconds later, he came back with his wife. She looked just as off, blonde, rail thin, sweater tied around her shoulders like it was 1986. Her pupils were huge, her mouth was twisted from the booze. "We heard you fighting," she said. "You were screaming and banging on the walls. I even thought I heard something break." Dana laughed, but it came out wrong. "We were drinking rum and brushing our teeth." The woman just shook her head. "No, that's not true." The man then stepped forward. "You're hiding something in there." And I actually laughed at that. "What are you talking about?" "You've got somebody in there, somebody you're hurting." And just like that, the tone flipped from misunderstanding to accusation, fast. Dana stiffened up. "All right, time to go." But the guy didn't budge. "You're not fooling us. We know what we heard." "And I know what's about to happen if you don't get the fuck away from our door," I snapped. "I'm gonna call security." "You should," he said, stepping closer. "Call them. We'll tell them you're holding somebody hostage in there, that there's been violence. We'll see who they believe." That's when I saw the woman reach into her purse and pull out a phone, already recording. It hit me hard and sudden. They weren't confused. They were setting us up. Dana reached for the phone. "Stop recording," but the woman pulled back. "Don't touch me," she screamed. Then came more shouting from both of them, accusations flying like shrapnel. Dana and I had backed up into our room as the man stepped inside. He crossed the threshold, eyes darting around for any signs of bullshit. I quickly shoved him back. "Get the hell out of our room." He grabbed my shirt, and then Dana kicked him square in the ribs. The man went down like a bag of cement. His wife screamed and launched herself at Dana, who ducked and punched her in the side with this clean, practiced hook. She taught kickboxing 3 nights a week, and she'd just gone full defensive mode. The hallway exploded with voices, doors opening, people yelling. 2 crew members ran up, one with a walkie-talkie, the other holding a flashlight like a weapon. They screamed for everybody to get back, but the woman was clawing at Dana's arms now, and the man was trying to pull himself up by grabbing my ankle. It was chaos, pure and simple. The hallway wasn't wide enough, and neither was our cabin. It felt like we were trapped in a damn broom closet full of teeth and elbows. Dana shoved the woman in the hallway, and the woman hit the opposite wall and crumpled. I stomped the guy's hand and pushed him out by the shoulders. One of the crew members finally took control, grabbing the man in a headlock and yanking him away. The other stepped between us and raised a hand. Dana was breathing hard. I was bleeding from a scratch on my neck. The floor was littered with plastic cups, a broken lamp, and one of Dana's flip-flops. The couple screamed about cover-ups and conspiracies as they were dragged down the hallway, fighting and screaming. The staff had gotten between us, finally, but it wasn't over. Not even close. While one of the crew members tried to check on Dana and me, the other attempted to wrangle the man and his wife, only to get shoved hard into the hallway wall. The drunk couple then took off running, barefoot, wild-eyed, and shouting as they went. The man screamed that she's in there, she's tied up, they're killing her. "Call the captain," the woman screamed. "They've got blood in the drains." We rushed out into the hallway, stumbling over the broken lamp and our scattered things. The crew were already shouting into the radios, calling for backup. One of them told us to stay in the room, and we didn't listen. We followed the noise. They made it down to 1 level, into one of those weird transitional halls between staff access and guest decks. Dimmer and narrower, one of those areas that you walk through quickly without really thinking about it. But now that they were down there, yelling at the doors, pounding their fist against the walls, I could hear them through the metal, calling out to non-existent people, accusing ghosts. The staff caught up with them just as we did, but again, there wasn't much room. Only one security guard had reached us, the others were still en route. That's when the couple turned on us again. He came at me with both fists raised, and I threw my arms up to block, but caught a hit in the jaw, and sent stars across my vision. I fell against the wall, half dazed. Dana didn't hesitate. She ducked low and drove her shoulder into the woman's gut, lifting her off the ground and slamming her hard to the floor. The man tried to grab Dana's hair from behind, but she spun and elbowed him in the face, then followed up with this brutal sidekick to the ribs. He folded immediately. I was on my feet again, heart pounding, as the staff finally broke through. 2 more guards appeared and pulled the couple apart, then got them face down on the floor. Yeah, baby. They screamed the whole time. About drugs, about a girl tied to a chair, about hearing voices through the vents. I didn't say anything, and neither did Dana. They were taken to the medical bay and locked in for observation. I was never told exactly what happened after that. The head of security apologized personally the next morning, gave us drink vouchers and spa credits for the disruption. We took them, finished the cruise, and we even danced again. But we never opened our cabin door without checking that peephole first. And I'm sure you can guess this, but I haven't stepped on another cruise ship since. I am not what you call an outdoors guy. I don't hunt, I don't camp, and up until that summer, I'd never fished a day in my life. I wasn't against it exactly, it just never really grabbed me. But my friends eventually wore me down. There were 4 of us in that group, and the other 3 had been trying to get me on the water for years. So that July, I finally said yes, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe it was because the heat was making me stupid. Maybe I just needed some kind of change, or maybe I just finally had run out of excuses. They pitched it to me as this easygoing, laid-back float, cold beers, open lake, no pressure. You just sit back and cast, one of them told me. It's like therapy, except it's a lot cheaper. So we headed out on a Friday morning. I brought sunscreen, snacks, and 2 Dramamine tabs just in case. My buddy Kent owned the boat, some off-brand aluminum frame fishing boat with a makeshift canopy and a cooler that smelled like old shrimp. He said it was solid, swore he just fixed up the engine himself, and I took him for his word. He'd always been a tinkerer, built his own smoker last year, fixed his own plumbing, so when he told me the motor had been touched up, I figured we'd be fine. We launched off at a reservoir just outside of town. Deep water, no cell reception, surrounded by nothing but trees and rocks and old trails that nobody really hiked anymore. Kent called it God's favorite fishing hole, and we shoved off around 7 a.m. with the sun just peeking over the tree line. It was peaceful, that kind of calm that feels really earned too, but also borrowed in a way. I didn't know it yet, but we were about to earn every second of it the hard way. The first hour went smoother than I really expected it to. I got the hang of casting, even caught a little bluegill. The guys cheered me like I'd just landed a shark, and Kent showed me how to thread a worm without losing half of it. And Dustin, our designated smartass, just kept yelling at me, "Reel within 10," every time I hooked something. Eventually I started to relax, and the beers did help. That steady rhythm of rocking on the water, the soft lap of the waves against the hull, the sound of cicadas building off in the trees. The boat itself looked like it had seen better days, but it held. Kent then steered us to a few different spots, some tucked low under cliffs and others wide out in the open. He kept an eye on the engine every time he started it, gave the pull cord a couple of yanks, listened close, and then muttered something under his breath, but every time it worked. A little rough on the idle, but it pushed us out just fine. I'd say around noon we hit the flat off the eastern ridge of the lake. Calm water, lots of shade, barely even a breeze. And that's when things started to get a little weird. The engine gave a kind of whine when Kent shut it off. He tapped the side of the motor and muttered, "Damn, primer might be sticky again." I looked it over. "You sure this thing's alright, man?" Kent immediately waved me off, purring like a kitten, just a picky one. So I let it go. We anchored and fished for another hour. I caught 2 more. Dustin dropped the tackle box overboard and screamed. The sun got higher and hotter. By the time we decided to move again, I was sweating through my shirt and thinking about lunch. Kent then stood up, twisted the throttle, and gave that starter cord a hard yank. And that's when the engine exploded. It didn't stall or sputter, it detonated. A sharp bang followed by a flash of orange, then a fireball that leaped 3 feet in the air. The noise was deafening. I hit the floor of the boat out of reflex, ears ringing, skin crawling from the heat. Dustin yelled, Mike yelled something as well, but I didn't catch it. The motor was fully engulfed in flames. Thin black smoke was pouring out of it, stinking of gasoline and scorched paint. Fire licked up the back end of the boat, dancing across the metal siding like it wanted to eat the whole thing. "Water!" Kent shouted, grabbing a plastic bait bucket and tossing lake water at the blaze. It hissed and popped, but didn't go out. "Shit, it's the gas line." We scrambled. I found an old cooler lid and used it to splash more water on it. It barely seemed to help though. The flames were moving fast. Mike was panicking, already halfway jumping overboard. Kent yelled for the emergency kit. "It's under the center bench, red case." I dove for it, yanked open the latch and found it. A beat-up red plastic canister with rusted safety pin and a fading sticker that said, "Fire suppressant, pull pin and spray directly." "I got it," I screamed. Kent spun around, shielding his face from the heat. "Use it now!" I pulled the pin and squeezed. A white fog erupted from the nozzle, thick and bitter smelling, like powdered metal and bleach. I sprayed the engine until foam coated everything, motor, railing, floor. The fire sputtered, fizzled, and then one last flare. as it choked out with a wet hiss. Smoke was hanging in the air and nobody was moving. The boat was blackened at the back, the motor was completely done, melted in places, wires hanging out like burned hair. We sat there soaked in sweat and foam, catching our breath in stunned silence. The boat hadn't sunk, and I guess that was really the only good news, but that engine was dead. We were a long way from shore too. We didn't say much after that. The adrenaline had left us completely drained and quiet. The smoke thinned out, but the back of the boat was still warm to the touch. And that engine looked like it had been pulled straight from some kind of plane wreck. Kent stared at it like it had betrayed him, and I guess maybe it had. "It's like a mile to get back," Dustin muttered. "Maybe more." Mike didn't answer. He was still pale and kneeling at the middle of the boat, hands shaking slightly. I handed him a bottle of water and started digging through the emergency kit again. No radio, no flares, just a second fire canister, a poncho, and a whistle. "Guess we're rowing," I said. Kent nodded. "Yeah, we're rowing." We grabbed whatever we could, paddles, a square net handle, even a broken oar somebody had stuffed under a bench seat. It wasn't graceful and it wasn't fast, but we did move, inch by inch, splash by splash, started creeping back toward the boat launch. 3 hours, that's how long it took us. My shoulders burned, my palms were blistered, but we didn't stop. The sun scorched us from above and the lake mocked us with this perfect stillness. We passed 2 boats along the row. Both waved like it was nothing. Nothing was wrong, and nobody waved back either. When we finally hit the dock, nobody cheered. We climbed out like survivors, loaded the boat without a word, and promised to never really speak of it again. Later that night, I found a burn on the back of my calf where some of the flames must have kissed me during the chaos. I hadn't even felt it at the time. That was my first fishing trip. It was also my last. I'll eat fish, sure. I'll even stand on a dock, but if you ever see me on a boat again, just know something has gone terribly wrong. I've always been a guy who needs to get outside, to break away from the concrete and the noise and just let the woods remind me what quiet really feels like. I'm not really the type who does it for Instagram or tell people that I escape to nature on the weekends. I need it like I need sleep. That's probably why I was all ears when my buddy Tyler told me about a creek on the backside of a ridge, around 2 hours from where I live. According to him, no one went back there anymore. That old trail was basically erased when a service road was built a few years back, and people just forgot about it, which to me sounded like a gift from God. So Tyler's the kind of guy who's always brimming with half-baked plans and back pocket shortcuts, so I had him lay it all out for me. He promised if I followed his directions exactly, I'd end up at the kind of fishing hole people would daydream about. Deep pools, overhanging willows, shaded banks. No tourists, no hikers, no boot prints in the mud. It would be me, the water, and that kind of quiet you only get in a place where the world's overlooked. So I spent Friday night packing up my gear, fishing rod, small tackle box, a couple of sandwiches, a water, and a 45 that I carry when I'm inside remote areas, and the rest of the standard odds and ends you would need. I'm not a prepper or anything, but I've done enough solo hikes to know you don't really mess around with this kind of stuff. You gotta plan for a good time, but prepare for a bad one. Saturday morning came. The sky was a kind of clear blue that practically begs you to hit the road. The drive out there was pretty uneventful though, just me rolling through backcountry highways, an old barn sliding past me, the occasional deer crossing sign of course, and just that gnawing excitement that comes before a new adventure. I hit that last turnoff that Tyler had mentioned to me, a gravel pullout near the edge of a tree line. Sure enough, there was this old slope leading down. No signs, no markers, just a faint depression of a trail that had been there long before that road had. I parked and did a quick check on my gear and started down it. The sun was filtering through the pines in long fingers.
that kind of dance on your skin and make you forget for a second that you're heading inside a place that doesn't really care if you come back from. There's also this certain thrill to it. Sure, being out there where people don't go anymore, where cell phone signal dies and the only sounds you hear are the wind and the birds. But that's the point, isn't it? No one to bother me, no one to bother with me either. The trail actually looked better than I expected it to. It was narrow, sure, but packed dirt and a few old switchbacks, and a constant downhill grade that lets you know you're leaving the familiar behind you. I moved at a steady pace, heart light, eyes sharp. Somewhere below, that creek waited for me like a secret. I'd been on the trail for maybe 45 minutes when I hit the first switchback. The descent was steady, but nothing too punishing. No need for trekking poles or careful footwork. Pines flanked on both sides, their needles softening the ground, the air nice and cool and clean. Birds chattered overhead, and for a while, I let myself sink back into that rhythm, one boot fall after another, red tube gently knocking against my pack. Now, around 2 miles in, things changed. The trail curved left, hugging the side of the ridge when I came to a fork that I hadn't been warned about. Tyler's directions were usually pretty thorough, obsessive even. He'd mentioned no fork, no deviation, just follow that trail all the way down. But here it was, 2 narrow paths splitting at a patch of brush. One angled to the left, toward a strand of sycamores. The other veered to the right, steeper, rougher, cutting deeper into the canyon. I stood there for a moment, chewing on the inside of my cheek, scanning the treetops as if the right answer might be hanging there in front of me. The left trail looked like it just wrapped around the ridge, maybe skirted the canyon, but the right hand dropped hard, where the water should inevitably be, right? So I took the right. And at first, it did feel like the right call. The trail narrowed but stayed visible, flanked by a rock outcropping and a cluster of oaks. But half a mile in, it began choking down. Shrubs and young saplings pressed in on me, branches clawing at my sleeves. I had to duck under deadfall twice, and the ground was getting wetter, mud slick under my boots. I pushed on still though, figuring it had to open up. And this is where I noticed the silence around me. At first it was very subtle, just the fading of a bird song, the way my boots sounded sharp against the ground, but soon it was like the woods had swallowed their own voice. I paused, hands on my hips, catching my breath. Something about that stillness just made the hairs on my neck rise up. I turned back to look up the trail, and there I saw a figure, just barely peeking from behind a tree, maybe 50 yards up. It was a blink, a flicker of movement, there and gone. Dark hair, pale skin, maybe a woman? I froze, my heart began to hammer. Logic now kicked in, telling me, okay, it's just another hiker, or maybe a local who knows the area better than you do. But that trail was a complete mess. Nobody in their right mind would come down this way unless they were as stubborn or dumb as I was. So I called out to them. Hey, are you all right back there? Of course, I got nothing in response, no reply, no sound of any footsteps. So I waited, counting in my head. 1, 2, 3. But the woods in front of me remained dead quiet. My skin began to crawl at the thoughts. I shifted my pack and gave those woods another hard look and then turned back down trail. The trees began to thicken, crowding the path until the trail just straight up vanished. Ahead, it was nothing but undergrowth and scattered boulders. Across this narrow ravine, I almost missed it. Sat what looked like some kind of makeshift camp. A tarp hung low between 2 trees, a pile of firewood stacked under an oak, an old Coleman cooler tilted on its side. Someone was or had been living out here. My stomach turned at the thought. Maybe I hadn't imagined that figure after all. Then, that's when I did hear footsteps, soft, almost thoughtfully, moving through the brush to my left. I froze, ears straining, feeling my throat go dry. Suddenly, I slid my phone from my pocket, not to call anybody, there wasn't any bars out here, but to use the screen like a mirror. I angled it over my shoulder, and there between the trees, maybe 30 feet back, was indeed a woman. Thin, tangled hair, clothes dark and baggy. She wasn't walking toward me, at least not directly, but weaving through the trees, keeping pace. eyes flicking between the ground and where I stood. I didn't want to wait anymore. I turned and started back uphill, keeping my pace steady, pretending not to notice her. I didn't sprint, not yet, just moved fast enough to show that I was leaving the area. My hands were itching for that .45 on my hip, but drawing it now felt like this kind of escalation that I wasn't quite ready for. The trail then narrowed, pinched by this fallen tree, and I jumped it, gasping and tasting copper on my tongue. My mind spat half-formed plans out: lose her at the fork, call out if I saw anybody, fire a warning shot if I had to. The sounds behind me grew sharper, more desperate. Stick snapping, breathless hitches, the slap of soles against dirt. Enough. I yanked that .45 from the holster and fired 2 shots into the air. The echo cracked through the trees like a whip, and for a heartbeat the woods froze as well. And then through the hush, the unmistakable sound of retreat, footsteps pounding back the way they come. I spun around and caught a quick glimpse of her, the woman, hair flying, arms pumping, bolting back down the trail like something feral, something that had been burned by the sound of that gun. I holstered the pistol, wiped sweat from my brow, and kept climbing. No stopping now. No stopping until I saw my truck. The climb out of that canyon felt twice as long on the way back. My legs were burning, lungs straining, every muscle wired tightly, waiting for the slap of feet to return behind me. But the woods had gone still again, almost too still, like they were watching, holding their own breath. I kept my head down and pushed up the trail, counting every bend and switchback, feeling sweat bead down my spine. I told myself over and over, do not look back, do not give her that satisfaction, do not show her that you're scared. But every now and again, I couldn't help it. I'd glance over my shoulder, eyes darting through the trees. Nothing, just shadows, just the wind teasing the undergrowth. When I hit that fork again, I barely slowed. I could see now how I'd been led wrong. The overgrown path that I had taken was just subtle enough to pull somebody in without really thinking. Tyler's directions had been clear: no forks, no turns, which meant the path shouldn't have existed, and my gut twisted at that thought. The last mile was a complete blur. The sky was starting to dim and the sun was dipping behind the ridge. The woods were slipping into that blue-gray half-light that makes everything look wrong. Every sound around me was amplified: the snap of twigs, the hush of the wind, my own ragged breathing. I kept my hand near that gun, listening for anything and everything. By the time I saw the edge of the trees in the shape of my truck parked in that gravel turnout, it almost felt like a hallucination. I half stumbled up that last stretch, boots slipping and heart hammering like it wanted out of my chest. I threw my gear in the back seat without any kind of ceremony, climbed into the cab and locked the doors. I sat there for a moment, hands on the wheel, forehead resting against the rim, letting the tremors roll throughout me. My mouth was dry, tongue sticking to the roof, and when I finally started the engine, the sound nearly made me flinch. That drive home was dead quiet for 2 hours. No music, no podcast, just the hum of the tires and the relentless replay of what I'd seen. The woman's pale face between trees, the ragged clothes, the way she sprinted when those shots rang out. When I got home, I didn't even unpack. I walked inside, sat on the couch, and rang Tyler. He picked up on the second ring, voice easy and relaxed.
Yo, how was it? Catch anything good?
I swallowed. My throat was raw. Hey, quick question. Are you really sure about that trail? You said no forks, right?
Yeah, man, dead straight. It's been a couple of years since I was down there, though, but it's a simple run.
He paused.
Why, did you get turned around or something?
There was a fork, though. About 2 miles in, took me off the main trail and down toward a ravine. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Tyler, are you sure you're remembering right? There was a pause on the line, just enough to raise every hair on my arm. Then his voice came back a little quieter.
Dude, no, there's no fork. There's never been one.
I closed my eyes and my skin felt cold all over, like the sweat I'd worked up on the climb had now frozen in place. I told him I'd fill him in later, hung up, and just sat there in the dark, listening to my house settle, every creak and pop sounding a little too sharp for my own comfort. My mind would not let it go. The fork, the woman, the camp tucked away like an old scar in the landscape. Sleep didn't come easy that night. And I'm sure you can guess, I never went back to that canyon, not once. Not even to check if the fork was actually still there. Tyler tried to talk me into another trip months later, but I turned him down straight up. Whatever's down there, or whoever's down there, can keep it. I hadn't been back to my hometown in, 30 years now? Maybe even more than that. I was just a kid when we left, first or second grade, I think. And after that, it was like we cut ties. My parents moved us a few states over and life just kept on rolling. I didn't think much about that little place once we were gone. But last month, on a work trip, I found myself driving within 20 miles of it, and something was tugging at me. I don't know if it was curiosity or some kind of itch to connect the dots, but I thought, why the hell not? Let's check it out. I wrapped up on my meetings early, punched the old town into my phone, and pointed that rental car right toward it. I figured I'd drive through, snap a couple of pictures, maybe grab some lunch, have a decent story to tell. It's funny how memory works. As I rolled into the outskirts, things flicked in and out of recognition. The welcome sign, faded and leaning, but familiar. The wide main street with its mix of brick storefronts and newer, uglier buildings. That school zone sign near what had to have been my old elementary school, Crestwood Elementary, still clinging to the front in chipped metal letters. I think I actually remembered one of my teacher's names, Mrs. Barry, though for the life of me I couldn't recall her face. That town definitely wasn't much bigger than I remembered it to be. Maybe 10,000 people now, but it still had that mix of small town charm and slow decay. As I drifted through those streets, I passed new subdivisions shoved up against the old sagging houses with peeling paint and yards that looked like they'd given up many, many years ago. The new and old rubbed shoulders here, and not always gracefully. I found the office building where I think my dad worked for a little bit, but the sign was gone. But the brickwork looked familiar and right. The corner store where my mom used to pick up groceries was now some kind of vape shop, which felt weirdly appropriate for the times. I cruised through a few neighborhoods, making loose loops, trying to piece together where our old house had been. It was trickier than I expected. I'd been so sure that I remembered it when I saw it, but street after street blurred right together. Ranch homes, picket fences, trees that had grown thick over the years. Then, just as I was about to call it, a house quickly snagged my eye. I slowed my car down. Big oak tree in the yard, a narrow drainage culvert running along the front, those thin vertical windows. Yeah, this is it. It had to be. I circled the block once, then twice, watching it from different angles until I fully convinced myself. Feeling a little dumb, I pulled over, parked at the curb, and stepped out. I fished my phone from my pocket and aimed it at the house. Took a few quick pictures. It felt harmless, a bit of nostalgia, nothing more. Then, behind one of those narrow windows, somebody moved. A face, a shape, watching me. I felt the flush of embarrassment hit my neck as soon as I saw the figure in the window. Some part of me knew how this probably looked. Middle-aged guy in a rental car loitering at the curb, snapping pictures of somebody's house like a total creep. I raised my hand in this awkward little wave, hoping to smooth it over, but the figure did not wave back. They just watched me. For a second, I thought maybe I should slip back into the car and just drive off. But there was something stubborn within me that just pushed back. I'm here, damn it. This is the house I grew up in, or at least I thought it was. I wanted to explain myself, maybe hear something about the old place, or maybe even get a look inside. So I drew in a quick breath, squared my shoulders, and walked up the path. That front door opened before I even reached it. The person who stepped out onto the porch was hard to pin down. Medium height, soft around the middle, shapeless old clothes, a faded hoodie and sweatpants, both stained, and thinning hair pulled back in some kind of oily knot. Their face was pale and doughy, featureless in that way that almost made my brain skip. Was it a male or female? I couldn't really say yet. Their eyes were small and watery, and they flicked over me with this expression that I couldn't quite read. "Hey there," I started again, raising a hand. I apologize if I startled you. I grew up here years ago. I just happened to be in town and thought I'd swing by just to, see it once more. The figure on the porch tilted their head slightly and then gave me this small, stiff nod. Their mouth worked for a second like they were figuring out how to use it.
You want to see inside?
The voice was high and thin, but not quite feminine. It set my nerves jangling, but I smiled, trying to cover the tension crawling up my spine. Sure, I said lightly, stepping back onto the porch. If that's okay with you. They stepped back and held the door wide, and I crossed that threshold. The smell was what hit me first. It was like a gut punch. Rot, cat piss, sour old trash. The air was thick with it, the kind of smell that sinks into your clothes and your skin. My nostrils flared, and I fought the instinct to cover my face. The living room was a minefield of garbage, old pizza boxes, soda cans, clothes draped over every surface. The carpet was stained with black in places, the walls were yellowed with grime. But what froze me was the figure curled up on the couch, under a filthy comforter, unmoving, just the shape of a person, bundled up tight, head tucked in, like they'd been swallowed whole by the house itself. Oh, wow, I said, forcing a smile. This place sure has changed. The front door clicked. I turned in time to see the lock twist and the figure on the porch, now between me and the way out. And then they opened their mouth and screamed. Not a yell, not words, just this raw animalistic sound bursting out of them like they were tearing up their own throat. Whoa, 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 hey, I shouted, hands up, backing away. I didn't mean anything, stop. They kept screaming, stepping towards me, arms jerking in these short, frantic spasms. I stumbled back into the living room, nearly tripping over a stack of newspapers. Okay. Hey, I'm leaving. I spun toward the kitchen, heart battering in my ribs, shoes slipping on greasy linoleum. I hit the back door and yanked at it, nearly sobbing when it stuck. I slammed one of my shoulders into the frame and the door burst open. And then I was face to face with a chained pit bull, teeth bared, froth flecking at its black lips, a chain rattling against the fence as it strained towards me. Fuck. I reeled back and ducked to the side, scrambling between the house and the shed, thorns tearing at my arms as I fought my way back to the front yard. My brain was nothing but static, breath burning in my chest, feet slipping on dirt and dead leaves. As I rounded the corner, I saw them, the figure back from the porch, tearing across the grass toward me, mouth still open in that nightmarish scream, hands clawing at the air. Get the fuck away from me, I barked, shoving hard as they lunged at me. They then staggered sideways, feet tangling in the grass. I didn't wait to see them hit the ground. I slammed into the car door and wrenched it open, dove inside and jammed the lock down with shaking fingers. When the engine roared to life, I whipped the car around in a spray of gravel, tires shrieking as I shot back down that road. In the rear view, I caught a last glimpse of the yard. The figure collapsed in a heap on the lawn, and a neighbor, this older man in work clothes, hurrying across the street toward them, hand raised in this calming gesture. I was breathing super hard. My chest was aching and my hands were shaking so badly I barely kept my car straight on the road. What the fuck was that? What just happened? I hit the cross streets at the end of the block, heart still jackhammering in my chest. I didn't even realize I'd been muttering under my breath that whole time until I heard myself. Fragments of cursing, half-formed prayers, a constant stream of noise to drown out that panic. I finally forced myself to slow the car and just take it all in where I was. That's when it clicked. The corner of the old stone church on one side, the gas station on the other, it was familiar. I eased to a stop, hands trembling on the wheel, and looked left. And there, tucked on the opposite side of the lane, was the house. My house. Neat little lawn, fresh paint on the porch, curtains pulled back in the front window. There was a garden in the side yard, rows of flowers, and a woman gray-haired stooping, wearing a floppy sun hat, tending to those plants with this quiet focus. I sat there staring across the street as the realization sank into my bones like cold water. I'd taken a wrong turn back there, circled a block far too wide and drifted down the wrong street, landed at somebody else's door. Somebody whose life had clearly gone off the rails in a way that I couldn't have imagined. I watched the woman for a few seconds longer, and she moved slowly, deliberately, trimming back the hedge, tucking a stray lock of hair underneath her hat. She never looked up, and I didn't get out. Whatever urge I felt earlier to connect with my past, to revisit the rooms where I'd once played with toys and eaten cereal on Saturday mornings, it was long gone now, burnt out. All I wanted was to get back on the highway and away from these streets and away from that rot and confusion and narrow escape. I turned the wheel and pulled away from the intersection, heading back towards the main drag. Somewhere I figured there had to be a diner or a sandwich shop that I could stop at, drink something cold, catch my breath before the long drive home. But even as I drove, that image of the first house would not leave me. The smell, the screaming shapeless figure, and that face behind that bundle on the couch, hidden under the reeking blanket. Now, I never saw it, and I'm grateful for that, but the shape of it has stayed with me, pressed into the back of my mind. And I told myself it was just a wrong turn. Every summer when Kate and I would go to visit my dad in the city, it felt like stepping into another life. We lived with my mom the rest of the year, inside a small town where nothing really would ever happen, but the minute we hit Dad's place, everything seemed to speed up. There were a lot more cars, more lights, and a lot more noise. And that summer, when I was 14 and Kate was 11, all I could think about was the mall. It was the early 2000s when the mall was really everything. The food court, the music stores, the rack of jeans and hoodies, places you would go to hang out and be seen. My dad didn't get it, but he humored us. As soon as we arrived that weekend, I was already making plans with Kate and Kelly, this neighbor girl that I'd known for a couple of summers. Kelly was 15, a little bit cooler than us and a little sharper, but we were set, just the three of us unleashed upon that mall. When Saturday came, Dad agreed to drop us off. 2 hours, he said, then meet him at the same entrance. Easy enough. We were jittery with excitement, clutching our allowance, ready to chase down the stores that I've been dreaming about all year long. The second we spilled out of my dad's car, we were off like a shot. The mall doors whooshed open and swallowed us into this blur of music, perfume, and a constant shuffle of other people. Kelly took the lead at first, guiding us through the first wave of stores. Claire's, Wet Seal, Hot Topic, while Kate clung to my side, wide-eyed and grinning. We blew through our money fast, grabbing lip gloss, cheap jewelry, and a couple of graphic tees. We hit the food court for soda, laughing so hard that we choked on the drinks itself. For those first 90 minutes, everything was perfect. And that's when it hit me. I remembered the store. Last summer, I stumbled upon this tucked-away place that had the best jeans. Not just cheaper, but better. And for some reason, I immediately became obsessed with finding it again. I convinced Kate and Kelly to follow me, weaving us deeper into the mall's belly, past doors I no longer recognized, past the scent of pretzels and fries, into quieter wings where the music dimmed and the crowds thinned out as well. I swear it's just past this next corner, I kept saying. But every corner led to another dull stretch of storefronts, another maze of turns. Kelly began to fidget, glancing at her phone. Kate was a lot quieter now, looking up at me with that younger sibling worry as I tried to pretend that I didn't see it. I think we should head back, Kelly said finally. Just 2 more minutes, I promised, feeling the heat rise up in my cheeks. I was so sure, just dead sure that it was just ahead of us. We turned one last corner and walked straight into a dead end. It was blindingly white, except for the 2 gray employee-only doors. The soft hum of overhead lights buzzed in the silence, and I stared at it, my mouth now dry and chest tight with a sudden snap of realization that we were deep in the mall and completely turned around. Then behind us came this soft laugh. We whipped around. 2 guys were standing there, older, maybe 17 or 18. Both wore black hoodies, jeans hanging low, their faces thin and sharp under greasy hair. One had a smear of acne across his chin. The other twirled a keychain around his finger. The clink of metal sharpened the stillness. "Hey," Acne Guy said, grinning widely. "Are you girls lost?" "No," Kelly said quickly. "We're fine." "Oh yeah?" Keychain Guy said, stepping closer. "You guys look pretty turned around to me." My stomach bottomed out. Kelly then slid in front of us, chin raised. "Back off!" She whipped out her phone, and before I could blink, Acne Guy lunged. He snatched it from her hand and snapped it clean in half, the crack of plastic echoing off the walls. Kate made a small noise like a sob caught in her throat. "Don't," I breathed. The other guy pulled something out from his pocket, a knife, small and silver, glinting in the light. He smiled without showing any of his teeth. "All right, let's play a game, girls," he said softly. "Drop your bags and drop your clothes." Kate whimpered, Kelly's fist clench. I could feel the edges of my vision start to go blurry. My heart was thudding in my throat so loud it drowned out everything else. And then a voice cut through it all. "Hey!" We all froze. An older man was striding toward us, walkie-talkie in hand, can of pepper spray in the other. Security. He wore that uniform like armor, dark jacket, stiff cap, and his face was hard and cold. "The hell's going on here?" He barked at us. The boy spun. Hoodie Guy yanked his up, covering his face, and Acne Guy ducked his head, and without another word, they bolted, sneakers slapping the tiled floor as they disappeared round the corner. The security guard stopped in front of us, breathing hard, eyes darting after them, then down at us. "Are you girls okay?" I nodded, shaking all over, and Kelly was shaking too, fists still clenched. Kate was in tears, sagging against my side. "Come on, girls," this guard said, voice gentler now. "Let's get you somewhere safe." The walk to the office felt endless. My legs were rubber, my chest was tight, every step buzzing with leftover fear. Kate was clinging to my arm, still sniffling, and Kelly just stayed quiet. Her jaw was set and eyes hard. The security guard didn't really say much, just led us through side hallways, occasionally speaking into his radio. Inside that office, the lights were harsh. The walls were bare except for a map of the mall and a rack of keys. Another guard handed us some tissues, and somebody called my dad. I sat there shaking, trying to replay it all in my mind. The grin, the snap of the phone, the flash of the knife. It felt like a bad dream. My dad showed up 20 minutes later, breathless and face pale. He crushed Kate and me into a hug so tight I thought I was going to pass out, then pulled Kelly in too, muttering thanks to the security guards. We told him our story and everything once we got in the car, our voices tumbling over one another, and when we finished, his face was this strange mix of fury and guilt. "I shouldn't have left you girls alone," he muttered, gripping the steering wheel hard. "That's not happening again." We left them all behind without looking back, and I don't know if the police even found those boys, at least as far as we know. And the mall never called us to follow anything up. But after that summer, things did in fact change. My dad didn't drop us off anywhere anymore. I stopped wanting to wander so far from people that I trusted. And Kate, for months after, refused to go anywhere without me. It was just a wrong turn. That's what I kept telling myself over and over. But sometimes one wrong turn is all it takes to learn how fast everything can go dark. We were planning that caving trip for weeks, I think months if you count the idle talk before we actually set a hard date. It wasn't our first time down there, at least not for me, and definitely not for Lee. The place was a known hangout, an old limestone cave system on the edge of town. Something every college kid in the area eventually would explore. It wasn't exactly a secret, and it gave this strange reputation. Equal parts no big deal, and absolute nightmare, depending on who you asked. There were 5 of us that morning, me, Lee, Matt, Chris, and Weston. We pulled into the trailhead in 2 cars, hauling bags of gear, helmets, water, and a mix of excitement and nerves that you get when you're about to do something a little stupid. I remember standing at the cave mouth, gear cinched tight, sun already blotted out by the ridge overhead, feeling that cool breath of the cave blow across my face. Nobody said it out loud, but we all felt it, the shift from open sky to the black hole of a rock. I'm a pretty cautious guy by nature, maybe even obsessively, but I kept that tucked under my grin as we dropped into the dark. Inside, it was as expected. Narrow switchbacks, damp walls, the wet scrape of boots on stone. Lee and I led the way, pointing out familiar markers, the route that we all knew that we should loop back to the surface in a tight 2-mile circuit. I wasn't worried, at least not yet. But in caves, things really don't stay familiar for too long. That's the first rule you forget when you think you know what you're doing. We slipped deeper, headlamps throwing pale beams across slick stone and narrow gaps. The air turned cool and wet, carrying the mineral smell of damp rock and old earth. Lee kept up his usual running commentary, pointing out landmarks, cracks in the wall that resembled faces, and of course, odd graffiti left behind by past visitors. Chris and Matt cracked jokes behind us, their voices bouncing weirdly off the walls, sometimes sounding closer than they actually were. Weston stayed mostly quiet, breathing through his mouth, his footsteps light as if trying not to disturb the dark itself. I continued to take mental notes as we moved. Sharp left at the narrow chute, down the belly crawl, right at the open chamber with the old fire marks. The loop was imprinted in my head, was sure of it. We reached that 3-way split maybe an hour in, a place where the tunnel fractured, leading left, center, and then right into the earth. "Center's the main loop," Lee said confidently, shining his headlamp straight ahead. "It curves back around to the chute." I frowned, shaking my head. "No, it's left. I remember the left turn." Lee scoffed at me. "Man, you're thinking of the old map. They rerouted some of this after the collapse a few years back. Just trust me." For a minute, the group hesitated, eyes flicking between me and Lee. Eventually, Lee's authority won out altogether. We shifted gear, squeezed packs tighter, and filed into that center tunnel. It did not take long for things to quickly change. That center path narrowed really fast, walls closing in until we were moving single file, shoulders brushing against the stone. In some of those spots, we had to edge sideways over these narrow ledges, a black drop yawning beneath us, a place where one slip meant a fall nobody would walk away from. Matt made these nervous jokes, Chris swore under his breath, and Weston was still completely silent. I brought up the rear, watching the light flicker on the walls ahead, trying not to think about how the air felt thinner in here, the kind of thin that makes you pull each breath a little deeper. And that's when those noises started. At first it was really small, the faint clatter of pebbles behind me, a soft shuffle like shoes over stone. I turned fast, shining my headlamp down the tunnel that we'd come through. But there was nothing there, just the same narrow path, completely empty. Okay, maybe it was just some loose rock, the echo of our own movement. Maybe a bat shifting in a crevice. But the sound came again, a faint scruff this time, something soft brushing against the wall. "Guys," I called forward, keeping my voice as steady as I could. "You hear that?" Nobody answered, and I kept moving. We crossed a section where the path tilted steeply upward, requiring hands and knees to scramble over this slick stone. By the time we leveled out, the air was now heavier and the tunnel was tighter. Sense of direction had begun to slip from underneath us. Lee finally stopped, panting, sweat cutting streaks through the dirt in his face. "All right," he muttered, turning to me. "I think maybe we should have turned left." I didn't gloat, I didn't smile, I just stared at him, heart pounding, mouth dry. "I think we should keep going," I said quietly. Lee blinked. What? Why?" I adjusted my helmet and glanced back down the path. "Because I don't think we're alone in here, guys." The words came out cold, matter of fact, like reading a lab report, but I felt the tremor in my chest. Chris snorted in response. "Dude, do not screw with us right now." Weston spoke up, his voice was low and tight. I heard something too, breathing in, a voice. Now that silenced everybody. We checked our batteries, gulped down some water, and tried to crack a few more nervous jokes, but nobody laughed. Then, a scream, thin and high, echoing down the tunnel, rising up from the deep like something peeling itself out of the stone. We froze. Lee hissed, "Back, back now." We stumbled into motion, shifting backwards at first, then turning and half jogging, headlamps bouncing wildly over the stone. We reached the split, and I panicked. My mind snagged on the wrong map, muscle memory pulling me left. Not the real left, but the middle tunnel we'd just come from. We were halfway down before Lee's shout stopped us. "No, not that way!" he roared, grabbing my pack and yanking me hard. "Left! Far left!" That sound then came again. Scraping, rattling, breath on stones, something was moving. Fast. We bolted into the left tunnel, feet pounding, hands slapping against the wall for balance. The air sharpened, cold enough to burn your lungs, but the path up ahead curved. And up meant hope. Up meant light. My headlamp caught the first glint of it around 40 minutes later. Faint, washed out sunlight bleeding through the last stretch of stone. We all tore up that final incline, legs trembling, boots slipping, and burst off into the daylight like drowning men breaking the surface. We didn't even stop after we broke. Not until we were halfway down the hill, gulping air, clawing at helmets on our heads. We reached the cars without another word, tossed our gear in, and drove. I don't think anybody spoke until we were 20 miles from the cave. Back in town, we parked at a diner, mostly because it was open and had lights that felt a little brighter, normal. We sat in a corner booth, muddy, scratched up, and hands still trembling when we reached for water glasses. Nobody really had an appetite, though. I don't get it, Lee muttered finally, rubbing his eyes. I know that center tunnel loop back. It's on every map, every forum, every trip report. I watched him from across the table, watched the way his hands trembled and how his face was pale under all that dirt. Well, it didn't today, I said quietly. Weston hunched over his drink, shoulders tight, jaw clenched. Matt stared into the middle of the distance. Chris kept flicking his phone on and off, checking for a signal. We sat there for a long time, picking apart the what-ifs, the maybes, the rational explanations. Maybe it was just an animal, a mountain lion probably. We pushed into its space, maybe even trapped it deeper inside. That would explain the noises, the breath, even the scream. But I'm not sure if anybody believed that. That night back at our dorms, I tried to sleep, but the dark had changed me. The dark wasn't absent anymore, it was present. For days after, I dug through every online forum, every local archive, even called a couple of caving clubs. Nothing. No legends, no ghost stories, no disappearances or any kind of sightings. Just a cave system that ate up careless college kids, spat them back out rattled and bruised and waiting for the next ones. Lee sent me a link the next week, some wildlife article about mountain lions in the area, complete with grainy trail cam shots and warning about cubs. He signed off with, "Must have been that, right?" I couldn't find an answer for him, because here's the thing. I know what a mountain lion sounds like. Sure, they can scream like a woman, but what about everything else? What I heard in that cave, those sharp breaths, the scratching, the voice whispering just out of reach, none of that belonged to claws or fangs. I think it belonged to something older, something deeper, something still waiting down there in the dark, listening for the next wrong turn. All the while, I can't help but wonder, when we ran, when we scrambled back into the light, when Lee grabbed my pack and yanked me onto the right path, what would have actually happened if I kept leading us the wrong way? I've lived alone for most of my adult life,
Not by some great design or a tragedy, just by default. No kids, no ex-wife, not even a dog. I had a job that I didn't hate, enough friends to keep me from going completely nuts, and a few hobbies that would pass the time. The rest was just filler. If something needed done, I would do it eventually. Laundry, dishes, groceries, car maintenance. All of it existed on this weird clock of motivation that rarely lined up with logic. I kept the fridge mostly empty because I hated grocery stores. I hated cooking even more. Most nights I'd realize that I was hungry, hop in the car for a drive-thru or a pickup order. I knew every greasy spoon and every takeout window within a 10-mile radius. The place that I lived in was this squat little rental, just off a frontage road behind a rundown strip mall. One bedroom, no yard to speak of, blinds that were always crooked. It was quiet enough, which is all I really cared about. Never had any trouble with the neighbors. Never had any real sense of community either. Most nights I'd get home late, kick off my boots, fire up Hulu or PlayStation, and ride the couch into the early hours. Sometimes I'd scroll through dating apps or online auctions just to kill some time. I didn't drink much, never saw the appeal, and I never touched drugs. I was just lazy in a way that felt like it ran in my blood. The only thing I really stayed on top of was work. I wasn't passionate about it or anything, but it kept the lights on, paid my rent. I was the kind of guy who just did it enough to keep moving forward, even if that meant barely. The house was cluttered but not filthy. The car had its issues but still ran. I didn't owe anybody anything and nobody owed me. It was a very simple, low-stakes existence, and I'd gotten real comfortable living in that way. Until one of these nights, it came off the rails because I couldn't be bothered to cook dinner. That night, I got off work around 9. I was wiped. I hadn't eaten anything since noon, and the idea of boiling water or even making a sandwich felt like a whole ordeal. So I grabbed my keys, called in an order to this hole-in-the-wall Chinese place that I like, Paco Panda, out by the gas station. I picked something to stream while I waited. Some murder show probably. I just remember my stomach twisting up at the thought of sesame chicken. It was only a short drive, maybe 10 minutes. The place was mostly empty when I walked in. I paid, grabbed my bag, and thanked the lady at the counter, and went back to my car. The food smelled amazing. I remember turning the heater on full blast even though it was early fall. My idea of a food hack. I just wanted to get home, plant my ass on the couch, and eat straight from the cartons. I hit the first light coming out of the parking lot and came to a stop. Music was playing, Let's Go to War by the Murder Dolls, and everything was normal until I noticed movement off to my left. There was this old sun-bleached sedan pulling up beside me, engine rattling, windows down. I glanced over and saw 4 guys inside, early 20s maybe. At first I thought they were trying to get my attention about something, maybe my lights were off or I dropped my wallet or something. I turned my music down and rolled my window halfway. "What?" I called out to them. The guy in the passenger seat leaned out and yelled at me. "You look like you beat off to cartoons, bro." There was this beat where I really didn't react, and then it kind of clicked. They were just being dickheads. I don't know why, but I fired back something without thinking. "Is that something you know a lot about? You like cartoon cum time?" His face dropped, just for a second, but it was enough. Then the light turned green and I gunned it. I didn't expect them to follow me, but they did. They didn't tailgate me or try to run me off the road or anything crazy at first. They just stayed behind me, nice and steady. I took a few more turns trying to be sure they were. They matched every move. I pulled into this random grocery store lot and looped around to see if they'd break off, but they didn't. By the time I made it back to my neighborhood, my hands were sweating on the wheel. I considered circling the block maybe, trying to lose them, but I figured screw it. They'll get bored eventually, right? I pulled into my driveway and left the engine running. Their car rolled up right behind me and stopped in the street. 3 of them got out. The driver stayed put. I didn't recognize any of them. One was tall and wiry, wearing this ski cap even though it wasn't cold out. Another had a hoodie with the strings tied around his face now. The third looked like he had prison muscle, just thick and mean. They didn't charge at my car or anything, they just spread out, slowly walking around me, looking in the windows and muttering something to each other. I stayed in the driver's seat, clutching the steering wheel like a lifeline. My phone was in my pocket, but I hadn't reached for it. I didn't want to draw any attention. "All right, come on out, tough guy." one of them said. "Yeah, keep talking that shit," said another, tapping on the glass with his knuckle. I still didn't move. One of them kicked the driver's side door, hard enough to rattle me, and dented it, of course. Then they all laughed. They stood in my yard for maybe 5 more minutes, pointing at stuff, my trash cans, the porch light, my car, just taking stock of what they could fuck with. I expected them to key my doors, to slash a tire, or maybe worse, but eventually they got back in their car and took off without another word. I sat there for another 5 minutes before moving, just breathing, trying to calm down. Then I grabbed my food, went inside, and double-locked the door. It took me a while to eat. My hands were still shaking, but after a few bites and a few episodes of whatever was on Hulu, things started to settle. I actually started to feel a little stupid about it. Probably just bored kids looking for a thrill. Nothing too serious. By 10, I'd moved on to playing some kind of shooter online. The tension was gone. I was in my boxers, half a beer left on the coffee table, game controller in my hand, completely relaxed. That was at least until past midnight, and that's when I heard footsteps outside my house. Not distant ones, not from the sidewalk or the road. These were closer, on my driveway, slow, heavy crunches. I muted the TV and went to the front window, moving the curtain just enough to peek through. There it was, same shitty sedan, parked in the same exact spot, 3 figures moving up the path to my front door. And this time, they weren't joking around. Same guys, same car, same dead-eyed swagger, like they owned the night itself. One of them had something in his hand, I couldn't really tell what. Maybe a tire iron or a flashlight, but it caught the porch light weird and had this glint and shadow to it. I backed away from the window and locked the deadbolt, then the knob, then slid on the security chain across. My heart was thudding so loud it sounded like footsteps in my ears too. I didn't have a gun, never thought I needed one. I didn't even have mace. Just the kitchen full of dull knives and a vague sense of regret. One of the guys banged on the door, flat palm first and then with his fist. He barked at me to open up. "Come on, you tough shit. Come say what you said earlier." They pounded harder. The door was old, hollow core, rental grade garbage. It wouldn't last too long if they really wanted in. For a second I couldn't move. I just stood there in the living room in my socks, lights still on, beer going warm. My mouth was dry as chalk. I thought about calling the cops, but what would I say? 3 guys are outside being scary? I hung out with these rough kids growing up, and I knew how that would go. They'd be gone before a cruiser even showed up, if one even showed up. I turned off the lights. In the dark, the panic sharpened. It made everything feel thinner and more fragile. I could hear them talking out there, louder now. One of them was trying the doorknob. Another stomped on the steps like a child throwing a fit. Then it went quiet. I crept inside the back bedroom. My closet door was open, and inside was something I haven't touched in years, this cheap-ass katana that I bought at the state fair back in high school. It wasn't sharpened, just some steel replica meant to sit on a stand, but it was heavy, long, and intimidating enough in the right lighting. I grabbed it, then opened up a plastic bin where I kept this old Halloween junk, pulled out the mask that I wore a few years ago, this rubber demon face with warped horns and sharp teeth. It stank of dust and plastic, but I shoved it on and made for the back door. I slipped outside, moving along the side of the house, keeping low. The grass under my feet was wet. My heart was still slamming in my chest. I inched forward until I could see the 3 of them again, still near the porch, looking pissed and confused. 30 more seconds, dumbass, one of them called out. Then we break your fucking windows. I didn't give myself any time to think or think twice. I charged. I came around the side of the house full speed, barefoot and wild, swinging the katana over my head like a lunatic. I didn't yell anything coherent, just a howl and this high and raw that ripped out of my chest. They all turned at once. I don't know what they thought they saw, a masked freak with a sword, barefoot and snarling, but it was enough. One of them screamed. The big one tripped over his own feet trying to run backwards, and they all scrambled back to their car, doors slamming, tires screeching as they peeled off into the dark. I stood there in the yard until the engine noise faded, and that was the last time I ever saw them. After that, I started locking the doors earlier, got a motion light installed, even went and bought a real baseball bat, not for show. I still eat that Chinese takeout. I still live alone. Still waste far too much time on the couch, but I don't really mouth off to strangers anymore. When I was younger and still living in the city, I moved apartments like other people would change clothes. It wasn't that I was getting evicted or anything, they were just these super cheap places. Always a few in classifieds or easy to bounce between if your lease was up or if you didn't like the neighborhood anymore. I didn't own too much either. Bed, couch, TV, some clothes. So packing up and leaving wasn't really that big of a deal. That lifestyle kind of fit me. Everything about it made sense at the time. I liked being close to the action. I liked that I could walk to a bar, hit a movie, grab food, all without needing to plan really anything. The last place that I lived before it all went bad was on the east side, right off this long boulevard that cut through a bunch of old brick duplexes. My apartment was a little bigger than the one before it. The floors were warped, the heater ticked all night like it was full of rocks, but it was mine. I moved in just as summer was ending. I remember dragging my mattress up the stairs and being drenched in sweat by the time I got to the top. There was this weird smell in the hallway too, kind of like old carpet with rotting fruit, but I figured I'll get used to it. You always do. The unit across from mine had its blinds drawn and a door scuffed to hell. I didn't think too much of it, just another tenant, right? The guy who lived there looked like he worked construction or maybe bounced at one of the bars. Shaved head, wide shoulders, sunburnt neck. He had a woman too, but I didn't really see much of her in the beginning. I just heard her. Well, I heard both of them. The fights escalated slowly, then all at once. First, it was raised voices, then crashes and thuds. I'd lie awake on my couch with the volume turned up just to drown it all out, but it always cut through. Him yelling like a man possessed, her begging like she was already half defeated. Sometimes I'd hear her out in the hallway, crying, late at night when I got back from the bar. Just her voice echoing off that brick night after night. The cops came twice. I called both times. They never stayed more than 10 minutes. One time I watched through the peephole, saw the guy standing shirtless in the doorway, arms crossed, just nodding while one of the officers asked him a few questions. The second time they didn't even get past the front door. It was like they had this routine: get in, calm things down, leave before the paperwork would start to pile up. I actually started sleeping with earplugs, but they didn't help. You can't drown out somebody being hit, and you can't unhear that slap, that wet, awful sound, or the silence that always followed it. Then came the night that I remember being the worst. It had been quiet for 2 days straight, and I thought maybe, just maybe, she finally left him. I got home around 7, made some pasta, and sat down to eat in front of the TV. Around 8:30, it started up again, a scream that cut through everything. And it wasn't just fear, it was panic, full body panic. I muted the TV, already standing up. He was yelling and stomping around. Then I heard something shatter. I heard her say, "Don't, please, don't do that again." And it sounded like somebody getting slammed into the wall, my wall. Didn't really think, I just acted. Grabbed my phone and called the police, again. I told them it's serious, that he actually might kill her this time. Somebody needed to come right now. They gave me the same answer as before. If nobody from that apartment called, their hands were tied unless I heard a weapon, whatever that meant. So I hung up and crossed the hall. No plan, just heat in my chest and a sick churn in my stomach. I knocked, no answer, just the muffled chaos inside. I pounded harder and the whole door rattled. This time it was ripped open and there he was. He looked taller in the doorway. He filled it even, shoulders so wide they cast a shadow far over me. His chest was bare, his stomach was heaving, and his face was soaked in sweat and wild-eyed with rage. His mouth was tight like he was chewing on broken glass. "What the fuck do you want?" he asked me. "Look, she's screaming, man," I said. "I already called the cops. Enough is enough." He stared at me, no blink, no twitch, and I realized just how close I was to him, only a few inches. I could smell the beer on his breath. the sweat soaking into his skin. "I'm not gonna say it again," I told him. "Let her go." And that's when it happened. He didn't say a word to me, didn't shout, just grabbed the front of my shirt and yanked me so far forward that my feet left the ground. I slammed into the hallway wall. Pain exploded in my ribs. I tried to push him back to get some space, but the fist came down and caught me clean across the jaw. I saw white and dropped. He kept coming though. I scrambled and crawled backwards down the hallway toward my own door. He landed a boot in my stomach, and I coughed so hard that I thought my lungs were about to come up. He didn't stop either. Another punch caught me in the cheek. I hit the floor hard and rolled toward my door, everything spinning. Behind him, I just saw her, just a flash, standing in the doorway holding the frame, blood running from her nose. She screamed at me to run. Her voice was hollow though, like somebody that's already halfway gone. I got my key in the lock barely, yanked open the door, and staggered inside. He followed me, still swinging. I threw my weight against the door and managed to get it shut just long enough to drop the chain lock. He pounded on the other side, still yelling at me through the door. I slid down to the floor panting, spilling blood onto my tile. I thought it was over then, but he didn't go away. I sat there with my back up against the door, shaking uncontrollably. My left eye was swole shut, and I couldn't take a full breath without pain ripping through my ribs. My hands were sticky with blood, some his, mostly mine. Through the door, I could still hear him out there, pacing, breathing, whispering things that I couldn't quite make out. The door then jolted hard and I jumped up. Another slam, then a pause, then the wood cracking. I scrambled backward, trying to drag the coffee table across the entryway, but my arms wouldn't move right. I think it was dislocated. The chain lock snapped and the door buckled and groaned. Then it gave out completely. He stood there in the frame, calm now, breathing slowly. "Should have just minded your own fucking business," he said. I tried to stand and didn't make it. He crossed my room in 2 steps, grabbed me by the collar, and flung me toward the hallway. I hit the wall, shoulder first, and dropped. I tried to crawl, but he kicked the back of my head and I folded. Then came more punches, hard, deep ones to the ribs and back, like he was trying to reach through me. I think I blacked out for a second because when I opened up my eyes, I was in my bedroom. He dragged me there. I was on the mattress on my back, the bed lopsided from the force that he'd thrown me in with. My blood was already soaking into the sheets. He stood over me panting, then reached down, and this is the part that still sticks with me the most. Pulled the blanket up over me, tucked it around my sides like a mother putting her kid to sleep. "Don't knock on my fucking door again," he said. "You don't call anyone, you don't even look at me or her." He turned around and started walking, then stopped in the doorway. "Oh, I'm taking this too," he added. I couldn't see it clearly, but I heard the clink, the hook near the front door, the spare key that I always left hanging there. He took it. "If I hear you say a word to anybody," he said, "I'll come in while you're sleeping and I'll slit your fucking throat." And then just like that, he was gone. The door creaked closed behind him. I heard his boots retreat across the hallway, the quiet pull of his apartment door opening and then shutting. No lock, no final word, just that silence again. I laid in bed until morning and didn't sleep at all, didn't move, just stared at the ceiling and listened to the pipes moan behind the wall. Every little creak sounded like another footstep. Every car door outside made my stomach twist. I kept thinking he was coming back, that he'd left something unfinished. I didn't go to work the next day or the next day after that. I didn't call the cops because, again, what would I say? That I got beat up for playing hero? That I poked my nose where it didn't belong? They probably wouldn't even come out again. So a week later, I started looking for new places. It took me 2 full months, but I finally got out. Didn't even break the lease, just paid through the end and walked. I left half my furniture behind. I couldn't stand to look at the bed again. The mattress was still bloody. I didn't even have it in me to throw it out. Just let the landlord deal with it. Now I triple check my locks. I keep my blinds shut. I flinch when somebody knocks on the wall, even if it's just the pipes. I still don't even sleep right to this day. I'll wake up thinking he's back, standing at the foot of my bed, holding up that key. I never saw that woman again either. Sometimes and occasionally I'll think back to her, wonder if she ever got out, or if she's still in there, taking those punches and screaming behind those old, paper-thin walls. It was the spring of 1996. I was a 15-year-old American girl living in Pakistan with my grandparents. My family had been going through some difficult times back home in the US, and my mother, wanting to shield me from the turmoil, decided it would be best for me to live abroad for a while. What started as this temporary arrangement turned into something a lot more permanent by choice. I'd been in Pakistan since the age of 11, and over time, it truly began to feel like home. I embraced the culture, learned the language, and built strong relationships with my family and friends. Despite having the option to return to the US after every visit, I always chose to stay. Pakistan just became my second home. Our household was always full. My grandparents, my aunt and uncle, their 3 children, the neighbors, and of course, frequent visitors. We had this open door policy, both literally and figuratively. It was the kind of neighborhood where people rarely locked their doors during the day. It felt safe, secure, or at least so we thought. Inside households like ours, it's common to hire domestic help, cooks, cleaners, and general helpers. While my family opted for female help, especially when daughters were in the house, some would prefer young male workers who were seen as stronger and more agile. My grandparents hired this male helper, Bashir, who had his own quarters outside the house. Despite his presence being normalized in our culture, I always felt this deep unease around him. Maybe it was instinctual or maybe just caution, but I got into this habit of locking any room that I was in when I was home, alone or not, just in case. Being in Pakistan is different. My grandparents were wealthy, but knew danger could lie around any corner, especially for a young girl like myself. And on one particular day in spring, everything changed. That afternoon, I was relaxing in my aunt and uncle's bedroom watching TV. It was my favorite spot when they weren't home because they had this private television, unlike the shared one inside the family lounge downstairs. Now, I had no idea at the time, but I was alone in the house for the first time since moving to Pakistan. My grandfather was at work, my aunt and uncle had taken the kids to another town, and my grandmother had just left for an errand with our driver. Then came a knock, loud, repetitive, and urgent. I paused the TV and placed my ear against the door. It was Bashir. He was calling my name in a hurried, anxious tone, asking me to open up. When I asked what he needed, he claimed he had something to give to me. I refused, and he quickly shifted, saying he needed to ask me something. So I told him to ask me through the door. But he didn't respond with words. Instead, he began turning the knob and pushing it against the door frame a lot more forcefully. My heart started pounding and reality sank in. I was alone with him. Panic set in, but so did instinct. I looked around for options. The phone in the bedroom was useless without the phone directory, which was downstairs near my grandparents' room. I didn't have any phone numbers memorized. I looked out the front window, hoping to spot somebody nearby, maybe the neighbor or the friend who lived across the street, but no such luck. Meanwhile, Bashir was still trying to get in. I thought about hiding in the closet, but it had no lock. I made a quick decision and ran to the attached bathroom. It had 2 locks. I secured both and climbed up to the small window high up on the wall, hoping to get somebody's attention. Once up there, I could see the neighboring house very clearly and tried yelling to get the helpers outside, but just as I was about to scream louder, I heard a familiar voice. It was my grandmother. She was calling my name from the hallway. I waited for confirmation though, and when I finally heard her voice again, I carefully opened up the bathroom door and then the bedroom door to find my grandmother standing alone and breathless. She immediately apologized, saying she just realized that I was home alone by myself and had now rushed back. She and I both knew what a dangerous mistake it had been to leave me alone that day. I never ended up telling her what Bashir had done. I don't know if she saw him retreat from the door or noticed something was off, but I kept it to myself. The whole ordeal lasted no more than 20 minutes, but it was the most terrifying 20 minutes of my life. Feeling trapped, helpless, and vulnerable inside your own home was this brutal awakening. Years later in the mid-2000s, I returned to Pakistan for a visit with my mom. By then, I was back in the US full-time. One afternoon while visiting my grandparents, my mom and aunts started to tease me about this quote-unquote surprise visitor who had come all the way from another village just to see me. They were laughing and nudging each other as they told me to come into the living room. I walked in and there he was, Bashir. My heart sank. He looked unwell. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had that dazed look of somebody who hadn't slept in days. He stared at me with this strange intensity. I kept my face calm and greeted him politely and said, "I'd heard he got married. Congratulations." He nodded silently. I quickly excused myself and went to my room. That was the last time I saw him. Even after all those years, seeing him brought everything flooding back to me. The fear, the panic, the knowledge that something horrible could indeed have happened that day. Now, I'll never know what his true intentions were, but my gut tells me that I narrowly escaped something awful. What he didn't know was that I wasn't some naive, easily fooled girl. I was a fighter. I'd grown up with 2 older brothers and had been learning karate since I was 6. My instructor actually used to call me Little Tiger, and if he would have managed to break through those doors, he would have met the tiger inside me. That day shaped me. It taught me about instincts, strength, and survival, and I've carried all that silently with me for years, but today, I finally speak it out loud. Thanks for listening. In 1995, I was 11 years old and living in a small town in the Southwest. One of those places that still really felt untouched by the worst part of the world. Both my parents worked full-time, so I was what you'd call that latchkey kid. I didn't mind. We weren't rich, but we had a decent little house with a garage, a backyard, and neighbors who mostly kept to themselves. My parents trusted me to stay out of trouble, and for the most part, I usually did. I was actually pretty good at being alone. Most days after school, I'd ride my bike around until I was tired. We didn't have cell phones or constant surveillance back then, just street lights and instinct. I had good instinct too, even as a kid. I knew which dogs barked, which fences to avoid, which roads had the rough pavement that could throw you off if you hit it too fast. I knew where those weirdos would live. I knew how to disappear if something didn't feel right either. Back then, that town really didn't feel dangerous. Not really. It was that stereotypical place where people left their front door unlocked, waved to each other from the driveway. We had block parties, fireworks shows, and old men who mowed each other's lawns just to be helpful. My parents weren't careless, they were just busy. They worked super long hours and came home tired, and I understood that, and I never held it against them. I knew how to make my own snacks and lock the door when it got dark. I stayed inside when I was supposed to. I answered the phone when it rang. Nothing had ever gone wrong until that one night. Now, I'd seen Freddie around plenty of times before. He lived 4 houses down, worked as some kind of mechanic, had a carport full of broken down junkers and greasy tools. He was quiet but friendly. Hey there kiddo kind of guy. Sometimes he brought over bags of oranges or helped my dad fix the mower. His kid lived with their mom in another town, and when they visited, I heard them laughing in his yard. He never gave me any kind of reason to be afraid of him. That day was long and hot, one of those dry, stretching Saturdays that seemed to go on and on. Both my parents had picked up shifts, my mom at the hospital, my dad at the garage. I had that whole day to myself with no homework to worry about, so I did what I always did. I grabbed my bike, filled up my water bottle, and rode on. I circled the neighborhood over and over, past those same hedges and driveways and cul-de-sacs, letting my legs go on this autopilot mode, where I made up stories in my head. I pretend I was a detective tailing some kind of fugitive, a courier with a secret message. I stopped once for soda at the gas station and once more to sit on the curb outside the park and just eat this melted granola bar. Around 6, the sun was dipping lower. The shadows started to stretch across the sidewalks. Time to head home. I coasted back toward our house, turning onto our street just as Freddie was pulling into his driveway. I waved and he waved back. I could see a beer in his hand already, and his truck sounded like it was on its last leg. I didn't think much of it in the moment. I was already picturing microwave popcorn and good reruns of Are You Afraid of the Dark? "Hey there, kiddo," he called out, leaning against the hood of his truck as I pedaled past. "Been out all day, huh?" "Yeah," I said, hopping off and walking my bike up the driveway. "Getting tall too," he added. "Almost didn't even recognize you from behind." Now that stopped me. I turned, polite but cautious. He was still smiling, but his eyes looked glassy. "You're filling out those jeans real nice," he said. And that is when my stomach twisted. I didn't know what to say or how to respond to that. I'm not used to adults talking like that, not to me or not around me. I muttered something like, "I should go," then started wheeling my bike toward the garage. "Ah, come on, don't be like that," he said, stepping off the curb and wandering closer. "I was just saying, you're real pretty now. You ever need anything, just come by. I mean it." I kept walking. "You know, my kids don't visit me too much," he went on. "Maybe you and me could hang out sometime, talk, watch movies or something. I got cable, a lot of good stuff on." I tried not to cry, but my hands were shaking on the handlebars. I turned back towards the garage and hit the button on the wall. The motor groaned and the door started to lower. Behind me, I heard fast footsteps, then metal scraping, then the slam of the garage door reversing and shooting back up on its track. "Hey, don't be rude now," Freddie barked at me. He had stormed inside the garage. I dropped my bike and ran. The side door to the house was cracked. I shoved through and nearly fell onto the tile. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see how close he was. I just knew he was behind me. I screamed as loud as I could, hoping somebody, anybody, might hear me. I made it down the hall past the kitchen and past the living room, turned left into the hallway that led into the bedrooms. All the lights were off. The whole house was dim and shadowed. I didn't stop for a weapon, not even really to think. I yanked open the closet near the hallway bathroom and crawled inside, slamming the door behind me, pressing my back up against the shelves of towels. I sat there in the dark holding my breath, clenching my fists so tightly that my nails were now biting into my palms. I heard the front door creak open. Heavy, slow footsteps followed, breathing and low, angry muttering. "Where'd you go?" he said, his voice sing-song and cheerful. "You in here, sweetheart? Come on now, don't be a brat." The footsteps then circled the living room, then moved to the kitchen. Cabinet doors opened and something crashed. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from sobbing. He moved toward the hallway. The floor creaked just outside the closet door. He passed it. I heard him enter my parents' bedroom, drawers opening, the bed shifting under his weight. He was still mumbling to himself, something about girls always teasing and always running. I stayed frozen, heart hammering, ears straining. When I finally heard the door to the room close again, I waited, counted to 60, then another 60. I slowly eased the closet door open. The hallway was empty. I didn't walk, I ran. Up the stairs, skipping steps and nearly tripping in the dark. The old wood creaked under my weight, and every sound that I made felt like a flare going up, loud, obvious, and begging him to find me. At the top, I ducked into the bathroom, slammed the door, and twisted that tiny lock until it clicked. I backed away, holding my breath. Below me, I could still hear him, his voice echoing faintly through the vents, still in my parents' room talking to himself. I knew I couldn't stay here. The door was flimsy. The lock was not meant for anything worse than a sibling trying to get in during an emergency. My only chance was the window. I climbed onto the toilet, nudged the screen out with my elbow, and eased the window up inch by inch. The cool night air hit my face. I could see the roof of the garage, flat, with this big silver AC unit near the center, just a few feet out. I didn't think, I just climbed. My bare knees scraped the shingles. I crawled low and fast, ducking behind the AC unit. My back pressed up against the metal casing, still warm from the prior sun. My breath was coming in quick, and I couldn't really control it. Inside the house, I heard something else slam. He was still in there, still looking. So I stayed right there, curled up behind the unit, not even peeking. The garage roof felt like this tiny island. I had no way down, no way to get help. Just a small pocket of safety where I could wait and pray that he wouldn't think to check above. The stars slowly came out, one by one. I saw the neighbor's porch light flicker on. Somewhere off down the street, a car pulled into its driveway and a door slammed shut. All the normal sounds in my neighborhood. So familiar, so harmless. But I stayed there, and at some point I think I fell asleep, maybe even for a minute, but it was long enough. I woke up to the sound of my name. My mom's voice, my dad's too, calling out from the front yard. I sat up fast and scraped my palms on the shingles, but I didn't care. I peeked over the edge and saw their car in the driveway. The headlights was off, but the interior light was glowing as the doors hung open. I shouted for my mom. They ran toward me, panic on their faces. I pointed to the window and waved both arms. They told me to stay put, then disappeared off into the house. I waited there again, frozen behind the AC unit, until I heard them calling me from inside. My mom appeared at the window. Her face was pale, voice was shaking. "It's okay," she said. "What happened?" I crawled in through the window and collapsed into her arms, and I cried. I told him everything, all of it, in fits and sobs. My dad listened without saying a word. My mom held my face and told me that it was okay, that I was safe, that I was brave, and that I did the right thing. I never saw Freddie again. He didn't come by the house, didn't lean on the fence, didn't wave from his driveway. He was just gone, like he never even existed. I asked my parents once, months later, what happened. And my mom just told me that we handled it. That's all I got, and honestly, I think it's all I needed. When I was 18, I got my first real job. I was fresh out of high school and far too broke to care what it actually was. It definitely wasn't glamorous or anything. It was this big retail box chain with flickering lights and ugly blue polos, and of course, customers that always looked vaguely pissed off. But it paid more than fast food did, and it had air conditioning, so I figured I'll ride it out until I find something better. And honestly, I didn't mind it. I didn't have to think too hard. Management liked me because I showed up on time and didn't complain, and I got along with pretty much everybody. I did a little bit of everything: floor recovery, stocking, customer service when they were desperate. About a month in, one of the assistant managers pulled me aside, offered me an overnight shift, said they were short-staffed on nights and thought I could handle it. It came with a small bump in my pay and more hours, so I said yes without really thinking. I didn't have anything else going on anyway. The night crew was this skeleton team, just enough to unload the trucks and get the shelves restocked before the morning. There was Ernie, a crusty old guy who'd been there forever. He was friendly enough, but always had this weird twinkle in his eye, like he knew something that you didn't. Then there were Scott and Felix from cleaning, who mostly kept to themselves unless they were roasting one another. And Amy, the shift supervisor. She was the no-nonsense type, walked around with a clipboard like it meant something, but she was cool to me, so I remember thinking, alright, this'll be pretty chill. No customers, decent people, easy work. But that first week, they all warned me about it. Whatever it was that came out when the store got quiet. I laughed it off, but I really wish I hadn't. The first night they brought it up, we were restocking the pet aisle. I was cutting open a box of dog food when Ernie shuffled over with his pallet jack and said, "You see anything weird yet?" I glanced up. "Weird? What do you mean?" He smirked. "Things moving, stuff going missing, lights flickering in sections that we ain't touched yet." Scott popped his head around the corner grinning at me. "Tell him about the freezer door." "Oh yeah," Ernie nodded. "Last month, walked past the frozen section and saw the back door wide open, cold pouring, big no-no. Went to shut it and heard somebody breathing off in the dark. not talking, breathing, so I slammed it and booked it back. They laughed. It felt like this tradition, like telling the new guy about the ghost stories, so I played along. Damn, maybe it's haunted by frozen pizzas. Amy didn't laugh. She looked at Ernie and then at me. Just keep your head on a swivel. Weird shit does happen. Don't try to explain it, just let somebody know. I just chalked it up to boredom. Night shift would do things to your brain. The silence, the humming lights, the echo of your own footsteps. And for a while, I personally didn't see anything. Nothing strange, just overstocked shelves and dusty stockroom corners. But eventually, it started. It was super small at first. I'd set a stack of bleach bottles at the end of an aisle, walk away to grab the next pallet, and when I come back, 2 would be missing. I figured maybe Felix moved them while I was cleaning, messing with me or something. But I found one in the toy section and another in the garden center, just sitting there, like somebody carried it across the store and just set it down. Another night, I was moving backstock into the pharmacy, and I swear to God, I passed this end cap that was fully stocked, turned around maybe a minute later, and half the shelves were bare. Nobody else was in the aisle. No noises, no nothing. I started watching others more closely. Ernie seemed like the type to screw around. He had that mischievous old man energy and loved telling stories. I figured he had to be pranking me, trying to keep this whole tradition alive. So I made it a point to stick close to him for a few nights, but every time something weird happened, he was nowhere near the scene. One night when I was working in the seasonal section, I heard a door slam near the loading dock. I called out thinking it was Scott or Felix, but no answer. I walked back and found the door to the electrical room cracked open, and that door was always locked. I didn't go in. Things began to escalate from there though. I'd find aisles lit up for no reason, inventory carts that I never touched now moved 20 feet away. Even Amy started to look pretty unsettled. She stopped brushing it off and stopped trying to make it funny. That's when I decided to just take matters into my own hands. On my day off, I went in around noon, told one of the assistant managers that I was trying to familiarize myself with the security protocols. Didn't even blink, just showed me how to access the camera system in the back office. I spent about 30 minutes learning controls, learning to rewind footage, switch angles, all I needed to know. So the next night, I came in early, normal shift, same crew, and I acted like everything was fine. I was assigned to the home goods section, working through a pile of bed sheets and bath towels. I placed a full display of towels on a folding table and went to grab the next stack. When I came back, the table was empty. Not one towel on the ground, just gone. That was it. I booked it to the security room, hard hammering in my chest. It felt stupid, but also felt like the most important thing I'd ever done. I sat down at the terminal, rewound the footage, clicked to the timestamp just a few minutes ago, and hit play. I watched myself stack the towels, then leave. And then that's when I saw him. He came from the left side of the frame, ducking low. An old man in this dusty brown coat, face obscured by the grain of the camera. He crept toward the table, picked up one towel at a time, and then carried them off screen. His movements were smooth, like he knew nobody was going to catch him. He didn't look around, he didn't hesitate. He came back again and again and again and took every last towel, then walked calmly into the employees-only corridor. I paused the tape, rewound it, and watched it again. He wasn't wearing a uniform, he wasn't anybody I'd ever seen before. He had this hunchback and long stringy white hair, and he walked with a limp like something was wrong with his right foot. But the thing that stuck with me the most, the thing that I'll never forget, was how calm this guy looked. This man was at peace. I called Amy. She came in, watched the footage with me, and I saw all the color drain from her face. "That's the same guy," she muttered. "I swear that's the same guy I saw 2 weeks ago walking into the garden center." "Who the hell is he?" I asked her. She didn't answer, just grabbed the phone and called the cops. The police showed up around 3 a.m., 2 cruisers with their lights off, like they were responding to a bomb threat instead of a trespasser. Amy met them in the vestibule, brought them to the office where I played the footage again for them. The older of the 2 officers leaned in close, watching the grainy figure shuffle across the screen. His face never showed, just that limp, that coat, and those same repeated movements. Jesus, the younger cop whispered. How long has this been going on? We don't know, Amy said. Her voice was tight. We've noticed things missing, thought maybe it was somebody just messing with us. Anybody ever see this guy in person? No, I said. Not until now. I actually think I did, last week, Amy confessed. They spent the next 3 hours combing the building, every corner, every aisle. They opened every emergency exit, went up into the catwalks near the back of the warehouse. Nothing though, not a footprint, not a blanket or a can of food or hidden stashes. They even brought in a canine, and the dog just sniffed around without reacting to much. Nobody could figure it out. The store was locked up tight every night at 11 p.m., and we were the only ones inside. No sign of forced entry, no signs of squatting. It was like the guy appeared when the lights went dim, did his little routine, and would vanish soon after. When morning came, they took our statements. They told us to keep an eye out and took off. That was that. No answers, no follow-up. Just this tight-lipped goodbye and call us if he shows up again. The next few shifts were kind of stiff and everybody was feeling it. Amy doubled our walkthroughs. Scott and Felix stopped cracking jokes. Ernie kept rubbing his jaw and muttering things to himself. Nobody was saying it out loud, but we were all waiting to see him again, waiting for the towels to vanish, waiting for the doors to swing open on their own. But nothing happened, not for a week, not for a month, and the weirdness seemed to stop cold. And for some reason, that was almost worse. You know that feeling when somebody's staring at you but you can't prove it? That's what it felt like. Every single aisle felt like it had eyes of its own. Every flicker of the lights would make my pulse jump. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps when I knew I was alone in a section, just faint enough to pass for imagination though. Ernie quit 2 weeks later. He said he needed cleaner work. Didn't leave a number, didn't say goodbye to anybody. Amy actually stopped working nights long after that too, switched to midday shift and kept her head down. As for me, I stuck around for another couple of months, mostly because I needed the money, but I stopped going in alone. I made sure I was always with somebody, even if it meant pretending to need help with something that I'd done 100 times before. I'd like to say it made me braver, but really I just got better at acting like I wasn't terrified. Eventually I did move on, got another job, something a lot more normal, something with windows and natural light, but I still think about that guy. And every now and again, I'll drive past that store. It's still there, still lit up at night like a glowing box full of its secrets. I wonder if he's still inside, and I wonder if he ever really left. Maybe he was never homeless, maybe he was never real. Maybe we were just part of something that nobody could really explain. To my knowledge, nobody was caught, no updates were given, no arrests, just a shadow on a grainy screen moving throughout the aisles. For about 8 years, it was just me and the kids. No help from their dad, no real backup plan for my family. Just side gigs, sleepless nights, and a long stretch of wondering if I'd ever get to take a breath without calculating what was left in the fridge. I cleaned houses, did overnights at the gas station, stocked shelves at 2 different stores, picked up whatever I could in between. It wasn't about pride, it was about rent, groceries, and school shoes. One of the very last jobs that I picked up during that stretch was this cleaning position at a big glass-paneled office building just outside the city. 7 stories, slick lobby, always smelled like printer ink and lemon polish. It looked way more expensive than anything I'd ever worked in, but the job itself wasn't bad. I was on nights, which was my preference. Kids were asleep. I could trust the oldest with them. I could move through the place in peace. Each floor belonged to a different company, and my job was to make the rounds after everybody cleared out. Take the trash out, desktops wiped down, toilets cleaned. I brought my own headphones and moved pretty quickly. The sooner I finished, the sooner I could crash for 4 hours before making lunches and the school drop-off. The first 6 floors were active. The 7th floor was vacant, which basically just meant that it hadn't been leased out in a very long time. The elevator was still there, but the button was dead, locked out unless you had a key access card. Management said not to worry about it. My pass didn't even work for it, so I didn't give it much more thought. Now the job was boring, painfully boring, the worst kind of repetitive. There's only so many trash cans and urinals you can clean before you start running on autopilot. But the pay was decent, and there wasn't a soul to bother me after 9 p.m. So for the first 2 months, it was just that. Quiet, predictable, forgettable. Then one night I heard something coming up from the floor above me. Not a bump or a creak, not like a building settling. It sounded like people working and talking. I remember standing there with a full trash bag in one hand just listening, trying to figure out who the hell had moved up to the top floor and why nobody had said anything to me. The second time I heard a noise from the 7th floor, I stood there frozen in the 6th floor break room, holding a trash bag and listening again. Above me, I could clearly hear the thud of somebody walking, the rustle of papers and typing. I tilted my head up toward the ceiling, listening harder. It wasn't just one person, it was a whole floor of activity. Phones ringing, muffled voices, drawers sliding open and shut. It was 1:30 in the morning. I stood there like an idiot for a full 5 minutes, staring up at the ceiling, waiting for it to stop, but it didn't. The noise just faded gradually into the silence. I almost convinced myself that I imagined the whole thing until somebody started repeating the same sentence over and over. Now I couldn't quite make it out from the cadence though, it was unmistakable, monotone, robotic, like somebody reading a line of code from memory, and it went on for hours and hours. So the next morning I asked Frank. "Nobody's leased the 7th floor," he said, not even looking up from his computer. "If they had, we'd be the first to know. We'd have to clean it." "Okay, so who's working up there at night?" He squinted at me. "You hear something?" I hesitated. "Yeah, just curious though." He narrowed his eyes at me but didn't press. "There's nobody up there. Just leave it alone." So I left it alone. But that night, I started paying a little closer attention. Every time I got near the stairwell or the vents, I'd stop and listen. Most nights were quiet, but every few days the sounds would return. Not always the same though either. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like a full-blown staff meeting. Other times it was one person crying. Once, I even heard the elevator ding twice in a row and a voice shout, "Welcome back, Mr. Anders." No one was up there though. Frank swore by it, so what the hell was I hearing? I started recording it, pulled my phone out and set it to voice memo. Whenever I passed by the 6th floor east corridor, where the vents seemed to carry the most sound, I caught it all. Conversations about project deadlines, people typing furiously, somebody whispering that they were lost and cold. But when I played it back, nothing. Just the soft shuffle of my sneakers and a whole lot of dead air. The recordings were there, but the voices were gone. At one point, I started thinking maybe there was a speaker system that I didn't know about. Maybe some bored tech guy had hooked up a loop to mess with me. But it didn't explain how specific it all sounded. One voice talked about not being able to feel her legs. Another begged for a flashlight. Then one night I swore I heard a little girl humming. Eventually it got to me. I stopped wearing headphones while I cleaned. I avoided the 6th floor towards the end of the shift, but still, 3 to 4 nights a week, I'd hear them. Banging, dragging, phones ringing. One time I could swear somebody ran full speed across the entire 7th floor. It shook the ceiling tiles over me. They were screaming about being lost. It bothered me so much that I started dreaming about it, waking up in cold sweats thinking that I heard the elevator ding from my bedroom. There were days where I felt physically sick going in, like my body knew something that my brain wouldn't accept. Then just after 2 a.m. one night, right as I was finishing the 4th floor, I'd taken the stairs because I didn't want to hear the elevator again. But as I came around the corner, near the lobby elevator bank, I heard the ding and saw the door slide open. A man stepped out. He was sharply dressed, charcoal suit, dark tie, black briefcase. He looked like a lawyer or a banker. He didn't even glance at me, just calmly walked past and stepped into the next elevator. I quietly followed, staying far enough back not to make any noises. He pressed a button. The elevator responded. Floor 7 lit up red. I stood there stunned. It shouldn't have worked. That button was dead. Frank said the floor was locked, but the elevator accepted it like it was business as usual. The doors closed before I could do anything else. I stood there in the lobby for a long time after that, 10 minutes or more, watching the elevator panel above the door. It didn't come back down. Nobody came back down. That's when I started thinking about it differently. Not like a haunted floor or a practical joke, but something worse. Something behind the 7th floor, behind the elevator panel, behind the drywall and empty badge logs. Something that didn't belong in an office building but still showed up anyway. Something the shell of what that floor used to do, but what exactly? I didn't know. I just knew it was happening at night. Always at night. Always when nobody was there to see it but me. And that's when I decided I've had enough. No more guessing, no more asking Frank and getting blank stares. The following week, I came in with a plan. If I saw somebody go up again, I'd follow. If not, I'd find a way to access the elevator panel myself. I was done playing dumb. Done acting like this was just noise in the pipes. It didn't take long either. On a Thursday night, I saw him again. The same man, same suit, same blank face. He stepped out of one elevator and walked straight into the other side, pressed a button, and disappeared behind those closing silver doors. This time, though, I was ready. I waited 2 minutes, just long enough to be sure that he wouldn't be standing right inside, then swiped my badge against the locked panel. It beeped. The red light next to floor 7 came on. The elevator shook a little, then started rising. No music, no lights, just a dim hum rising up into the dark. When the doors opened, I expected to see anything. An office, desk, a lit hallway, I don't know. Anything but what was actually there. It was pitch black. The smell hit me first, mildew and dust and something else. Something sweet and rotten like spoiled lunch meat. I stepped forward into the dark and raised my phone for light. It was a ruin. No carpet, the drywall was cracked open in places, wires dangling from exposed switch boxes. Ceiling panels were missing entirely. A couple of broken office chairs were piled up against the wall like garbage. The silence was total. I whispered, "Hello?" just to break it, and I obviously got nothing back. I turned to leave, already regretting it all, when something shifted out in the dark. A footstep, heavy, just far enough away to make me question it. Then another. I hit the elevator button so hard that my finger bent backward. A voice murmured something behind me, words that I couldn't understand, like a foreign language or maybe just gibberish. The elevator doors opened up and I backed in fast. As they began to close, a deep static roar erupted from somewhere down the hallway, like a television turning on full blast. I saw a flicker of light through the busted door, then something moved. I hit the closed door button again, even though it was already closing, and I didn't take a breath until the elevator hit the lobby. After that, I stopped working the 6th floor last. I did it early and never got near those vents again. Frank didn't ask me why. I think he saw something on my face, or maybe he'd heard it too and just didn't want to admit it. Over the next few months, I kept cleaning and kept my head down, but now and again, I'd see somebody, usually around 2 a.m., ride that elevator up to 7. I never asked what they were doing either, because that is well above my pay grade. I spent years working for this tow yard. Not exactly great work, but if you wanted solid money, there was no better racket in town. The pay was actually impressive enough to almost make up for everything else. The brutal hours, the no benefits, and the labor that left your bones aching by sunrise. It wasn't the kind of job where you punched a clock, cracked jokes in the break room, and counted down days until retirement. No, it was cold metal, chains and winches, and accidents that left behind twisted wrecks and shattered glass. Mistakes cost dearly, and a lapse in attention could mean losing fingers, toes, or worse. The work was ruthless and unforgiving, but there was never any shortage of it. That endless demand is why I started working overnights. The job was risky enough during the daylight, but darkness amplified every danger tenfold. People drive differently at night, drunk, distracted, or just plain exhausted. and the calls after midnight pay double, sometimes triple depending on the distance and complexity. For 6 months, I embraced that vampire lifestyle, living off gas station coffee and adrenaline, cruising through sleepy towns lit only by streetlights and the dim glow of the all-night diners. Most of the calls that I went to were routine enough: a stalled engine, a fender bender abandoned on the shoulder, an SUV stuck in a ditch because somebody nodded off behind the wheel. But every now and again, I'd pull something tragic, something that would stay with me longer than I'd like to admit. But it came with the territory, and after a while you either hardened up or just quit the job. I hardened up, mostly, convinced myself that the paycheck was worth whatever the damage the job was doing to my psyche. I just finished a straightforward winch out, pulling a sedan out from this muddy embankment around midnight when I got a call back to the yard. I was thinking about a cup of coffee, maybe a sandwich, when dispatch buzzed me again.
Got one more for you.
Came the familiar voice, that monotone crackle from the radio.
Abandoned commercial van off Highway 19, about 40 miles out, near that old pullout that everybody uses.
I sighed to myself but didn't argue, scribbled down the details, half listening as the dispatcher rattled off the make and model. Routine and straightforward, just another vehicle left by some forgetful driver. At least that's what I thought at the time. If I'd known then what I'd find out there in the dark, I would have clocked out and gone straight home. By the time I hit Highway 19, the clock on my dash read 2:30 a.m. The road was stretching ahead of me, lonely and quiet, cutting a thin ribbon through the dense woods, an open field swallowed up by the darkness. The occasional glow from distant farmhouses vanished as I pushed deeper into the night, headlights painting the asphalt in a pale yellow beam. It was definitely one of those routes you don't want to drive alone, let alone at this hour, but the job didn't offer the luxury of choosing your territory. The pullout came into view, just a narrow gravel shoulder where folks sometimes stopped to stretch their legs or inspect their tires. Dispatch said the van would be right there, but as I slowed down and scanned the shadowy turnout, there was nothing there at all, just empty gravel and a scattering of wind-blown trash. I muttered a curse under my breath, squinting off into the gloom. Dispatch wasn't usually off by much, but maybe the caller had given bad directions or something. I rolled past slowly, shining my spotlight into the surrounding brush. Nothing there though, so I keyed my mic. Dispatch, there's no vehicle at the reported location. You sure about those directions? Static cracked briefly before the call voice came back to me, sounding bored and tired.
Caller was clear. Keep looking. Maybe it's further off down the road.
I sighed again and shook my head, and pushed forward another 10 miles. Just as I started to consider turning back, the beams of my headlights washed over a pale, boxy shape, parked neatly on the side of the road. I slowed to a crawl, taking in the vehicle, a pristine white Sprinter van with commercial logos plastered neatly along the sides. No visible damage. It looked brand new, not something you'd expect somebody to abandon on a desolate road. I parked behind it, flipped on the hazards, and stepped out, the night's chill immediately gripping me. As I approached the van, something immediately felt off, almost like the van was waiting, quiet and patiently. I reached for the driver's side door handle, unlocked. I swung the door open silently, revealing a spotless interior, no keys in the ignition. Odd. Usually people leave cars behind because they aren't running, so theft is a non-issue. Usually people leave cars behind because they aren't running, so theft is a non-issue. Those that request a tow typically leave the keys somewhere obvious. I scanned the cab with my flashlight, expecting some kind of clue left behind, and nope, anything. My heart kicked against my ribs when the beam caught something on the passenger seat. 2 crumpled up shirts, both smeared heavily with dark stains. Blood. My pulse quickened. What the fuck? Digging deeper, I found some other unsettling items scattered across the floorboard. A tiny pair of kids' socks, muddy and torn, a half-open bag of candy, another small electronic device. I stood up with my pulse hammering, skin prickling beneath my jacket. None of this made sense. This wasn't just an abandoned van. Something darker and more sinister had happened here. Determined to finish the job though and get away from this eerie scene, I searched quickly for the keys, and finally in the glove box, my trembling fingers closed around some cold metal. I hesitated briefly, then pushed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine purred, instantly to life, smooth and healthy. I sat back, breathing hard, hairs rising up on my neck. If the vehicle was operational, why just abandon it here? Maybe it was a tire issue, I don't know. So I grabbed a pressure gauge from my truck and walked around, methodically checking each and every tire. All perfectly fine, full of air. No reason whatsoever for this van to be here, empty and abandoned, with blood-stained clothes inside. Frustrated, I went back to the van, rifling through paperwork scattered inside the glove box, trying to find something, anything that might shed some light here. There were plenty of envelopes with mail addressed to various names, some flyers, a maintenance log, all normal mundane documents offering no clues. Nothing sinister, nothing alarming beyond what I'd seen already. Yet the air around me felt oppressive, charged with this unseen danger. My unease finally compelled me to step back outside, looking around at the shadowy woods, suddenly aware of how isolated I truly was. I quickly shook off the feeling and climbed back into the tow truck, keyed the radio again. "Dispatch, you copy?" Silence. I frowned and checked my connection and repeated myself louder this time. "Dispatch, I've located the vehicle, but something's off. I found blood inside, some other weird stuff too. Can you get law enforcement out here?" Still nothing. As I fiddled with the controls trying to boost the signal, a faint rustling noise came from somewhere near the roadside brush. Instinctively, I turned and stared off into the darkness. My heart seized as a figure emerged, barely visible in the shadows. A pale face, glowing eyes reflecting off my headlights right back at me, locked onto mine. A person now stood there, gaunt, hollow-eyed, and utterly still. Slowly, they lifted an arm and pointed down the road. My breath caught in my throat, tightening up with this sudden primal fear. Who the hell was this? Were they involved somehow? And why were they silently urging me away from the van? I slammed the door's truck shut, my eyes never leaving that figure. I jammed my thumb against the radio button one last time. "Dispatch, god damn it, answer me! I need some backup right now!" The radio hissed to life, but the voice that answered wasn't familiar. It was colder, sharper, edged with confusion.
"Who is this? We don't have any active jobs right now,"
was all they said. My stomach twisted violently. The shadowy figure stood there motionless, still pointing, this silent sentinel urging me away from whatever I'd stumbled onto. "What do you mean, no jobs?" My voice cracked, panic pushing against my ribs. Sweat formed at my temples despite the chill of the night. I double-checked the radio frequency, glancing nervously back at the brush line. The shadowy figure still stood there, utterly still, glowing eyes still unblinking in the gloom. The dispatcher hesitated, suspicion clear in his voice. "I don't know who you spoke to earlier, but our logs are clean. No calls have gone out in the last 2 hours. Are you sure you got the right location, the right channel?" "Yeah, I'm fucking sure," I snapped back. 40 miles past the pullout on Highway 19, white commercial van. It's here, abandoned, blood inside, and some weirdo standing off on the road. Send somebody, now. This is Mitchell. I work for Fulton Sons. More static, and then finally and reluctantly.
"All right, stay put. I'll alert law enforcement. Sit tight. Don't engage with anybody."
I let go of the radio mic and leaned back in my seat, heart thundering, mind racing. The entire scenario reeked of some kind of trouble. Why would dispatch lose a record of my call? And who would direct me here in the first place? Outside, that figure remained perfectly still. The arm had lowered, but those eyes reflecting the light, those twin embers, still staring right at me. It felt like they saw into my very core. Whoever it was clearly wanted me gone and away from the van, and away from whatever nightmare that I'd now stumbled upon. I debated leaving immediately, screw protocol, abandon the call, and just call it a night. But something had kept me frozen there, compelled me to watch, waiting, hoping desperately that law enforcement would roll up at any moment. Minutes crawled by, thick and suffocating as they were. Then, without warning, the figure stepped closer, emerging fully into the harsh beams of my headlights. It was a woman, I realized then, pale skin streaked with grime and blood. torn clothing, her expression was now vacant yet intensely focused. She raised both hands, slowly palms facing me, a gesture of urgency and surrender all at once. I cracked open my window just enough to shout to her. "Who are you? What happened here?" She didn't speak, she didn't blink. Instead, she pointed again, incessantly down the road, mouthing a silent, desperate word. "Go." A chill shot down my spine. Whatever had happened to her, whatever she witnessed, had now left her speechless, broken, and terrified. Help is coming," I said, but my voice sounded hollow, even to me. She shook her head violently. Her eyes were wild and begging. She was telling me clearly to leave now. It was a warning, a plea. I felt sick, my instincts screaming at me to follow her command, to get as far away from here as possible. And then a different sound had now reached my ears, a low, rumbling hum. Headlights appeared far down the road behind me, coming up fast. My breath caught, adrenaline surged. The approaching vehicle wasn't marked. No emergency lights, no sirens. Just a black sedan racing toward us. The woman glanced back once, panic erupting across her features, and with one final look, she spun and vanished back into the brush, melting off into the darkness. Now that snapped me out of my frozen state, and instinct finally took over. I slammed the truck into gear, wheels spinning, gravel spitting out behind me. I accelerated hard, flying away from the scene, eyes glued to my rearview mirror as the sedan closed in behind me, headlights cutting through the night. I clenched the steering wheel until my knuckles burned white, expecting them to run me down, to try and force me off the road. Instead, after what felt like an eternity, they slowed abruptly near that abandoned van, coming to a halt exactly where I just stood. They didn't chase me or pursue me any further. My breath was ragged, my heart was hammering, and sweat was now cold against my skin. I didn't stop the truck until I saw familiar city lights ahead of me, until I pulled into the well-lit yard, threw open the truck door, and stumbled onto solid ground, shell-shocked completely. Dispatch called out over the radio, confused and angry, but I ignored them, numb to everything except that raw relief. The police ended up investigating the next day, finding, of course, nothing. No van, no bloody clothes, no woman in distress. No record of the call ever existed in the dispatch logs either. It was as if the entire night had just vanished into thin air. Officially, I became a joke. Another night shift burnout, seeing things off in the dark. Unofficially, though, I know better. Something strange was going on out there, and I should have never been involved. I spent the majority of my life as a military police officer. 2 decades of watching gates, patrolling barracks, breaking up fights, handling high-risk situations without even really blinking. It was a life of hard rules and harder people, and when I finally retired, I told myself I wanted something a little easier. Less shouting, less paperwork, and nobody trying to stab me with a broken pen. That's how I ended up working security at St. Gertrude Medical Center. Easy money, quiet work. Nobody ever really notices the guy in the uniform with the clipboard and the badge, you know? You just float through the night, checking doors, nodding at nurses, and logging rounds like clockwork. I won't lie though, the hours were pretty brutal. 12-hour shifts, mostly overnight, but the job itself was cake. No riots, no bar fights, no kids hopped up on energy drinks trying to play alpha. Just buzzing lights overhead, floors you could eat off of, and the soft shuffle of nurses doing God's work. I was issued a clearance badge that gave me full access, psych ward, surgical units, maternity, even the morgue. Every floor, every wing. It made me the guy responsible for making sure the whole machine stayed locked down after hours. You'd really be surprised about how much a hospital feels like a tomb after midnight. Lights dimmed, elevators slower, no voices except whispers or groans. You walk those halls long enough, you start to memorize the temperature of every room, the sounds the walls would make, the subtle changes in the air pressure when a door opens that shouldn't. So when something's off, you'd know it right away. It started off pretty small, a patient wandering into an empty OR suite, another one found in the sub-basement waiting room with no shoes on, and no idea how they even got there. These weren't simple wanderers either. Most of them were too sick or too far gone to leave their beds without any kind of help, and yet somehow they did. Doors locked from the inside, no logs of any kind of movement, nobody seeing a thing. At first, you just automatically chalk it up. Human error. A nurse left a door open, somebody forgot to update the logs, but it continued to happen, quietly over and over and over. Eventually, I asked myself a darker question. Who the hell is letting these patients out? And more importantly, why? After the 5th time I found a patient where they had no business being, I stopped writing it off as coincidence. The files didn't lie. A man with stage 4 bone cancer had turned up in the ICU break room, curled up in a chair sipping somebody's leftover apple juice. When I asked how he got there, he just smiled and said, "The night doctor helped me walk." There were no nurses on that wing who matched the description that he gave me either. No one even remembered seeing him leave his room. I started pulling badge access logs after every single incident. I'd get into security terminals on floor 1A, scroll through the timestamps, compare movements to the rounds that I'd done. Nothing ever stood out though, not one anomaly. Whatever was happening without a trace. That told me one thing, it had to be internal. Somebody who knew how to move quietly, maybe some of the night nurses or one of the surgeons who'd stayed late and had access. Somebody with a full badge and privileges like mine. It didn't make sense, but it was the only possibility left. I brought it up to my supervisor, Clyde, who had all the motivation of a retired DMV clerk. He grunted, glanced over the logs, and told me to just keep my eyes open. That was that. "Old buildings have their quirks," he said. "Patients get confused, just keep them in the rooms." So I started logging my own notes. I timed the doors, measured the interval between routine nurse visits. I left tiny pieces of tape on certain door hinges to track if they opened. I was done playing these games. I wanted to know how someone was getting end-of-life patients out of their beds and into areas that you needed level 3 clearance to access. And then finally, a name showed up. I was skimming a batch of internal maintenance records one night during a lull, and just trying to match names to movements, when I saw this new entry, a badge access used on a restricted pharmacy closet at 3:17 a.m. That wasn't unusual, but what was unusual was the name, Jeremiah Stiles. I didn't recognize it. I asked the change nurse about him. "Oh yeah," she said, stirring her coffee. "Janitor, graveyard shift, weird little guy." I asked to see a photo. The idea was grainy, but it matched the image I already had in my head. Tall, narrow shoulders, pale as drywall, with oily black hair and sunken eyes that didn't blink. I have seen him once or twice pushing his cart around the quiet wings. Never even heard him speak though. Never once even made eye contact. But that night, I watched him. From my usual perch near the security monitors, I keyed into the hallway cams and followed his route. He moved slowly, like he had all the time in the world. He didn't mob much, mostly just drifted, cart in tow, eyes on the floor. He'd hover near patient doors, linger for a minute too long, and then move on. At 3:08 a.m., he stopped outside room 617. A woman named Agnes, mid-70s, terminal heart failure, couldn't walk without help. Camera footage showed Jeremiah entering the room with a small cup in hand, and he emerged 20 minutes later. No nurse had logged a visit during that time. The next night, I posted up near the north wing where Agnes had been moved for observation. Sure enough, I see him again, same pattern. Walks in with a cup, came out without it. Minutes later, Agnes rang her bedside bell and asked to be moved. She insisted the new doctor told her it was time. The nurses dismissed it, blamed her confusion on meds, but I didn't. 3 nights later, I got the confirmation that I needed. I followed him in person. I waited until his cart creaked down the hallway past psych recovery. He stopped at room 403. I followed at a distance, flashlight off, radio silent. Jeremiah goes inside. I wait 60 seconds, then peer into the window. I didn't expect what I found though. Inside, this frail woman stood beside her TV, IV still dangling from her arm. She was swaying gently, glassy-eyed, like she'd been waiting for a ride home. Jeremiah was knelt in front of her, tying her shoes. Her feet were bloated, discolored, but she smiled like a kid going to church. "You're doing great," he said, voice calm and soft. "Just a little walk tonight, change of scenery." "Are you my son?" she asked him. No, he said. "I'm just filling in." "All right, this way." Then he took her hand and led her into the hallway. I followed. They walked slowly, down 3 turns, bypassing 2 security doors that he shouldn't have had access to, except he did. His badge swiped at every one, no hesitation. We ended up near the old maintenance wing. Most of it had been sealed off for years. He stopped at this unmarked gray door and unlocked it. I moved quickly and caught the door before it latched shut and then slipped in behind them. The room was strange. It was super clean, bleached linoleum floor, an ancient speaker sitting on a supply shelf, a low hum of music playing, something orchestral, slow and sweet. And there they were, dancing. No jokes, no weirdness, just Jeremiah holding the woman like she was made of glass, slowly swaying to the music under the flickering ceiling lights. She was smiling and he was too. It wasn't romantic, it was something else, like watching a child and his dying grandmother cling to the very last quiet moment they had together. But this wasn't caregiving, and it wasn't protocol, and it damn sure wasn't right. I stepped forward and said, "Jeremiah?" He froze, his eyes found mine, black and empty, and suddenly full of grief. "She's going soon," he whispered. "She just wanted one last dance." I stood there stunned for a second, not sure whether to call for backup or let it play out. The woman didn't even seem to notice me. Her eyes were closed, head on his shoulder, a faint smile on her lips like she was dreaming. Jeremiah's hands were now trembling where they held her, and for a moment, he looked like a scared little boy. "This isn't your job," I said. "I know," he whispered, not turning to face me. "But nobody ever tells them it's okay to go. They just leave them here, alone. I don't like that." I stepped forward slowly. "You drugged her." "I didn't hurt her," he snapped, then instantly softened up again. "I gave her something to keep her calm. I tell them what they need to hear, that somebody cares, that they're not alone." She gave this soft laugh, eyes still shut. "He said we were going to go to the garden." That's when I moved. I put a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder firmly. He didn't resist, just nodded and let go of her. She stumbled slightly, but stayed standing. "She needs to be in her bed," I said, "and you need to come with me." He finally turned to face me. I expected madness, defiance, maybe tears, but what I got was emptiness, hollow eyes, resignation. "I never touched them," he said. "I just made it nicer." We walked out together. I flagged a nurse and had them bring the woman back to her room. She didn't argue. She'd already started to nod off again. Whatever he gave her, it was definitely strong, but she was stable, no harm done, at least not physically. I escorted Jeremiah down to administration and filed the report. HR was called in, security, the whole 9 yards. They searched his locker, found an entire stack of patient names, scribbled in loops on lined yellow pads. Terminal cases, DNRs, psych flags, all the ones who'd slipped through the cracks. He also had this stack of Polaroids, very inappropriate photos that he'd taken of patients. He was fired before sunrise. Officially, the charges were trespassing and unauthorized contact with patients, but after the paperwork was done and I gave them my full statement, I asked somebody from legal what the hospital's plan was long term. "Keep it quiet," she said. "No press, no drama, just a bad hire. It's already handled." But that didn't sit right with me because the truth is, nobody knew how long he'd been doing it for. Some records didn't line up, some badges had logs retroactively deleted. We were never able to prove if he was doing it or if somebody had helped cover it up. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody higher up knew and just looked the other way. Weeks went by and things would slowly go back to normal, mostly. I stopped seeing patients in the wrong places, the logs continued to make sense again, and the halls felt quieter. But I'll admit there were nights deep into the shift when I patrolled those older wings, the ones with the creaky vents and lights that flicker just a little too long. And I'd swear that I hear music. Just a faint melody, a violin or a piano, something soft and slow drifting out of a supply closet or under a door that shouldn't be unlocked. Of course I'd check, always did, but never found anything. Just met with silence, my own footsteps echoing in those empty halls. Was he crazy? Probably, but maybe not in the way that we think of crazy. Maybe he was just lonely. Maybe he saw what this place does to people, the way it erases them before they're even gone. And maybe he did in fact think he was helping. I don't want to really justify what he did. He definitely crossed way too many lines, violated all kinds of protocols, but when I think back to that old woman smiling in the dim light, swaying to a song that she hadn't heard in years, I think part of me understood. Jeremiah said something when they took him off in cuffs too, something that I never wrote in my report. He looked at me, dead in the eyes, and said, "You should see how long they hold on when somebody finally tells them it's okay to go. I give these people life. I'm a life giver." Yeah, okay, buddy. I've spent my life walking into places most men would turn away from. Sand, snow, jungle, desert, it really didn't matter. Some of those places had tripwires and teeth, and others just had silence. Glacier National Park was supposed to be the kind of silence that would heal me. I'm a military guy, and I don't find comfort in many places. I took leave for the first time in years. You do 4 tours, bury a few friends, live off adrenaline and MREs, and eventually you stop trusting yourself around civilians. But out there where it's just boots, trees, and breathing, you can let your guard down a little bit, or at least so I thought. The route that I picked was a lonesome one. 8 days across the belly of the park, off those popular trails, hugging the spines of mountains that didn't care if I make it out or not. I had enough dried food and iodine tablets and bear spray to hopefully keep me alive. No satellite phone, just a topo map, compass, and my gut. Day 3, mid-afternoon, I ran into him. I was making my way down toward a glacial basin, the sun throwing shadows long and jagged across the trail. My knees were screaming from the descent, and I stopped to catch my breath near this snowmelt creek when I heard somebody approaching. Slowly, with these creepy-ass footsteps, I turned and there he was. A guy who looked like he lived out of his truck. Camo pants, sun-scorched coat, oversized orange beanie that did not match the weather. Beard like steel wool, eyes that didn't really blink. He had this big grin like we were old friends meeting. "Trail Angel," he said, reaching into his pack and pulling out a Ziploc bag of homemade jerky. "Name's Kyle. Thought I'd lighten your load a bit." Trail angels are usually long-distance hiker folklore, people who leave coolers of soda and snacks at junctions, but you normally don't meet them face to face, and never this deep off grid. But still, I took the jerky with a nod and didn't eat it though. We stood there for a few minutes. I kept it short, told him I'm heading towards the 50 mountain, playing my cards close. He pressed for more though, daily mileage, my gear, if I was armed. I told him enough to stay polite, but I watched his hands the whole time. "You're smart to do this solo," he said. "Nobody to argue with, nobody to hold you back." For some reason, something about the way he said that just stuck to my ribs. Now, I don't mind weirdos. I've been one and I kind of am one myself, but the look that he gave me before walking off downhill was not curiosity. It was almost like an assessment, like a butcher sizing up a cut of meat. I let him get a good 5 minutes ahead of me, then veered off the trail. I sat still and listened. Just heard the wind, no footsteps or breathing. Honestly, that's when I should have just turned around. Hindsight is funny like that. You can really pull apart a memory and pinpoint exactly where you fucked it all up at. I finished the day's hike and then camped off the trail just for the night. The next morning, I packed up before first light. Didn't cook, didn't make coffee, just shoved the gear in my pack, laced up my boots, and got moving. My plan was to put some serious distance between me and Kyle, or whatever the hell his actual name was. I hiked hard, cutting off the main track and through fields, burning up my quads on steep switchbacks most weekend warriors wouldn't even touch. By midday, I figured I had 20 miles behind me and maybe 10 more to go before reaching the backcountry zone near Kootenai Pass. It was deep in bear country, but I preferred grizzlies over weirdos. I still had not seen another soul, and that's what made what happened next really hard to explain. I stopped to filter some water through a creek, narrow and fast moving, full of snowmelt, crystal clear. I crouched, filled up my bottle, and that's when I took note of something just a few feet upstream, a small dark object caught between some rocks. I waded over and fished it out. It was a strip of fabric, camo, same pattern as the pants Kyle had been wearing. Now it could have been a coincidence, sure, it could have been just trash, but it was really clean and fresh. And then tucked into the mesh of the cloth was this sliver of a deer antler, sharpened up to a point. I didn't panic, not yet, just retightened my pack straps and got back on the trail, with eyes now wide open, ears tuned in even more. A few hours later, I made camp in a grove of firs below the tree line, picked for its concealment. No fire, just cold food and a tight perimeter. I strung up a bear bag and cleared the brush, set my tent facing the slope so that I'd see anybody approaching me. I woke up around 2:43 a.m., and I remember because I checked my watch. It was the sound that did that, not a branch snap, those are loud. This was a lot lighter and rhythmic, skin on skin contact like scratching. At first, I thought it was me, maybe in my sleeping bag, but no. This sound was coming from outside the tent, and it was steady. Soft inhales and exhales would join it, just beyond the nylon, maybe 6 inches away. I didn't move, I didn't breathe, I just laid there with every muscle screaming to act. Then just as softly I heard footsteps moving away, one slowly after another, like whoever it was didn't want to leave any kind of trail. I stayed there frozen for a full hour, and at sunrise I stepped out knife in hand and circled my tent. Obvious boot prints were littered around. Not mine either. These were wider and heavier, deep heel strikes. They circled my tent 3 times, then vanished down slope. I broke camp that morning in under 5 minutes. All day again I pushed myself hard, hiking like I was being hunted, which, to be honest, I probably was. I started to catch signs in the trail, snapped twigs, disturbed moss, prints in the mud patches, all the kind of things that you'd ignore if you weren't already on edge. But once you are, you see everything and your mind quickly becomes this tracking device. Later in the afternoon, I rounded a ridge and spotted this small designated camping zone near a food locker and collapsed ranger cache. One tent already staked out. Orange beanie on a branch. I stopped dead. The tent was zipped, no fire, no pack hanging. It looked like somebody set up and then quickly vanished. I debated pushing on, but I'm running on fumes here. My legs were jelly and a sprain out here could be the difference between walking out or bleeding out. So I did the dumb thing. I set up camp nearby, 50 feet off, knife in my sleeping bag, bear spray on the pillow. That was my line. If he tried anything, I'd end it there. I didn't cook, I just sat underneath the trees and listened and watched. Right before dark, I ended up going and checking out the shared fire pit, and somebody had left a gift. A deer skull, clean and white, its sockets packed with moss. Tied around the base was this strip of fabric, Under Armour, navy blue. It was mine. That night, for obvious reasons, I didn't sleep, not once. I sat upright with my bag and the Mylar blanket wrapped around me and my shoulders, eyes locked on the outline of his tent through the trees. But here's the weird thing. He never came back. Not that night, and not at all. Just before dawn, I finally unzipped and approached it, ready for anything. It was empty. No bag, no gear, nothing but a ground tarp and an orange beanie. and inside it smelled like old leather and sweat. On the inside of the rainfly, scrawled in Sharpie, were 4 words: "You sleep too hard." That was it. I stuffed everything into my pack and skipped breakfast and started bushwhacking toward the ranger station at Goat Haunt. No more trail, no more footprints, just adrenaline, instinct, and a whole lot of prayer. I made it to the Goat Haunt ranger station just before dark, legs cramping, mouth dry, nerves completely fried. I must have looked feral, mud-caked, wild-eyed, gripping my knife like I wasn't done using it. The seasonal ranger on duty stepped out onto the porch and asked if I needed medical attention. I told him no, that I just needed to file a report. We sat inside and I gave him everything I could. The description of the man, the skull, the beanie, the message he left me. He didn't really write much down, he just kept nodding slowly like he'd heard this story before from somebody else. After I was done, he leaned back in his chair and said, "You're not the first person to see this guy." And that stopped me. He told me there'd been 3 complaints in the last 2 summers. Different hikers, same man. Always deep off the trail, always alone. Camo pants, bright beanie, never violent, never caught, never verified. "We try to patrol," the ranger said, "but this park's bigger than Rhode Island, and guys like that, they know how to disappear. They live out here. Might not even be doing anything illegal, technically. It's just enough to scare you." They offered to send a radio call to the border patrol station up in Waterton, but I declined. I didn't want to stick around for the paperwork. I was done and tapped out. And that night, I'd paid cash to a boat operator to ferry me across the lake and hitch back to my truck. I left Glacier a day early, and I've never gone back. But here's the part that still turns my stomach to this day. A week later, I'm home safe, clean sheets, locked doors, fridge full. I'm sitting on my porch drinking a coffee, trying to figure out what the hell that whole thing even meant. Was he just a twisted loner or some kind of predator? So then I go over to check my mailbox, and inside, wedged between utility bills and pizza flyers, it's a plain envelope. No return address, postmarked from Kalispell, Montana. Inside is a single strip of Under Armour fabric. Same navy blue as my shirt, same rip down the side. No note, no signature. Just a reminder. Now, that all took place years and years ago, and I haven't been solo hiking since. I put a pause on my mail at the P.O. box because I explained the situation, so the postmaster suggested the guy somehow got his hands on my wallet out on the trail, lifted up my mailing address that way maybe. I guess it makes sense, but holy hell did it creep me out. So I stay on marked trails now. I bring buddies along with me, and I never entertain anybody that gives me that weird vibe anymore. I took the job because I was broke and pissed off at the world. My girlfriend had moved out 6 weeks before this, and I dropped out of my second community college program in 2 years. And I was also pretty sure my old man had stopped returning my calls on purpose. He cut me off after I dropped out again. We really never saw eye to eye after that. The idea of sitting in a wooden box at the top of a mountain for 3 months sounded damn near therapeutic at this point though. It was a fire lookout position, Olympic National Park, remote. You pack your food in once every couple weeks, use a radio to call in the weather and smoke reports, sleep in a cabin on stilts built back when people still give a shit about craftsmanship. I wasn't expecting a vacation, but I figured it would all clear my head. Now, this lookout tower sat at the end of a steep switchback trail, about 4 miles in from the ranger station. No one else for miles and miles around, no roads, no people, no phones, just the birds, the trees, the sky, and the occasional deer that would freeze like a statue, then bolt at the sound of your own boots. There was a routine to it. Wake up with the light, drink some instant coffee that tasted like wood varnish, scan the horizon for smoke, log some cloud movement, and read some paperbacks during the dead hours. At night, I'd eat some canned chili or peanut butter sandwiches, stare up at the stars until my neck would hurt. I'd honestly never slept better in my life. The quiet to me wasn't creepy like I figured it'd be. It was clean. The tower itself was old but solid, 12 by 12 room with a cot, a desk, and windows on all sides. It creaked when the wind would kick up, made all kinds of settling noises at night, but nothing sinister. And besides, I am not the superstitious type. It wasn't until the second week that things began to shift. I was logging in some afternoon cumulus buildup to the east when I saw something near the ridgeline, a figure. It was just standing at the edge of the tree line too far out to make details, but clearly a person. No movement, no wave, no pack or any kind of gear. I radioed to Ranger Darlene back at base to let her know that somebody might be out here without any gear. She said hikers get turned around all the time. It probably was just a camper from the river trail below. But the next night, the figure was back, and this time it was closer, still not moving, just standing there at dusk, halfway up the switchback trail like he was thinking about coming up the rest of the way. He didn't, and I didn't sleep. On the third night, I brought my flashlight and a pocket knife and decided to hike down and say hello to him. That flashlight felt really small in my hand, but my pocket knife felt even smaller. I told myself I'm not going far, just to the first switchback, maybe even the second. If the guy was still out there, I'd call out. Maybe he was lost, maybe he needed help, maybe he was just some hippie kid microdosing in the woods. Didn't even realize how goddamn weird he looked from a distance. But deep down, I already knew. The trail was dark, no moon, just stars and low-hanging mist creeping up between the branches. You know that kind of quiet that buzzes, where your ears start inventing sounds just to fill the vacuum? It was like that. Every broken twig, every brush of my jacket against the branch, every breath was way louder than it should have been. I made it to the first bend and paused. My beam swept across trunks and underbrush, catching nothing but shadows, no movement or figure. I started thinking to myself that I was being really stupid, that maybe Darlene was right this whole time. Maybe I was seeing shadows. I took a few more steps and then the brush exploded. He came out of the dark like he'd been crouched there this whole time waiting for me. I saw a flash of pale skin and bare arms, then a shoulder slammed into my gut and we both went down hard. The knife flew from my hand and the flashlight bounced once and then died. I hit the dirt on my back, gasped out loud and tried to get up, but he was on top of me in an instant. Heavy, smelled like sweat and mildew and rot. No words were even spoken, just hit me once across the mouth, hard enough to split my lip and rattle some of my molars. Then he grabbed at my jacket like he was trying to rip it off. I kicked and scrambled, got my knee up between us and pushed with everything I had. He didn't really go far, but it was enough to roll away and reach blindly through the dark. My fingers hit bark, then steel, the flashlight. I spun and swung it like a club and caught him somewhere near the jaw. I heard a grunt and he came at me again. But I was already stumbling back uphill, tripping over roots, half crawling back toward the tower. My lip was bleeding down my chin and the inside of my cheek felt like it had been grated. He didn't follow me all the way and I don't know why. Maybe he figured he made his point. Maybe he thought I'd be easy to finish off later. But I didn't look back to check. I climbed the tower stairs like my legs weren't even attached to me, kicked the hatch shut, dropped the latch, and then backed into the far corner of the room. I sat there in the dark with that knife in one hand and the flashlight in the other. Once I could finally breathe again, I slowly crawled to the desk and grabbed the radio. "Darlene," I said, voice rough. "Darlene, I need somebody out here now. I was just attacked." She came back a moment later, voice instantly sober.
What do you mean attacked? By a bear?
"No, a man." There was a pause. I could hear her scribbling something down.
You're sure?
"Yeah, he hit me, tackled me, split my damn lip. He's still out there."
All right. I'm sending 2 Rangers in the morning. They can't get to the ridge until first light. Can you hold out?
I looked at the door, at the thin wooden walls. "Do I have a choice?" She didn't respond. The rest of that night was just a complete blur of adrenaline. I stayed crouched by the hatch, flashlight off, knife ready. I don't really know what I expected, another charge up the stairs, a rock through the window. But he didn't come back. But that's not to say he was gone. Every hour or so I'd hear something outside. Not wildlife, footsteps, measured, sometimes crunching gravel at the base of the stairs, sometimes a soft scuff near the far tree line. Once around 4 a.m., I did see him again. He was crouched behind a log about 20 yards down slope. Moonlight had caught his bare back. He wasn't looking up, just waiting, like he was thinking, plotting, maybe even just enjoying all the fear. I wanted to scream, wanted to grab the flare gun and light up the night, but I knew better. If you wanted me dead, I'd be dead already. The sun took forever to rise, and the gray light spilled in through the east window. The Rangers showed up just after 7, crunching up the ridgeline with radios crackling and bear spray on their belts. 2 of them, both men I'd never met before, also with a German Shepherd that sniffed the tower steps like it knew exactly what had gone down. My lip was split, shirt torn, eyes wild from no sleep. I met them down the stairs and pointed toward the tree line without saying a word. They fanned out, and one of them was moving slowly with a dog, the other marking prints with orange tape. I followed at a distance, holding a rag against my mouth. The adrenaline was far gone now, replaced by that numb shakiness that you get after a car accident. You're upright, but your body's still screaming. They found the blood about 20 feet down the slope. Not mine, darker and thicker. Drops at first, then a steady line through the underbrush, smeared on a low branch as if somebody had grabbed it while stumbling. I watched the ranger crouch beside it. He ran his fingers through the dirt and then looked up at me. "You get him with something?" "A knife. Maybe just a scratch though." He nodded. "Well, he bled like a stuck pig." The trail went another 100 yards before veering hard toward the shallow creek that cut through the valley. The water was high from snowmelt, and the current was moving fast over the rocks. The blood ended at the bank. Nothing on the other side. No exit prints. No boot tracks, just the water. "Could have followed the creek," the older ranger said. "Threw off the scent, or he went under." Nobody liked that. They combed the area for another 2 hours and found really nothing else. No gear, no campsite, no ID. The blood told one story, but everything else was refusing to talk. Darlene ended up coming later with coffee and a clean shirt. She looked at me for a long second and said, "You staying or heading out?" I didn't hesitate. Out. She nodded, didn't even try to talk me down, just said, "Well, you wouldn't be the first." We hiked down together quietly, and when we reached the trailhead, I looked back up at the tower, high above the treetops. It looked small now against the mountain. I didn't go back to the Olympic. I didn't take another park job. I found an apartment, got a regular job at an auto shop, and told myself that I'd move on. And mostly, I have. I haven't been camping since it all happened. I haven't so much as pitched a tent in my backyard. And it's not the woods that did it. I love the woods, always have. It's the people. It's the not knowing of what somebody's capable of until you're 5 miles deep and nobody else is around to help you. My story takes place 6 years ago, Great Smoky Mountains, early spring. Me, Corey, and Paul. We'd been friends since high school, drifted in and out of each other's lives, but we always made time once a year for the guys' trip. No wives, no phones, just whiskey, great meals, and whatever we could carry up in those hills. So that year we hiked out a little further than we normally do. Corey had mapped out this lesser-used trail that cut along the creek, eventually opening up into a clearing not far from a natural spring. Sounded perfect to me. Off-grid, off-map, no tourists, just what we wanted, right? It was a good first day too. Clear skies, just enough uphill to remind us that we weren't in our 20s anymore. No sign of another soul. We made up camp on this flat stretch near a creek. Hung the food, got a fire going, and passed around a bottle. We laughed a lot that night. That was the shit we were after. But I never would have dragged them out there if I knew that it almost killed them. Corey was the first one to notice the other camp. We were cleaning up dinner, just about to call it a night. He pointed upstream. Not far, maybe a football field away, was a faint flicker of reflected lights in the trees. At first, we all thought it was the moonlight catching something metal, but as our eyes adjusted, we saw the shape of a tent. One. No movement, no fire, no lantern glow, it was just kind of there. None of us had seen it during the hike in, and we definitely scouted that area earlier while looking for flat ground. Maybe they just set up after dark. Maybe they came in from another trailhead. Still, something about it kind of put a kink in the mood for the night. Paul made a joke about some deliverance shit. Corey tossed a beer bottle at his head. We laughed, but it felt forced. It wasn't even creepy, not yet, just strange, you know? You go out there to get away from people, and when they show up anyway, quiet and announced, it messes with your sense of control. I wish we would have walked over there just once and introduced ourselves, seen who was staying there, but we didn't. We let it be. And later that night, a man came walking out of the dark, said he was from that camp indeed, and asked if he could join us for a drink. He just appeared too. 1 second it was just us and the fire, the hiss of the creek water behind us, and then there he was, standing maybe 10 feet off, hands up, like we was afraid we'd spook him. "Evening," he said. "Didn't mean to sneak up on you guys." He was mid-40s maybe, thin and wiry, longish hair tied back in this ragged ponytail. His coat looked like it had been through some things, seen a lot. Grease smears, patches of dark mud. He held up this dented metal cup and grinned like he'd been invited to the campfire. "Name's Frank," he said. "Camp just upstream, figured I'd see who else was out there this far. You guys mind if I join you?" Corey looked at me, and Paul was already moving over to another log, clearing up space. We said yes, but Christ, why? He sat down beside Corey and immediately reached for the whiskey. Didn't even ask, just poured a solid shot into his tin cup and tossed it back. "Good stuff," he said. "You guys come up from the West Trail or where?" Paul nodded. "Yeah, took the spur near Ben Oak. Been hiking all day." Frank got this creepy smile on his face then. "Oh yeah, I know Ben Oak." And then he just kind of sat there, didn't talk much unless we asked him some questions, and when he did answer, it was really, really short and almost mumbling. He wasn't friendly, but he wasn't threatening either. He was just off. About 20 minutes in, Corey started hinting. "All right, well, we're probably gonna turn in soon." Frank nodded, then poured himself another shot. Yeah, I should probably get back and check on my fire," he said, but he didn't move. Paul tried next. "So is your family up there with you, or?" He blinked. "What?" "Earlier you said you were camped upstream. I just kind of figured you were with somebody." Frank looked off toward the dark trees. "Oh, yeah, no, it's just me in the quiet." Then he started humming, a tuneless little thing almost like a kid sitting and rocking back and forth. It went on just long enough for Corey to stand up. "All right, man," Corey said, clapping his hands. "Good drink, good talk, but it's time to hit the sack." Frank didn't even look up, just swirled that whiskey around in his cup. "You think I'm weird?" he said softly. Nobody answered him. "You looked at me like I'm nothing," he added, voice rising. "Been laughing at me since I got here." Paul said to him, "No one's laughing, man. It's just late, that's all." Frank stood up fast, and from his coat pocket he pulled something shiny, a razor blade, long and ruthless, that he held between two fingers. "You shouldn't look at me like that," he shouted. Corey stepped back. "Hey, take it easy." But Frank lunged. They went down hard, Corey and Frank tumbling into the brush, flashlight beam jerking wildly. There was shouting, snapping branches, and then nothing. Me and Paul ran after them, stumbling through the trees, calling Corey's name, the fire behind us fading into a dull orange flicker. "Corey!" I shouted. "Corey! Answer me!" But I didn't get anything. We searched for a full hour and the dark got thicker. At one point, Paul twisted his ankle inside this gopher hole, nearly went down. We all kept shouting, but still got nothing back. I I was starting to think that we'd need to run the trail, get help. And then, suddenly we found him. Corey was huddled under the deadfall, breathing like a freight train. His jacket was slashed open at the arm and across the side, blood. Not pumping, but surface cuts. "He chased me," Corey said. "He didn't say a word, he just kept coming like a goddamn machine. I cut right back and then jumped the creek and lost him in the rocks." Paul helped him up and we half carried him back toward the camp. My flashlight flickered the whole way. When we reached the fire ring, our stuff was untouched. The fire had died down, but nothing had been tampered with, except for one thing. Frank was gone. No sign of him, no trail, no dropped blade, just boot prints. We kept the fire burning all night and nobody slept. We took shifts watching the trees and listening. Once around 3 a.m. we heard something, not footsteps, more like breathing and hacking, slow and deep, just beyond the tree line. Not coming any closer, it was just kind of there. I heard Paul whisper, "He's watching." I nodded, but didn't say it out loud. Frank had never left. At first light, we broke up camp in silence. Corey's arm was wrapped tightly in this cut-up shirt. His shoulder was crusted over and looked angry. We moved fast, no breakfast, no morning coffee, just packed up our gear with shaking hands and just got the hell out of there. I don't think anybody spoke until we hit the trail junction, and that's when Paul said it. "We gotta report this." And nobody disagreed with him. We continued on that long hike out, 5 miles, mostly downhill. The sun was already warming up the valley and the woods didn't look so scary in the daylight, but none of us were fooled. There's something wrong in those trees and it had a face now. As we passed the other camp, Frank's camp, we slowed up to a crawl. It was still there, a tent, folding table, couple of camp chairs, and a blue cooler, but now it wasn't empty. There were people. A woman with a ponytail was brushing this little girl's hair near the tent. A teenage boy tossed sticks into the creek. Their dog was trotting around, tail wagging. And there was Frank. He was crouched over the fire pit, wearing a clean flannel, sleeves rolled up. No sign of the maniac who chased Corey through the brush with a blade. Not a twitch. No wildness in the eyes, just calm like he belonged there. He saw us as we passed him, and he waved. A slow, friendly, almost cheerful wave. None of the others reacted. None of them looked at us like anything was wrong. Not the woman, not the kids. Nobody flinched. We didn't wait back, we just kept walking. At the ranger station, we made a report and told them everything. The midnight visitor, the blade, the injuries, the camp, the weirdness. Corey lifted up his shirt and showed him the cuts. Paul gave them a timeline. I handled the map and pointed out exactly where it happened. A ranger, this older guy, listened without interrupting us. He took a few notes, but didn't look too surprised. "All right, yeah, we'll look into it," he said. And we asked if they'd follow up, and he said probably, but we knew the answer was most likely no. That's just kind of how things go in the backcountry. Things get muddy, no cell service, no evidence, and sometimes the only thing you've got is your word, and that's not really enough. We drove home in silence. I dropped Paul off first and then Corey, and nobody talked about doing it again next year. But here's the part that matters to me. We didn't fall apart. Corey joined the gym and started running again. I started going to church with Paul, and something that I hadn't done in years. We got beers on Thursdays too. We didn't really talk about the man in the woods, but we all felt it, how close it got, how fast something normal could really turn inside out. We ended up staying super close after that, still are. I think it made us tighter, closer. So no, I don't camp anymore. I don't just wander trails just to clear my head. But I trust my friends more than I trust anybody else on this planet. And if a stranger walks out of the trees again, this time I'll know exactly what to do. I run trails to get out of my head, and that's what I told my therapist at least. Shenandoah seemed perfect. Long loops, 0 cell reception, and a cabin rental with no electricity. I packed light, with some trail runners, protein bars, headlamps, bear spray. I wasn't trying to prove anything, just wanted to move, breathe, and forget a name that had been coming up in my sleep for the last 6 months. It was Saturday, around 6:30 in the evening. I was halfway through a 10-mile loop when I spotted that shortcut, a narrow offshoot, not on the park map, but listed on all trails as unofficial but passable. It would shave off 2 miles, and the sun was already dipping behind the ridgeline, so I took it. The first quarter mile was fine, a little overgrown and a few spider webs here and there. Then the brush got dense. I ducked under this low branch and nearly missed it, tucked between 2 poplars, half concealed by leaves and netting, a deer blind. And not one of those prefab plastic deals. This one was homemade, branches lashed with twine, a sheet of burlap stapled to the frame, camo netting over the front. So I paused. Curiosity's a hell of a thing. Inside the blind was a folding chair, a disposable camera, and a small pair of binoculars. On the floor, a Ziploc bag full of used tissues and candy wrappers, Butterfingers mostly. I stood there for half a second too long because behind me, on the trail I just left, somebody stepped on a stick. I turned around and there was a man standing there. I didn't move and neither did he. He was tall and maybe in his late 40s, tan canvas coat, ball cap, and a long narrow face that didn't really blink. I stood there at the mouth of the trail like a gatekeeper, like he'd been expecting me to stop at that exact spot. "Evening," I said, voice flat, trying to sound like I wasn't rattled. Nothing, just the tilt of his head. And that was enough for me. I turned and bolted into the woods. Not back the way I came and not toward him. I went sideways, cutting through the brush, ducking branches and letting instinct take the wheel. Behind me, the leaves began to rustle, slow at first and then speeding up. I ran harder. The terrain dipped and twisted, a tangle of rocks and down limbs, and I caught my foot on something thin, a wire, and went down hard. My palms were scraped, my teeth clacked, my right wrist lit up with pain. This guy had set up a trip line. My breathing got shallow and really fast too. My brain wanted to freeze, but my legs just wouldn't quite let it. I pushed off the ground and sprinted uphill through the switchbacks, dead leaves, using trees for balance. I didn't dare look behind me, but I still heard it. Whistling. A steady, breathy whistle rising up and falling, like sonar bouncing off the trees. True hillbilly nightmare shit. I kept running until I saw something ahead, another structure. A second blind. This one was a lot bigger and square. No netting this time, just raw branches, and inside, tacked to the frame with rusty nails, were a bunch of Polaroids. At least a dozen of them. All of them showed hikers, different ones on different days, always from behind, always from cover. And you can probably guess that one of these photos was me. Same leggings, same pack, same ponytail, taken that morning. I felt like I'd swallowed ice. I spun around and sprayed behind me. Full burst from the bear canister. The mist bloomed orange and sour. If he was there, he was gonna choke on it. I took off again, down this steep grade. Knees were shot, breath running ragged, but I knew I was bleeding, and I didn't care. I just needed a road, a ranger, a goddamn helicopter at this point. I crested a ridge and saw blacktop far below, just a sliver of road winding through the hills. My salvation. I barreled down a deer trail, far too fast and slipping, catching my arms on thorns. I didn't even notice the second man until he stepped out on the trail 10 yards ahead of me, older and gray, holding a hiking stick. He raised up a hand. "Hey there, are you okay?" I stopped to bear spray up, chest was hammering. "You look hurt," he said. His smile was calm. Weird. He took a step closer, and behind me I heard that whistle again. Closer. I didn't wait. I turned and ran off the trail, through the brush and downhill. I didn't care about the rocks or the slope or the pain in my calf. It was pure nerve and motion, and if I stopped, I knew I'd be gone. I crashed through the last round of trees and hit the asphalt hard, hands first, then my knees. My wrists screamed, but I was out. A Ranger truck ended up rounding the corner and then braked so fast that the tires chirped ahead of me. The driver jumped out, eyes wide. "Ma'am?" I couldn't speak. I could only point back at the woods. The ranger got me in the truck and called it in, shaking so hard that I spilled that water bottle that he handed me. My wrists were starting to swell up, my leg was bleeding, but I kept saying the same thing. There's two of them. There's two of them. I told him about the deer blinds, the tripwire, the Polaroids, the fucking whistle, and the second man on the trail. He kept glancing over the tree line with one of the most terrified expressions I'd ever seen on a person's face. By the time backup finally arrived, 2 more rangers and a deputy, the sun was up and my panic was starting to wear off, enough that I could walk them back part way. We found that first blind. Well, kind of. The framework was there, collapsed, half covered by a camo tarp. No chair, no camera, no Ziploc, no prints. And the second blind was gone. Just empty woods. I kept pointing back to where the things had happened, where I tripped, where the photos had been. Of course, they found nothing, and the ranger didn't say it, but I could see it in his eyes. Maybe she got turned around, maybe it was an animal, maybe she was just panicking. They drove me out of the park, took my statement, took pictures of my wrists and the cut on my leg, told me to call if I remembered anything else, but I never did. There were no follow-up calls, no news reports, no arrest. Like those 2 perverted hillbillies just up and vanished. I hadn't been back to the res in over 12 years now, not since I left for school and promised myself I wouldn't waste away out here. When my mom called me to tell me Grandpa passed, I couldn't say no. I needed to see that he was really gone. That old man played a huge role in my life when I was really little. He was buried in the dirt behind the community center, next to my grandmother and a dozen others that we'd paid respects to over the years, aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends. There weren't many people there. A couple of old uncles in sunglasses, my mom, of course, and some stray dogs sniffing around the weeds, and nobody cried. He was a quiet man, never mean, never warm, just always occupied and cleaning. He'd cleaned everything, not just his house, every old tribal building that was left standing, places that hadn't been used in years, places with caved-in roofs and no plumbing. The chapter house, the abandoned elementary school, even the condemned bathhouse off 191, places we weren't even supposed to go near. He called it honoring the breath of the ancestors, said if we didn't keep the places clean, something would come in. And if it did, he was worried that it would stick around. These old houses are houses for the dead, he would say to us. And the thing was, he actually worked as a maintenance man on a reservation for almost his entire life. For many years, he actually did clean and maintain these buildings, many of them when they were still in use. It was a comforting thing when he got older, I guess. My mom said it was dementia with the broom, that he got weird after cancer came back and he stopped trusting doctors. But I remember being a kid, riding in the back of his truck, watching him haul a mop and bucket into some crumbling ruin like he was doing God's work. He'd spend hours and hours inside those buildings, whole days even. And sometimes he wouldn't even come home at night. After the funeral, I sat in my rental car outside the gas station for like 20 minutes, chain smoking and debating whether I should head back to the city and catch an early flight, but I didn't. I turned south and drove to the bathhouse. It was still there, leaning hard to one side, roof sagging, windows broken, graffiti of course on the wall, red spray paint just saying nope. There was even a wasp nest hanging from the trim, a true native sign to stay out. And I should have listened. I walked through the gravel and the weeds straight to the door and tried the handle. It opened. The hinges didn't creak, the metal didn't groan, just a smooth swing inward, like somebody had oiled it recently. I stepped inside before I could even talk myself out of it, and frankly, I was in a bit of a shock. I was sure that it would be locked. If not, it'd be hard to wedge open, but instead it just let me right in. The smell would hit me first, bleach and mildew, old humidity trapped inside concrete. Not musty like an abandoned place should be. This smelled fresh, as if somebody were still inside here. My eyes started to water, but I kept moving forward. The lobby was lit by the sick glow of yellow fluorescent lights. A ceiling fan above wobbled a little with every pass. The front desk was still intact, half covered in dust, but the floor behind it, the floor was wet, recently been mopped. Pale streaks of water trailed off toward the locker room corridor. I stepped over them and walked down the hallway, expecting broken tiles and graffiti, but it was actually really clean. The walls had been scrubbed down to bare paint, and more than that, things just felt off and slightly wrong. Then I realized there were more doors than there should have been. Every few feet, a utility cart was leaned up against the wall, each with a bucket and a mop, some half-used bottle of degreaser or powdered cleanser. It was like walking through some kind of janitor's wet dream. One of the locker rooms was open. The lights flickered softly overhead of me. Most of them were empty, but one had a folded stack of clothes inside. Men's jeans and a gray t-shirt and some socks, all folded tight, almost like a hotel setup. Steam was drifting through the open door at the end of the room. There shouldn't have been steam. The power was off. There was no working water inside this building. The pipes had been shut down after the flooding, and yet somehow from that back hallway, I heard it, dripping. Then I heard water sloshing like somebody shifting in a tub. I didn't say anything. I didn't call out. I just moved forward slowly, step by step. My skin felt tight. My chest burned with every breath like the air had been steeped in some kind of chlorine. It tasted like it had. The source of the steam was a private bath stall in the far corner. A tiled door was ajar. Inside, the tub was full. Not dirty, not algae streaked, but full, clear, and warm. A towel was hung from the hook on the wall, and it looked freshly laundered. I turned to go, but I froze. Someone was standing in the hall that had just come down. I only saw him for a second, barefoot, holding a mop. His uniform matched the one of my grandfather that he used to wear when he cleaned the church. Faded green coveralls, sleeves rolled up tightly. His face was in shadow, but I knew. "Grandpa?" I asked, but he stepped back out of sight. And I ran. Every hallway looped. I swear it. I turned left, then right, then back into the same locker room that I had just left. Same folded clothes, same towel. Only now the mirror above the sink had writing on it, fogged in from condensation. "Don't make a mess," it said. I screamed out loud. My voice bounced back at me as the only witness, though. I tried the hallway again. This time I ended up in this narrow service corridor. Pipes overhead, floor sticky. One of the bulbs above me buzzed and then popped. Something dripped from behind the walls. I found a door marked janitorial, opened it and expected supplies or maybe an old push broom. Instead, I found a skinny man without any clothes on. He was looking over the shelves, but when I gasped, he turned on me and shrieked like a monster. And then it was on. I ran lap after lap through every corridor, knocking over trays, carts, and everything that I encountered. The guy behind me did the same. And God, he was fast, running on all fours like a dog, thrashing and scrambling, frothing at the mouth. Finally, he caught my foot and I smashed into a wall. I turned around, ready to push, ready to fight back, whatever I needed to do, but there was nothing there. He disappeared off into the darkness. Then from behind a wall far off, I heard a child laughing. Then some kind of whispering that I think said, "You shouldn't have come." I turned, ready to run again, but now the hallway had changed once more. Same corridor, but longer now, lined up with chalk handprints, dozens of them low to the floor, like kids had pressed their palms into the walls, some smudged, some fresh. I felt my legs give out from beneath me and just sat there on the cold tile. I started sobbing, teetering on just giving up completely. I'd rather jump out of an airplane than ever be here again. Somewhere far off, I heard footsteps. They were getting closer. I crawled into the break room, and whatever was crawling was just behind me. It was exactly how I remembered it from my childhood. Beige walls, soda-stained table, a microwave with the handle missing. Except now there were drawings taped to the walls. Childlike scribbles of stick figures bathing, stick figures watching, stick figures inside mop buckets, inside drain pipes, eyes wide. Somebody screamed from the next room. A slam from the other hallway, and then something fast moved past the open break door, and I saw a flash of wet feet. Then the lights went out. All of them. In the pitch black, I heard my grandfather's voice, not from his throat, but from the walls like it had soaked in itself. "Get away, sweet girl." I don't remember climbing, I only remember the cut. Something tore through my thigh, glass or rusted metal, maybe the edge of the skylight itself. I was halfway out it before I realized that I was bleeding, hot and heavy down into my shoe. The building was groaning all around me, encouraging me to move. I found the exit and charged with everything I had left. I hit the gravel with both palms, rolled up and got really fucked up. My leg was throbbing, but it held. I limped back to the car, one eye on the doors. I didn't trust it now. Everything was spinning and I was convinced that I was actually dying. Inside, the bathhouse windows were lit up, fluorescent lights flickering behind cracked glass. The lobby fan spun into some kind of frenzy. Someone was stood just behind the front window, totally naked, wheezing in the light. I peeled out of there. I didn't stop driving until I hit the edge of town and saw a sheriff's unit parked near the old gas station. I flagged them down, bleeding and babbling. One of the deputies called up the tribal police and I told them everything. They ended up taking me back out there just before sunset. The bathhouse looked the same, still sagging, still tagged with that nope. But the door was locked, and when they saw that, they started to doubt me and my story. Just another dumb, drunk native girl, but I promised them I wasn't crazy. They brought some bolt cutters and kicked it in. The power was dead. The breaker box had been stripped years ago. No bulbs, no fan, no steam. Just old tile, dust, and spider webs. No mops, no bleach, no naked guy in the rafters. But the footprints, they found those. Mine, mostly. Dried blood in the break room, bleach stains in the hallway, and one handprint in pale blue chalk, child height, pressed up against the wall near the exit. Nobody could explain it, but then again, nobody really tried. The cops said the place had been abandoned for decades, so long that even the kids quit poking around in it. Only the occasional drunk was seen stumbling in or out. They marked the structure for demolition again, the third time now, and every year it gets put on the list, and every year something seems to delay it. And every time I go back, I check, and it's still there. I was 9 the last time we walked all the way out to the gravel. It was Halloween night, probably 2003. I had one of those cheap Power Ranger costumes on from the flea market. My cousins Donovan and Wes were older by a few years, and way meaner about it. We were trick-or-treating up and down the tribal housing loop, cutting through dirt alleys and screaming at motion sensor lights like we were dodging lasers. Everybody had pillowcases full of mini chocolates and stale popcorn balls wrapped inside cling film. Somebody's uncle gave out warm Pepsi cans. We didn't care. Now, the rule was don't go past the last porch light. That was where the spirits were. No more street lamps, just moonlight and brush and the occasional parked truck left for dead. Wes had a BB gun that year and Donovan had just turned 12, so they were full of themselves. We passed the last house with the porch light on, a place with a rusted fridge and an old lady in curlers handing out those awful black and orange taffies. She was the unofficial boundary line. "I dare you," Wes said, grinning behind his skull face paint. "Go knock on the White House." Nobody lived there. It was just past the dip in the road, a single wide trailer with boarded up windows. No light, no driveway. But every year somebody would claim they saw somebody inside there, that they saw movement through the slats. It was the reservation version of a haunted house. I told him, I don't care, I'll do it. Donovan muttered something about a coyote, but I was already walking. Pillowcase in one hand, mask pinched between my fingers. I felt the gravel crunch under my shoes, and it was a lot louder than I wanted it to be. I walked fast, sound be damned though. Didn't want to give the older boys the satisfaction of seeing me nervous because, as it turns out, I was actually very, very scared indeed. The trailer wasn't really even a trailer anymore, just the husk of one. Paint peeled like a sunburnt skin, no steps and door barely hanging on its hinges. I climbed up anyway, and the deck groaned beneath my feet. I knocked. No answer, of course, so I waited. When I turned around, my cousins were gone. I squinted back toward the road but didn't see anything. No streetlights, no porch light glow. Just brush and blacktop, like the rest of the world had now disappeared while I wasn't looking. And that's when I saw him, a man standing halfway between me and the curve of the road, just standing there, staring straight at me. His mask wasn't plastic, and his eyes were the longest that I'd ever seen. He looked me up and down and then smiled. His face looked like wood, raw and dry, with these jagged holes carved for eyes, straps made of leather wrapped around the back of his head. His clothes were wrong, an oversized suit coat, bare legs and no shoes. He tilted his head at me and then started walking right at me. I stepped off the deck and ran. The mask bounced in my hand as I did, but I didn't stop. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I needed it, like it was part of the ritual, part of the dare. Like if I dropped it, I wouldn't get back. The man didn't really chase me, he just kind of walked faster. But every time I looked back, he was closer than he should have been. I ducked behind this old satellite dish, half buried in the scrub. I curled under it and held my breath. My Power Ranger costume was ripped. My knee throbbed from where I'd scraped it on a rock. Silence was around me, but then I heard it, this dragging noise. He'd walked past me. I could see his shadow now, stretched across the brush. And when he stopped, the sound stopped. He stood there for a really long time, and then he turned toward the road and walked off like he was done. When I finally got the nerve to move, I found Wes and Donovan sitting on the curb in front of the last porch light. They were laughing about something, sharing some candy. "You chicken out?" Wes asked me, mouthful of chocolate. "Did you not see him?" I asked. They looked at one another. "See who?" Donovan said. "The guy. The man in the mask." Wes rolled his eyes at me. "You're just mad because you got scared." I looked down at my pillowcase. It was full of candy. I thought I lost it on the run. Right at the top, on top of all the candy, was a black feather, long and oily. They laughed at me some more, and then we walked home. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the lights on and shoved the dresser in front of the window, even though it barely covered it. The candy bag sat there on my floor, this evil omen now, and I didn't want to touch it. In the morning, it was gone. My mom said the dogs had probably gotten into it, said next time I should hang my stuff up like I'm told to. I didn't argue, but when I checked the hallway trash, it wasn't in there either. Wes and Donovan never really brought it up again, not the house, not the mask, not the man. And when I tried to once, just once, Donovan looked at me weird and said, "You always make up crap when you get scared, huh?" That was really the end of it. Now I'm older and I've moved, got a job and a kid of my own, but every single Halloween without fail, I still feel it. I walk my own son around the neighborhood now, and I can't help but worry for him and what might follow him home next. I always wanted to hang with Cody and his crew. My brother was 17, smoked Newports, and had a girl who carved his name into her thigh once. He was that kind of cool and didn't need to speak. He walked with his shoulders square like Duke Nukem. So when he told me to get in the car that night, I didn't ask what for, I just got in. I had socks on and nothing else, no jacket, no phone. It didn't matter. I'm not gonna miss whatever this was. The other guys were Mike and Darius. Mike was huge and dumb, and Darius had those eyes that never blinked. The kind of guy who never got the joke, if you know what I mean. They were already buzzed and cracking old Milwaukees and tossing empties out the window as we flew past the boundaries of the village, deeper into the night part of the res where the hills crimp up and the cell signal dies. No music, just the road noise and Darius's weird-ass laugh. I started to get the idea that this wasn't a smoke run when Mike popped open the glove box and pulled out this crowbar. "Shit's easy," he said. "Old man packs up the shop after Halloween and leaves the till. We just clean it up." "Wait," I said, but Cody looked at me with pure rage, just shook his head once and kept driving. The shack wasn't even lit, just a tin box near a cottonwood tree. Big handmade signs still posted out front. Fireworks, tobacco, glass. The fence was falling over. It didn't look like anybody had touched the place in weeks, just like they said. "All right, leave the car running," Darius said. Cody turned off the lights and left the keys in, and then the three of them approached. They wanted me to be the lookout. It was the whole reason they asked me to go along. They were inside for 2 minutes before I heard the first noise. Not an alarm, not a door creak. CB chatter. It was coming from the tree line. Static in voice, somebody speaking in Navajo. I turned toward it just in time to see headlights snap on about 100 yards down the dirt road. "Go!" Cody shouted. They came sprinting out of the shop, arms loaded with cartons, then fell into the seats. We took off, tires spitting gravel. The other truck stayed behind for a second. I thought maybe we'd gotten away, until I saw its lights in the rearview mirror again, closer this time. "Shit! That's Isaac's uncle," Mike shouted. "The one with the scanner." That guy didn't chase like a cop. He chased like he was gonna kill us, and he had a reputation for being crazy and violent. We took a hard right into the Auroros, cutting over old utility roads, nearly flipping the car twice. Darius was bleeding from somewhere and kept yelling, "He's gonna shoot us! He's gonna shoot us!" Then the pickup actually hit us. Not hard, just enough to turn our back wheels loose. We skidded sideways and stopped into a ditch, hood now steaming. Cody shouted for us to scatter, and we did, everybody off in a different direction. I ran without looking back, lungs burning, feet slapping up against rocks and weeds. I didn't know where the hell I was going, I just knew I didn't need to be seen. I ducked behind this burned out couch somebody had dumped off years ago, hauled myself into the brush behind it and lay flat, trying to quiet my breathing. Then I heard singing, low and raspy and not a song I knew, just one old voice dragging through the syllables. Then I heard metal scraping. I couldn't tell if it was a shovel, but that's what it sounded like. I pressed my face hard into the dirt. The singing stopped, whoever it was, they were getting closer. Then a light swept over the brush and passed over me. I didn't breathe again until I heard the truck door slam and the engine growl away. I think Cody found me maybe 20 minutes later. His lip was busted, shirt was torn. He didn't say anything, just nodded for me to follow him. We walked back to the car in silence. Mike and Darius were gone, and of course so were the cartons. The front tires were slashed and somebody left a red scarf tied to the mirror. Cody sat down on the hood, lit a Newport with shaking fingers and stared off into the night. "You okay?" I asked him, and he nodded. "You mad?" He looked at me like I was the dumbest thing he'd ever seen. He stood up, grabbed the scarf and threw it into the ditch. "Get in the car." We sat there for 3 hours before somebody came to get us. Nobody pressed charges and nobody said a word about the break-in. Darius disappeared for a while. Mike claimed he was being jumped by drunks on the countryside. But a week later, we were walking past the community center when I saw Isaac's uncle sitting on the porch. He was carving something out of bone, didn't even look up, and said, "Keep that big brother out of the ditch next time, eh?" I didn't stop walking. Cody didn't either. We didn't talk about it again, and we definitely never tried to rob the shop again either. I've worked all the four corners. I've seen meth eat through houses, seen kids sleep in bathtubs, seen grandmothers talking to people who definitely weren't there. But this place, Sedaccini, this place made my skin crawl before I even left the truck. I was there on a soft referral, technically tribal health outreach, but unofficially they sent me to find out why 7 people had dropped out of contact with social services. 3 elders stopped showing up for checkups, and 2 teens who used to report for food aid had just vanished off the books entirely. Things do happen on the reservation, but this was a very large anomaly on the social service radar. The town was dry, quiet, and half occupied. Not abandoned, but liminal. Every trailer was leaning, every dog looked hungry, and everybody I talked to was smiling and happy. But that didn't make sense. It was almost like they'd been coached, like they were all in on something. It was an extremely rural and poor community, and everybody was vacant yet oddly joyous. I met a healer on day 2. His name was Ernest Sam. He looked like a man who had been deeply sick once and just survived. Thin, pale, and polite. Maybe in his early 40s, though he looked 70, especially in his eyes. He wore a beaded vest and a t-shirt with a faded Monsters Inc. logo on it. He asked me to call him Ernie. I told him I'm just checking in, nothing formal. He smiled and touched my shoulder with 2 fingers. "We've been waiting for somebody like you," he said to me. He ran his ceremonies inside this windowless dome-shaped hogan behind his trailer. The outer walls were covered up in old license plates, arranged like scales. There was no smoke hole, no door handle on the outside, just a red cloth hanging over the entry. I asked what happened in there, and he told me, people shed. That night, my phone erased everything I'd written down. Maybe it was a glitch, might have been a bad native medicine, but what I know is that every case note that I kept disappearing inside this half second. I was steaming the rest of the evening. I didn't plan on going to the ceremony. That was never part of the outreach protocol, but by the 3rd day, everybody I interviewed mentioned it. "Oh, Ernest helped my son," one woman told me. "He took the darkness out of me," another told me. "My cousin's boy had bugs under his skin, but Ernie, he got him to move on." It didn't matter if I was asking about diabetes, housing, or transportation. Every answer would curve back to the hogan, like the whole place had just grown around it. So I showed up just before sunset. Ernie met me at the edge of the clearing. He was barefoot holding a gourd rattle in one hand, and he nodded proudly to me. The air smelled like cedar and something I couldn't quite recognize, something I didn't like. I asked if I needed to sign in, and he laughed at me. "There's no records here." Inside, there was no windows, no lamps, just a ring of LED tea lights flickering in the dirt, and a Bluetooth speaker humming low drum beats from somebody's phone. The floor was packed earth. The walls were insulated with blue tarps stitched with thread. People sat in a circle, maybe 20 of them. Most of them looked hollowed out, but calm. Some had dried tears on their faces. One girl, no more than 16, stared into the middle of the ring, no clue where she even was. Ernest sat beside her. He started speaking, not English, not Navajo, just sounds, wet syllables. His voice changed midstream, pitch dropping like he was chewing on gravel, and the girl started to shake. Her mother sat behind her, whispering, "You're almost through, baby, just shed, just shed." Then came the part that broke me. The girl stood up, her eyes rolled back. She opened her mouth and something came out. Not a word or a scream, it was pressure, like the sound your ears make just before they pop. And she collapsed. 2 men took her by the arms and dragged her to a door at the back. One I hadn't seen before. It was cut low into the wall, covered by another cloth, and behind it, I caught a glimpse of something darker than the rest of the room. The ceremony continued on, and after an hour, people started filing out in silence. No goodbyes, no questions. I hung back, and Ernie gave me that smile again. "You're sensitive," he told me. "You'll hear it soon. Most people take weeks." When he got caught up in conversation, I ducked behind the inner cloth, slipped through the back door. That hallway behind it was short and humid, and it smelled like copper. At the end, the healing room. It wasn't so much a room as it was a pit chamber, round, maybe 10 feet across, padded with mismatched foam and duct tape. The air was buzzing, live wires or something, I don't know. And in the center was a hole. It was about 4 feet wide, seemingly dug by hand, literally, lined with rawhide and blackened stone. All around it were bones, small ones, birds, but they couldn't all be birds. Next to the pit, the girl's shoes, but she wasn't there. I turned to leave, already nauseous, but paused at the wall. There were marks scratched into the foam, claw shapes, spirals, ones that looked like a hand, long in the fingers, all pressed into the insulation like something inside the wall had been reaching out. And then from the hole, I heard it, this kind of wet breathing. No rhythm, no pulse, just breath. I stumbled back into the hallway, pushing through the cloth. Ernie stood in the center, barefoot, smiling and waiting. "You peeked," he said to me. "That's okay though." Then he stepped toward me. "It doesn't want you yet." I didn't think, I didn't talk. I ran out into the clearing toward my truck. My fucking tires were flat, slashed clean, but I didn't stop still, just kept moving, half limping toward down the road into town. Nobody opened their doors and nobody answered any knocks. I ended up at the diner, locked after dark, but there was an old man sitting on the porch and he didn't look too surprised to see me. "You saw the pit," he said. I nodded. He sighed. "We don't really like it, but we don't fight it." "What the hell is it?" I asked him. He didn't answer right away, he just looked up at the stars. "Something hungry," he said. "It knew we were dying and Ernie feeds it so the rest of us can stay." He stood, patted my shoulder gently, and then walked off into the dark. That night I slept in my truck, windows rolled up, seatbelts still on. It was the only place in town that I could lock myself away, even if it was only at half-assed security. Nobody came to check on me, nobody came to mess with me, and that kind of creeped me out. I thought about all the people in town and slowly realized how few children there actually were. I made a case note right then and there. They found me in the driver's seat around 8 a.m., keys still in the ignition. I was dehydrated, disoriented, and had cedar bark in my mouth. I definitely don't remember putting that there. I don't remember dreaming, just this deep pressure in my head. I was in a total stupor, as if I'd been drugged. When the tribal wellness team arrived, I gave them my full report and everything. The girl, the hole, the license plates on the wall, the thing that breathed. I even handed over my phone, told them about the deleted notes, the slashed tires. They thanked me, took my statement, and told me to take some time off. Within 48 hours, I was reassigned to a clinic in Shiprock. Paperwork was clean, no mention of Serachina. When I followed up with my supervisor, he said, "That village's caseload has been absorbed by a private partner." That partner? Ernest Sam Wellness Services. 3 months later, I saw him on TV. He was being interviewed by a local affiliate in Santa Fe, smiling in a clean denim shirt. They called him a traditional healer, bridging ancient wisdom and modern trauma care. He had just been awarded a federal grant for tribal wellness expansion. In the footage, locals stood behind him, arms crossing and smiling. One of them was the girl, the one who went into the back room. She was standing next to him, barefoot, staring into the camera. Her eyes didn't seem to move, and at the end of the segment, the camera panned wide. Behind them, the Hogan door. It was open. No lights inside, no candles, no steam. His good word is spreading. I hadn't seen my Uncle Ray in 6 years. He had died sometime between midnight and 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, according to the death report. Heart failure, no signs of a struggle, alone in his bed with a .38 special under the pillow and 3 deadbolts on the front door. My mother didn't want me going out there. She told me "It's not your problem. Sell the land and just burn the rest." But the will was in my name, and the tribal office needed somebody to sign the papers, so there I was, driving out. His place sat near the boundary line on the north side of the res, where the pasture land turned into scrub and gullies nobody came out to visit. True boonies. The cattle barn was long abandoned, the house was sun-bleached and sagging. What stood out most was the hardware. Camera on the eaves, solar panels wired to the floodlights, and heavy steel bars across the windows. You'd think he was guarding a cartel stash. It was really weird to see. The place smelled like ass. The living room was full of notebooks, spirals, and composition pads stacked up in towers, full of cramped handwriting, dates, and sketches. I didn't really have the time to read them all, but the words, "keep them in," showed up a lot more than one time. So did all these random hand-drawn maps of the area with red X's in these odd places. One of them circled a site behind the barn. I went out back. There, hidden behind a wind-warped section of the fence and a stack of rusted sheet metal, was a square patch of gravel. Embedded in the center, a steel hatch, hand-welded flat, bolted on both sides with no hinges. It didn't make any sense. There was no bunker, no cellar, and my uncle never mentioned building anything like that. But the ground around it was very disturbed, and it looked recent, like somebody had tried to dig it out. That night, I stayed inside town at a cheap motel. Couldn't really bring myself to sleep inside that house. I ended up waking up around 2 a.m. to the sound that I couldn't really place at first. It wasn't a siren, and it wasn't the wind, and it took me a few seconds to register it. It was something moving back and forth against the motel window. When I realized that it was, I pulled the sheets over my head and prayed until I fell back asleep. I didn't go back until noon the next day. I told myself that was the sound of a dream, some kind of sleep paralysis, the usual shit your brain feeds you when it doesn't want you to accept something. I was dealing with Ray's death, the weird property, and I was in this really delicate state of mind. So I brought some bolt cutters with me and a shovel. I wanted to see what the hell was in that hatch and maybe get a little peace of mind. The hatch was obviously still there, undisturbed, bolted tight on both sides. The steel was really new and solid, painted over in this matte black. It took a few hours, but eventually I broke the lock. Another 10 minutes in, and I had the latch loose. Once it popped, one side of the hatch unhinged from the earth, and I pried that bastard wide open. Underneath, a square shaft descended into the ground, maybe 8 to 10 feet. A steel ladder ran down into the darkness. Concrete walls, and the air that came up was warm and damp. It smelled like mold and rotten meat. I went down. The walls were poured concrete, thick, military style, maybe 10 inches thick and reinforced with rebar, judging by the rust bleeding from the seams. At the bottom was this narrow hallway, maybe 4 feet wide, and it was beyond suffocating. There was a light, barely, a single bulb flickering near the end of it. The floor sloped up slightly and led to a steel door with a siding peephole cut into it. It wasn't locked. Inside of it was a cell, and I don't really have another word for it. It had a cot bolted to the floor, a toilet, and chains mounted to the wall, a small drain in the middle of the concrete slab with one bucket, and one camera in the corner, red light blinking. There were no people, but the walls. The walls were covered in these photos, grainy prints thumbtacked in chaotic grids, faces, long lens shots, parking lots, trailheads, border roads. All of them were time-stamped, all of them labeled. One photo showed this girl, maybe 15, with long black hair, standing near a Dollar General. The note written underneath it was June 11th, vanished June 13th. Another man was in uniform, tribal police patch on the arm, sunglasses. Dixon, resigned 2019, no trace. Some of the faces looked back into the camera like they knew it was there. I started shaking. My uncle wasn't crazy. He was watching people, cataloging them, but why here? And then I saw something else. A photo, grainy and distorted, of a figure in the doorway of the very cell I was standing in. That same floor, same cot, but the shape in the frame was blurry, like it moved too fast for the shutter. You couldn't see the face, just the outline. It was tall, lean, knees bent slightly inward, and arms far too long. The caption read, June 2nd, returned. I sidestepped and tripped over something, a stack of tapes. There was this little TV in the corner too with an old VHS player. All the tapes had these weird titles, things like Oh No 2009 and Vault Catch #2. I took one that was pretty much rewound and popped it in. It still had power. The playback clicked and I turned the TV on, and it actually started playing. The footage began rolling, my uncle, gray and huffing, dragging something inside this room. Whatever it was wrapped up in a tarp, and it struggled. The footage was choppy, audio full blown out, but you could hear it. Laughing. Not like a man, like a fucking hyena. The camera shook and my uncle screamed, "Help! Get the fuck in here! Help me hold him down!" Apparently there was somebody else off camera, but they never stepped into frame. Ray gestured to them with one arm, which turned out to be a mistake. The thing under the tarp reared up, still wrapped, and threw him back into the wall like a rag doll. Then the feed cut to static. I backpedaled out of the room, up the shaft, lungs burning, and I kicked it shut and sat on it, wondering what the hell I just uncovered. I didn't stay in the house that night either. I went back to town and drank until my hands stopped shaking. Beer and whiskey to the vein and brain for 4 hours straight. Then I walked to the motel and passed out. At 3 a.m., I got a notification from one of the motion sensors my uncle had rigged up. When I saw the power was still on, I linked it up to the Wi-Fi before I left. I clicked on the feed. It was grainy footage, infrared, a shot of the backfield looking at the hatch. Something was standing there. Just standing too, looking down at the steel door, almost like it was thinking. Its shoulders moved slowly up and down, breathing or laughing. It walked a few circles around the opening before pausing again, and then it looked directly at the camera. Again, I couldn't see any features. Whoever it was, they ended up stumbling off, almost looked drunk. Then the notification ended. For obvious reasons, I didn't sleep much after that. Just watched the footage on loop, trying to convince myself it was some kind of glitch, bad resolution, wind, whatever excuse that would keep me sane long enough to file some kind of report. So the next morning, I called up the tribal police department and told them everything. They met me back at the property just after sunrise, 3 officers. One of them had been in my high school class. He didn't even say a word to me, just nodded, like he already knew what we were gonna find. We worked the thing open again and everybody descended. I led them to the back area where the cell was, the VHS tapes and all that stuff. The beefy smell was worse now. It was absolutely disgusting. The cops didn't really seem to mind. Either way, they collected a few things for evidence, took some photos, and said they would look into it. They mostly seemed concerned whether or not my Uncle Ray had a building permit for this basement. To say the least, I was disappointed. A week later, I was back in Billings, trying to pretend none of that had happened. I turned on the local news distracted. I was deciding if I should just sell the property or not, really getting into the nitty-gritty of it, and that's when I heard it. The story was halfway over. A girl, 16, missing. Last seen hitchhiking out near the reservation boundary. The reporter didn't mention the name, but I recognized the face from one of the photos. The photo from the bunker. I never made a report. This, in fact, is the first time I've ever admitted to seeing her face out loud. I don't know what my uncle was involved in, but I wish I would have listened to my mom and just sold it without batting an eye. When I was 18, I got my first real job. I was fresh out of high school and far too broke to care what it actually was. It definitely wasn't glamorous or anything. It was this big retail box chain with flickering lights and ugly blue polos, and of course, customers that always looked vaguely pissed off. But it paid more than fast food did, and it had air conditioning, so I figured I'll ride it out until I find something better. And honestly, I didn't mind it. I didn't have to think too hard. Management liked me because I showed up on time and didn't complain, and I got along with pretty much everybody. I did a little bit of everything: floor recovery, stocking, customer service when they were desperate. About a month in, one of the assistant managers pulled me aside, offered me an overnight shift, said they were short-staffed on nights and thought I could handle it. It came with a small bump in my pay and more hours, so I said yes without really thinking. I didn't have anything else going on anyway. The night crew was this skeleton team, just enough to unload the trucks and get the shelves restocked before the morning. There was Ernie, a crusty old guy who'd been there forever. He was friendly enough, but always had this weird twinkle in his eye, like he knew something that you didn't. Then there were Scott and Felix from cleaning, who mostly kept to themselves unless they were roasting one another. And Amy, the shift supervisor. She was the no-nonsense type, walked around with a clipboard like it meant something, but she was cool to me, so. I remember thinking, alright, this'll be pretty chill. No customers, decent people, easy work. But that first week, they all warned me about it. Whatever it was that came out when the store got quiet. I laughed it off, but I really wish I hadn't. The first night they brought it up, we were restocking the pet aisle. I was cutting open a box of dog food when Ernie shuffled over with his pallet jack and said, "You see anything weird yet?" I glanced up. "Weird? What do you mean?" He smirked. "Things moving, stuff going missing, lights flickering in sections that we ain't touched yet." Scott popped his head around the corner grinning at me. "Tell him about the freezer door." "Oh yeah," Ernie nodded. "Last month, walked past the frozen section and saw the back door wide open, cold pouring, big no-no. Went to shut it and heard somebody breathing off in the dark. Not talking, breathing. So I slammed it and booked it back." They laughed. It felt like this tradition, like telling the new guy about the ghost stories, so I played along. "Damn, maybe it's haunted by frozen pizzas." Amy didn't laugh. She looked at Ernie and then at me. "Just keep your head on a swivel. Weird shit does happen. Don't try to explain it, just let somebody know." I just chalked it up to boredom. Night shift would do things to your brain. The silence, the humming lights, the echo of your own footsteps. And for a while, I personally didn't see anything. Nothing strange. Just overstocked shelves and dusty stockroom corners. But eventually, it started. It was super small at first. I'd set a stack of bleach bottles at the end of an aisle, walk away to grab the next pallet, and when I come back, 2 would be missing. I figured maybe Felix moved them while I was cleaning, messing with me or something. But I found one in the toy section and another in the garden center, just sitting there, like somebody carried it across the store and just set it down. Another night, I was moving back stock into the pharmacy, and I swear to God, I passed this end cap that was fully stocked, turned around maybe a minute later, and half the shelves were bare. Nobody else was in the aisle. No noises, no nothing. I started watching others more closely. Ernie seemed like the type to screw around. He had that mischievous old man energy and loved telling stories. I figured he had to be pranking me, trying to keep this whole tradition alive. So I made it a point to stick close to him for a few nights, but every time something weird happened, he was nowhere near the scene. One night when I was working in the seasonal section, I heard a door slam near the loading dock. I called out thinking it was Scott or Felix, but no answer. I walked back and found the door to the electrical room cracked open, and that door was always locked. I didn't go in. Things began to escalate from there though. I'd find aisles lit up for no reason, inventory carts that I never touched now moved 20 feet away. Even Amy started to look pretty unsettled. She stopped brushing it off and stopped trying to make it funny. That's when I decided to just take matters into my own hands. On my day off, I went in around noon, told one of the assistant managers that I was trying to familiarize myself with the security protocols. Didn't even blink, just showed me how to access the camera system in the back office. I spent about 30 minutes learning controls, learning to rewind footage, switch angles, all I needed to know. So the next night, I came in early, normal shift, same crew, and I acted like everything was fine. I was assigned to the home goods section, working through a pile of bed sheets and bath towels. I placed a full display of towels on a folding table and went to grab the next stack. When I came back, the table was empty. Not one towel on the ground, just gone. That was it. I booked it to the security room. hard hammering in my chest. It felt stupid, but also felt like the most important thing I'd ever done. I sat down at the terminal, rewound the footage, clicked to the timestamp just a few minutes ago, and hit play. I watched myself stack the towels, then leave. And then that's when I saw him. He came from the left side of the frame, ducking low. An old man in this dusty brown coat, face obscured by the grain of the camera. He crept toward the table, picked up one towel at a time, and then carried them off screen. His movements were smooth, like he knew nobody was going to catch him. He didn't look around, he didn't hesitate. He came back again and again and again and took every last towel, then walked calmly into the employees-only corridor. I paused the tape, rewound it, and watched it again. He wasn't wearing a uniform, he wasn't anybody I'd ever seen before. He had this hunchback and long stringy white hair, and he walked with a limp like something was wrong with his right foot. But the thing that stuck with me the most, the thing that I'll never forget, was how calm this guy looked. This man was at peace. I called Amy. She came in, watched the footage with me, and I saw all the color drain from her face. "That's the same guy," she muttered. "I swear that's the same guy I saw 2 weeks ago walking into the garden center." "Who the hell is he?" I asked her. She didn't answer, just grabbed the phone and called the cops. The police showed up around 3 a.m., 2 cruisers with their lights off, like they were responding to a bomb threat instead of a trespasser. Amy met them in the vestibule, brought them to the office where I played the footage again for them. The older of the 2 officers leaned in close, watching the grainy figure shuffle across the screen. His face never showed, just that limp, that coat, and those same repeated movements. "Jesus," the younger cop whispered. "How long has this been going on?" "We don't know," Amy said. Her voice was tight. "We've noticed things missing, thought maybe it was somebody just messing with us." "Anybody ever see this guy in person?" "No," I said. "Not until now." "I actually think I did, last week," Amy confessed. They spent the next 3 hours combing the building, every corner, every aisle. They opened every emergency exit, went up into the catwalks near the back of the warehouse. Nothing though, not a footprint, not a blanket or a can of food or hidden stashes. They even brought in a canine, and the dog just sniffed around without reacting to much. Nobody could figure it out. The store was locked up tight every night at 11 p.m., and we were the only ones inside. No sign of forced entry, no signs of squatting. It was like the guy appeared when the lights went dim, did his little routine, and would vanish soon after. When morning came, they took our statements. They told us to keep an eye out and took off. That was that. No answers, no follow-up. Just this tight-lipped goodbye and call us if he shows up again. The next few shifts were kind of stiff and everybody was feeling it. Amy doubled our walkthroughs. Scott and Felix stopped cracking jokes. Ernie kept rubbing his jaw and muttering things to himself. Nobody was saying it out loud, but we were all waiting to see him again, waiting for the towels to vanish, waiting for the doors to swing open on their own. But nothing happened, not for a week, not for a month, and the weirdness seemed to stop cold. And for some reason, that was almost worse. You know that feeling when somebody's staring at you but you can't prove it? That's what it felt like. Every single aisle felt like it had eyes of its own. Every flicker of the lights would make my pulse jump. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps when I knew I was alone in a section, just faint enough to pass for imagination though. Ernie quit 2 weeks later. He said he needed cleaner work. Didn't leave a number, didn't say goodbye to anybody. Amy actually stopped working nights long after that too, switched to midday shift and kept her head down. As for me, I stuck around for another couple of months, mostly because I needed the money, but I stopped going in alone. I made sure I was always with somebody, even if it meant pretending to need help with something that I'd done 100 times before. I'd like to say it made me braver, but really I just got better at acting like I wasn't terrified. Eventually I did move on, got another job, something a lot more normal, something with windows and natural light, but I still think about that guy. And every now and again, I'll drive past that store. It's still there, still lit up at night like a glowing box full of its secrets. I wonder if he's still inside, and I wonder if he ever really left. Maybe he was never homeless, maybe he was never real. Maybe we were just part of something that nobody could really explain. To my knowledge, nobody was caught, no updates were given, no arrests, just a shadow on a grainy screen moving throughout the aisles. For about 8 years, it was just me and the kids. No help from their dad, no real backup plan for my family. Just side gigs, sleepless nights, and a long stretch of wondering if I'd ever get to take a breath without calculating what was left in the fridge. I cleaned houses, did overnights at the gas station, stocked shelves at 2 different stores, picked up whatever I could in between. It wasn't about pride, it was about rent, groceries, and school shoes. One of the very last jobs that I picked up during that stretch was this cleaning position at a big glass-paneled office building just outside the city. 7 stories, slick lobby, always smelled like printer ink and lemon polish. It looked way more expensive than anything I'd ever worked in, but the job itself wasn't bad. I was on nights, which was my preference. Kids were asleep. I could trust the oldest with them. I could move through the place in peace. Each floor belonged to a different company, and my job was to make the rounds after everybody cleared out. Take the trash out, desktops wiped down, toilets cleaned. I brought my own headphones and moved pretty quickly. The sooner I finish, the sooner I could crash for 4 hours before making lunches and the school drop-off. The first 6 floors were active. The 7th floor was vacant, which basically just meant that it hadn't been leased out in a very long time. The elevator was still there, but the button was dead, locked out unless you had a key access card. Management said not to worry about it. My pass didn't even work for it, so I didn't give it much more thought. Now the job was boring, painfully boring, the worst kind of repetitive. There's only so many trash cans and urinals you can clean before you start running on autopilot. But the pay was decent, and there wasn't a soul to bother me after 9 p.m. So for the first 2 months, it was just that, quiet, predictable, forgettable. Then one night I heard something coming up from the floor above me. Not a bump or a creak, not like a building settling. It sounded like people working and talking. I remember standing there with a full trash bag in one hand just listening, trying to figure out who the hell had moved up to the top floor and why nobody had said anything to me. The second time I heard a noise from the 7th floor, I stood there frozen in the 6th floor break room, holding a trash bag and listening again. Above me, I could clearly hear the thud of somebody walking, the rustle of papers and typing. I tilted my head up toward the ceiling, listening harder. It wasn't just one person, it was a whole floor of activity. Phones ringing, muffled voices, drawers sliding open and shut. It was 1:30 in the morning. I stood there like an idiot for a full 5 minutes, staring up at the ceiling, waiting for it to stop, but it didn't. The noise just faded gradually into the silence. I almost convinced myself that I imagined the whole thing until somebody started repeating the same sentence over and over. Now I couldn't quite make it out from the cadence though, it was unmistakable, monotone, robotic, like somebody reading a line of code from memory, and it went on for hours and hours. So the next morning I asked Frank. "Nobody's leased the 7th floor," he said, not even looking up from his computer. "If they had, we'd be the first to know. We'd have to clean it." "Okay, so who's working up there at night?" He squinted at me. "You hear something?" I hesitated. "Yeah, just curious though." He narrowed his eyes at me but didn't press. "There's nobody up there. Just leave it alone." So I left it alone. But that night, I started paying a little closer attention. Every time I got near the stairwell or the vents, I'd stop and listen. Most nights were quiet, but every few days the sounds would return. Not always the same though either. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like a full-blown staff meeting. Other times it was one person crying. Once, I even heard the elevator ding twice in a row and a voice shout, "Welcome back, Mr. Anders." No one was up there though. Frank swore by it, so what the hell was I hearing? I started recording it, pulled my phone out and set it to voice memo. Whenever I passed by the 6th floor east corridor, where the vents seemed to carry the most sound, I caught it all. Conversations about project deadlines, people typing furiously, somebody whispering that they were lost and cold. But when I played it back, Nothing. Just the soft shuffle of my sneakers and a whole lot of dead air. The recordings were there, but the voices were gone. At one point, I started thinking maybe there was a speaker system that I didn't know about. Maybe some bored tech guy had hooked up a loop to mess with me. But it didn't explain how specific it all sounded. One voice talked about not being able to feel her legs. Another begged for a flashlight. Then one night I swore I heard a little girl humming. Eventually it got to me. I stopped wearing headphones while I cleaned. I avoided the 6th floor towards the end of the shift, but still, 3 to 4 nights a week, I'd hear them. Banging, dragging, phones ringing. One time I could swear somebody ran full speed across the entire 7th floor. It shook the ceiling tiles over me. They were screaming about being lost. It bothered me so much that I started dreaming about it, waking up in cold sweats thinking that I heard the elevator ding from my bedroom. There were days where I felt physically sick going in, like my body knew something that my brain wouldn't accept. Then just after 2 a.m. one night, right as I was finishing the 4th floor, I'd taken the stairs because I didn't want to hear the elevator again. But as I came around the corner, near the lobby elevator bank, I heard the ding and saw the door slide open. A man stepped out. He was sharply dressed, charcoal suit, dark tie, black briefcase. He looked like a lawyer or a banker. He didn't even glance at me, just calmly walked past and stepped into the next elevator. I quietly followed, staying far enough back not to make any noises. He pressed a button. The elevator responded. Floor 7 lit up red. I stood there stunned. It shouldn't have worked. That button was dead. Frank said the floor was locked, but the elevator accepted it like it was business as usual. The doors closed before I could do anything else. I stood there in the lobby for a long time after that, 10 minutes or more, watching the elevator panel above the door. It didn't come back down. Nobody came back down. That's when I started thinking about it differently. Not like a haunted floor or a practical joke, but something worse. Something behind the 7th floor, behind the elevator panel, behind the drywall and empty badge logs. Something that didn't belong in an office building but still showed up anyway. Something the shell of what that floor used to do, but what exactly? I didn't know. I just knew it was happening at night. Always at night. Always when nobody was there to see it but me. And that's when I decided I've had enough. No more guessing, no more asking Frank and getting blank stares. The following week, I came in with a plan. If I saw somebody go up again, I'd follow. If not, I'd find a way to access the elevator panel myself. I was done playing dumb. Done acting like this was just noise in the pipes. It didn't take long either. On a Thursday night, I saw him again. The same man, same suit, same blank face. He stepped out of one elevator and walked straight into the other side, pressed a button, and disappeared behind those closing silver doors. This time, though, I was ready. I waited 2 minutes, just long enough to be sure that he wouldn't be standing right inside, then swiped my badge against the locked panel. It beeped. The red light next to floor 7 came on. The elevator shook a little, then started rising. No music, no lights, just a dim hum rising up into the dark. When the doors opened, I expected to see anything. An office, desk, a lit hallway, I don't know. Anything but what was actually there. It was pitch black. The smell hit me first, mildew and dust and something else. Something sweet and rotten like spoiled lunch meat. I stepped forward into the dark and raised my phone for light. It was a ruin. No carpet, the drywall was cracked open in places, wires dangling from exposed switch boxes. Ceiling panels were missing entirely. A couple of broken office chairs were piled up against the wall like garbage. The silence was total. I whispered, "Hello?" just to break it, and I obviously got nothing back. I turned to leave, already regretting it all, when something shifted out in the dark. A footstep, heavy, just far enough away to make me question it. Then another. I hit the elevator button so hard that my finger bent backward. A voice murmured something behind me, words that I couldn't understand, like a foreign language or maybe just gibberish. The elevator doors opened up and I backed in fast. As they began to close, a deep static roar erupted from somewhere down the hallway, like a television turning on full blast. I saw a flicker of light through the busted door, then something moved. I hit the closed door button again, even though it was already closing. and I didn't take a breath until the elevator hit the lobby. After that, I stopped working the 6th floor last. I did it early and never got near those vents again. Frank didn't ask me why. I think he saw something on my face, or maybe he'd heard it too and just didn't want to admit it. Over the next few months, I kept cleaning and kept my head down, but now and again, I'd see somebody, usually around 2 a.m., ride that elevator up to 7. I never asked what they were doing either, because that is well above my pay grade. I spent years working for this tow yard. Not exactly great work, but if you wanted solid money, there was no better racket in town. The pay was actually impressive enough to almost make up for everything else. The brutal hours, the no benefits, and the labor that left your bones aching by sunrise. It wasn't the kind of job where you punched a clock, cracked jokes in the break room, and counted down days until retirement. No, it was cold metal, chains and winches, and accidents that left behind twisted wrecks and shattered glass. Mistakes cost dearly, and a lapse in attention could mean losing fingers, toes, or worse. The work was ruthless and unforgiving, but there was never any shortage of it. That endless demand is why I started working overnights. The job was risky enough during the daylight, but darkness amplified every danger tenfold. People drive differently at night, drunk, distracted, or just plain exhausted. And the calls after midnight pay double, sometimes triple depending on the distance and complexity. For 6 months, I embraced that vampire lifestyle, living off gas station coffee and adrenaline, cruising through sleepy towns lit only by streetlights and the dim glow of the all-night diners. Most of the calls that I went to were routine enough. A stalled engine, a fender bender abandoned on the shoulder, an SUV stuck in a ditch because somebody nodded off behind the wheel. But every now and again, I'd pull something tragic, something that would stay with me longer than I'd like to admit. But it came with the territory, and after a while you either hardened up or just quit the job. I hardened up, mostly, convinced myself that the paycheck was worth whatever the damage the job was doing to my psyche. I just finished a straightforward winch out, pulling a sedan out from this muddy embankment around midnight when I got a call back to the yard. I was thinking about a cup of coffee, maybe a sandwich, when dispatch buzzed me again.
Got one more for you,
came the familiar voice, that monotone crackle from the radio.
Abandoned commercial van off Highway 19, about 40 miles out, near that old pullout that everybody uses.
I sighed to myself but didn't argue, scribbled down the details, half listening as the dispatcher rattled off the make and model. Routine and straightforward, just another vehicle left by some forgetful driver. At least that's what I thought at the time. If I'd known then what I'd find out there in the dark, I would have clocked out and gone straight home. By the time I hit Highway 19, the clock on my dash read 2:30 a.m. The road was stretching ahead of me, lonely and quiet, cutting a thin ribbon through the dense woods, an open field swallowed up by the darkness. The occasional glow from distant farmhouses vanished as I pushed deeper into the night, headlights painting the asphalt in a pale yellow beam. It was definitely one of those routes you don't want to drive alone, let alone at this hour, but the job didn't offer the luxury of choosing your territory. The pullout came into view, just a narrow gravel shoulder where folks sometimes stopped to stretch their legs or inspect their tires. Dispatch said the van would be right there, but as I slowed down and scanned the shadowy turnout, there was nothing there at all, just empty gravel and a scattering of windblown trash. I muttered a curse under my breath, squinting off into the gloom. Dispatch wasn't usually off by much, but maybe the caller had given bad directions or something. I rolled past slowly, shining my spotlight into the surrounding brush. Nothing there though, so I keyed my mic. Dispatch, there's no vehicle at the reported location. You sure about those directions? Static cracked briefly before the call voice came back to me, sounding bored and tired.
Caller was clear. Keep looking. Maybe it's further off down the road.
I sighed again and shook my head, and pushed forward another 10 miles. Just as I started to consider turning back, the beams of my headlights washed over a pale, boxy shape, parked neatly on the side of the road. I slowed to a crawl, taking in the vehicle, a pristine white Sprinter van with commercial logos plastered neatly along the sides. No visible damage. It looked brand new, not something you'd expect somebody to abandon on a desolate road. I parked behind it, flipped on the hazards, and stepped out, the night's chill immediately gripping me. As I approached the van, something immediately felt off, almost like the van was waiting, quiet and patiently. I reached for the driver's side door handle, unlocked. I swung the door open silently, revealing a spotless interior, no keys in the ignition. Odd. Usually people leave cars behind because they aren't running, so theft is a non-issue. Usually people leave cars behind because they aren't running, so theft is a non-issue. Those that request a tow typically leave the keys somewhere obvious. I scanned the cab with my flashlight, expecting some kind of clue left behind, and nope, anything. My heart kicked against my ribs when the beam caught something on the passenger seat. 2 crumpled up shirts, both smeared heavily with dark stains. Blood. My pulse quickened. What the fuck? Digging deeper, I found some other unsettling items scattered across the floorboard. A tiny pair of kids' socks, muddy and torn, a half-open bag of candy, another small electronic device. I stood up with my pulse hammering, skin prickling beneath my jacket. None of this made sense. This wasn't just an abandoned van. Something darker and more sinister had happened here. Determined to finish the job though and get away from this eerie scene, I searched quickly for the keys, and finally in the glove box, my trembling fingers closed around some cold metal. I hesitated briefly, then pushed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine purred, instantly to life, smooth and healthy. I sat back, breathing hard, hairs rising up on my neck. If the vehicle was operational, why just abandon it here? Maybe it was a tire issue, I don't know. So I grabbed a pressure gauge from my truck and walked around, methodically checking each and every tire. All perfectly fine, full of air. No reason whatsoever for this van to be here, empty and abandoned, with blood-stained clothes inside. Frustrated, I went back to the van, rifling through paperwork scattered inside the glove box, trying to find something, anything that might shed some light here. There were plenty of envelopes with mail addressed to various names, some flyers, a maintenance log, all normal mundane documents offering no clues. Nothing sinister, nothing alarming beyond what I'd seen already. Yet the air around me felt oppressive, charged with this unseen danger. My unease finally compelled me to step back outside, looking around at the shadowy woods, suddenly aware of how isolated I truly was. I quickly shook off the feeling and climbed back into the tow truck, keyed the radio again. "Dispatch, you copy?" Silence. I frowned and checked my connection and repeated myself louder this time. "Dispatch, I've located the vehicle, but something's off. I found blood inside, some other weird stuff too. Can you get law enforcement out here?" Still nothing. As I fiddled with the controls trying to boost the signal, a faint rustling noise came from somewhere near the roadside brush. Instinctively, I turned and stared off into the darkness. My heart seized as a figure emerged, barely visible in the shadows. A pale face, glowing eyes reflecting off my headlights right back at me, locked onto mine. A person now stood there, gaunt, hollow-eyed, and utterly still. Slowly, they lifted an arm and pointed down the road. My breath caught in my throat, tightening up with this sudden primal fear. Who the hell was this? Were they involved somehow? And why were they silently urging me away from the van? I slammed the door's truck shut, my eyes never leaving that figure. I jammed my thumb against the radio button one last time. "Dispatch, god damn it, answer me! I need some backup right now!" The radio hissed to life, but the voice that answered wasn't familiar. It was colder, sharper, edged with confusion.
"Who is this? We don't have any active jobs right now,"
was all they said. My stomach twisted violently. The shadowy figure stood there motionless, still pointing, this silent sentinel urging me away from whatever I'd stumbled onto. "What do you mean no jobs?" My voice cracked, panic pushing against my ribs. Sweat formed at my temples despite the chill of the night. I double-checked the radio frequency, glancing nervously back at the brush line. The shadowy figure still stood there, utterly still, glowing eyes still unblinking in the gloom. The dispatcher hesitated, suspicion clear in his voice. "I don't know who you spoke to earlier, but our logs are clean. No calls have gone out in the last 2 hours. Are you sure you got the right location, the right channel?" "Yeah, I'm fucking sure," I snapped back. 40 miles past the pullout on Highway 19. White commercial van. It's here, abandoned, blood inside, and some weirdo standing off on the road. Send somebody, now. This is Mitchell. I work for Fulton Sons. More static, and then finally and reluctantly.
All right, stay put. I'll alert law enforcement. Sit tight. Don't engage with anybody.
I let go of the radio mic and leaned back in my seat, heart thundering, mind racing. The entire scenario reeked of some kind of trouble. Why would dispatch lose a record of my call? And who would direct me here in the first place? Outside, that figure remained perfectly still. The arm had lowered, but those eyes reflecting the light, those twin embers, still staring right at me. It felt like they saw into my very core. Whoever it was clearly wanted me gone and away from the van, and away from whatever nightmare that I'd now stumbled upon. I debated leaving immediately, screw protocol, abandon the call, and just call it a night. But something had kept me frozen there, compelled me to watch, waiting, hoping desperately that law enforcement would roll up at any moment. Minutes crawled by, thick and suffocating as they were. Then, without warning, the figure stepped closer, emerging fully into the harsh beams of my headlights. It was a woman, I realized then, pale skin streaked with grime and blood. Torn clothing, her expression was now vacant yet intensely focused. She raised both hands, slowly palms facing me, a gesture of urgency and surrender all at once. I cracked open my window just enough to shout to her. "Who are you? What happened here?" She didn't speak, she didn't blink. Instead, she pointed again, incessantly down the road, mouthing a silent, desperate word. "Go." A chill shot down my spine. Whatever had happened to her, whatever she witnessed, had now left her speechless, broken, and terrified. Help is coming," I said, but my voice sounded hollow, even to me. She shook her head violently. Her eyes were wild and begging. She was telling me clearly to leave now. It was a warning, a plea. I felt sick, my instincts screaming at me to follow her command, to get as far away from here as possible. And then a different sound had now reached my ears, a low, rumbling hum. Headlights appeared far down the road behind me, coming up fast. My breath caught, adrenaline surged. The approaching vehicle wasn't marked. No emergency lights, no sirens. Just a black sedan racing toward us. The woman glanced back once, panic erupting across her features, and with one final look, she spun and vanished back into the brush, melting off into the darkness. Now that snapped me out of my frozen state, and instinct finally took over. I slammed the truck into gear, wheels spinning, gravel spitting out behind me. I accelerated hard, flying away from the scene, eyes glued to my rearview mirror as the sedan closed in behind me, headlights cutting through the night. I clenched the steering wheel until my knuckles burned white, expecting them to run me down, to try and force me off the road. Instead, after what felt like an eternity, they slowed abruptly near that abandoned van, coming to a halt exactly where I just stood. They didn't chase me or pursue me any further. My breath was ragged, my heart was hammering, and sweat was now cold against my skin. I didn't stop the truck until I saw familiar city lights ahead of me, until I pulled into the well-lit yard, threw open the truck door, and stumbled onto solid ground, shell-shocked completely. Dispatch called out over the radio, confused and angry, but I ignored them, numb to everything except that raw relief. The police ended up investigating the next day, finding, of course, nothing. No van, no bloody clothes, no woman in distress. No record of the call ever existed in the dispatch logs either. It was as if the entire night had just vanished into thin air. Officially, I became a joke. Another night shift burnout, seeing things off in the dark. Unofficially, though, I know better. Something strange was going on out there, and I should have never been involved. I spent the majority of my life as a military police officer. 2 decades of watching gates, patrolling barracks, breaking up fights, handling high-risk situations without even really blinking. It was a life of hard rules and harder people, and when I finally retired, I told myself I wanted something a little easier, less shouting, less paperwork, and nobody trying to stab me with a broken pen. That's how I ended up working security at St. Gertrude Medical Center. Easy money, quiet work. Nobody ever really notices the guy in the uniform with the clipboard and the badge, you know? You just float through the night, checking doors, nodding at nurses, and logging rounds like clockwork. I won't lie though, the hours were pretty brutal. 12-hour shifts, mostly overnight, but the job itself was cake. No riots, no bar fights, no kids hopped up on energy drinks trying to play alpha. Just buzzing lights overhead, floors you could eat off of, and the soft shuffle of nurses doing God's work. I was issued a clearance badge that gave me full access, psych ward, surgical units, maternity, even the morgue. Every floor, every wing. It made me the guy responsible for making sure the whole machine stayed locked down after hours. You'd really be surprised about how much a hospital feels like a tomb after midnight. Lights dimmed, elevators slower, no voices except whispers or groans. You walk those halls long enough, you start to memorize the temperature of every room, the sounds the walls would make, the subtle changes in the air pressure when a door opens that shouldn't. So when something's off, you'd know it right away. It started off pretty small, a patient wandering into an empty OR suite, another one found in the sub-basement waiting room with no shoes on, and no idea how they even got there. These weren't simple wanderers either. Most of them were too sick or too far gone to leave their beds without any kind of help, and yet somehow they did. Doors locked from the inside, no logs of any kind of movement, nobody seeing a thing. At first, you just automatically chalk it up. Human error. A nurse left a door open, somebody forgot to update the logs, but it continued to happen, quietly over and over and over. Eventually, I asked myself a darker question. Who the hell is letting these patients out? And more importantly, why? After the 5th time I found a patient where they had no business being, I stopped writing it off as coincidence. The files didn't lie. A man with stage 4 bone cancer had turned up in the ICU break room, curled up in a chair sipping somebody's leftover apple juice. When I asked how he got there, he just smiled and said, "The night doctor helped me walk." There were no nurses on that wing who matched the description that he gave me either. No one even remembered seeing him leave his room. I started pulling badge access logs after every single incident. I'd get into security terminals on floor 1A, scroll through the timestamps, compare movements to the rounds that I'd done. Nothing ever stood out though, not one anomaly. Whatever was happening without a trace. That told me one thing, it had to be internal. Somebody who knew how to move quietly, maybe some of the night nurses or one of the surgeons who'd stayed late and had access. Somebody with a full badge and privileges like mine. It didn't make sense, but it was the only possibility left. I brought it up to my supervisor Clyde, who had all the motivation of a retired DMV clerk. He grunted, glanced over the logs, and told me to just keep my eyes open. That was that. "Old buildings have their quirks," he said. "Patients get confused, just keep them in the rooms." So I started logging my own notes. I timed the doors, measured the interval between routine nurse visits. I left tiny pieces of tape on certain door hinges to track if they opened. I was done playing these games. I wanted to know how someone was getting end-of-life patients out of their beds and into areas that you needed level 3 clearance to access. And then finally, a name showed up. I was skimming a batch of internal maintenance records one night during a lull, and just trying to match names to movements, you know, when I saw this new entry, a badge access used on a restricted pharmacy closet at 3:17 a.m. That wasn't unusual, but what was unusual was the name, Jeremiah Stiles. I didn't recognize it. I asked the change nurse about him. "Oh yeah," she said, stirring her coffee. "Janitor, graveyard shift, weird little guy." I asked to see a photo. The idea was grainy, but it matched the image I already had in my head. Tall, narrow shoulders, pale as drywall, with oily black hair and sunken eyes that didn't blink. I have seen him once or twice pushing his cart around the quiet wings. Never even heard him speak though. Never once even made eye contact. But that night, I watched him. From my usual perch near the security monitors, I keyed into the hallway cams and followed his route. He moved slowly, like he had all the time in the world. He didn't mob much, mostly just drifted, cart in tow, eyes on the floor. He'd hover near patient doors, linger for a minute too long, and then move on. At 3:08 a.m., he stopped outside room 617. A woman named Agnes, mid-70s, terminal heart failure, couldn't walk without help. Camera footage showed Jeremiah entering the room with a small cup in hand, and he emerged 20 minutes later. No nurse had logged a visit during that time. The next night, I posted up near the north wing where Agnes had been moved for observation. Sure enough, I see him again, same pattern. Walks in with a cup, came out without it. Minutes later, Agnes rang her bedside bell and asked to be moved. She insisted the new doctor told her it was time. The nurses dismissed it, blamed her confusion on meds, but I didn't. 3 nights later, I got the confirmation that I needed. I followed him in person. I waited until his cart creaked down the hallway past psych recovery. He stopped at room 403. I followed at a distance, flashlight off, radio silent. Jeremiah goes inside. I wait 60 seconds, then peer into the window. I didn't expect what I found though. Inside, this frail woman stood beside her TV, IV still dangling from her arm. She was swaying gently, glassy-eyed, like she'd been waiting for a ride home. Jeremiah was knelt in front of her, tying her shoes. Her feet were bloated, discolored, but she smiled like a kid going to church. "You're doing great," he said, voice calm and soft. "Just a little walk tonight, change of scenery." "Are you my son?" she asked him. No, he said. "I'm just filling in." "All right, this way." Then he took her hand and led her into the hallway. I followed. They walked slowly, down 3 turns, bypassing 2 security doors that he shouldn't have had access to, except he did. His badge swiped at every one, no hesitation. We ended up near the old maintenance wing. Most of it had been sealed off for years. He stopped at this unmarked gray door and unlocked it. I moved quickly and caught the door before it latched shut and then slipped in behind them. The room was strange. It was super clean, bleached linoleum floor, an ancient speaker sitting on a supply shelf, a low hum of music playing, something orchestral, slow and sweet. And there they were, dancing. No jokes, no weirdness, just Jeremiah holding the woman like she was made of glass, slowly swaying to the music under the flickering ceiling lights. She was smiling and he was too. It wasn't romantic, it was something else, like watching a child and his dying grandmother cling to the very last quiet moment they had together. But this wasn't caregiving, and it wasn't protocol, and it damn sure wasn't right. I stepped forward and said, "Jeremiah?" He froze, his eyes found mine, black and empty, and suddenly full of grief. "She's going soon," he whispered. "She just wanted one last dance." I stood there stunned for a second, not sure whether to call for backup or let it play out. The woman didn't even seem to notice me. Her eyes were closed, a head on his shoulder, a faint smile on her lips like she was dreaming. Jeremiah's hands were now trembling where they held her, and for a moment, he looked like a scared little boy. "This isn't your job," I said. "I know," he whispered, not turning to face me. "But nobody ever tells them it's okay to go. They just leave them here, alone. I don't like that." I stepped forward slowly. "You drugged her." "I didn't hurt her," he snapped, then instantly softened up again. "I gave her something to keep her calm. I tell them what they need to hear, that somebody cares, that they're not alone." She gave this soft laugh, eyes still shut. "He said we were going to go to the garden." That's when I moved. I put a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder firmly. He didn't resist, just nodded and let go of her. She stumbled slightly, but stayed standing. "She needs to be in her bed," I said, "and you need to come with me." He finally turned to face me. I expected madness, defiance, maybe tears, but what I got was emptiness, hollow eyes, resignation. "I never touched them," he said. "I just made it nicer." We walked out together. I flagged a nurse and had them bring the woman back to her room. She didn't argue. She'd already started to nod off again. Whatever he gave her, it was definitely strong. But she was stable, no harm done, at least not physically. I escorted Jeremiah down to administration and filed a report. HR was called in, security, the whole 9 yards. They searched his locker, found an entire stack of patient names, scribbled in loops on lined yellow pads. Terminal cases, DNRs, psych flags, all the ones who'd slipped through the cracks. He also had this stack of Polaroids, very inappropriate photos that he'd taken of patients. He was fired before sunrise. Officially, the charges were trespassing and unauthorized contact with patients, but after the paperwork was done and I gave them my full statement, I asked somebody from legal what the hospital's plan was long term. "Keep it quiet," she said. "No press, no drama, just a bad hire. It's already handled." But that didn't sit right with me because the truth is, nobody knew how long he'd been doing it for. Some records didn't line up, some badges had logs retroactively deleted. We were never able to prove if he was doing it or if somebody had helped cover it up. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody higher up knew and just looked the other way. Weeks went by and things would slowly go back to normal, mostly. I stopped seeing patients in the wrong places, the logs continued to make sense again, and the halls felt quieter. But I'll admit there were nights deep into the shift when I patrolled those older wings, the ones with the creaky vents and lights that flicker just a little too long. And I'd swear that I hear music. Just a faint melody, a violin or a piano, something soft and slow drifting out of a supply closet or under a door that shouldn't be unlocked. Of course I'd check, always did, but never found anything. Was met with silence, my own footsteps echoing in those empty halls. Was he crazy? Probably, but maybe not in the way that we think of crazy. Maybe he was just lonely. Maybe he saw what this place does to people, the way it erases them before they're even gone. And maybe he did in fact think he was helping. I don't want to really justify what he did. He definitely crossed way too many lines, violated all kinds of protocols, but when I think back to that old woman smiling in the dim light, swaying to a song that she hadn't heard in years, I think part of me understood. Jeremiah said something when they took him off in cuffs too, something that I never wrote in my report. He looked at me, dead in the eyes, and said, "You should see how long they hold on when somebody finally tells them it's okay to go. I give these people life. I'm a life giver." Yeah, okay, buddy. My first job was at a grocery store called Weaver's Market, tucked between a strip mall, nail salon, and a pet crematorium. Real glamorous setup, I know. But it was only 10 minutes from home. The hours were decent, and it was one of the only places in town hiring 17-year-olds without some kind of referral from somebody's uncle. I didn't need a career. I needed gas money and a reason to get out of the house. I got the gig 2 weeks after school let out for the summer, worked Monday through Friday, 4 to 8 p.m., stocking shelves and facing products like a good little capitalist. They gave me a company polo 2 sizes too big, a box cutter, and a list of things not to say to customers. It was boring, repetitive, but the paycheck didn't bounce and the AC worked, which made me luckier than half the town. The other part-timers were mostly high school kids like me, so we kept it light. Snuck expired candy off the damaged goods shelf, swiped playlist recommendations, and made fun of the produce guy who talked to melons like they were babies. There was one guy though who didn't quite fit in. Derek. He was older, mid-20s I think, but he worked the same hours as us, sometimes longer, always in the same faded jeans and black sneakers. always with this little smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He knew where everything was, even shit from obscure seasonal displays buried in the back. The managers liked him because he never called out, but even then they kept a little distance from him. He noticed me on my second day, said I had good shelf form, whatever the hell that meant, and then offered me a granola bar that he pulled from his own pocket. Still sealed, but no thanks, man. After that, he made a point of talking to me every single shift. Tips about stacking things, stories about his wild youth. Asked me if I had a girlfriend, where I went to school, if I walked home alone. It was weird, but not aggressively so. Just the kind of guy who doesn't really know how to talk to people his own age, I guess. Or maybe I thought he was slow or lonely or both. He offered me a ride once, said it was gonna rain, even though the sky was spotless. I told him no, that I needed to walk to clear my head. He nodded like he got it, but then I caught him watching me leave. Not waving, not smiling, just watching me. Like he wanted to see which direction I turned when I hit the sidewalk. And it was around this time that the phone calls soon started. At first, I told myself, okay, it's just a coincidence, right? There's weirdos everywhere now, telemarketers, prank callers, even bored kids with spoof apps. The static calls could have been anybody. But they always came around the same time, just after 8 when I got home from work. The phone would ring, I'd check the screen, blocked. And then I'd answer out of reflex, but nothing. No voice, no noise behind the faint static hiss and the kind of slow nasal breathing that sounded like somebody trying not to be heard. But I could hear them, and then a soft click, and the call would end. I think after the third time, I just stopped answering. I didn't say anything to my parents. They'd already given me the "don't talk to strangers" lecture 6 years too late. If I brought this kind of thing up, they'd probably pull me out of my job and make me spend the rest of the summer power washing the driveway. I wanted complete independence, at least somewhat, not to be on house arrest. But as the days went on, it continued to get worse. I opened up my locker in the break room to grab my hoodie, and I found something inside that I definitely didn't put there. It was an old VHS tape in a dusty sleeve. No label, just black plastic, worn smooth like it had been passed around a lot. Tucked behind it was this folded slip of paper, the kind that you'd find in a greeting card. It said, "You said you liked old horror. Thought of you. Enjoy." No signature, no name, but I knew who it was from. I'd briefly mentioned that I'd liked John Carpenter movies during a shift, talking to another stalker while we reset the frozen food section. Derek had just been a few aisles over, loading up canned soup. I hadn't even seen him looking, but obviously he heard me. That night, I checked the tape in our old player inside the basement. It wasn't a horror movie, not really, just static at first. A few seconds of handheld footage. A kid, maybe 9 or 10 years old, walking down a neighborhood street. The camera was shaky, the audio was crackling. It zoomed in and out like somebody fumbling with the lens. At one point, the person holding it whispered something that I couldn't really make out. I didn't really need to see anymore. I ejected the tape and threw it in the trash. The next night, I stayed late after shift pretending I had to clean up a spill. I waited until Derek had left first. He always parked in the side lot, near the dumpster. I counted to 60 before finally stepping outside. His car was gone, or at least at first I thought so. Halfway home, I spot it, parked at the end of my street, engine off, no lights. My gut dropped. I cut through the neighbor's backyard and hopped the fence into mine, didn't even look back. Inside, I locked every window, pulled my curtains tight. I hardly slept, just laid there, eyes wide, phone in hand, waiting, because I knew what was about to happen. My phone rang at 12:42 a.m. Blocked. I let it buzz. It stopped, then started again, immediately. Blocked. I answered, voice shaking. What do you want from me?" I was only met with silence, and then,
"Don't quit."
I nearly pissed myself. I didn't go in the next day. I called out sick. My manager sounded annoyed, but not surprised. Said Derek had mentioned I seemed off lately. That night, I told my mom about everything. The weird calls, the questions, the car, the strange VHS tape that he gave me. She ended up going full mama bear, filed a police report, had the phone company trace what they could. put up new motion lights around the house and made me promise that I'd quit that job. I didn't argue. 2 days later, we woke up to shattered glass all over the kitchen floor. Somebody had thrown a brick through the window. Tied to it was a strip of receipt paper, like the kind that we used at Weaver's Market. The only words it said was, "We are not done." This time the police did take it seriously. They pulled Derek in for questioning, said they couldn't hold him long though because there was no proof of intent. Just a string of creepy incidents that didn't quite stack up legally. But they searched his place. And what they found ended up making the local paper. Inside Derek's bedroom, dozens of photos, all of me, some from work, some from the parking lot. One was from my backyard, through my bedroom window. They found notes too, crude diagrams about my house, maps of my route home, list of things that I'd said, what snacks I liked, the brand of toothpaste I used. This fucking psycho had been following me for weeks, maybe even longer. And there was a notebook titled Project Daniel, in quotation. My name scribbled all over like a mantra, and one of the entries even said, "When I finally talk to him for real, he'll understand." But Derek never got the chance. They charged him with stalking and criminal trespass and unlawful surveillance. He pled not guilty, but nobody bought it. Last I heard, he was still locked up awaiting trial, pending a psych evaluation. They offered me some therapy, and my mom said it might help. I went once, but I didn't really talk much. Mostly I just kept walking, kept my head down, started locking my bedroom window even when it was 100 degrees outside. And that summer, I learned more about fear than I ever really wanted to. I never ended up taking another job until college. It didn't matter how safe it looked or how many people worked there. I just couldn't shake the feeling that somebody was always watching me. That behind every single smile, there might be another Derek waiting to get close to me, waiting to take some more notes. My parents never brought it up again after the fact. It was easier that way, I guess. And we ended up moving the following spring. New neighborhood, new locks, and I started fresh, more or less. You ever take a job that you know you shouldn't? Not because it's dangerous or illegal, just because you've got that tight little feeling in your gut like something isn't right. And yeah, that was this one. I'm a single dad, 43. Used to be a welder and a union guy, before the back pain started showing up with more attitude than my ex-wife. After I got laid off, I took what I could find. Landscaping, maintenance, security, anything to keep the lights on, and my daughter in her summer dance camp. This job was night shift security and emergency call response at a warehouse construction site out in Temecula. Big commercial project, one of those ugly concrete boxes that looked like a prison even before the walls went up. They hired me out as a subcontractor, no benefits, no pension, just $12 an hour and a clipboard with my name on it. I started 2 weeks in July. Hot enough to boil the piss out of you during the day, but at night the desert would cool off, and the wind made that metal scaffolding sing. It was kind of peaceful in this weird way. Long stretches of silence, broken up only by the occasional hum of a generator or a loose tarp flapping against steel. Most of my nights out there were dead quiet. I'd walk the perimeter once an hour, log it in the book, check for trespassers or broken equipment. Sometimes I'd spot a coyote or even a raccoon digging through the trash, nothing too dramatic. The Tuesday in particular started off the same way every other one did. Normal rounds, stars overhead, empty snack machines humming by the trailer office. I just logged in my 10 p.m. sweep when the radio crackled up. Dispatch told me there was a flicker in the northeast sector by the staging zone for the rebar delivery. No big deal, power hiccups happen all the time. I grabbed my flashlight, shrugged into my jacket, and then headed down the gravel path between equipment sheds. It was darker back there than normal. That part of the site didn't really have any lighting yet, just temporary cones on generators that we were told not to run unless we absolutely had to. Save money, they said. I made it halfway down the path when the ground disappeared. 1 second I'm stepping on a solid earth, the next the world is dropping out from underneath me. I didn't have time to shout, just a breathless, "Oh shit!" Then nothing but dirt and gravity. When I hit bottom, my left leg bent the wrong way, snapped like a wishbone. I screamed so loud that I thought I was about to pass out. But nobody heard me because I was 20 feet underground, alone. And the rebar crews were scheduled to return at dawn. I laid there in the dark, sucking air through clenched teeth, trying not to puke from the pain. My leg was completely ruined, broken for sure. I could feel the bone pushing against the inside of my jeans, slick with something warm. My flashlight had flown out of my hand during the fall, landed a few feet away, casting this narrow beam across the dirt and coils of rebar. Everything beyond that was black, thick and absolute. I reached for my belt radio. It was smashed, crushed in the fall or on the way down. My phone? That was in my front pocket of my work shirt, which had ripped open on some exposed steel rods. It was gone, maybe lying in the dirt somewhere very near me, but I couldn't see it, so it didn't really matter. I tried yelling again, but my voice echoed off the walls, then faded off into nothing. No answer, no movement above me. Just me buried alive in a damn trench I didn't even know existed. You'd think a site like that would have something marked or flagged, fenced off, OSHA, right? But no. We were between inspections, the city had delayed permits, and the crew had left early that week, which meant no tape, no barriers, no warning signs, just a raw hole in the earth waiting to be filled. And of course, with me now inside it. Stupidly, I tried to stand and nearly blacked out from the pain. The only thing I could do was drag myself into this sitting position, propped up against the angled side of the pit, leg at this grotesque angle. I shivered, but not from the cold. It was still 70 degrees out, but from the primal realization that if nobody came, I'm not getting out of here. I checked my watch. It was 10:13 p.m. The crew would not be back here until morning, 9 hours at least. I tried shouting every 30 minutes or so, screamed until my throat was raw, but there was nothing up there but steel and stars. Around midnight, the pain changed. It got duller and fuzzier. I knew that wasn't a good sign. I had seen enough injuries on the job site to know when the shock would start to take over. My mouth was dry, my ears were buzzing. I needed water, I needed help. I needed somebody to realize that I wasn't just on a bathroom break or dicking around in a trailer. And then I noticed the rats, 2 of them, maybe 3. They came up from this little drainage gap in the far corner of the trench, sniffing around at first, then creeping closer to my boots. I kicked out weakly with my good leg and they scattered, but didn't go far, just waited in the shadows, watching. I sobbed. I'm not proud of it, but it came out of me in wet, breathless chokes. I'm not a tough guy. I was a dad who read bedtime stories, paid his taxes, and tried not to drink before dinner. And I was gonna die inside this hole behind a goddamn warehouse. At some point I drifted. I don't know if I blacked out or just slept, but I came to with dirt hitting my chest. A little at first, soft like rain, then more. Chunks of gravel bouncing off my shoulder, dust clouding the flashlight beam. I looked up, squinting at the fall. Something was happening above me. Voices, muffled shouts, machinery starting up. A dozer. My blood went cold. They were filling up the trench. I screamed, louder than I've ever screamed in my goddamn life. Just this raw, shredded bellow over and over, my throat ripping apart. The dirt kept falling though. A layer covered my legs, and I clawed upward with one good hand, digging at the slope, trying to find something, anything, to pull myself higher. My boot caught on a loose rebar hook, and I almost passed out again from the pain, but I kept going. Above me, I saw movement, a face, a guy in an orange vest leaning over the edge, shovel in hand, squinting down. And then I heard him shout, "Jesus, there's somebody down there!" Everything went still. Voices barked, the dozer engine coughed and then died. And then a rope, a blessed rope. Somebody tossed it down along with a metal rebar hook, wrapped in an old towel. I wrapped it around my waist and shoulders and they pulled like hell, all the while I bit my tongue hard enough to bleed. It took 4 men to get me out, and when I hit the surface, everything tilted. The sky spun. The last thing I saw before I passed out was this big-ass man in a hard hat shouting, "How the hell did he get down there?" I came to in the back of an ambulance, strapped down, oxygen in my nose, IV in my arm. A paramedic kept asking me what day it was. I didn't answer. I just kept mumbling, "You're gonna bury me. You're gonna bury me." They took me to County General. Compound fracture, blood loss, dehydration, minor concussion. I spent 4 days inside a room that stank of antiseptic and latex gloves, listening to machines beep and wondering how deep that trench really was and how close I'd come to vanishing completely inside it. They never filled out the full incident report because too much liability, of course. The site manager came by once, offered to cover my deductible as a courtesy. He couldn't look me in the eye, none of them could. But still to this day, here's the part that really gets to me. 3 days after they pulled me out, I got a text from my boss and was effectively relieved of my job. I think they were worried about getting sued, which honestly, maybe I should have. My leg and back have never been the same since it either. Now I'm back in the welding industry, but more as an instructor and consultant. And you won't catch me working overnights anywhere near an open pit. Retirement didn't suit me the way that I really thought it would. The first couple of months were actually nice. Mornings on the porch, slow coffee, crossword puzzles, feeding the birds. But then very quickly the days would start to drag. Hours would stretch thin. My wife had passed 2 years earlier, and without her there to organize the day, everything felt loose and empty. So that summer on a whim, I took a part-time job at this upscale gas station near the university. Not one of those grime-covered corner stations either. This place had kombucha on tap, pastries baked daily, and more flavors of vape juice than I could really count. Air conditioning, clean floors, good lighting. It really wasn't bad. I worked 2 or 3 nights a week, mostly closing shifts, 5 p.m. to midnight. Easy money, and it gave me something to do, a reason to shave, a reason to actually leave my house. The shift lead was this young woman named Callie, sharp, maybe 25, but I could tell she was already burnt out. She ran the store like a general, everything had a system, everything had a checklist. Then there was Miguel, 18, always tired but always polite as well. His earbuds were always dangling around his neck like they were part of his own uniform. We had this routine. Last half hour, Miguel would sweep, and I checked the cooler temps. Callie counted the drawers and locked the side door. So by midnight, we were usually out the door before the automatic lights would even kick on. It was quiet work mostly, until it wasn't. The night in question was a Thursday, hot and monsoon season. The air felt swollen. Miguel was in the corner sweeping up this shattered kombucha bottle that somebody dropped earlier. Callie was in the back printing out a cash out report. I stood at the register, flipping through a new pack of scratchers when the door chimed. 2 men walked in. Not college kids, not regulars. Skinny and twitchy. One wore a hoodie despite it being 98 degrees outside. The other kept his hand tucked under his shirt, scratching at something or hiding something. I couldn't tell. They split up almost immediately. One headed toward the snack aisle, the other straight to the back where the restrooms were. I caught Callie's eye through the office window. Her jaw tightened. She'd seen it too. Miguel looked up and I could see it in his face. He didn't like it either. I told myself they'll buy some Red Bulls and quickly leave, right? But deep down, I already knew better. The guy in the hoodie lingered by the beer cooler, but he wasn't shopping. He was watching, eyes half-lidded, shoulders twitching, like he was warming up to something ugly. The other one, the taller one, paler one, covered in acne scars, disappeared into the back where the restrooms were. I didn't like this. Callie emerged from the office, clipboard in hand. She didn't say anything yet, but she didn't really have to. She stood behind the counter next to me, stiff as a fence post, opened up the drawer like everything was normal. Miguel, off in the corner, stopped sweeping. I could see him subtly inching toward the maintenance room. A few moments later, the guy in the hoodie walked up to the counter, set down a can of Monster, and I rang it up. "That it?" I asked him. He didn't answer, he just stared at me. Then loud and fast, like it'd been rehearsed over and over. "Empty the drawer." Callie froze and I blinked. He lifted up his shirt just enough to show the grip of a pistol jammed into his waistband. Not flashy, not dramatic, just matter of fact. "Now," he said. Nice and easy, too. Before I could move, the second guy came out of the back swinging this length of steel pipe. Miguel didn't see him until it was too late. One brutal crack to the ribs, and the kid hit the floor screaming. I could hear the bones crack. Callie snapped, and she reached for the panic button under the counter and slammed it. But that tall one was fast. He reached across and grabbed a fistful of her hair and slammed her head into the register. She collapsed behind the counter, groaning. Not out, but dazed. I didn't move. The man with the gun pulled it out fully now, no longer tucked away. No more hints. All right, no more games. Open up the drawer, all of it. I did. He grabbed handfuls of cash, shoving bills into his hoodie pocket. Then he turned to the scratchers, ripped off entire packs off the hook, stuffing them deep into his waistband. The tall one dragged Miguel behind the counter. The poor kid was crying now. Not from pain, he was begging, saying please over and over like a prayer. That's when I noticed the blood now pooling around Callie's face. The register drawer had cracked her cheek open. She wasn't responding, and her eyes were open but glassy. Something then broke inside of me. I reached for the fire extinguisher under the counter. Not a big one, but enough weight to knock a guy stupid if he got close. The moment Hoodie Boy turned his back, I swung. I caught him in the back of the head. He let out a grunt, but didn't go down. Then he turned and raised the gun. I don't know if he hesitated or missed on purpose, but the shot went wide. Glass shattered behind me. My ears were ringing like church bells. I tackled him with everything that I had left in me. My old joints were screaming, but we both went down behind the counter, and the gun skittered out of reach. I punched him once, twice, it didn't really matter. I couldn't keep him down. Dude was wiry, fast, and high on something that made him impossible to deal with. Then, crack. I saw white. The tall one had hit me across the back with the pipe. Everything jolted sideways and I went limp. I couldn't move, I could barely even breathe. I waited and expected the next blow to finish me, but it never came, because the front door chimed, and we all froze. Another man had walked in, big guy, delivery uniform. He stood there holding a plastic crate of pastries, blinking like he just stepped into a nightmare. The tall one bolted first, dragging his friend by the collar. They left the pipe, the scratchers, even half the cash on the floor and just ran. The delivery guy backed out, hands up. I already called 911, he said, but it was clearly a bluff. They didn't care. They disappeared off into the night. I stayed on the floor, blinking through the fog of pain and blood and adrenaline, watching the little green numbers on the cash register tick to over midnight. The cops showed up 8 minutes later, and by then Callie had started to come round, mumbling nonsense through swollen lips. Miguel couldn't fully sit up, and I just sat on the floor, leaning against the cooler, trying not to throw up. The EMT said I had a concussion, 2 cracked ribs, and a bruised kidney. Could have been worse. Miguel had a broken collarbone and maybe a fractured jaw. Callie, though, got the worst of it, a shattered cheekbone and a minor brain bleed. They said she'd be okay, but she needed surgery and weeks of recovery. The detectives pulled me aside before the ambulance left, asked me a few questions. Did I know the men? Had I seen them before? Did I remember what direction they ran? What they took? I answered what I could and gave what descriptions I could remember. They caught one of them 3 days later, I believe, the smaller one, Hoodie Boy. He'd been trying to pawn off stolen vape cartridges and scratchers in the next town over. Still had blood on his shirt. He didn't even put up a fight either. The other guy, Pipe Man, he disappeared, vanished off into the night like he was never real to begin with. As far as I know, they're still looking, but I doubt they'll find him. The gas station offered me a paid week off and I declined. They offered me to reassign me to day shift and I declined that too. Truth is, I haven't stepped foot inside a gas station since. Now you'd think that wouldn't happen in a clean corporate place with mood lighting and kombucha on tap, but monsters don't really give a damn about the ambience, do they? I'm retired again now, and I think for good this time. I sit on the porch in the mornings and watch the sun come up over the pines. I drink my coffee and read the paper, and pretend that I don't flinch when I hear footsteps behind me. was 19, a dropout, and broke. My mom said I couldn't sit around all summer smoking in the garage and watching reruns of Hell's Kitchen, so I ended up applying for whatever job didn't really require for me to wear a tie. It turns out the school district needed bodies to help with deep cleaning at the high school, stripping wax, hauling desks, scraping gum off the underside of bleachers. I took it. I figured it was temporary because it was dumb and easy, right? The school ended up being in the middle of nowhere, one of those big brutalist buildings surrounded by empty fields and sprawling parking lots. Most of the custodial crew was pushing 50 or older. I worked the 2 to 10 p.m. shift, second shift, not full overnight, but late enough that most of the building was empty around 6. By 8, it was just us, the wax crew, and the silence. We each had a list, classrooms to clear, closets to clean, hallways to buff, but one hallway always had this red marker line through it. West Wing sublevel, off limits. No explanation, just bold Sharpie and a huff from old Rick when anybody asked about it. "The roof's messed up down there," he said once. "Toxic paint or some shit, just don't go poking around." So of course, being 19 and being me, I poked. One Friday night, I drew the west hallway as part of my solo route. Didn't really question it, just grunted and handed me the buffer. By 8:30, the others were outside smoking and shooting the shit, so I was inside and alone in the dim west wing. The floors back there were a lot rougher, dusty and unpolished, scattered with forgotten desks. Behind a half-covered bulletin board, I found a hollow echo when I knocked. I pushed and the panel gave way, revealing a narrow stairwell, old concrete steps, dust and undisturbed. Now, I probably should have turned around right then. I should have gone even home. But instead, I grabbed my flashlight and started down those steps. As soon as I did, the air shifted. It was heavier now, wet. The stairwell led to this unfinished sublevel, old lockers, broken chairs, a rusted drinking fountain. The walls were all thick concrete, caked inside black mold. At the far end was this steel door with no handle, just a bolt, and it was unlocked. Inside, a room the size of a supply closet, soundproofed, padded walls, and a mattress on the floor with a rusted bucket and bolted chains. The smell hit me in the throat. It was sour and organic, like sweat and bleach. There were bones in the corner, smaller ones, maybe an animal, maybe not, I don't know. And on the shelf beside the mattress sat a pile of old notebooks. I flipped one open. There was names, dates, measurements, notes about behavior, and the last entry was literally 2 weeks ago. I stepped backward and something crunched under my foot, a paper cup from one of the vending machines upstairs. That shouldn't be down here. I hadn't told anybody I was coming down. And then behind me, the door slammed shut. I screamed and bolted toward it, slammed my fist against the steel, but it didn't budge. The bolt had been locked from the outside. I was alone. And that's when I heard footsteps, soft and unhurried, on the other side of the door. Not long after that, I heard humming, and it was coming from out of the walls. I pressed myself into the corner of the room and held my breath. The light flicked once and then steadied, and the humming stopped, but the footsteps didn't. They walked away slowly, fading down the hall until I could no longer hear them. I waited, 10 minutes, then 20. I tried everything, slamming the door, prying at the hinges with the broken chair leg, yelling until my throat was burning. And nothing. Time seemed to get slippery down there. No clocks, no windows. Just me and the dark echo of the humming burned into my ears. At some point, I sat down against the wall and closed my eyes. It could have been 5 minutes, it could have been hours. And when I opened them again, the door was now wide open. Standing in the hall was Rick. Old Rick, custodial lifer, cigarette hanging from his lip like it was fused there. No flashlight, no expression. He looked down at me with tired eyes and said, "You weren't supposed to find this." Then he turned and walked away. He didn't yell, he didn't try to stop me, just left me there sitting on the floor, covered in sweat and dust and something else. I didn't say anything. I climbed the stairs, walked out of the West Wing, and tossed my badge in the trash, and never went back. I called the sheriff's office a week later, didn't give my name, just told them there was something they needed to see inside that old sub-level. A room, a trap, a place that should not exist. They took my report and promised to look into it, but I don't think they did. A few nights later, I drove by the school just to see. Lights were on in the west wing, and as I sat there, engine idling in the dark, someone walked past one of the basement windows, just a shadow against the yellow light. I don't know who was down there, but I ended up asking Rick about it, and he said the same thing. He discovered the same room on accident, reported it to administration. They didn't care, just said to lock it up. So Rick made it his duty to make sure nobody else ended up in there by mistake. We weren't even going to the fair that year. It was way too hot, expensive, and far too crowded, but our oldest, Jacob, brought home one of those red raffle wristbands from school. One free family entry, courtesy of some local church or a sponsor, trying to boost attendance. And once our daughter Emily saw that, it was pretty much game over. "Rides," she squealed, "and caramel apples. Oh, and the bunny barn." She was 6 and really big on bunnies. Big on anything small, soft, and safe. So there I was loading up the kids, packed up a sun hat and a water bottle, some extra napkins, and headed out just after 5. The fairgrounds were already buzzing, dirt parking lot packed completely, music thumping from tiny speakers near the ticket gates. The whole place shimmered with that county fair weirdness, half joy, half grit. We did the usual circuit, corn dogs, Ferris wheel, a petting zoo where a goat tried to eat Emily's braid. I held Hannah's hand while the kids giggled and ran circles around us. It was one of those evenings you really think that you'll remember for the rest of your life. I took a photo of Emily feeding this baby cow with a bottle. Her cheeks were sunburned and her eyes were still shining. She looked like joy incarnate. We didn't even realize it was getting dark until the lights had flicked on, one string at a time across the midway. The crowds thickened with teenagers and locals still wearing their work shirts. The air changed, smelled a lot more like beer and sweat now. The laughter got louder and a lot less innocent. I felt it at first, just then, this flicker of unease, like a cold front rolling underneath the warmth. We stopped near this ring toss booth so that Hannah could buy a funnel cake. Jacob wanted to watch a man carve an eagle out of butter, and Emily said she was thirsty. I passed her the water bottle and squatted to tie my shoe. Maybe 10 seconds, I think that's all it took. And when I looked up, Emily wasn't there. At first, I thought maybe she just wandered off a few feet, maybe toward one of the stuffed animal booths, maybe following a balloon, who knew? I stood and scanned left and right. No purple hoodie, no curly blonde hair, no Emily. "Emily?" I called out. Hannah turns fast and her head was already whipping side to side. She wasn't in sight and she wasn't answering. She was gone. "Emily!" I shouted louder this time. Heads turned, but nobody was stopping. Hannah was already moving, eyes wild, shouting too. She dropped the funnel cake and it splattered everywhere. We split up instinctively. She ran towards the zipper, and I headed back toward the vendor alley. I picked up Jacob and scanned over the heads in the crowd. Purple hoodie, blonde curls, that's all I'm looking for. But there was nothing. The fair wasn't really that big, and that's what I kept telling myself. 5-10 minutes tops and we'd find her, laughing in front of the popcorn stand or petting another goat, or crying near the information tent. But 5 minutes passed, and then 10. Every second chewed deeper into something primal within me, something screaming behind my ribs. I checked the bathrooms, the lost kid booth. A sweaty teenager with a staff badge offered to call it over the radio, and I nodded. "She's 6. Blonde hair, curly, purple hoodie with stars on it, pink shoes." He nodded and then muttered something into the walkie-talkie. His voice cracked mid-sentence. He was barely older than a kid himself. Then I heard Hannah scream, and I ran. I found her near the east exit, just outside the row of carnival trailers. She was pointing. There, she cried. "That's her, that's Emily." A man was walking fast across the gravel towards the lot, ball cap, work boots, holding a tiny hand. I only saw her profile for a second, but it was enough. That was my daughter. I sprinted, rage burning away the fear. "Hey! Stop right fucking there!" I roared, and he didn't. He walked faster. I didn't wait, I hit him from behind. And he went down hard too. Emily screamed and Hannah was already pulling her away. Jacob cried behind me. I scrambled up, fist clenched. "Who the fuck are you?" I shouted, but the man didn't speak. He didn't yell, he didn't even protest. He just looked at me, dead-eyed and expressionless. He then tried to stand and I kicked him in the ribs. He groaned but didn't yell. No swearing, no threats. People were gathering up now, phones out. Fair staff came running. One of them then knelt beside Emily. "Sweetheart, are you okay? Did this man do anything to you?" She was crying and shaking hard and clearly unable to speak. I stared down at the man. He didn't look homeless. He didn't look drunk. He looked ordinary. Clean jeans, black t-shirt, some faded name tag on his belt loop. No name, just a logo that I didn't recognize, something circular, an eye or a spiral. Fair security showed up with radios and zip ties. They cuffed him without a fight. He just sat there, let it all happen. Then he ended up finally speaking to me, not to the staff, not to Hannah, to me. "I wasn't taking her," he said quietly. I blinked. "Okay, then what the fuck were you doing?" His mouth twitched, not a smile, just kind of movement. "She was going with me." I felt my fist clench up again, and I nearly lunged at him once more, but somebody then pulled me back. Hannah had Emily in her arms now, rocking her, whispering soft things, and Jacob was holding onto her leg, wide-eyed and pale. Did he say anything to her? Did he lure her? The security guard shrugged at me. Says he found her crying, says he was walking her to the exit to find her parents. Well, that's fucking bullshit. That's not how he was moving. That's not the look he had in his eyes. Emily was far too shaken to speak, but when they asked her to point out the man who'd held her hand, she didn't hesitate. She pointed right at him. The sheriff showed up 20 minutes later. He took our statements while the fair staff tried to calm things down. A woman had brought us some cold water and stickers for the kids. It felt like a fucking fever dream. I could still see the man's face, still hear him say it. She was going with me. Like he believed it, like she believed it. After he was taken away, the deputy pulled me aside, said he'd picked up others at the fair for similar behavior, loitering near exits, talking to kids, always walking away just before the cops would show up. But nobody ever caught him doing anything, at least not until now. No priors, no ID, no address, no clear employer. He just showed up to places and waited. I asked them if he actually abducted anybody before, but the deputies wouldn't say, just gave me that look cops give you when they don't really want to tell you the truth. We left the fair an hour later. Emily curled up in the back seat between her brother and a stuffed turtle somebody had given to her. She was quiet that entire ride home. When we got inside, she finally spoke to me. "Daddy?" "Yeah, baby." She looked up at me with those huge wet eyes. "He said he knew my name." I froze. "What?" She nodded slowly. "He said, 'Emily, I've been waiting.'" We didn't sleep that night. Hannah stayed curled around Emily like a human shield. I sat on the floor outside their door, baseball bat across my lap, staring at the hallway. Every sound in my house was ear-splitting. Every shadow looked now wrong to me. Around 3 a.m., Emily started talking in her sleep, not words, just like this low mumbling, like she was answering questions, whispering, repeating the same things over and over. I pressed my ear to her door. She was saying her own name over and over. Emily Grace Turner, I'm 6, I live in... I opened up the door and she bolted upright, eyes wide. "He asked me those," she said. "All those questions. He told me not to tell my mommy and daddy." Goosebumps completely filled my body. Hannah then sat up fast. "What else did he say, baby?" Emily looked down at her lap. "He said he'd seen me before, not at the fair, but before." I crouched beside her. "Where, sweetheart?" She hesitated for a moment and then said, "At the park when I was with Grandma, and again at the store." My mouth went dry. He'd been watching her. Not just random, it was targeted. Hannah then started crying. He told me, Emily whispered, that I'd like his trailer, that it had puppies and my own bed, and he had games, and said I wouldn't have to go to school. She looked up at me. He said you'd let me go, that you already said yes. I felt my stomach twist. What? No, baby, no. He was lying to you. She nodded, but I saw something in her eyes in the moment, that flicker of doubt. The sheriff ended up calling the next morning. The name the man had gave was fake. No ID, no record, but he had a truck registered out of state. Inside it, they found a rope, candy, 2 girl-sized sweaters, and a box of hair ties. And I'm not going to say the rest because I'm sure you can put it together. The fare smelled like fryer grease and diesel, which honestly was kind of perfect. That's what I wanted. Grease, lights, music blasting from busted speakers, and Kaylee on my arm wearing that denim jacket with the sleeves torn off, her hair up in a ponytail, cherry lip gloss, fake ID tucked into her boot. My girl looked like what a rock song sounds like. It was the first Saturday of the season, mid-August, hot as hell with that bite of the wind that says summer's on the way out, the last fare before senior year. I'd borrowed my brother's truck, spent $20 on gas, another $30 on the wristbands, and promised I wouldn't get into any fights. That was the rule. Always the rule with me. Kaylee and I had been together for almost a year now. Her mom hated me, said I looked like trouble, and truth is, she wasn't really wrong. I'd gotten into a few things at school, fist fights, yeah, but nothing too serious. I just don't like people mouthing off to me. Still, tonight was supposed to be different. We held hands, ate fried Oreos, screamed our heads off at the tornado, took selfies near the prize pigs, made out under the bleachers. Normal fare shit, you know? But around 10 o'clock, the whole place seemed to change. I didn't really notice at first, but Kaylee did, and her grip seemed to tighten on my hand. Hey, she whispered. Those guys at the pit stop last week, didn't they start that bar fight? I followed her gaze. 3 dudes in black leather vests, skull patches, cigarettes hanging off their lips. One of them had a bandage across his nose, like it had been busted already. I recognized the middle guy immediately, Jared. Big, dumb, and always 3 beers too deep. He was eyeing Kaylee like he knew her, like he owned her. Please ignore it, she said quickly. Let's just go find a funhouse or something. I nodded, but as we turned to walk, somebody behind us said, Damn, you clean up good, Kaylee. I stopped walking, and so did she. That voice, that tone. I turned around already clenching my teeth, and Jared was grinning. Behind him, 6 more guys were already heading our way. Not kids, not drunk dads, men. Jared took a long drag off his cigarette, flicked the butt onto the gravel, and it landed near Kaylee's foot. Didn't think I'd see you out here with your little project, he said. Thought you were still slumming it with high schoolers. I am a high schooler, she said. I stepped between them. Walk away. He raised both hands like he was impressed. Damn, he speaks. Behind him, more guys now fanned out. One had brass knuckles and one wore fingerless gloves. Another had that biker cut with no shirt underneath, just prison ink and sunburn. A crowd had now started to gather, like blood sniffed in the water. Fairgoers were craning their necks, filming already phones out. The lights from the nearby rides were casting everything in this flickering red and green. It felt like a dream, a bad one. Let's just go, please, Kaylee whispered. But Jared stepped forward, close enough for me to smell beer on his breath. I was just saying hi to her, he said. No need to get all pissy. Then he grabbed her wrist, and that was it. I hit him, right across the jaw, bone to bone, man to man. Jared stumbled back, but he didn't fall. He laughed and wiped blood off his lip. Well, All right then. Then it went off like a bomb. He tackled me, others rushed in, and I remember feeling gravel tearing into my back, fists now raining down. I got one of the guys off me, but another kicked me in the ribs, hard as hell. My ears rang, my vision blurred, and I heard Kaylee scream. The crowd around us was cheering. I clawed my way back up, swung wild, and caught somebody in the face. He folded. I staggered backward, bleeding from the nose and shoulder throbbing. Somebody then tackled Kaylee. I saw her hit the ground, arms flailing, her jacket yanked off as she screamed and kicked, and I lost it. I charged full speed into the guy on top of her, shoulder first, and we crashed through a funnel cake booth. Powdered sugar flew like smoke. The guy landed badly, and I felt his shoulder pop. He howled. I tried to grab Kaylee, but somebody else grabbed me, pulling my head back by the hair and slamming me into the booth wall. Everything spun, and then everybody was screaming. Bear security. 3 of them, big dudes in yellow vests and hats. They had nightsticks and pepper spray and faces like they were tired of this kind of shit. Everybody quickly scattered. I staggered to my feet with blood now dripping down my chin, Kaylee gasping out behind me. One of the bikers tried to square up to guard, got pepper sprayed point blank, dropped like a sack of bricks. They rounded up the rest, Jared included. I watched him get cuffed while he laughed and muttered, "He started it," then spit some blood. Kaylee couldn't stop shaking. Her lip was split, her elbow was bleeding, but she was alive, okay, for the most part. Security sat down with us near the back gate and handed us some ice packs. A deputy came by 10 minutes later and asked if we wanted to press charges. Kaylee nodded. I didn't say anything. I was too busy watching Jared in the back of the cruiser. I watched him smirk at me. We didn't go to the hospital, just cleaned up at Kaylee's place. Her mom completely lost it when she saw us. Thought that I dragged her daughter into a gang fight, yelled until her voice cracked, and I didn't argue with her. I just stood there with dried blood on my shirt, staring at the floor. Kaylee kept saying over and over that, "He saved me, Mom. He saved me." She iced my jaw, and I held her hand while her mom packed her things. Then I drove home, slow, one eye half shut and ribs screaming with every bump that I hit. That night I couldn't really sleep, not from the pain exactly, but from the look on Jared's face, that calm smirking wink like this wasn't over, like this wasn't a fight, it was the beginning. Next morning I checked the local news. No arrests were made, no charges, just a short blurb. Altercation at county fair leaves 2 injured. No serious charges filed, and that was that. Kaylee called me in tears that afternoon. "Jared found my Instagram," she said. "He messaged me, said it was fun to watch. Said next time he won't wait for the crowd." I called the sheriff's office, and they said they'd already been released. No priors, no weapons, just a scuffle. That was the word they used, scuffle. Like it wasn't a pack of full-grown men kicking the shit out of teenagers. I tried messaging him back through Kaylee's phone and of course got no response. The account disappeared, deleted or fake, I don't know. For weeks I just kept looking over my shoulder, checking under my truck before I would get in, watching headlights behind me for a little too long. But Jared never showed up again. I only stopped at the booth because it didn't belong. The rest of the fair was the usual circus stuff. Carny games, ring tosses, oversized stuffed animals with dirt grounds in the seams. Kids screaming on spinning rides, teenagers smoking behind livestock pens. Loud, grimy, and alive. But tucked away into the far corner of the grounds where the lights didn't quite reach and the gravel turned to dirt was this little stand with a folding table and a banner that read, "Mystery jars, $1. Every jar, guaranteed." That's all, no lights, no flare, just a single old man in a brown windbreaker and a folding chair behind the table. He looked like he'd been sitting there since 1963, skin like paper, lips too thin to speak, just staring off into nothing. The jars were lined up across the table in these 2 uneven rows, 30 of them at least, maybe more. Mason jars all cloudy with age, filled with God knows what. Buttons, old dice, teeth, feathers, coins, hair, who knows. And bones, for sure, definitely some with bones. I figured it's the carnival. This is some kind of gimmick, like a prank gum at Spencer's Gifts. Maybe you buy one, you get a slip of paper that says you're cursed or some kind of dumb trinket like that. But something about the guy's silence made me want to test it all out, so I walked up, slapped down $1, and pointed at a jar near the center. It was murky, cloudy like smoked glass, something pink floating inside, wet and soft looking, about the size of a golf ball. The lid was sealed in what looked like wax and twine. The old man didn't say a word, just slid the jar toward me with 2 fingers, then folded his hands back up again, and that was that. No thank you, no sales pitch. I carried the jar off around the fair for the first hour, showed it to my buddy Carson, who called it gnarly, offered me $5 for it. I said no, and for some reason I felt like I needed to open it myself. So that night, back in my room, I set it on my desk and started to study it. Up close, the thing inside was not plastic for sure. It was soft, organic, veiny, like raw meat soaked in vinegar. I cut the twine off, pried off the wax seal, and cracked the lid. The smell immediately hit me first, like something rotted in a bucket of bleach. I gagged and stepped back. It wasn't overpowering, just wrong, chemically and sweet with this whiff of copper. I used a pencil to poke the object inside, and it bobbed slightly when I did. That's when I realized what it actually was, a human tooth, still rooted in a chunk of gray-pink gum tissue. The blood capillaries frozen in place, still wet and still fresh looking. I dropped the jar. It hit the desk and rolled, but didn't break. That's when I saw this slip of paper tucked at the bottom, curled against the glass like a fortune cookie message. I used tweezers to fish it out. It said, "Thank you for your donation. Jar number 7, now available." My mouth went dry. I looked back at the lid. There, stamped into the rusted metal, was a number 6. I thought about calling somebody, my parents, the cops, anybody, but what would I really say? Hey, I bought this mason jar from a mute crypt keeper, and now I think he's collecting people's mouths. Besides, I didn't know if it was actually human, not really. It could have been a pig tooth or something, some kind of horror prop, soaked in fake blood, right? That's exactly what I told myself to calm myself down, till I went back. The next evening, skipped the rides and made a beeline for that corner. Booth, still there. Old man still sat there like a statue, but the jars, they were different now, fewer. Right where my jar had been, front row, third from the left. There was a new one, still cloudy, still wax sealed. But this one had something floating in it, long and pale, almost translucent. I stepped forward. It was a finger. It had to be, still wearing some kind of silver ring, and I felt bile rise up in my throat. The man looked up at me for the first time. His eyes were pale and milky blue, cataract clouded. But they focused on me with this unsettling precision, like he recognized me now. This guy was gonna cut me up and put me in the next batch of jars. I could feel it. I turned and walked away fast, left the fairgrounds without looking back, got in my car and locked the doors. And still, when I checked the rearview mirror before leaving, I saw him standing there, waving at me. I peeled out of there and blasted for home. I spoke to Carson the next day, and he said he bought a jar too, and it didn't have anything in it but marbles. But he did say when he tried to leave, the place was a loop. No exits, just marching in this endless circle for the better part of 90 minutes. He felt like he was going crazy. Soon there were less people, mostly staff, and they were all smiling at him. It wasn't until he found his family again talking about heading home that he got out. He followed them until the exit appeared, and sure as shit, there's the parking lot. He said it really scared him, but I can't help but wonder if he was about to be jars 8, 9, or 10. I should have known that something was off when Jonah told me, "My family runs most of the fair." Not just, "My uncle works at the Tilt-A-Whirl," or "My cousin sells corn dogs." He meant runs it, like from the ground up. Tents, wiring, garbage, the whole thing. It was mid-July and the heat was still hanging heavy at sundown. We were supposed to just hang out, I thought we'd hit the bumper cars, maybe flirt with girls from out of town, blow $20 trying to win a Switchblade plush. That's at least what I pictured when he told me, "You want to come to the fair? My family's got passes." We were both 16 at the time, no license yet. His mom dropped us off and didn't even stick around to watch us go in. Just waved with a puff of smoke, then watched her taillights vanish down the gravel road. And the fairgrounds? Jesus. I've been to carnivals before, the ones with big ticket booths and slick security, but this wasn't that. This was old canvas, crooked rides, signs painted by somebody who clearly couldn't spell. The zipper wheel whizzed like a dying animal. The fried dough smelled like burnt oil and vinegar. Everything had this really used feeling. But Jonah was beaming. He wore this ratty green fair t-shirt that said staff on the back with holes in the armpits, and everywhere we went, somebody seemed to clap him on the shoulder. Guys with gray teeth, girls with facial tattoos, kids that looked pretty half feral. Every few minutes he'd say something like, "That's my cousin Joey," or "She's my Aunt Lurleen, but not by blood." Not by blood. He said that a lot. We didn't stand in line for anything, just walked behind any booth, under ropes, ducked into tents that said employees only, and nobody said anything or stopped us. Hell, they smiled as we went. This wide, slow grin that would immediately give me the creeps. Eventually, we passed the Ferris wheel, headed toward the edge of the grounds where the generators whined and the lights didn't quite reach anything. Jonah stopped in front of this striped red and white tent with no signage. "You ever seen a real clown gag?" he asked me. I laughed. "Like a pie in the face?" "No," he said. "Something much better. My cousin's got this whole bit that he's been working on." The canvas walls of the tent flapped in the breeze. From inside came this soft, breathy wheezing, like somebody blowing into a balloon, but they never stopped to take a breath. I glanced at the sign posted near the entry flap, "Performers only." There was this smeared handprint beneath it as well. I don't know about this, man," I said to him. "Is this like, are we even allowed to be in here?" Jonah grinned at me. "Relax, you're with me." He pushed open the flap and gestured me inside. "Go in first, trust me, it's gonna be funny as hell." I stepped into that tent. It was dark, not pitch black, more like the inside of an old barn at dusk. Slits of golden light peeked through the seams in the canvas, and everything smelled like latex and mildew. The ground wasn't dirt, it was padded, springy like gym mat foam underneath my feet. I took a step and felt it give slightly, like walking on something alive, and my shoes even made this faint squishing noise. Behind me, the flap closed. I turned and then Jonah was gone. Dude?" I called out, voice already cracking. "Where'd you go?" The wheezing I'd heard outside had now gotten louder. It came from somewhere deeper in the tent, just beyond the reach of the ambient light. It was wet, rhythmic. Inhale, exhale, and then a laugh, a single laugh, and a spotlight then snapped on. It lit up this folding chair smack dab in the middle of the tent, and sitting in that chair was a clown. Not a happy one or even a sad one. This one was slack-jawed. His makeup was faded, almost like it had been applied days ago. Black triangles under his eyes that were smudged. Red lipstick slashed far beyond his lips like it had been applied with a spoon. He didn't move. He didn't blink. He just stared at me with this foggy gray gaze. And then a second spotlight popped on. Another clown. This one was hanging upside down from the rafters like a bat. And I swear to God, strapped in by the ankles, head tilted at this weird broken angle, arms dangling. His mouth was open like he was about to scream, but no sound was coming from it. I stepped backwards, that squish again beneath my feet, and I looked down. Not padding, it was rubber. Deflated balloons, hundreds of them. Some popped and some long and twisted. Some animal shaped and some not. Some were veiny, fleshy looking. Then another laughter came. This time it was a lot closer. And then the lights shut off. All of them. I spun, groping blindly in the dark. Another light blinked on, a strobe light this time, harsh, flickering like a broken camera flash. And in those rapid pulses, I saw them. Clowns, 3 of them, then 5 of them, then more. All crawling on the floor, slumped against the canvas walls. One was curled up in a fetal position, rocking back and forth, grinning so wide I thought his jaw was about to crack. I bolted toward the exit, and I ran straight into something soft and wet. Arms then wrapped around me, big ones, hairy, and I caught a glimpse of something smeared white paint on a bare sagging chest, a distended belly with red suspenders, and breath hot and sour then blew across my ear. "Don't leave," it whispered, and I screamed. It didn't matter, the clown dragged me to the ground, rolling me up with this mess of pop balloons. I kicked and elbowed and felt something crunch under my heel, but whatever it was didn't grunt. It just laughed again, louder now, echoing across the tent like a chorus of dying children. Then the lights went solid. I blinked and sat up. I was surrounded, 8 or 9 of them, all in different outfits, some half-dressed, some with yellowed undershirts, some in full grease paint. Only one wore a wig and clown shoes, nothing else. He was crouched and chewing on something, a chunk of fabric, maybe a glove. They all looked at me like I was prey, no movement, no blinking, and I slowly stood up. I heard a woman's voice coo from behind me. "Well, well, what do we have here?" I turned around and it was another clown, though barely. Her makeup was smeared to the point of resembling a skull, and she wore a wedding dress, tattered and trailing behind her like moldy lace. Her eyes were completely black. Contacts, I told myself. It has to be contacts. She walked toward me smiling, and in her hands, she held this rubber chicken with a razor blade tucked through the beak. "Time for the bid," she said. I stumbled backwards and slammed into one of the other clowns, and he grabbed my arms. "No, hey!" I shouted, struggling hard now. Let me go!" Another clown then grabbed my legs, and another clamped a hand over my mouth. I couldn't move, I couldn't talk, I could barely even breathe. The wedding dress clown then raised the chicken like it was some sacrificial dagger and pressed the blade just under my chin. Not enough to draw blood, just enough to threaten me. Her voice was cold now. "This is what happens when you trespass," she said. And then all the lights came on, harsh white fluorescent lights, bleaching the entire tent. Laughter then exploded, followed by rolling applause. Jonah then burst in through the flap, followed by 5 or 6 more people in mechanic shirts and denim vests. He was dying laughing. "Dude," he howled at me. "You should have seen your face. You were crying." I dropped to my knees, heart hammering like a jackhammer, legs shaking so bad I couldn't even stand. The clowns let go all at once, acting like it was no big deal. Some then clapped Jonah on the back, and others pointed at me and chuckled. One leaned in and said to me, "You got guts, kid." I couldn't speak. I barely could even think. Jonah helped me up. "Come on, man. It's just a joke. It's tradition. Every year, somebody gets the prank show. They never see it coming. You're lucky. It's usually worse." I stared at him trying to understand, and my throat was burning the whole time. "These guys," he said, gesturing around the tent, "they're all my cousins, been in the biz forever. Real pros." He said it with pride, like it was supposed to explain everything. I turned back and looked at them. They were all standing there watching me, no longer laughing, no longer smiling. The woman in the wedding dress held that rubber chicken loose in her hand. The razor blade was now gone. I didn't say another word on the walk back through the fairgrounds. Jonah laughed the entire time, slapping my shoulder like we just watched a horror movie together. "Dude, seriously, your scream though. Classic." I think Rolo actually pissed himself. The lights of the rides around me no longer looked fun. The music from the carnival sounded warped. It sounded like I was underwater. Everything felt wrong now. When we passed the corn dog stand, one of Jonah's cousins called out, "Come back anytime, kid. Next time we'll do the chainsaw bit." Laughter followed us. I wanted to go home, but Jonah's mom wouldn't be back for at least another hour, so I sat near the exit gate, stared at my shoes, still dusted with bits of latex and glitter. One of the clowns came up from behind the barrier, no makeup, just a bald man in coveralls with dead eyes. He leaned in against the fence and said to me, "Hey, you lasted longer than the last one." I didn't say anything, didn't have a response for him. He grinned and then walked off whistling, like some fucked up version of Send in the Clowns. And I'm sure you can probably assume and or guess this, but I have never been back to a fair or a carnival ever since. I've been hiking solo for years, but this trip was actually different, longer and deeper into the backcountry. I'd been planning it since January, mapping every fork, caching extra fuel in bear cans, checking the weather trends like a man obsessed. My job had imploded in the spring, and I didn't want to just get some space. I needed it. The trip was supposed to break me down and rebuild me back up. By day 3, I was 12 miles past the last trailhead, following this faded ridge route only a few locals even knew about. It was late August. The air had that early edge of fall. Perfect weather, no bugs. The forest pretty much belonged to me. I reached a high basin near dusk, a hidden bowl of alpine grass surrounded by crumbling cliffs and cold air that dropped fast once the sun would dip. There was a stream cutting through the middle and plenty of flat ground to camp on. I dropped my pack near the tree cluster, pitched my tent facing the water, then started boiling some water for freeze-dried stew. As I did, I noticed it. Across the basin, maybe 200 yards near this fallen log, was another tent. I froze. It wasn't visible from the approach trail. It was tucked into the trees, dark green and low to the ground. The rainfly hung loose on the side, flapping in the breeze. It looked old. Not trash per se, but just abandoned. I hadn't seen another soul since the trailhead. No voices, no smoke, no distant boot crunches or anything. There was no fresh tracks on the ridge trail either. But this tent was right there, and it hadn't been there when I scanned the basin before setting up. I told myself somebody must have hiked in from the other side. Hunters had to be. A weird-shaped bivvy, maybe left behind by somebody who had broken a pole. Still, I didn't really like it. That night, I zipped up early and tried to get some sleep. Around 1 a.m., the wind kicked up, and with it came a sound that did not belong. Another zipper, and it wasn't mine. Then the unmistakable sound of fabric shifting, someone or something adjusting inside a tent. But again, that sound was not coming from mine. It was coming from the other one, the one from earlier. I laid there frozen, listening while my heart pounded in my throat. It finally stopped. I couldn't even get any sleep at all. I unzipped my tent at first light, feeling like I'd been holding my breath that whole time. The other tent was still there, still slouched, still abandoned looking. No smoke, no movement, no nothing. Just that green nylon dome halfway swallowed up by the trees. I briefly considered packing up and moving on, but something stopped me. Pride, maybe. I'd planned this trip for months and months. This was supposed to be my reset button, and I'm not gonna let some forgotten tent and a bad night scare me out of the basin. Instead, I made some coffee and just ignored it. But as the sun rose, I began to notice other things. There was no footprints in the dew between my camp and the other tent. No boot tracks, no bent grass. But something had definitely moved last night. I know I heard it. So I decided to walk over and check it out. The closer I got, the worse that tent really looked. Mildew stained, the zipper corroded halfway down. The flap of the rainfly hung like this torn curtain. Inside was a crusted sleeping bag, an old foam pad, and a torn mesh pocket holding what looked like the corner of a granola wrapper. The weird part though, it didn't look that old. Warm, yeah, but not rotting. The sleeping bag wasn't stiffed or waterlogged. The tent poles weren't snapped at all. I circled it slowly and noticed something else. Just behind it between two trees, a faint depression in the ground. As I knelt down, I found this flattened patch of pine needles, shaped roughly like a person, curled on their side. No gear, no pack, no trash. Whoever had been using that tent had also been sleeping outside it, watching maybe. I returned to my camp, stomach twisted. Something was really off about all this. I started repacking. Maybe I won't bail on the trip, but I don't want to stay in this basin another night. I pulled down my bear bag and froze. The line was now cut, clean, like with a blade. My food? Gone. Not scattered, not chewed through, taken. That settled it. I threw everything into my pack and got the hell out of there, heading south toward a backup campsite about 5 miles down trail. As I went, I kept hearing sounds beside me or behind me, snapping branches, the faint rhythmic crunch of footsteps. I felt like a deer behind a rifle scope. I'd stop and listen and everything would immediately go still. Eventually, I did make it to the secondary site, a tight clearing near the cold stream, surrounded by rocks and dense firs. I set up camp with my back to a rock wall and made a very tiny fire. No dinner now, I had nothing left. I sat with my knife in my lap and my headlamp on red, watching the dark. When I got done playing Watchdog, I climbed into my tent to at least try and lay down. I stayed awake until midnight, and then slowly I started to nod off. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I heard that noise again. Zip. I reached for my light and clicked it on, and the sound immediately stopped. I unzipped my tent just enough to peek outside, and there was no other tent this time, but somebody had arranged some sticks in the dirt, this crude shape, a triangle with a line through it. My fire ring was gone. The stones that I built up were now scattered across my camp. Some had been placed deliberately, set in a ring around my tent itself. And then I saw a boot print, 10 feet from me, clear as day, large and heavy. I shouted, "Who the fuck is out there?" I got no answer, just the whisper of the wind. Again, second night in a row, I barely slept. Just sat inside with my blade across my knees, waiting for the sunrise. At dawn, I bolted. I didn't pack carefully, didn't even check the map. I just picked a trail that led down, south, toward the nearest ranger station. Around noon, I stopped at a clearing and sat with my back to a stump to catch my breath. And then I heard that sound again, a zipper. I stood and listened hard. Then I took note of it, another tent. Set up just off trail behind a ridge. Different color this time, dark blue, same model though, same sag. It was exactly identical to the first one. What the fuck is going on? I didn't go near it this time, I just kept walking. 2 more miles down, I finally crossed paths with another hiker, 2 older guys that were headed uphill with bear spray and high-end packs. I must have looked like hell because they asked me if I was okay. I told them that somebody was following me. I didn't go into full details, just said that somebody had been squatting near this old tent, cutting food lines, creeping around my campsite, and that I was heading to report it. One of them looked at the other, then back at me. He said, "Did you see his face?" I said no. He nodded like that was some kind of relief. We were actually talking to a ranger who told us a really weird story. Said there might be a guy with a few loose screws up here. "What does that mean? What does he want?" I asked. The man just shrugged at me. Nothing. The same thing we all want out here, I guess." They offered me some water, but I declined. I just wanted to get the hell out. They told me the station was 3 miles ahead, downhill the whole way. I reached the station by early evening, sunburnt, dehydrated, running on fumes and panic. Told them everything, every sound, every print, every fucking tint. One of the rangers, this guy in his 40s, didn't even blink at me. Just asked how close the guy had gotten. "That's lucky," the ranger said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. They took notes, asked where I seen the last setup, and then pulled out a map, circled 3 sites. Then one of them said, "He's never actually hurt anybody, at least not that we know of." "Okay, well what the hell is he doing out there?" I asked them. I didn't really get a response. One of the rangers pulled out a binder stuffed with reports. None of them were official, just anecdotal. Solo campers being shadowed, tents found where none should be, footprints too fresh to be old, always one guy and always watching. Never the same tent twice either, never gets caught. Some think he's some kind of former ranger, others say he's ex-military, somebody who snapped and just decided to be a ghost off the grid. The forest rangers themselves weren't totally convinced it was all the same guy, just a revolving door of weirdos to come and get their freak on. Back home, I ended up telling my sister the story, and she told me that I was lucky, and I agreed. It's been 8 months since. I still hike, but don't really go solo anymore. And every time I pitch my tent, I check the tree line 3 or 4 or more times. We thought it was going to be one of those last big weekends before everything would change, before senior year would really kick off, before college applications start, before we all scatter in every direction. So, when Dylan said he knew about a perfect off-grid spot up near the old quarry in State Game Lands 262, I didn't really ask him any questions. It was me, Dylan, Jess, and Corey, the usual group. We'd known each other since middle school. Dylan had the truck, Jess had brought firewood and a speaker, and Corey had his dad's old 2-person tent that stank of mildew and campfire. I was the planner. I brought the map, the emergency gear, the freeze-dried meals that we all fucking hated. The hike in was pretty easy. 2 miles from a pull-off, then off a narrow, brush-choked trail to the quarry rim. The trees were thick until the very edge. Then they fell away suddenly, and the land just kind of opened up into this huge bowl of pale gray rock. The pit itself was easily 200 feet wide and maybe 50 feet deep, like a massive empty crater, flat at the bottom with the woods climbing up steeply on all sides. Rumor was the place had been shut down since the 80s after some kid fell and cracked his skull. No signage, no fencing, just a dead site now, left to rot inside the forest. But Dylan was right, it was private and almost beautiful in this raw way. The trees filtered in the late afternoon sun down in these gold shafts. The old quarry walls echoed our voices when we shouted. There's no other campers, no roads nearby, no signal. Just the 4 of us, the quarry, and the fire pit that Dylan swore was still mostly set up, at least from the last time that he came here with his cousin. We pitched our tents up on the north ridge, overlooking the quarry floor. Dylan and I in one and Jess and Corey in the other. We built a small fire, cracked open a few beers, and tried to scare each other with stories. Jess told us about the Quarry Whisperer, a local legend that she said her older brother had mentioned once. Some kind of vagrant who lived in the rocks and stalked campers, whispering their names through the trees. We laughed, teased her a little, and drank some more. When the fire died down, we crawled into our tents, warm from the booze and full of trash food. I passed out to the sound of frogs and cicadas, and woke up to silence. Total, heavy silence. And one tent unzipped. I sat up fast. The air outside felt dead. The chirping and buzzing that had filled the woods earlier was now gone. Not even the wind was moving through the trees now. Just this cold, unnatural quiet. I glanced over at Dylan, still out cold, snoring like an idiot. Then I heard it again. A zipper, soft and slow, definitely from the other tent. I unzipped ours and poked my head out. The moon was just bright enough to illuminate the clearing, and I could see Jess's and Corey's tent standing out there across from us, flap half open but no movement inside. I called out this sharp whisper, "Corey!" No answer. I stepped out and patted across the dirt in my socks. The fire was now coals, and my breath was coming in these short puffs, colder than it should have been for August. When I reached their tent, I crouched and whispered inside, "Jess, you guys okay?" Still nothing. I pulled the flap open and froze. There was nobody in there. 2 sleeping bags, unzipped and empty. I stood scanning the woods. A faint trail of flattened grass had led from the edge of their tent toward the ridge and down into the quarry floor. I followed, moving slowly, adrenaline pumping. Halfway down the slope, I saw something strange. Rocks, stacked, not just thrown together like kids playing. They were neatly arranged in towers, maybe 10 inches high in this tight spiral that narrowed as it reached the center of the pit. In the middle of that spiral, sitting cross-legged and alone, was Jess. She wasn't tied up, she wasn't moving, just sitting, staring straight ahead like she was in a full-on trance. I ran to her, grabbed her shoulder. "Jess, what the hell are you doing?" She didn't look at me, but whispered, "Don't break the circle." And that's when I noticed more footsteps all around us, etched into the gray dirt, bare feet, long and narrow, some fresh, some smeared, like somebody had been pacing around her for hours and hours in circles. I stood and turned slowly. The tree line above seemed to twitch with the movement. I couldn't see anybody, but the feeling was there, like eyes on me from every angle. "Where's Corey?" I said, and Jess finally looked up at me. Her eyes were wide and glassy. "He said he heard somebody calling his name. I tried to stop him, but he followed." Then she looked back towards the tree line. "That way." I helped her up and guided her up the slope, careful not to knock over those rock towers. As soon as we crossed the spiral's edge, Jess stumbled like she was waking up from a long nap. Back at camp, Dylan was up, holding a headlamp and a tire iron. "Dude, what the hell's going on?" he asked me. I told him that Corey was missing, and Dylan grabbed his boots and we all headed toward the trees, where Jess said he'd gone to. We called his name, but tried to keep our voices low, and of course, we didn't get an answer. I'd say 20 yards in, we found this small clearing, and there he was, standing with his back to us, perfectly still, hands at his side, facing a tree. I called his name and stepped forward. "Wait," Jess said. "He's not right." Corey turned slowly, his expression blank, eyes unfocused. "He's been talking to me," he said. To who?" I asked him. "The man in the rocks." He blinked like he was confused by his own voice, then suddenly he collapsed, straight to his knees. I rushed over and caught him. He was really cold and barely even breathing. Behind us, a stick cracked, then another. All around the clearing, little snapping sounds. Not animals, it had to be feet. Dylan quickly swung the light around, but there was nothing. And that's when the whispering started. It didn't have any direction, just breath and fragments of speech, names, dates, nonsense, and syllables. It surrounded us. We carried Corey back to camp, and he didn't really resist, just muttered the whole way. I kept looking back toward the slope, expecting somebody to come sprinting up after us. We all threw our gear into our packs and abandoned the tents. Jess clung to Corey while Dylan dragged the speaker, which still had a bit of charge. He cranked up music and clipped it to his pack, some weird attempt to drive out that whispering, and it actually seemed to work. As soon as the music started playing, that loud and sharp noise, the woods seemed to snap back to life. Crickets, wind, the faint sound of our feet on the trail, and those whispers quickly faded. We didn't stop hiking until the sun came up. 6 miles through the tangled forest, deer trails, and a washed-out logging road, we emerged filthy and shaking at a backcountry ranger station just before noon. Corey didn't say another word for the entire day. We gave the rangers everything, our name, the locations, what we saw, what we heard, and I think they took us seriously, which was a relief. No eye-rolling or head-shaking. They told us that they'd heard other stories similar, solo campers going missing, weird symbols made of rocks, whispering, always at night. One guy last fall claimed to see a figure crawling along the quarry walls, mouth moving with no sound. They searched the pit the same day, found our tents and a few of the spirals still intact, but nothing else, no bare footprints, no gear from anybody, no evidence of who or what might have been down there with us. We went home that same day and nobody really slept on the drive back. Corey really got quiet after that, almost like something had crawled into the back of his mind and took up space there. He didn't talk about the quarry, didn't want to. Jess stopped camping altogether. and she won't even go near a fire pit. Occasionally, I'll still think about those spirals of stones, about how carefully it had been arranged, about how Jess had said not to break it. Every now and again, I'll hear the wind move through the trees at night and catch myself holding my breath listening, just in case I hear those whispers one more time. We picked the spot because it was cheap, and that's what it really came down to. We were 3 weeks into our cross-country road trip, money was tight, and my sister Quinn said she didn't want to sleep in the car again, so we ended up finding this primitive campground, listed on some kind of hiker blog, just inside the Ocala National Forest. No water, no bathrooms, no cell service. Just a small clearing, a fire ring, and a picnic table covered in tree resin and mosquito carcasses. It was only $5 a night, cash only. We dropped our money in the box by the entrance and drove down this narrow sandy trail, the forest closing in on both sides. Pines and palmettos packed in tightly, like the woods had grown too fast for the land to hold it. When we found the site, it was empty. One picnic table, one rusted fire ring, and a flat spot for the tent. It was quiet. Quinn looked at me and smiled and said, "It's better than sleeping upright in a Walmart lot." We set up our tents before dark, cooked some ramen over our camp stove, and split a can of peaches while the trees went black around us. The frogs came first, then the wind, and then nothing really, just stillness. "Remind me again?" Quinn said while we sat by the fire. "Why didn't we just pay the $30 for a real campground?" "Well, that's because we're broke," I responded. "And this has 5 stars on hikerdeathmarch.com. She laughed. We finished our beers and then crawled into our tent. I remember zipping up the rainfly, checking the bear hang even though we were way too far south for bears, and of course checking my headlamp to make sure I had some fresh batteries. At around 2:30 a.m. I woke up. Something woke me up. A light. Red light. Faint but steady, bobbing through the trees like somebody wearing a headlamp and walking slowly through the underbrush. I blinked and sat up and saw Quinn was already awake, staring out the mesh window. "You see that?" she whispered to me. I nodded slowly. It's probably just another camper, right? There weren't any other cars though. The light kept moving, closer now, then it stopped, not but 20 feet from our tent. We didn't move or breathe. That red light hovered in the trees, dead still, glowing like an ember. Not blinking, not fading, just there, aimed directly at our tent. Quinn leaned closer. "It's not moving." "Yeah, I know, it might be a ranger." "At 3 a.m. with no flashlight beam and no car? Come on." The red light took another step. It shifted slightly enough to reveal that it wasn't floating, it was definitely strapped to somebody's head. We couldn't see the body, just a faint silhouette of shoulders and something in the figure's hand, long and thin. Thought it might be a walking stick. Then it caught the light just right. A machete. Quinn's hand gripped mine like a vice. "Don't make a sound," I whispered. "Don't even unzip." We stayed frozen in the tent as that red light began to circle us. A slow, horrifying arc, like whoever it was had all night and wanted to take their sweet time doing so. Crunch. Crunch. Their footsteps sounded like they were barefoot. The light circled halfway around the tent and stopped behind us. 10 seconds passed, then 20. Then the light disappeared. I waited. Another 30 seconds, still gone. I reached slowly into the mesh side pocket and pulled out my headlamp, switched it to white and took a breath. "We're getting in the car," I whispered to her. "Don't forget the keys," Quinn reminded me. Yeah. Left pocket, I got them." We moved slow. Every zip, every shift of fabric sounded like gunfire in that silence. I unzipped the tent an inch at a time, then threw it open. I burst out, spinning in a full circle, beam scanning the trees. It was empty. No light, no figure, just thick brush and our car 20 feet away in the shadows. "Now," I hissed. We ran, sprinting over twigs and sand, heart hammering. We dove into the car, slammed the doors shut and locked them, and I jammed the key into the ignition. Nothing. Just a click, no turn, no engine, just a soft metallic click. Quinn looked over at me. "What the fuck?" I tried again. Click. "Try the lights." I flicked on the headlights, but nothing. She reached for the dome light and it turned on. And that's when we saw it, a smear of dirt across the inside of her door, right next to the handle. We looked at one another. Somebody had been in the car. I yanked the hood release, jumped out, and ran around to the front, headlight flashing, nerves shot to hell. I threw it open. The fucking battery is gone. Not disconnected, removed. Somebody had literally carried it off. I stumbled back toward the tent thinking maybe I could grab the pack and run the trail out, but when I turned my light toward the fire ring, I stopped dead. That red light was now back, standing right next to our tent. This time, it was swaying slowly side to side. I backed up toward the car, got in, and locked it once more. For the next 2 hours, we sat there in silence, watching that red glow slowly fade in and out of the trees. It would leave, then return. Sometimes it got closer. Once it even pressed against the foggy side of the driver's window. So close, I swore I saw teeth behind the glass. I wanted to scream, to honk, to do anything, but the battery's gone. At some point, the light drifted away again, didn't come back. Dawn started creeping in behind the trees. Birds started to chirp. The spell seemed to be broken. We climbed out and packed the tent in 10 minutes flat, carried everything the mile back to the check-in box near the road. A ranger's truck was parked there now. Older guy, half asleep, sipping at his coffee. I told him what happened. "Yeah, that's the third report this summer," he said. "Some nutjob squatter, we think, been pulling battery units and hanging around the primitive sites. Real slippery, real creepy. You have a red headlamp?" I nodded. I asked why they didn't close the site, and he looked at the forest. "Well, because he hasn't hurt anybody. He's all over the area. We'd have to close them all if we closed just one." He gave us a lift to the main road where we called a tow truck. He offered to radio in a report, but he said don't expect much. "Unless somebody gets stabbed or found tied to a tree, it's all just noise to the department, unfortunately," he muttered to me. We didn't argue, we just drove. Quinn didn't say much for the first hour, and when she finally did, she said, "I know I saw his face through the window." I didn't ask her what he looked like, but she said on her own, "He looked like a kid." We stayed in a cheap motel that night, didn't leave the room, slept with the lights on, chairs braced up against the door. I checked the parking lot every hour until sunrise. No red lights, no footprints. The next morning I checked the campsite online. Spot was gone, delisted. Very bizarre. I posted about it on a road trip forum. Our story, the light, the missing battery. A few people responded. One guy said something similar happened to him near the Apalachicola forest. Another said he'd found a pile of car batteries hidden in a gully off trail. We finished that trip but didn't camp again. Every time we saw a forest road or a trailhead, we would just keep driving. And even now, if I'm out at night and I catch a glimpse of some kind of red light, bike reflector, taillights, anything, my heart will still jump. It was supposed to be a father-son bonding trip. One last summer ride before my boy Tyler would start high school and forget about who I was. 4 days on horseback through the backcountry, just us, the mountains, and some quiet time away from phones and school, and of course the mess back home. We started at the trailhead near Sisters and rode south through the pines. Tyler was 14, moody, allergic to small talk, but he was good in the saddle. He'd been riding since he could walk, just like I had. Horses were how we connected when words didn't really work. Those first 2 nights out there were really perfect. Crisp air, clear skies, trout in the pan. The horses, my mare Daisy and Tyler's chunky quarter horse Rooster, were steady and calm. Tyler was opening up a bit, asking me things he actually hadn't in years. On the 3rd day, we veered west toward a place that I hadn't been since I was a teenager. A little crescent of grassland tucked into a ring of lodge poles. My dad used to call it the Dead Mare Hollow. Said it had the best grass in the entire range. We never saw another soul there, even in peak season. I figured it'd probably be the perfect final campsite. When we arrived, I recognized the layout immediately. Firing was still intact, half buried under moss and ash. The old hitching post was still there too, just a couple of split logs driven into the earth and wrapped with cracked rope, weathered and sun-bleached. I really forgot how eerie it kind of looked, almost like somebody lashed it together for a sacrifice instead of horses. We unpacked, unsaddled the horses and tied them up and started a small fire. Tyler asked me if the post had always been there. I told him yeah, it probably had been put up there in the 40s, nothing to worry about. We roasted hot dogs, told stories. He even laughed at one of mine. I mean full gut busting, and for a few minutes it felt like things were good again. That night though, I woke up to the sound of hooves, but they weren't coming from Daisy or Rooster. Those two were completely silent, ears up, alert and staring into the trees. The hoofbeats were coming from something else, pacing through the darkness just past the fire's glow. And when I sat up and looked toward the hitch post, there was a man standing next to it. At first I thought it might just be a trick of the firelight, a stump maybe, or a shadow caught just right. But the longer I stared, the clearer it got. It was a man standing next to the hitch post. He was still as stone, wide shoulders, cowboy hat pulled low over his face, long duster coat that didn't even move, even in the breeze. He wasn't looking at us, he was looking at the horses. I didn't wake Tyler yet. I sat up slow and reached for my revolver that I always kept under the saddlebag next to my bedroll. My dad taught me a long time ago. You don't shout, you don't panic, you just move. I whispered, "Daisy." She didn't respond, she just stared. Rooster was the same, stock still, like he was frozen, not spooked, not trying to run, just locked in. I turned back toward the man and he was gone. He didn't walk away or retreat, just poof, gone. 1 second there, next second, empty space. No movement, no sound, no nothing. He'd been 20 paces from the horse and then somehow vanished. I stood, flashlight in one hand, revolver in the other, and did a slow sweep of the woods. Nothing but the trees and the silence and the faint sound of wind pushing up against the high branches. I checked on the horses. There was no marks, no injuries, just wide-eyed and shaking. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At sunrise, Tyler crawled out of his bag, rubbing his eyes. Something's wrong with Rooster, he said almost immediately. Rooster wouldn't eat, wouldn't drink, just stood facing the tree line, head lowered, breathing shallow. Daisy really wasn't much better, sweaty despite the cool morning air, legs braced like she'd been waiting for something to strike. Tyler noticed the marks next. The hitch post had these fresh grooves in it, new rope burns, deeper than what they'd been yesterday, as if something had been tied off overnight, something that fought against the post itself. Was somebody here? Tyler asked me. I didn't answer him, just packed a little faster. We left the site an hour later, pushing the horses hard down the trail that should have taken us east toward this small creek, where I knew there was an old shelter. No birds, no squirrels, no deer prints, just trees that leaned in far too close together and a trail that felt tighter than before, really claustrophobic. Tyler wasn't saying much either. I think he felt it too. A couple hours in, the trail curved wide around a bluff, and there it was. Another one of those hitch posts. Not the one, but something identical. Same build, same sun-bleached log, same split at the wood base. That was impossible though. That site was miles behind us, and yet here it stood, twin to the one that we left, smack in the middle of nowhere. I slowed my horse and Tyler rode up beside me. "Dad," he said, voice flat. "Look." A fire ring, still warm, still smoking. No prints, no ash, just a small blackened pit and another hitch post nearby, like somebody had just left minutes ago. We pushed on. Later in that day, we found a shelter, 3-sided log structure near a dry creek bed. I didn't like the spot. It was far too exposed, but Tyler looked wiped and I didn't really want to scare him. We tethered the horses far off in the clearing, tied tight to separate the trees, far away from any of the posts. That night I kept the fire small, stayed up with that revolver laying in my lap. Tyler slept hard. The horses finally started to relax. Daisy was chewing lazily on some dry grass. I thought, maybe it's over. Maybe I really just imagined it all. But those hoofbeats came back, and this time they weren't pacing, they were circling us. I stood and swept my light around the trees as the fire cracked behind me, and that's when I saw him again. Closer this time though, right at the tree line, just outside the light. Head tilted, face still hidden under that cowboy hat. The duster hung stiff off his frame, and in his hand, he held not a rope, but a lead, a horse's lead rope, loop open, dragging in the dirt. I shouted to him, "You need to move along. We're armed." The man didn't flinch. He stepped forward, and the horses started screaming. Not spooked, screaming. Both of them reared back against their tethers, hooves lashing, eyes wild. Daisy broke free first, bolting through the brush, and Rooster followed seconds later, rope trailing behind him. The man didn't react to that. He just watched them run. And then, without a word, he turned and disappeared back into the trees. Tyler was awake now, staring at the spot where that man had just stood. "I saw him last night too, Dad. I thought I dreamed it." We packed up everything and left on foot before sunrise. Walking until our legs ached and water ran low. We found the horses waiting at the trailhead 12 hours later, shaken, scratched, but safe. We got them back in the trailer and headed back for home. Back in town, I reported it to the ranger office. The woman behind the counter didn't ask for any details. She just nodded and then handed me this brochure about trail safety. "You stayed near the old hitch post?" she asked me. I blinked at her. "Yeah." She gave me this tired smile and then waved goodbye. For weeks, I didn't sleep well. Every crack or creak outside my window, I would sit upright. Every knock in the night had me reaching for that revolver. Tyler even stopped riding for a while, said Rooster still flinched at shadows, even in the barn. Daisy won't walk near anything tied to a post anymore, not even in daylight. Never told my wife the full story, just that we had a couple of rough nights, lost the horses briefly and got lucky. She smiled and said, "I'm just glad you're both back." But I still think about that second hitch post, the twin, the impossibility of it all. Later on, I tried to find it once more, drove out there alone, followed the trail by memory, but it wasn't there. The bluff was different too. The trail forked where it hadn't before. Even the trees now felt taller and closer, almost like the woods didn't really want me to retrace my steps from that time. I asked around to some friends too, local ranchers, old-timers, a few retired Forest Service guys at a diner near Crescent. Nobody had any clues for me. I gave up, and honestly, I'm just grateful I never got back there. I started crewing for Captain Doyle the summer that I turned 24. I was broke, divorced, and living in this mildew camper behind a gas station inside Rockland, Maine. I'd moved up from Massachusetts, hoping for a clean break, but the job market here was just as dead as my last relationship was. Nobody was hiring except on the docks, and even those jobs were seasonal scraps. That's how I ended up on Doyle's trawler, the Widow Jane. Everybody on the wharf had a story about him. He'd once punched a harbor cop in the mouth and somehow got away with it. He'd lost a finger in the war or some kind of story. Nobody really knew, and Doyle wasn't really the type to explain himself. He was wiry, half dead, and always smelled like diesel and shit. But he paid in cash, didn't ask questions, and mostly just left you alone. And that was enough for me. The job was simple. We'd head out before dawn, check the traps and haul back what we could, then head back before sunset. Sometimes we'd go out overnight if the catch was lean. I didn't mind. Being out there adrift in the cold Atlantic silence was better than sitting inside that camper, thinking about how badly I'd fucked up my life. Now, Doyle had a ritual. Before we launched, he'd always touch the wheelhouse door frame twice, once with his palm and once with the back of his hand. Superstition, maybe. And he never wore a life vest, never let me steer, and never let me in the forward hold. Said it was for tools and gear that I didn't really need to worry about. We kept things businesslike, no small talk, just commands and the occasional hacking laugh if I slipped on the deck. But over the weeks, I started to notice things that didn't add up. Some of our runs were way off the map drop zone. He'd kill the GPS sometimes when we were miles out, claiming it glitched. Once I found this small patch of blood on the rear dock. It could have been bait, but it wasn't slimy like fish blood. It was dried and almost brown. The last trip, in late August, started out like any other. Early morning haze, gulls wheeling overhead, thermos coffee and diesel rumbling beneath our boots. Doyle didn't say where we were headed, just told me to stow the lines and be ready for a long haul. He had this strange look in his eyes, like he was already somewhere else, quiet and really twitchy. By late afternoon, we were farther out than I'd ever been before. Water deepened into this glassy black. Doyle quickly cut the engine, paced the deck, and then lit a smoke with trembling fingers. Then he pointed to a marker buoy bobbing off on starboard and said, "That's the one." I pulled the trap line. Heavy, really heavy. But it wasn't a trap. It was a steel barrel slick with algae and sealed tight, leaking something dark from the seam. The barrel thudded onto the deck with a clank, and I stood over it, wiping brine off my hands, trying to make sense of it. This wasn't lobster gear, wasn't anything I'd ever seen pulled from the ocean, not even when I'd worked the dock crew unloading out-of-state hauls. It was welded shut, industrial, and really old. Doyle dropped his cigarette and stomped it out. He didn't move for a long beat, just stared at the barrel like it was speaking to him. "Help me throw it back," he said finally. I laughed awkwardly. Shouldn't we, I don't know, call the Coast Guard? It might be toxic, or help me throw it back. It was a lot louder now, a snap that hit something deep within me. I stepped back with my hands up. "What the hell is this, Doyle?" He didn't answer me. He walked to the helm and yanked out the ignition key. No engine, no power. We were just drifting now. "Open it," I said. "I'm not throwing shit overboard unless I know whatever the hell this is." "You don't want to know." "It's too late for that," I responded. I found a tire iron in the forward hold, despite his rules about going in there, and wedged it under the rusted lid. The stench hit first, thick like raw meat left in the sun. Then something sloshed and I got the lid off and staggered back. Inside was a body, folded and contorted, knees pulled up to the chest, wrapped in a clear painter's tarp and bound in silver duct tape. Pale flesh, bloated and slick with decay. A plastic grocery bag tied up over the head. I dry heaved, fell to my knees and clutched the railing. Doyle stood there, didn't even flinch, just watched me like he was studying another chart. "Jesus Christ," I gasped out loud. "What the fuck is this, Doyle?" He sat there on a cooler, lit another smoke and stared into the horizon. "That's the one from 81. Kid owed some guys big, brought a knife to a debt meeting. Bad idea." My brain skipped like a scratch CD. "What do you mean, that one?" No response. "Is this what we've been doing?" I said. "Running traps over fucking graves?" Still no answer, just a slow exhale of smoke through his nose. You killed him? Me? No. I just knew where to put him. The rage hit before the fear, and I stood up and went for the radio, ripped the mic off the receiver, but it was dead. He'd killed the battery or maybe cut the cable. Either way, we were alone. No signal, no help. I turned back and Doyle was standing now, a rusted hook in his hand. I told you, he said. You didn't want to know. He swung first and missed. The hook clanged off the deck rail, sparks flying. I rushed him, driving my shoulder into his chest, knocking him backwards against the cabin door. He slammed into it hard, but the bastard didn't even fall. We grappled, boots slipping over the wet deck until I got my hands on the tire iron. I swung it once wildly and cracked his wrist. The hook dropped and he howled and stumbled back, clutching at his arm. "Get off my boat!" he growled at me. The adrenaline was exploding through every inch of me. I backed toward the bow and grabbed the flare gun from its bracket. Doyle froze when he saw it. "You don't want to start a fire out here," he said. "Yeah? Don't tempt me." We were now in a standoff, him nursing a broken wrist and me shaking so bad I could barely hold that flare gun straight. "Why me?" I asked him. "Why the hell bring me all the way out here?" "You just opened the fucking wrong one is all," he said. "I picked the wrong barrel. You don't have any people, so now you gotta go too. Just like him." A sick silence then settled over us, broken only by the gentle slap of the ocean. I had one flare and one shot. If I missed or didn't catch, I'd be stranded here with the killer. So I did the only thing I could really think of. I dropped the flare gun, grabbed a nearby oar, and swung to the fences. He screamed once as it slammed into his face. He fell backwards, arm pinwheeling, and landing with a crack of his skull on the deck. Blood began to seep from his head into the grooves of the boat, thick and slowly. I didn't move yet, I just stared at him. Eventually I checked for a pulse and I couldn't find one. I didn't sleep much that night, didn't move really either, just sat with my back against the wheelhouse door, flare gun across my lap, eyes locked on Doyle's body. His blood ran between the deck planks, thick as oil, and the barrel stood where I'd left it, open, reeking and silent. Eventually I wrapped him up in a tarp. Not for him, for me, so I didn't have to look at his dead, grizzled face as I turned the boat around. By dawn, I'd figured out how to rig the power to the radio. Doyle had only disconnected it, hadn't destroyed it. I hailed the Coast Guard on a shaky signal somewhere 10 miles out of Bar Harbor. Took them 2 hours to get to me. When they boarded, I told them the truth, most of it. Said that we'd pulled this barrel with a body inside. Said Doyle attacked me and I fought back. I didn't mention the other barrels, the trips without the GPS or the forward hold. They arrested me anyway though. I guess that's standard. Took the body, took Doyle's too. Hauled the widow Jane into a cove and spent a week combing over every inch of her. They ended up finding 2 more barrels, one buried in concrete under a false floor at the dock, one bolted to a crab trap and set to sink. Total body count was 3. Doyle didn't kill them himself as far as anybody else could prove, but he'd taken the money, hidden the mess, kept the ocean clean for people who didn't want any questions asked. He was dumping bodies for dealers, bikers, and whoever had the cash to get to them. Police asked me to stay in town during the investigation and I agreed. Stayed inside this cheap motel near the harbor, staring at the ceiling fan for days, not really sleeping much. Reporters called me, one tried to even get into my room and I told her nothing. Eventually they cleared me, self-defense, no charges. They even offered me this payout for cooperating. I didn't take it though, I didn't want any blood money. I left Rockland that fall, bought a used truck, headed west with no map, just needed to be away from water, far away, landlocked. And for those that are curious, this all took place in the mid-80s. We booked the trip to save our relationship, and I guess Sometimes that's how it starts, right? A Hail Mary attempt to get away. Like distance could really fix what's already cracked down the middle. Big Sur was her idea. Remote, romantic, dramatic coastal views. The kind that make you forget the bullshit, she said to me. I went along with it because I still loved her, even if we hadn't been ourselves in months. Long silences, sharp glances, sleep on opposite sides of the house. I figured if there was any place left that could shake us loose from the funk, I guess it might be California's Ragged Edge. The rental was actually pretty perfect in that eerie, uncanny way. Private Airbnb on a bluff above the ocean. Gravel road to get there, no cell service for miles. And a house built practically on a cliffside. All glass walls, polished concrete floors, modern, sleek, and cold. You could hear the Pacific roar from every single room. And that part was beautiful, sure, but it never stopped. Like something trying to crawl inside the house even. A handwritten note from the owner sat on the kitchen island. Welcome. Enjoy the peace and solitude. Be careful near the edge. There are no safety rails. Please close the blinds at night to avoid disorienting local wildlife. That line kind of stuck with me. Disorienting local wildlife? What? It seemed oddly specific. But anyway, the first night went okay. We cooked together, shared a bottle of wine, watched the sun drag itself down into the water. We didn't really talk much, but at least we weren't arguing. That's progress. The weird stuff started on the second night, though. I woke up to her standing by the giant floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, just staring. The moonlight had lit her up in silver, almost like she was made out of smoke. Everything okay? I asked. She didn't turn around, just said, "There's somebody down there." "Down where?" I asked her. She pointed and I walked over half asleep. We were easily 50 feet up from the rocky Sur. Steep cliff, sheer drop-off, nothing below us but jagged stone and ocean foam. I squinted through the glass in front of me. I don't see anything. He's standing still, right there. She tapped the glass with one finger. When I looked again, the spot was empty. I think you're tired, I said gently. Maybe you saw a shadow? But she wouldn't let it go. She watched the cliff every single night after that. Said the same thing. There's somebody down there. Never moving, always the same place, always just out of my view. I eventually stopped trying to convince her that it was real because on the fourth night, I saw him too. I got up to use the bathroom around 2:30 a.m., saw the blinds were open again. I pulled them shut before bed. Her new habit of keeping them open was starting to weird me out. I crossed the living room and was about to yank the chain when something froze me. Down at the bottom of the cliff where the rocks met the tide, a figure was there standing, motionless. My first thought was that it had to be a statue, and my second was, how the fuck would a statue get down there? It looked like a man, very tall, slouched shoulders, facing away from us toward the ocean. The moon was casting just enough light to make out the shape. Bare feet, dark clothes, maybe a hood or long hair. I couldn't really tell because he wasn't moving. I backed away from the window. She'd been right this whole time. I went back to bed without really waking her up. I didn't know what I should say. Hey babe, there's definitely a guy down there on that jagged rocks at 3 a.m. You're right. It felt insane, but in the morning I told her anyway. Her reaction was pretty reserved. I told you, she said. I've seen him every single night. We ended up hiking a trail that morning, a narrow, steep mess of roots and loose gravel that wound around the cliffside. I didn't tell her my legs were still shaking. I kept trying to spot the base of the cliffs from above, but the overgrowth was just too thick. Everything between the road and the rocks were just brush, sand, and silence. Later on that day, we drove into town for some groceries, and I asked a clerk, some older guy with leathery skin and a slow voice, if people ever hiked down below the cliffs. He looked up sharply at me. You guys in that Airbnb? We nodded at him. He didn't really elaborate, just scanned our stuff and said, I can't believe they still rent that place out. I asked him why. Bad business, was his response, and that was it. That night I ended up staying up with her. We made some coffee and sat silently in the dark, watching the cliffs through the window. The tide was lower, the rock exposed like jagged bones. And just after 3 a.m., there he was again. Same place, same posture, completely still. "Do you think he's real?" she whispered to me. "I don't know." We watched for nearly 20 minutes and the man didn't move an inch. No shifting, no sway, not even a twitch. Then she stood up and said, "I need to see." I tried to stop her, but her shoes were already on and her coat was in her hand. She walked out the front door without another word. I quickly grabbed a flashlight and followed behind her. That trail was worse at night, steeper than I remember. Every branch seemed to reach up for my face. We moved slow and carefully. I kept calling her name, but she wasn't responding. Just kept walking ahead of me like she already knew the way. When I caught up to her near the bottom, she had stopped. The figure was no longer there. The rocks were empty, only the crash of the waves and the distant salt wind. She scanned the area, then spun in a slow circle and turned back to me. "He's gone." And that's when we heard this sound just above the tide line, behind the walls of boulders, like feet slapping wet stone. I flicked my flashlight toward it, and the beam caught something, the edge of a tattered black jacket disappearing behind a rock. I whispered to her, "We need to go." But she stepped forward. "Wait, he might be hurt or something." "No." I grabbed her wrist. "He's not." And that's when a voice came. It wasn't loud, it wasn't angry. It was almost like somebody trying to imitate a human voice from super far away.
"Help,"
it said, just once, flat and toneless. We both froze. And then it said her name. I didn't even know it knew her name until she turned back at me with these eyes full of tears and whispered to me, "It sounds like my dad." Her father had killed himself 9 years ago, jumped from a building in Oregon, closed casket, no note. I yanked her backward. She fought me for a second, but then the voice said her name again. This time it was louder, and that finally snapped her out of it. We ran. Up the trail, branches tearing at our arms, dirt sliding underneath our feet. I didn't look back until we were almost back at the top. And when I did, I saw the figure at the bottom again, standing perfectly still and watching. Only it wasn't facing the ocean anymore. Now it was facing us. We didn't speak on the way back to the house, didn't even look at each other, just slammed the front door shut and locked it. Every window, every latch. She sat there on the edge of the couch, staring at her hands. I paced the kitchen, heart still thundering in my chest. Eventually she whispered, "That wasn't him." "Yeah, I know." Whatever we saw down there, it knew her name, and it wasn't just repeating it, it used it like bait, like a lure before a fish. We packed before the sun rose and tossed our bags with shaking hands, shirts inside out, toothpaste still foaming in the sink. I backed the car down the gravel road at a full 25 miles per hour. The Airbnb owner never responded back to my messages, just left me on red. When I left a review, it was gone within the hour, listing taken down, vanished, almost like it never even existed. A week later, a ranger from the Big Sur area called my girlfriend's phone, said a pair of hikers found signs of a squatter camp near the base of the cliff, hidden behind the rocks. No tent, just some bones and a few scraps of fabric, a weathered photograph of a family buried under some driftwood. It could have been from decades ago. They asked if we'd seen anything or anyone unusual, and she said yes and explained that nighttime figure. I don't know what the hell we saw. A squatter, a stalker living off the grid, somebody playing some kind of game. That was the theory the cops liked, some lunatic with a hidey hole and a death wish. It was absolutely the worst vacation of my life. I didn't come to Kauai for the beaches and Mai Tais. I came to disappear for a while. After the divorce, I needed out of the city, out of the stairs, out of that echo chamber of old text threads and split furniture. I found the blue house by accident, actually. A friend of a friend sent me to the link. It wasn't even listed on Airbnb, just this private site with a blurry header image and a PayPal button at the bottom. 2 bedrooms tucked on the North Shore, deep past the old sugarcane fields, off-grid but solar-powered, no neighbors. For the peace seeker and the artist, the listing said. I really wasn't either, but I booked it anyway. It was paradise. Tall grass swaying in the breeze, wild chickens darting through the driveway. The jungle felt like it wanted to swallow the house whole, but in this really good way, a protective way. The air smelled like mangoes and rain. That whole first day, I did really nothing but sit on the lanai and breathe. That night, I cooked, cracked beer, and watched the stars come out like fireflies. You don't see skies like that on the mainland. No planes, no towers, just black and silver, and the endless hum of frogs. Honestly, I slept better that night than I had in months. But the next morning, something was off. My coffee mug wasn't where I left it. The chair on the lanai had been moved, just a few inches, and it couldn't have been from the wind. And that screen door was left unlatched. I chalked it up to me being tired, jet lag maybe. Maybe I'd knocked over the cup without really realizing it. But the second night it happened again. This time the utensils were rearranged. My sandals were by the front door, not the bedroom, and the fridge was open by an inch. Still, there was no sign of break-ins. The windows were sealed, no prints left in the red dirt outside. But by day 3, I wasn't really sleeping. I tried locking every door, jamming a chair under the knob, but it didn't matter. Every morning, something was different. Subtle things. My clothes were refolded, my toothbrush was missing, then reappearing later on in the sink. The house felt less like a rental and more like I'd moved into somebody else's house, somebody who was still here. The final straw was the audio. I left my phone recording overnight just to prove that I wasn't crazy, and around 3:14 a.m., there was a whisper, breathy and high-pitched. It was in Hawaiian. I don't know what it said, but it repeated the same thing twice. Then this faint creak of a footstep on the lanai, then another. I packed a knife in my waistband and decided that night I'm staying awake because whoever was walking outside, they clearly wanted in. I sat in the dark with the lights off, and the sliding door cracked just enough to catch a breeze. Knife was still in hand, coffee going cold on the table. Every creak of the house was making my skin crawl. And then around 2:47 a.m., I heard it again. 2 steps, barefoot. The boards of the lanai flexed under somebody's weight, far too heavy to be an animal. My heart quickly slammed against my ribs. I raised the knife and waited, breath caught like a fishhook in my throat. Then silence followed, no knock, no voice, just one slow step and then nothing. I lunged for the door and yanked it open. The lanai was empty. Moonlight lit the overgrown grass and the jungle beyond. The night pulsed with frogs and wind. I swept my flashlight across the yard and nothing was moving. But when I turned back toward the house, I froze. The kitchen light was now on, and I hadn't turned it on. I moved slowly, knife raised through the doorway. The air inside felt colder somehow. That's when I noticed the floor, wet footprints, bare ones, leading from the kitchen to the hallway. I followed. Every inch of me was screaming the whole time to stop, to get in the rental car, gun it down that blasted dirt road. But I had to know. I had to see. The prints stopped at the closet in the guest room, not the bedroom that I was sleeping in, the other one, the one I hadn't opened since I arrived. I stood there for almost a full minute, gripping the knob, and then I found the courage and flung the door open. Empty, just a few hangers, some dusty beach towels, but the smell hit me, musty and sour like old sweat and mildew. And then I heard a click from behind me, from the living room. I turned and saw the screen door slowly drifting open, and I ran out, back onto the lanai. And there she was, a woman, long silver hair, back hunched, barefoot in the grass, maybe in her 60s. Her dress was shredded, clinging to her like rags. She was muttering something I couldn't quite hear, turning in the slow circle like she was confused. Hello? I called stupidly. She stopped and looked right at me. Her face was gaunt and stretched, her eyes were milky and wide, but I could see recognition in them. "You're in my house," she said to me. I stepped back. No, I rented this." No. This is my house. She started walking toward me and I backed up and reached for my phone. No signal. I grabbed the flashlight and aimed it at her. She flinched, covering her eyes with her arm. "You don't belong here," she growled at me. I'll call the police," I lied. "I am the police," she snapped back, before breaking into a sprint, like her body didn't really quite understand how to run. I slammed the screen door and locked it, then ran around the back of the house and through the deadbolt on the second entrance. She was pounding on the walls now, circling the house in heavy steps. I heard her dragging something, wood or metal, I wasn't sure. I crouched in the corner with a knife, the flashlight pointing toward the door. After what felt like an hour, the sound stopped and silence found me again. Then I heard a new sound, a dull thud from underneath the floorboards. She was under the house. This blue house was built on stilts, a few feet of crawl space beneath the handle flooding. I hadn't checked it since I arrived and I never really thought to, but she knew every board, every vent, every single gap. I heard her voice drift up from the floorboards. "They left it to me. I never sold it. I never left." My flashlight flickered and I smacked it, and that's when the banging started, underneath me, beneath the floor, slamming up into the boards like she was trying to break through. I grabbed my keys and bolted, out the front door through the yard and off into my truck. The engine screamed to life like it knew I needed out. And as I peeled away, I saw her in my rear view, standing in the lanai again, barefoot, dress fluttering, just watching me. I didn't stop driving until I pulled into this 24-hour gas station, sat in the parking lot with the rental truck still running, hands shaking so bad I dropped my wallet trying to buy a bottle of water. The woman behind the counter asked if I was okay, and I told her the truth, at least part of it. She didn't really flinch, just asked me, "You were up in Kalihi, yeah?" I nodded. She sighed and rang me up. "All druggies out that way, they're pretty much all crazy." I checked into the first motel that I could find, locked every door, shoved the chair under the knob, and slept with the lights on. At least for the first time in 3 days, I didn't hear any footsteps and I didn't wake up to whispering. The next morning, I filed a report with the local police. They were polite but slow moving, said they'd send somebody to check the property, took my statement and wrote it all down. A week later, I got an email from the property site. "We've processed your refund in full. Thank you for your stay at the Blue House." No mention of what I reported, no apology, just a refund, like it was a business, and I guess it was, but they acted like it wasn't the first time, and I'm sure it wasn't. I found a local forum when I was doom scrolling in my motel room, hidden in a thread about off-grid rentals. Somebody had posted a blurry photo of the Blue House, same one I stayed in, and their comment read, "Watch out for this old woman, she still thinks it's hers. Will show up at night, don't argue." Nobody replied to it and nobody asked for details, it was just kind of accepted. Too bad my buddy failed to mention anything when he recommended it to me. I flew home a few days later and my friend tried to ask me how the trip went. I told him the island was beautiful and peaceful. I never really told him about what actually happened to me. I actually found the shack on this surfing forum. It was buried deep in this thread titled "Places to Drift Off of the Map." The guy who posted it said it was really cheap and quiet, and 10 minutes from a completely empty beach somewhere south of Rosita Row. The photos were blurry, probably taken with a flip phone, but I booked it anyway. My plan was pretty simple, a month off the grid. No emails, no traffic, just my boards, my notebook, and the sea. I was pretty fried from work, burnout from everything, so the rough dirt road, spotty electricity, and complete lack of cell signal felt perfect to me. Now the shack was actually smaller than it looked online, but pretty solid. Plywood walls, tin roof, rain barrel. The ocean was visible through the dry brush and succulents, loud, close, and constant. That first week I barely left the water, surfed in the morning, wrote in the afternoon, and drank cheap beer at night. The village nearby was small and weirdly quiet. Everybody smiled, but it never felt really welcoming. I got the scent they'd been burnt out by tourists before me. At the roadside stand, I chatted it up with a guy selling tamales, asked if the waves were always that good. He's told me that yes, but don't surf when the tide is lowest. The sea hides bad things, then handed me my food and turned away from me. I figured it was just some kind of local superstition, fisherman talk, you know? But 2 weeks into my stay, something strange did happen. The tide dropped lower than I'd ever seen before. The water peeled back from the beach like it had been yanked back by something. Rocks I'd never seen before poked up like shark fins, dark and slick. Tide pools opened up with neon creatures pulsing inside. And further down the beach, about 400 yards from the shack, I saw something that didn't quite belong. A wall, tall and concrete, out in the surf where no wall should be. It was maybe 6 feet high and 6 feet wide, coated in algae and barnacles. A rusted iron bar jutted from the top like a broken handle. I walked toward it, shoes in hand, trying to convince myself it was just an old breakwater or forgotten fishing infrastructure, but when I got closer, it became pretty obvious. It wasn't part of anything, just a slab of concrete sticking out of the sand at this weird, impossible angle, almost like it had been dropped there or buried, only now exposed. Embedded in the face of the wall, halfway up, was a sealed hatch. I touched it, cold, even in the sun. The hatch was metal, rusted at the seams. I pried at it with my hands, but it wouldn't budge. Eventually, though, I found a long piece of driftwood and wedged it in like a crowbar. I had this feeling it was just some kind of old runoff pipe that they'd sealed up in the 80s or something, when stuff like that was mostly made illegal. After 10 minutes or so of straining, the latch popped and a hiss of air escaped, like opening a pressure cooker, and I pulled that hatch open. Inside was a metal ladder. The space below smelled like rust, salt, and sea rot. I called out just to hear the echo, but nothing. I dropped a rock and it hit after 3 seconds. Not too deep. So I climbed down. There was a single room, bare concrete, damp, and windowless. A rusted cot was against one wall, a camera mounted in the corner, dead. A table, and on that table, a metal tray stained dark. Leather restraints were bolted into the floorboards near that cot. I stood there for a while, unsure if I found some kind of Cold War bunker or something far worse. And then I heard it. The ocean. The tide was coming in. I scrambled up the ladder, boots slipping on the wet rungs, and by the time I made it back to the beach, the water had already reached my ankles. I couldn't and didn't go back to the shack. I walked straight to town, barefoot, shirt soaked, and went straight to the cantina. I asked the bartender, this older guy with sharp eyes, if he knew anything about that concrete wall. His face changed almost immediately, not shocked, but resigned. "You didn't open it, did you?" I didn't respond. He walked away from me without another word. And that night, somebody knocked on the shack's door. 3 slow knocks. No footsteps, no shadow, just the knocking. I stayed in the corner of the room holding a knife, and the knock didn't come again. At sunrise, I ran back to the beach to look for that wall, and it was gone. No trace, no hatch, not even a ripple in the sand. I packed that afternoon and left the key under the mat. I didn't clean the place, didn't lock up, just walked a half mile into town, flagged a ride back to Tijuana, and booked a red-eye home. I never posted about it, I never warned anybody on the forum, and to this day I believed I stepped into some kind of cartel hideaway. My brother Mason's great idea was to take the long way to my college orientation in Wilmington, looping through the Outer Banks so that I could see the real Carolina coast. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea. I'd already said goodbye to all my friends in Raleigh and just wanted to get through the dorms and just get on with it. But Mason was paying for gas and seemed genuinely excited to hang out before we split up for good. We camped in Nags Head for the night, then set our alarms for 3:45 a.m. so we could make it to the Cedar Island ferry by 6. We needed to be in line early or they'd leave without us. Problem was, we left 15 minutes late, and Google Maps showed a wall of red where Route 12 had been flooded out. That's when we saw the hand-painted sign nailed to a tree off the shoulder. Ferry access, local use only. It pointed down this narrow road that curved away from the main highway off into the trees. "No way that's real," I said to him, and Mason grinned back. "Shortcuts are plenty real, dude." I protested, but he ignored me. We then turned off and entered into a world the GPS did not recognize. The pavement was old, no lane markings, barely wide enough for 2 cars. Pines arched over the road like a tunnel. No lights, no signs, just the hum of the tires and the occasional flicker of fog in the headlights. Our signal dropped to 0 bars immediately. "This is kinda creepy," I muttered. "Chill," Mason said back. "This is what the locals use when the highway floods. Think they want to miss the ferry too?" We drove off in silence for a while, maybe 10-15 minutes tops. The forest pressed in tightly on both sides, and that's when this truck showed up. Old and boxy. One of those 1970s Fords with a square grille and a body made out of steel. Its headlights flickered on behind us out of nowhere. "Where the hell did he come from?" I asked. "I don't know, maybe pulled off from a side road?" "Dude, there are no side roads." Mason didn't answer me. The truck stayed behind us, not tailgating exactly, but pretty close. Whenever we slowed, it slowed. When we sped up, it did too. "Brake check?" he offered. "No, don't." But he did it anyway. Just a little tap and the truck didn't really react. It was like the guy behind the wheel already knew we'd do that and was ready to plow right into our rear end. We kept going, no turnoffs, no houses, just pine and asphalt. That goddamn truck behind us too. "I really don't like this," I said. "Pull over." "Yeah, and do what? Chat it up with Leatherface?" He tried to lose him, accelerated, but the road just twisted endlessly, looping back and forth, and we weren't really getting anywhere. The truck's headlights stayed steady in the rear view, not gaining but not falling back. And then the headlights cut off, nothing but darkness behind us now. Where'd he go?" "I don't know," Mason said back to me. We crested this small hill and then it came to a dead end. Not a cul-de-sac, not a town, just a rusted chain link gate wrapped up in barbed wire, blocking the road with a hand-painted sign that read, "No ferry this way." And then beneath that in red spray paint, "Turn around." Behind that fence was marshland stretching off into black nothing. We spun the car around and boom, there he was. The same truck, parked sideways across the road blocking our exit. The headlights were off and the engine was silent, and a figure now stood in front of it, not moving. They were wearing this yellow raincoat, face in shadow, hands at his side. He didn't approach, didn't gesture or anything, just stood there like a scarecrow at the center of the road. "Back up," I whispered. "We can't go through that fence," Mason said back. "Then get us around him." Mason jerked the wheel and swerved out the shoulder into the ditch. Tires screamed, mud flew, and for a second I really thought we were about to get stuck. But the car caught traction and launched back onto the road on the other side of the truck. I looked out the window as we passed. The man didn't even turn his head. Back on the highway, the GPS snapped back to life like nothing had ever happened. Signals restored, roads became familiar again. Mason's knuckles were white on the wheel and I couldn't stop looking behind us. Nothing was following us though. We ended up reaching the ferry dock with 6 minutes to spare. The operator looked half asleep in his booth, but when he saw our plates and where we'd come from, his expression changed. "You didn't take that old cut through, did you?" Neither of us responded. He just nodded. "Boys barely made it. That old shortcut has been throwing people off ever since they closed it." "Yeah, but it was paved," I said. He just gave me this look of boredom and then waved us on. I didn't say anything else until we were moving across the water, the mainland shrieking behind us. Mason leaned back in his seat, finally letting out this deep breath. "Not gonna lie, I really thought we were about to die," he said flatly. "Yeah, me too." After orientation, he dropped me off and drove back home. He never said if he saw anything else on the way home either, but in hindsight, dude must have probably just been a local trying to catch us before we hit the dead end, but who knows? maybe he wasn't. They told me to enjoy my last season, said it with a grin like I'd earned it, like retirement was some kind of prize, but it didn't really feel like that. It felt like I was being put out to pasture. 31 years of watching smoke rise, logging every lightning strike and firework, reporting every illegal campfire and flare-up. And now, all they wanted was for me to stay in my little tower and keep quiet until September, so fine by me. The lookout tower that I was assigned to this year, Tower 19, was one of the oldest that was still standing. North-facing ridge, elevation just shy of 6,200 feet. And the trees below were mostly Douglas fir and lodgepole pine, with some large scattered up higher. The air smelled like sap and ozone when the weather changed. And you could actually hear the elk if you opened up the window at night. I liked it quiet, and that's why I'd keep coming back, even as the new kids rotated through with their Bluetooth speakers and TikTok haircuts. Tower 19 overlooked this old burn scar from the '09 blaze, a horseshoe of black timber that had regrown thick with ferns and stubborn underbrush. They'd sent in replanting crews over a few years back, but I hadn't seen really much come of it. Every time I glassed it, it looked the same. Dead trees, sun-bleached logs, bare soil like healed over wounds. It started with the holes. I spotted the first one through binoculars. It was early June, way too early for anyone to be camping without getting noticed. At first, I thought it was an old root ball depression, but it was too clean, circular, and uniform. 2 days later, another one appeared a few hundred yards east, and I noted it in my log. No response. The next time I radioed it in, dispatch told me I was likely seeing some kind of animal activity. "Bears go after their roots," the guy said. "Pigs do sometimes too." Now, I've seen what bears do to the ground, and this wasn't that. These were dug with purpose, about 6 feet long, maybe 3 foot across, like somebody was trying to bury a goddamn canoe. The real concern came when I hiked down to mark them, though. There were a bunch of flies, swarming in and out of that second hole, like somebody had dropped some kind of raw meat down there. I didn't have a shovel, just a trekking pole, so I poked around the edge. Something shifted beneath the pine duff, something pale. It could have been a rock, it could have been a bone. I hiked back up and filed another report. This time they said they would send somebody to check it out next week. Classic. A few days passed and a few more holes came, always in the burn scar, never near the growth. And that's when I took note of the firelight. Not smoke, light, late at night. This tiny flicker near the tree line. Then another and another. Almost looking like a row of match heads blinking to life one by one. I didn't call it in. I packed my radio and my pistol and went down there to check it out myself. Now, I didn't head out right away. I waited until the moon was high enough to cast some real shadows, until the forest had quieted down enough into its familiar rhythm. I knew the terrain, every dip and switchback of that ridge. Still, I moved really slowly. The burn scar changes things, and trees that once marked the trail were long dead, and regrowth could hide more holes, stumps, or far worse. I kept the radio clipped to my belt and the pistol holstered within easy reach. I hadn't had a draw in years. Usually, just the sound of somebody shouting Forest Service was enough to spook any kind of poachers or campers out of their bounds. This time, though, it felt very different. As I stepped into the scar, the air changed around me, got warmer, which was very strange in the evening. Pine needles were crunching under my feet, and my headlamp caught the glint of a beer can wedged in the crook of a branch, signs of some kind of traffic. I cut the lamp and let my eyes adjust. The firelight was faint but steady, maybe 100 yards ahead of me, flickering low behind this fallen snag. I moved toward it, stepping carefully, the silence stretching tight around me. Then I heard digging. Slow, metal against earth, somebody using a shovel. I ducked behind a stump and peeked over. And there he was, wearing some old fire gear, yellow Nomex shirt, dirt cake pants, and a helmet with no insignia. No pack, just the single headlamp strapped to the brim, casting a long shaky glow over a waist-deep hole. A body-length hole, the 7th one that I'd seen at least. He didn't look up or speak. The smell hit me next, sweet and spoiled, something rotting nearby. My stomach immediately flipped. I stepped forward. "Forest Service, you're on restricted land," I called out. He froze and didn't turn around and didn't drop the shovel either. I unholstered the pistol. "You need to step away from the hole, right now." Slowly he turned. His face was streaked with soot and what looked like blood, and he smiled. "You ever burn a man, Ranger?" My skin went cold. He leaned on the shovel like it was a walking stick. Now, they scream, sure, but then something strange happens. Quiet sets in, peaceful almost. His voice was really dry, matter of fact. "Put the shovel down." "I'm not digging graves," he said. "I'm opening doors." I had no idea what the hell that meant, but I didn't really ask. I just took a step back and thumbed the radio. But before I could speak, he lunged at me. This guy was a lot faster than I expected him to be too. The shovel came up in this wide arc, and I barely got the pistol up in time to fire. It missed. He clipped my shoulder and knocked me sideways into the duff. Pain shot down my arm and I scrambled backward, gun raised. He didn't charge again. He just stood there at the edge of the hole, watching me. Then, without a word, he stepped down into it, one foot and then the other, like he was laying down to go to sleep. I didn't move and I didn't fire. He curled up in the bottom of that grave and then pulled the loose dirt in over himself. I watched completely stunned as he buried himself, hands scooping one after the other. It took a few minutes and I ran. I got back to the tower, slammed the hatch shut, and locked it. I sat there with my back against the door, bleeding and shaking for God knows how long. When I finally got the nerve and radioed it in, I didn't tell them exactly everything. Just said that I'd been attacked, that I needed medical evac, that there was an illegal camp in the Scar. They sent a team out the next morning and I was already in a chopper by then, and the reports came later. No signs of anyone, no holes, no shovel, nothing but some disturbed earth and an old fire ring from years back. They told me I've been out here too long, I must have hallucinated. Maybe a concussion, maybe the stress of the job, or the retirement playing tricks on me. Said the Scar was stable, said I just needed to rest. I know what I saw though, the man, the smell, the holes, and the way he smiled at me when he laid back down in that grave like he'd done it before. They put me on medical leave, a couple of days in the hospital for the shoulder, a psych eval, then a quiet ride back to town. No follow-up questions, no real investigation. Just a pat on the back and a polite nudge toward the exit. I didn't fight it. I wasn't in the mood to beg for another tower. I'd given the job half my life at this point. Let it take the rest and there'd be nothing left of me. I spent the rest of the summer in a rental apartment just outside Sandpoint. Did some reading, drank far too much, and stayed away from the news. Sometimes I'd find myself staring out at the tree line, waiting for that flicker of firelight or the clang of a shovel, but nothing ever came. Near the end of August, I got a call from a guy that I used to work with, Donnie from dispatch. He was drunk or tired or maybe both. Said something strange came across the scanner earlier that night. A couple of hikers called in to report smoke coming from below ground. That's how they phrased it, he said. Not a campfire, not a flare, smoke coming from the dirt. They didn't send a crew in, it was really late and the GPS wasn't exact. Just outside that old burn scar though. I didn't really respond with anything. I didn't tell him about the holes, didn't tell him about the man in the Nomax shirt or how he buried himself like he was tucking himself in for the night. I hung up, closed my blinds, and turned off my phone. I took the seasonal job for the housing. A government bunkhouse beat couch surfing in Reno, and I needed time to just get off the grid. 2 months out of college, 1 DUI, and 0 options made the offer feel like a mercy. All I had to do was update property, store logs for a decommissioned Forest Service district office. No field work, no chainsaws, just paperwork. Easy enough. The building was on a slab poured concrete half buried into a hill. A Cold War era bunker, retrofitted with solar panels and metal shutters. Inside it smelled like a locker room. Old manuals lined the shelves. Dust coated every desk. Most of the permanent staff had been reassigned years ago. Fire budget cuts, consolidation, the usual things. Only 2 full-timers were left now. Ray, this crusty old engineer who wore the same flannel every single day, and a woman named Jess who chain smoked behind the building and talked a lot. I kept my head down and stayed late, made a little nest in the file room with a space heater and a Bluetooth speaker. After a week, I knew every creaking pipe and flickering bulb by heart. One of my main tasks was updating the land use records, forest compartments, usage zones, fire history overlays. Everything was digitalized now, but this district still had paper backups, and I kept finding gaps, missing years, entire compartments labeled discontinued in red marker with no explanation. Compartment C12 came up 3 times, no acreage, no GPS boundaries, just this one single note that said, access restricted, see archives. So I checked the archives. The key was in the old supervisor's desk, taped under a drawer. The archives were located in the lowest level of the office, behind a locked door that I hadn't noticed before. No label, and it looked like a janitor's closet, honestly. When I opened it, the air changed around me, cooler and a lot less odor. There was a staircase, concrete steps leading down into what felt like an old bomb shelter. The lights still worked, fluorescent tubes buzzing like hornets. The walls were lined with these filing cabinets, and on the far wall, spray painted in black letters, C12. Not stenciled, hand painted with a very, very sloppy touch. Inside those drawers, I found records the agency never really meant to keep. Old incident reports stamped confidential, notes on unauthorized pesticide dumps, photos of illegal stash piles burned during the statewide fire ban. But one of those files stopped me cold and was labeled non-compliant removals, case files, names, photos, GPS coordinates, all of it centered around compartment C12. I brought one of the files upstairs and left it on my desk. The next morning, it was gone. No sign it had ever even been there. And that night, somebody knocked on my window. I slept alone on site. The bunkhouse was half a mile from the office, too. When I looked out through the window, I didn't see anybody. There was nobody outside. The next morning, I told myself it was some kind of dream, that I was really tired, maybe drunk, maybe both. But the mud tracks under the window said otherwise. 2 partial boot prints, standard Vibram sole, probably men's size 11, pressed into the dust behind the sill. I hadn't seen a visitor in over a week, and Ray and Jess never came near the bunkhouse. I kept my mouth shut, said nothing to them, said nothing to the regional supervisor when he called to ask how the archives project was going. I lied and told him I was behind, needed another week. He told me to hurry up and then hung up before I could really say anything else. That afternoon, I went back down into the archive. This time, I took photos, pages, maps, memos, everything I could. Some files had been removed. Whole drawers were completely empty. Others had yellow tags inside labeled retrieved. There was no initials or dates. I found one file that hadn't been touched. It was labeled with the last name, Alverson, and a hand-drawn map on this faded engineering paper. It marked a stretch of forest that I'd never seen, off-grid beyond any public trail or road. Just this little red circle and the words original dump site, C12. It didn't sit right with me, the phrase dump site, not in some kind of forest inventory, and especially not next to notes about human remains. So that night I packed a bag and drove out. My plan was simple: verify what's out there, take photos, and come back with some kind of proof. That was that. I didn't want to blow the whistle or go to the news. I just wanted to understand what the hell the Forest Service had buried out there in those woods. I parked off an old service road that was closed to the public and hiked in at dusk. Mosquitoes buzzed like static. The air was thick with that clay-rich smell that comes right before rain. About 2 miles in, the terrain changed around me. The trees got thin, the underbrush disappeared. The earth then dipped into this wide, unnatural basin, too round and far too perfect. At the center was a rusted metal hatch, maybe 6 feet long, like a shipping container sunk into the dirt. Spray paint was on the hatch and it read, "Retired," in tall red letters. Beneath that, in smaller font, C12. I stood over it, heart like a piston. There were no sounds, not any birds or bugs, nothing. Just the wind in the trees and the dry rasp on my own breath. I reached for the handle, and it opened a lot easier than it should have. Inside, a small set of steps, then a short corridor lined with faded white tile. The floor was wet, the ceiling was low. It looked a lot more like a forgotten hospital wing than anything the Forest Service had any business building. There was no lights inside, so I used my headlamp. The beam caught rusted gurneys, smashed equipment, a long mirror cracked from corner to corner. A clipboard lay on the floor. Under the grime, I could make out the heading. Disposal order, non-compliant, number 44. A name was listed underneath. It was the same name from that file that I saw, Alverson. I backed out fast and didn't close the hatch behind me. Didn't take any photos, I just ran. I made it back to the car before midnight, tires caked in red clay. I slept in my driver's seat, doors locked, knife on my lap. The next day, I returned to office to find Ray already there. "Shouldn't go poking around old compartments," he said to me, not even looking up from his newspaper. I froze. "I was just reviewing some maps." "No, you weren't." He looked up. "Don't be dumb. Just finish your contract and get the hell out of here." He stood, walked to the window, and pulled the blind shut. Jess didn't show up that day or the day after. I actually never saw her again. 2 nights later, the power in the bunkhouse went out. No wind, no storm, just a clean cut like somebody threw the main breaker. I sat in the dark for hours with my bag packed, knife in hand. At one point, I heard a car engine idling nearby, and when I checked, there were no headlights or movement, just the business end of a cigarette burning off in the woods. The next morning, I left. I didn't check out, I didn't leave a note. I got in my car and drove east until I ran out of forest. I wiped my phone, burned my field notes, and put the photos on this encrypted drive that I mailed to a friend in Portland, just in case something happened to me. I never told really anybody else what I found under that hatch. Not because I'm scared of getting sued. I'm scared because I think that place is still active. I don't work for the government anymore. I took a seasonal job in a library after that, then bounced between warehouses and temp gigs until nobody remembered that I was ever on the federal roster. I changed my number, stopped using social media, and never once checked if my name still showed up on the Forest Service payroll records. I still think about that hatch too. C12 wasn't a storage site. It wasn't a records room or a bunker. It was some kind of disposable facility, not for garbage or for chemicals, for people. I don't know who Halverson was. I don't know what made him put non-compliant, but he wasn't the only name in those files. And the worst part, the part that I still can't really shake, is that the drawers were tagged retrieved, which means somebody went down there. Someone is still going down there. And when they're done, they pull the names out of the archive and just move on, erase the evidence, and erase that person. Believe me or not, that's my story. The first thing you learn when working Forest Service law enforcement is that the woods are full of things no one wants to really find. Rotting livestock, old stills, stolen cars. But the main thing that always made my skin crawl was an illegal grow site. You smell them far before you see them. Diesel fuel, fertilizer, plastic irrigation lines. It's the same stench every single time. Chemicals, piss, and bad decisions. They're usually run by cartel crews. Sometimes locals with nothing to lose either. Either way, it's dangerous as hell. We're issued pistols, but they've got rifles too. We have radios, they have scouts. My job wasn't to raid them, just to confirm locations, gather intel, and mark trails. Then we'd call in a multi-agency task force to clear it all out. That was protocol. But protocol doesn't really mean shit when you're 30 miles from the nearest cell tower and something goes wrong. This one started out like the rest of them. A drone operator from Region 5 had flagged some odd activity near this restricted watershed. Drones had picked up rows of makeshift greenhouses under camo netting, plus heat signatures moving at night. The area was off limits to the public, part of the post-wildfire recovery zone with unstable terrain and zero trail access. They asked me and my partner to hike in and verify it. Standard recon, no confrontation, mark the trail with GPS, take a few photos, hike out. Easy enough. We parked out on this decommissioned logging road and started hiking in at dawn. The weather was clear, but terrain was hell. Fallen trees, loose shale, brush like barbed wire. It took us 6 hours to reach the zone, and by then we'd found signs. Boot print traffic, cut irrigation lines hidden under moss, and the distinct flutter of mylar wind guards in the distance. We were getting close. Collins crouched in motion up ahead, through the tangle of alder and manzanita. I could just make out the top of a camo tarp. Beneath it, we saw two men, one crouching beside a row of cannabis plants, and the other standing with a rifle slung across his back. And that's when we made our first mistake. We turned to retreat, backtrack quietly, no need to engage. And that's when Collins stepped on the wire, a tripwire, and we both froze. Everything went loud. The wire snapped under his boot with a pop, followed by this whirring sound that I didn't recognize, followed by silence. I expected an explosion, but nothing came. Just the birds going dead quiet and that weird vacuum stillness that usually comes after something terrible, not before. Collins didn't move and I didn't breathe. We both knew better than to start running. You didn't know if it was hooked to a crude claymore or a flare or some kind of radio alert. Could have been a dummy line just for show. I scanned the tree line, but there wasn't any movement, just that damn rustle of a plastic sheeting in the breeze. Then a voice called out, male and close and pretty calm actually. "Hands out, step forward." Collins turns his head toward me. We both had our pistols holstered, hands near but not touching. Another voice echoed off the rocks behind him. "Drop those radios too." I slowly raised both hands and took one step forward, praying Collins would follow, but he didn't. He was staring at something behind me, eyes wide and jaw clenched. I turned and saw three men had flanked us from the rear, dressed in this mismatched camo, work boots, and cloth masks over their faces. The one in the front carried this old AR-15. The others had machetes and modified hunting rifles. One of them was maybe 20 feet away, already raising the barrel. I raised my voice first. "Look, we're not here to bust you, we're just doing a survey. We'll walk away, no problem." But the guy with the rifle cut me off. "You already crossed the line." The one with the machete stepped forward and took Collins' sidearm without even a word. Then mine, then the radios. They didn't search our packs. Too rushed, maybe too confident. "Sit," said the rifleman, zigzagging through the brush until the undergrowth opened up. And that's when I first saw the actual grow. It was not small. Hundreds and hundreds of plants under netting, a tank for hauling in diesel, solar panels and drip lines snaking everywhere. Makeshift cabins built from scavenged plywood and road signs. A generator coughed somewhere in the background, giving the place a heartbeat. Two more men were near the center. One was older, lean, with cracked skin and dark glasses. He said nothing as we were led to this shaded area behind the camp. Collins and I were now separated. I watched them drag him into a shack made of green tarpon fencing, and the flap closed behind them. I heard yelling and then the screaming. I stood there, fist clenched, until the older man turned to me. "You feds always assume this is yours," he said. "Forest, land, water, none of it's yours. You just lease it." I didn't answer him. I was far too focused on the screams. He crouched in front of me, close enough that I could smell the diesel on his clothes and something sharper underneath it. Some kind of preservative, a chemical.
"You came out here to take notes," he said. "So take this down. You step into somebody's home, you don't walk back out."
They moved me to a pit, not a cage, not a room, a literal pit, maybe 6 feet deep, dug into the shaded stretch of a hillside. They zip-tied my hands and pushed me in. There's a plastic barrel half full of water and a crate full of rotting apples. No toilet, no mat, just dirt and bugs, and the growing stench of myself. I was there for 2 nights. No talking, no questions. They didn't ask me for my name or any agencies. Didn't seem to care. Just came by once a day, dropped a water bottle, and then walked off. Late that second night, the sky cracked open with this dry storm, lightning but no rain. The generator went down, and from my pit I could hear people shouting, something about a fire, about spotters on the ridge. And that's when I saw Collins. He crawled to the edge of my pit, pale and soaked in sweat, face swollen. His hands were still tied, but he had a blade, probably stolen from one of the tool kits in that grow camp. "Come on," he whispered to me. I cut my wrist free and clawed my way out of that pit. We staggered uphill past the edge of the grow. Smoke was starting to rise behind us. One of the tarps had caught. We didn't stick around to see how far it would spread. The escape was a complete blur. 4 miles down through deadfall, sliding down scree, ducking under downed logs. We had no compass, no GPS, no nothing. Just instinct and desperation. We moved through the night like animals, collapsing in the brush every hour or so to catch our breath. We hit a Forest Service road just after sunrise. A Blackburn crew found us 6 hours later, blistered, bruised, and barely able to stand. The official report called it a unauthorized marijuana cultivation encounter. No arrests, no press release. The grow site had been abandoned when law enforcement arrived. The plants were torched, the cabins collapsed, and the pit that I'd been kept in had now been filled with trash. There was no sign of the men who took us, no sign of Collins's pistol, our radios, or even the tire tracks. Just a warning scrawled in charcoal on this burned out road sign that said, "Stay on your side." I didn't go back on duty after that. I ended up turning in my badge, signed the paperwork, and left the station without looking anybody in the eye. No ceremony, no goodbyes. Collins ended up sticking it out for another 3 months, then vanished off into Alaska. Haven't heard from him since. They told us to keep quiet, said any formal statement would jeopardize ongoing investigations. And I knew what that meant. Too much political weight, too many hands already dirty. Between the DEA, Forest Service, BLM, and local sheriff's office, nobody wanted to own the failure. Better to treat us like a minor incident, paper it over, and then move on. I ended up getting a letter from HQ a few weeks later. Thanked me for my service, included a line about unforeseen complications in the field. It read like a condolence note without the death. I burned it. Sometimes I'll still dream about that pit, about the man with that chemical breath, and the way he spoke like the forest belonged to him. And I guess maybe it did, maybe it still does. There are miles and miles of land out there that nobody patrols anymore. Old fire roads reclaimed by brush, trailheads far too remote for any tourist, places the maps barely knew about. That's where they build, that's where they bury. And that's where the rules don't really mean anything. I used to think that that badge gave me some kind of authority, that I was protecting something sacred, but I know better now. The only thing my uniform did was make me a target. Out there past the signs and the gates and the ranger stations, there's another set of rules, ones they don't teach you in the academy, the ones written in foot traps and burned out trail camps. Rules about silence, obedience, and territory. My dad was a sawyer, and his dad before him. My uncle ran with the Flathead Hotshots for nearly a decade before he torched his own trailer on accident and then quit the job. I grew up breathing in chain oil and campfire ash, so by the time I hit 22, all I wanted to do was prove I could hang out with the real crews, get on a hotshot team myself, ride out the season, earn my red card, and make something of myself. I landed a spot on the Divide Creek crew out of Hamilton. They were one of the older crews, seasoned, no nonsense, didn't tolerate any kind of bullshit. They called the superintendent Stoke, short for Stoke Man, but nobody used his full name. The rumor was he lost a guy on a burn in Idaho back in the 90s and had been colder than a witch's tit ever since. Our season started with snow still on the ground, then it ramped up fast. Lightning strikes near the Montana-Idaho border, slash piles that flared up after a warm snap. Most of it was pretty routine. Dig line, monitor wind, cut snags, and pack out. Then we got a call for a prescribed burn in an old drainage above Ross Creek. Thick deadfall, overgrown underbrush, and pine beetle kill everywhere. It was overdue. Stoke said the burn had been on the docket for 4 years, but it just kept getting bumped. We're torching it before the whole goddamn valley lights up. You hear? The crew hiked in over 2 days with drip torches and gear. We were briefed on wind, contaminant lines, and fallback zones. Stoke assigned me to the ignition crew, walk behind the line boss, and light up the understory in strips. I felt pretty proud, important, like I'd finally been invited to the real table. But that pride did not last long. On day 2, we saw them. A family, a man, woman, and 2 kids, half a mile below our lowest fire line. No permits, no tent, just a tarp and a cold fire pit, and what looked like several weeks worth of belongings. No one said anything at first. We were burning, didn't have time to investigate. Stoke spotted them and spit into the dirt and muttered, "Squatters," then just kept walking. We were told not to stop, not to engage, just keep moving. And that night, the wind shifted. Everything we set the day before came roaring right back at us. It hit fast too. One moment we're eating cold ration and sharpening our tools. The next, radio starts screaming.
Wind shift. Spot fires breaching the black. A flare-up along the east drainage.
I remember Stoke standing up mid-bite and saying, "Wrap it up, we're moving." The trees below us had gone from smoldering to torching in minutes. Crown fire, dry understory, ladder fuels, textbook flashover. But what wasn't in the textbook was the fact that somebody was still down there. Those squatters. Stoke didn't bring it up. None of the old guys did. And I asked our crew boss if we were going to contact dispatch. He shook his head. "We don't have cell or satellite. We're blind until we hit that ridge." I asked again when we passed that overlook that faced the drainage. You could see the tarp camp from there, or what was left of it. Just blackened nylon, part of a cooler, and what looked like a stroller frame twisted into a slag. Still nothing though, nobody said a word. When we crested the ridge and reconnected with the comms truck, a helicopter was already overhead, monitoring the spread. Stoke walked off with one of the supervisors, quiet and calm. I tried to follow them, to tell them what we saw. The crew boss stopped me. "Don't be a hero," he said. "You didn't see what you think you saw." And that line really stuck with me. You didn't see what you think you saw. We stayed out there for 2 more days mopping up. Everything below the east line was scorched. Fire ran up into the tree canopies and cooked the soil black. Wildlife tracks stopped cold at the drainage edge. On the 3rd day, I snuck back down to the edge of the slope where I remembered the tarp had been. Nobody stopped me. The smoke was still low and the ash clung to every surface like frost. I found a toy truck melted into the mud. Also nearby was this length of wire fencing wrapped around what looked like a rabbit hutch. No rabbit or nothing alive. And near a pile of charred logs, half covered by a sheet of bark and soot, I saw something that stopped me cold. A shoe, small and red, melted into the ground. I took a photo and hiked out. Later on, I showed it to Miller, one of the younger crew members that I actually trusted. He told me to delete it, said if I showed anybody that photo, I'd never get another fire call out. "You're seasonal, man," he said. "They'll pin the whole thing on you and never look back." I asked if he saw that family down there too, and he just stared back at me. No one was down there. I didn't delete the photo, but I didn't show it to anybody else. A week later, we got our safety debrief. They called the fire a success, contained, effective, cleared priority fuels. The burn was listed as textbook in the post-op report. I tried to ask about the area below the line. about whether it had been cleared beforehand, whether any human activity had been flagged, and the room went silent. Stoke stared at me until I stopped talking. After the meeting, he cornered me outside the trailer. "You want to come back next season?" he asked me. Maybe." "Then quit poking around. People live where they shouldn't. Doesn't mean we stop doing our job." I told him that we burned a family alive. He just shrugged at me. "They shouldn't have been down there." And he walked away before I could say anything else. I finished the season, kept my head down, and watched the older guys get medals and bonuses. Watched the drainage get logged and flagged for rehab. No investigation, no recovery team. No mention in the after-action summary. Just fire behavior stats and fuel reduction figures. The thing about a fire that hot is it really isn't going to leave much. Bones get brittle, organs evaporate. You can walk right over a body and not even know it. And they all knew that. Sometimes, I still wonder if that camp was even on the map, if Stoke or one of the other guys knew about it and just let it burn anyway. I guess I'll never know. The photo is still on a burner phone, hidden in the lining of my duffel bag. I checked it every night for weeks, as if the image might change, as if the shoe itself might disappear. It never did. The crew wrapped up the season in October. Everybody got their red cards renewed. Stoke handed me a packet on my last day. Application to join full-time next year, with this little note scribbled in Sharpie that said, "You held the line. That's what matters." No mention of the drainage, no mention of the family. I went back to Missoula and just tried to forget, but I still see them. Not ghosts, obviously, nothing like that. Just people at grocery stores, gas stations, trailheads. A man with a burned ear standing by a propane tank. A kid with one shoe wandering past a closed trail sign. A woman in a hooded coat who stared through me as if she recognized my face. They never spoke to me. I'd stop sleeping. I'd jolt awake thinking I smelled smoke, that chemical stench of scorched nylon and scorched flesh. My hands would shake like I was back on the line waiting for the wind to shift. I started drinking alone, telling myself it was stress, telling myself it was the seasonal PTSD, telling myself anything but the truth. The truth is, we killed them. We let it happen. I've been maintaining backcountry trails for 9 years now. That means packing tools on my back, hauling timbers up switchbacks, and re-benching paths most people will never even walk. I don't mind the solitude. It's better than office politics and air conditioning. Just me, the saw, the dirt, and the occasional bear track. They called me in late May for this search and rescue assist. Not technically my job, but I was in the area and I knew the terrain better than most of the rookies did. A kid had gone missing. A 22-year-old solo hiker from Durango. Left the trailhead at Junction Creek and never checked back in. His car was still parked, no note, no signal, and that was day 1. By day 3, they called it a deep wilderness event, which is code for probably not gonna make it. I met up with the team lead at dawn. He handed me a GPS and said, "Your job's pretty easy. Scout ahead, mark false leads." So I knew what that meant. Flag the game trails, the old mining spurs, and the goat paths that led to nowhere. In missing person cases, especially with green hikers, they tend to follow the wrong trail until it's far too late. Then it's usually just a body recovery mission. But this time, this one felt off from the very beginning. The footprints that we followed didn't behave like most lost hiker prints. There was no loops or panic turns, no backtracking. The prints moved away from the main trailhead with purpose. No sign of distress, just clean boot treads, new boots too, men's size 10, marching confidently through the underbrush. But the cairns were the weird part. Little stacks of stones left beside dead trees, just off the main trail. At first I thought they were left over from somebody else, but we found one with a note beneath it that said, "Turn back." Written on the torn pages of a trail map, no name, no blood, no signs of damage, just those 2 words. I marked the waypoint and kept moving. Another mile in, we found the second cairn. This one was smaller, with boot laces coiled around it beside it like a snake. At first, we really thought maybe the hiker was leaving clues, trying to find his way back out. But then one of the search and rescue guys noticed something kind of strange. The prints didn't always go toward them. Sometimes they came from them, and sometimes there were two sets of prints, both about the same size, one always just beyond the other. We tried to keep our heads straight, stick to protocol, log everything we find, take photos, record the GPS, but the deeper we got, the more it felt like we were being pulled off track. The original boot prints veered away from the known routes, crossing scree fields, doubling back across game trails, climbing these short, pointless ridge lines with no exit on the far side. Not the way a scared hiker would move, not somebody trying to survive. We found the kids' camp on the second day. It wasn't much, just this nylon bivy sack and a rolled out foam mat under this rock ledge, a dead fire ring, one used water filter. His pack was still there, half open. All his food was gone. What stopped me cold though was the journal. It was waterlogged, torn in spots, but still legible. The last page said, "I think he wants me to keep walking, just not sure where to." There was no signature or date. There wasn't any blood or drag marks, no signs of animal predation. Like he got up, left his gear behind, and followed something deeper into the forest. I radioed it in. The search and rescue team decided to split then. Two would take the drainage east, and I'd keep following the prints along the ridge spine with another guy named Brent. He was newish, strong, and quiet. We didn't talk much as we hiked. I think we both honestly felt it, that wrongness in the air. I've walked burned over ridge lines, been stalked by cougars, even found bodies before, but this was completely different. Around 4 p.m., we hit this narrow trail that had no business being there, cut through the slope like it had been benched and cleared recently. I'm a trail tech. I know what human labor looks like, and this trail was not on any map. Somebody had made it, but not the Forest Service. It was narrow, too smooth. It led straight to a stretch of overgrown fir like a tunnel. And that's where we found that third cairn. It was bigger, taller, carefully stacked and capped with a flat stone that had been painted red, bright, almost fresh. And next to it was another note. "Turn around or I'll find you." Brent read it aloud and then looked at me. "The hell does that even mean?" he asked. Before I could answer him, we heard movement in the brush. Not a deer, not a bear, something upright. Footsteps, crunching of twigs and shuffle of weight. Brent pulled his sidearm and I drew my radio. The static hit instantly. No signal, nothing but a high-pitched whine that buzzed behind my teeth. Those footsteps stopped immediately. I crouched behind a deadfall, heart pounding, and Brent moved forward maybe 10 paces. Then he froze. "Hey!" he called back to me. "You seeing this?" I moved up behind him and followed his gaze. There was somebody standing just off the trail, partially hidden by a tree, male, maybe our height, wearing a torn green hoodie and tan cargo pants, clothes caked in mud. I couldn't see his face, just the shape of it, and the way his head was tilting. He raised one hand and beckoned. Brent whispered to me, "That's not the kid." He took one step forward and I grabbed his arm. "Don't," I said to him. "He wants us to follow." We backed away slowly, no sudden moves, and the figure didn't chase, didn't speak, just turned and then disappeared into the trees. We didn't run, not then, not until we hit a trail marker that I recognized at least, this old signpost that I installed myself 5 years ago. From there we booked it west and didn't stop moving until we hit the search and rescue base camp after dark. When we gave our report, they nodded politely, logged the coordinates, and promised to send another crew in the morning. They never found the cairn. The trail was gone, almost like it never existed. The prints? Washed out in a thunderstorm that had rolled in overnight. The kid? Never recovered. They ruled it misadventure, presumed lost to exposure. Brent and I really didn't talk about what we saw again, but I know what we saw. A trail someone built to lead him away. Something followed behind just close enough to hurt him, misdirect him, keep him walking, and then invite us too. whoever or whatever was up there wasn't interested in help. It wanted company. I stayed on trail work for the rest of the season, but I avoided that zone. Didn't volunteer for any more search and rescue assists. Didn't return Brent's calls, and definitely didn't report the photo that I'd taken, the one with the red stone cairn and that narrow, unnatural trail. It wasn't just that we'd failed to find the kid. I could live with that. What really got to me was how targeted it all felt. Somebody had studied our search patterns, mimicked trail markers, built false cairns, not to help but to guide, to lead somebody deeper, to thin the map and muddy the water. A month later, I checked the SAR logs just out of habit. 3 more hikers went missing within 5 miles of where we saw him, scattered weeks apart from each other. All solo, all experienced. Not one of them was recovered. Nobody was connecting the dots. Out there, the trails shift. Markers will vanish. Weather erases evidence, and time will take the rest. If someone or something wants to keep you walking and just out of reach, just disoriented enough, it can be done. I still build trail to this day, still spend weeks in the backcountry, but I don't follow any cairns anymore, not unless I've built them myself. And if I ever see one with a red stone on top, I turn the hell around. I was 3 weeks into a summer contract tagging coyotes when I noticed one of the collars had stopped moving. Not unusual. Batteries die, animals get hit by trucks, sometimes hunters will rip them off and throw them in a creek. But this one, Unit 7A, had stopped inside this high plateau area about 12 miles from the nearest logging road, deep in the backcountry. I figured it had to be a kill site. Predators die out there all the time. Sometimes you find the bones, and sometimes all you'll find is a tuft of fur and a busted transmitter. The hike in was pretty rough. I parked where the fire road had washed out and bushwhacked through the manzanita until I hit the GPS ping. And that's when I smelled it, raw, thick and wet, riding the heat like this invisible syrup. I found the pit 30 yards later. It was maybe 6 feet wide and 10 feet deep, lined with vertical rebar like a cage somebody never finished. Old tarp scraps lined the bottom. Buzzards scattered when I got close. The smell was coming from something bloated and pale lying across the bottom. It was my coyote, at least what was left of it. The transmitter collar was still intact, barely scratched, but the animal's ribcage had been split open like it was being field dressed. Limbs pulled wide, head removed. No scavenger does that. I took a photo, then another of the rebar, marked the coordinates, and hiked out fast. When I called it in, the district supervisor said it was probably some kind of old illegal trap line from the 70s. People built all kinds of weird shit back then, he said to me. Yeah, maybe. But that didn't explain the fresh boot prints that I saw circling the pit, or the whistle I heard through the trees when I was hiking out. Just 3 sharp notes, almost like somebody was calling a dog. And my own dog, Ash, perked her ears and started wagging. I didn't sleep well that night. Ash wouldn't settle and paced the bunkhouse, whining at the walls. At one point, she stood dead still at the screen door, ears up, tail stiff, staring into the tree line. We were in a ranger cabin just a few miles from the area. I didn't hear anything, but I felt it. That low, crawling hum that you get when somebody's watching. I killed the lights and sat on the floor with my pistol, heart pounding against my ribs until dawn. At first light, I went back. I told myself I needed to document the site, to confirm what I saw, maybe take a few more photos, mark a grid, and rationalize it. But the truth is, I wanted to know who the hell was out there. What kind of freak traps a coyote, guts it, then lays it out in a cage with this surgical precision? That wasn't some rancher protecting calves. It felt ritualistic. When I got there, the pit was different, cleaned up. Everything was cleaned up. The bottom raked smooth, like somebody had swept it for evidence. The rebar still stood in its eerie cage shape, but now something new had been added to it. 2 small nails driven into the wood of a nearby tree, and dangling from them, a leather dog collar. That one wasn't mine. Ash was least at my side. She tensed the second I stepped into the clearing, eyes fixed on something beyond the tree line. Then I took note of the second pit, small and fresh, still damp around the edges. Inside the bottom lay another dog, curled tight, domestic, golden fur matted with blood and clay. One leg was snapped backward at the knee. There were ligature marks on its snout, duct tape or wire maybe. It was posed like it had been put to rest. I stood there stunned, and that's when I heard the snap of a branch and 3 sharp whistles. I turned. There was a man about 30 feet off standing in a hollow between 2 burnt-out trees. Not a hunter, not a ranger, no blaze orange, no badge. He wore tan canvas coveralls and black gloves. His face was covered by a balaclava, with holes cut in for eyes, holes that were extremely close together. In one hand, he held a length of rope, and the other, a hatchet. He then took a step toward me. Ash barked, and I pulled hard enough nearly to rip the leash from my hand. "Back up!" I shouted at him, but the man didn't stop. I drew the pistol and leveled it. "Back the fuck up!" Still nothing, just that slow, steady pace forward at me. I fired into the dirt in front of him, a warning shot. He flinched just barely and stopped. He smiled. I couldn't actually see it fully under the mask, but I saw his shoulders rise with this laughter, this weird shaking amusement. Then he turned around, sprinted into the woods, faster than I thought somebody in boots could actually move. I didn't chase him. I grabbed Ash and backed out of the clearing and didn't stop until we hit the road. I called it in from the ranger station in Fredonia, gave them the GPS coordinates, a physical description, everything I had. They sent a deputy, and no sign of really anything, no collar, no dead dog, just disturbed earth and an animal sign. The deputy told me that it was probably a mountain lion kill. "You sure it wasn't a coyote again?" I showed him a sketch that I'd made of the man. He looked at it and then at me. You sure you weren't just trespassing on somebody's land?" I left. I packed my gear, put in for another reassignment, and drove to Flagstaff that night. Didn't finish any report, didn't clean the bunkhouse, just threw my gear in the truck, clipped Ash's leash to the headrest, and drove south until the forest gave way to red dirt and strip malls. Flagstaff felt like Vegas after where I'd been. Lights, people, noise. I paid cash for a room and didn't sleep much either. My supervisor called that afternoon. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail asking if I'd abandoned my post. Said there'd been a complaint. Unauthorized discharge of a firearm near a restricted watershed. I deleted it. A week later, my contract was terminated due to behavioral concerns. No mention of the pits, no follow-up on the collar, the second dog, or that man in the trees. No one wanted the paperwork, and I think they were honestly glad to have me gone. A few months passed, and I took some freelance biology work in the lower elevation zones, closer to towns. No deep woods, no solo hikes. Ash stayed with me constantly and wouldn't leave the truck unless I did. She still won't go near a pine forest. The cabin was perfect. It was a 2-bedroom tucked into the pine trees, about 20 minutes outside of Mendocino. Little wraparound porch, string lights, one of those open concept kitchens with big windows, and this absurdly deep farmhouse sink. I loved every inch of that damn place. We booked it for our 3-year anniversary, just me and Alyssa. No kids, no work, no phone signal. I remember the first thing that she said when we walked in was, "It smells weird in here." I laughed, but she didn't. The host, Lorraine, had left this note on the countertop, handwritten. It said, "Welcome Brandon and Alyssa. Please make yourselves at home. There's wine in the fridge, firewood stacked out back, and a telescope on the deck. Enjoy the view. Sunsets here are everything. One note, the closet in the master bedroom is locked for storage. Please don't try to force it. Thank you. That was that. Warm, casual, totally normal, right? We unpacked, poured some wine, and took 100 selfies with the trees in the background. Everything felt pretty easy, except that closet. It was on the far wall of the bedroom, standard size, stock white door with this old silver padlock on the latch. Not some high-end combo lock, just one of those clunky ones you can get at pretty much any hardware store. At first, I really didn't say anything, but Alyssa began noticing me glancing at it throughout the night, even while we brushed our teeth. You're gonna be weird about that closet the whole trip, huh? No, I said back. It's just a locked door and a house that's supposed to be ours for the weekend. Storage, she reminded me. She said so in the note. But storage for what? It's a vacation rental, not a personal cabin. And that padlock looked pretty new. We laughed it off and went to bed early. And that was the last normal night that we had inside that house. The next day, we were pretty busy. Coffee on the porch, a hike through the redwoods, took more dumb selfies at this overlook, and watched a hawk dive right through the fog. It was a perfect day. Still, every time we came back into the bedroom, my eyes would go straight back to that closet. It didn't do anything, it just sat there, unmoving and locked. But for me, it made that whole room feel off balance, like a splinter in your finger, small and visible, but always there, always present. That night while Alyssa showered, I walked over to it, ran my hand along the grain of the wood. The padlock was old school, a solid metal shackle, key entry. I didn't touch it, just leaned in close. And I could swear when I did so, I heard breathing. Not loud, not even clear, just a faint, steady shift of air. I backed away and almost tripped over the nightstand. When Alyssa came out, towel wrapped around and smiling at me, I didn't say anything to her. I didn't want to ruin the night. We watched a movie, split the last of that wine, and then crawled into bed by 10. But sometime after midnight, I woke up. At first, groggily, I really wasn't sure why, but then I heard it, a soft thump from the closet. Not loud or frantic, just a dull, solid noise, like something shifting inside it. I held my breath, and then another thump, followed by a scratch. I reached over and Alyssa was dead asleep. The house was quiet, no pipes, no wind, no creaking floorboards, just that sound from the closet. I sat up, heart pounding, and just stared at the door. The padlock was still there. I got up and walked over, pressed my ear to the door. Nothing though. I waited a little longer. Then, right at the edge of my hearing, I heard it again, breathing. I sat up and didn't sleep the rest of the night, and the next morning, I told Alyssa. She laughed at me at first, thought I was winding her up or something, but when she saw my face, she stopped. "What kind of sound?" she asked me. Thumping, scratching, breathing. I know how all that sounds, but it's what I heard. She stared at the closet and bit her lip. "Do you think there's like a animal maybe in there?" "Too big." "What do you mean too big?" "I don't know the sound, it just felt big, like human." She stepped closer to the closet and looked at the padlock. "It's the same one, right?" "Yeah." We debated about calling the host, and eventually Alyssa wound up sending a text. "Hey, Brandon thought he heard something in the closet last night. Just want to make sure there's no animal or any issues. Thanks." We waited and didn't get a response. We checked our signal. No bars, so we tried the Wi-Fi. Still out. That's when I remembered the welcome book saying there was a landline in the kitchen. I picked it up and, of course, no dial tone. That afternoon, Alyssa went to go lie down. I stood in the kitchen staring at the fridge, trying to psych myself up to make some kind of lunch. And then I took note of something. The wine bottle. It was on the counter. I know we left it on the coffee table. I walked into the living room, blanket folded, TV remote placed neatly in the center of the rug. Not how we left that either. Alyssa for sure hadn't done it. I asked her, and she swore she didn't. Then we realized we'd both been outside for a while earlier, alone. Not long, but enough. Somebody had been inside. That night we barricaded the bedroom door with the dresser, not because of the closet, because of everything else. No cell, no internet, no way to call out. Something had changed. We aren't alone out here. Not really. Alyssa tried her best to stay calm, but her eyes kept darting back and forth to that closet. "What if," she whispered to me, "what if somebody's living in there?" Her words sat in the air like smoke. I didn't answer her. At exactly 2:14 a.m., that scratching started up again. And then, the knob turned. I watched it turn. The padlock held, but something pulled, really hard. I watched the wood flex. Alyssa was awake now. She saw it too and clapped her hand over her mouth. We didn't move or breathe. Then the noise stopped and we waited. Long enough to convince ourselves, hopefully, it was over. Then came a voice from inside that closet. A dry, whispery rasp. "I'm cold." When the sun was up, we left. Didn't pack, didn't clean, didn't say goodbye. Just grabbed our shoes, our phones, and ran. The front door was still locked, but that back slider unlatched. We didn't look in the closet again. We didn't really want to know at this point what was behind it because whatever or whoever was in there wanted us to open it. And we almost did. 15 miles later, we hit the first gas station with signal. Alyssa called the sheriff's department in Mendocino County, filed a report, gave them the address, told them everything, word for word. The dispatcher was polite, said they'd send somebody out, but when we followed up 3 days later, there was no report filed. No record of anything at that cabin at the address, no listing under Lorraine's name. When I checked the rental site, the listing was gone, wiped clean, no history, no reviews, nothing, like it never even existed. Occasionally at night, I found myself thinking back to that voice, the way it sounded like it hadn't spoken in weeks, the way it said just those 2 words, cold. That wasn't a threat, but I don't really know what it was. I think if we answered back, if we had said anything back, if we tried to help, I'm not sure we would have made it out. We might be part of the closet now too. And then somebody else would be reading Lorraine's welcome note, drinking her wine, ignoring the locked door on that far wall. It was only supposed to be for one night, just a crash pad on the way to Flagstaff. Me and my friend Nate road tripping from LA, trying to make it to his cousin's wedding without coughing up any hotel money. We found this little place in the desert outside Kingman, cheap and clean. A small Adobe-style house off a dirt road with gravel driveway and a sagging porch. It had character, 4 stars, no real red flags. And it was available for that one night only. I snapped it up in 5 minutes flat. We got there just around 8 p.m. Sun was already gone, air still warm around us. My phone was on 3% battery, but I had the check-in instructions saved. Thank God. Key under the fake rock by the front steps. Simple enough. I grabbed it and walked to the door and stopped because, well, it was already open. Just slightly. Nate glanced over at me. Did you open it? No, dude, I just got the key. He slowly pushed it the rest of the way open and the lights were on. We both stood there for a second, long enough to notice the TV flickering in the living room, and a beer can on the kitchen island, and a pair of sandals by the door. Somebody was already here. I double-checked the listing. August 12th, 1 night, 2 guests. Reservation confirmed. Then a voice from inside. Hello? 2 people stepped around the corner, A couple, mid-30s maybe, normal looking, slightly confused. Just like us. A guy was holding his phone. Are you the owners? No, I said back. We booked this place tonight. They both immediately looked at each other. So did we. So we both pulled up our confirmations. Same address, same date, same check-in instructions. Nate and the guy walked outside to call the host, and of course, no answer. I stayed in the kitchen, awkwardly sipping water from the sink while the woman made small talk. This is nuts, she said. We stayed at like 20 rentals. This has never happened to us. We agreed to be chill, said it was probably some kind of glitch. Look, let's just stay on opposite ends of the house, the guy said, and we'll leave first thing in the morning. It wasn't ideal, but we were both really tired. The place had 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. There was plenty of space. I guess we figured we can survive one night. But we shouldn't have stayed, because those people weren't who they said they were, and by morning, only 1 pair of shoes was still by the front door. That first hour was completely fine. We stayed in our room, and they stayed in theirs. Everybody was making these nervous jokes about tech glitches and modern problems. I played music low on my phone while Nate scrolled through Instagram, and eventually we both started to nod off. Then, out of nowhere, the lights go out, and not just in our room, the whole house. A hard click like a breaker's flipping. Nate sat up. Hey, you hear that? I opened up the door. The hallway was pitch black. Hey, I called out. You guys good? No answer. I stepped forward and the floorboards creaked below me. That kind of creak you feel in your bones more than your actual ears. I found the kitchen by memory, grabbed my phone for light and aimed it around me. The breaker panel was just outside on the porch, so I went to the front door. I stopped. The sandals that were there earlier now were gone, and a breeze was moving through the house. Then a door slammed somewhere in the back. We got the power back on by flipping the main breaker, but the other couple didn't come out of the room after that. Nate knocked once lightly. Hey, everything all right in there? He was only met with silence. We went back to our room and locked the door, and that's when we noticed something. My duffel bag was now open. Not how I left that. Nate's wallet was on the floor, cards pulled halfway out. He picked it up slowly. Did you? I shook my head. We sat there for a long time, not talking, just listening. Every now and again, there'd be a soft shuffle in the hall, and once I heard water run for 5 seconds, then shut off. Around 3 a.m., I had to piss, but I didn't want to leave the room. I couldn't hold it anymore. I eased the door open, barefoot, phone in hand. The hallway light was off again. I crept toward the bathroom, passing the living room, and stopped cold. The woman was standing there, in the corner, not moving, just standing, barefoot, facing the wall, arms down at her sides. Almost like she'd been placed there, full Blair Witch bullshit. I froze and she didn't react, not even when the floor creaked under my feet. I backed up slowly and made it to the bathroom and locked the door. Inside, the cabinet under the sink was wide open. Inside that, my backpack. All right, I'm done. Time to fucking bounce. I woke Nate, told him what I saw, and he didn't argue. We threw our shit together fast and made for the front door. And now it was locked. Not deadbolted, but chained from the inside. That chain had not been there when we arrived. Nate moved to unlock it. That's when the guy stepped out of the second bedroom right behind him, and he had a bat in his hand. Aluminum, clean, and brand new. You guys leaving already? He asked. I moved between them slowly. Yeah, we're heading out, early start. He smiled. You sure? You've only been here for a few hours. And that's when I noticed this scar, a thick wide line across his throat, like somebody had already tried to cut him a long time ago. He saw me looking and his smile widened. From behind me, the woman whispered, "We just wanted some company." Nate unlocked the chain and I yanked the door open. and we both ran. Didn't stop until we hit the car. We jumped in, slammed the doors, and started it up with shaking hands. They didn't follow. They just stood in the doorway, watching us drive away. We filed a report the next morning. Cops visited the rental, found nothing, no couple, no bat, no signs of any kind of break-in. When they pulled the reservation logs from the property manager, there was only one booking listing for that night, ours. They checked the key logs, only one use on the key box, ours. There's no sign or record of anybody else being there. And the strange part, the owners hadn't rented that house in almost a year, said that they'd taken it offline after a break-in. When the property manager asked us who gave us the link, we pulled it up and of course, listing gone, wiped. The only thing left in the browser history was this weird dead redirect, something called sharebnb.co/just-for-you. We waited weeks for answers and there never were any. A cop said the locks hadn't been tampered with, the host hadn't given out any kind of spare key. No prints besides ours, no damage, no physical evidence, no nothing. They treated us like we were exaggerating something, maybe mistaken, maybe high. But I remember the bat. I remember the woman staring at the wall like she was possessed. I remember my backpack moved into a space that I hadn't touched, a very weird one at that. We tried to track that link again, sharebnb.co just for you, but it was gone. Even the cached version led nowhere, a blank page with the words, "Thank you for booking." And beneath that, in this tiny gray font, more guests arrive every day. I needed a quiet place to work, that's really all it was. I was finishing my last semester of college and drowning in senior capstone projects. My roommate's girlfriend basically lived with us and their arguments made the walls rattle. So I booked a cheap vacation rental inside this little historic town outside Savannah. 4 nights, solo stay, total focus. It was an old brick house on a shaded street with a crooked iron fence and ivy crawling up the porch. Quaint, southern charm. It looked like it came with a ghost or two, but I wasn't really there for the vibes, just the peace. The host's name was Lauren. She left a bowl of mints and a typed welcome letter by the fireplace. Something about the place smelled faintly floral, like air freshener trying to cover up mildew. Still, it was clean, cozy, and it had great Wi-Fi, so I was sold. The bedroom was upstairs. Downstairs was a reading nook, kitchen, and a side door marked private entry, basement access only. A letter had a line about it as well. "The basement is locked and not part of the rental. Please don't try to enter. It's unfinished and used for long-term storage." Fine by me, I had no interest in whatever multi-antiques or spider kingdoms were down there anyway. But that night I heard something, this dragging sound from below me. Not mice, not settling creaks of an old house. It was heavy, slow, like a box being pulled across concrete. I froze immediately. It lasted maybe about 10 seconds and then silence. So I told myself, it's the pipes. Maybe it was somebody next door. The listing did mention other houses nearby, though I hadn't seen anybody since I got here. Still, it was enough to keep me up for another hour, replaying that sound over and over in my head. The next morning, I checked the basement door. Still locked. But there were some fresh smears of dirt on the knob. Weird, like somebody had grabbed it with a filthy mud-caked hand. But I had a lot of work to get back to, so I told myself to not overthink it, leave it alone. It was probably just the cleaner or maybe the maintenance coming through before my stay. Maybe they left the door unlocked for a while. Maybe they forgot to wipe the handle. It's not that big of a deal. But when I emailed the host to ask about it, casually, not trying to sound paranoid, I didn't get a response. Not immediately or the next day. And that night, I heard that same noise again, same dragging sound, from the same location, down in the basement just below my room. It happened around 2:13 a.m., and I remember the time because I rolled over and checked my phone the second it started. Same gritty, labored sound as before. something being pulled or somebody crawling across concrete with tons and tons of effort. This time it went on for almost a minute. And then I heard a different noise that followed. A cough, clear, wet, definitely human. I sat up and turned every light on that I could reach without leaving my bed. And by daylight, everything looked harmless again, but I could not stop thinking about the sound. The way it came and went so casually, so weird. I worked most of the day on my laptop from the kitchen table, headphones on, blocking out the world. It was only when I stood up to stretch that I noticed something was out of place. The fridge. It was unplugged now. Not fully, just barely slid forward, cord half exposed. I didn't touch it. I would have noticed that. I made coffee that morning and pulled milk from it. It was definitely plugged in earlier. Now that whole unit was completely moved. There was a footprint on the tile next to it, bare, heel smudged in and something gray. I backed away. That's when I realized the little door to the basement, the private entry one, was now slightly ajar. Not much, but just a half an inch gap. But it was locked before. I hadn't opened it, and I hadn't heard it open either. I called the host again, and this time I left a message. Hey Laura, this is the guest staying at your property on Ash Grove Lane. Just wanted to check in. There's been a few weird noises downstairs, and I think somebody might have been in the house. Was it maybe a maintenance person? Just hoping to confirm that nobody else is supposed to be here. Call me as soon as you can. But no call came, no text, no nothing. That night I pushed the love seat in front of the basement door. Not because I was scared, at least that's what I told myself. I just felt better to block it off, visually and psychologically. I woke up at 2 a.m., sweating, not from a nightmare, but from sounds. Thump, drag, and another thump. And this time I heard something new, sneezing, heavy sneezes from just beyond the wall. And then the knob turned, once, twice, then it rattled, soft and frantic pressure. I stared over at the love seat. It wasn't moving. I waited there for hours and didn't sleep. By sunrise, I was ready to call the police. Fuck Lauren and her auto voicemail. I packed my bag and checked out early, drove to a diner just a few miles out. I emailed Lauren again. Still polite, still trying not to sound crazy, but I told her something was wrong, that somebody's in the house, that it's not safe. She finally responded around 11 a.m. Hey there, sorry about the delay. I've never had issues like that before. I'll send somebody to check out the basement. I promise you were the only one scheduled during your stay. Thanks for letting me know. It felt like a form letter, too upbeat and dismissive. But whatever, I'm gone. 3 nights later, I'm home again, scrolling Reddit when I come across this thread. Creepiest things you found in a vacation rental. And one comment stood out above the rest. A locked basement door came open during the night. We left at 3 a.m., never got a response from our host. I clicked their profile. They stayed in Savannah, same neighborhood. I DM'd them, and they actually replied fast. Said the house looked the same, red brick, iron fence, big tree out front. Except they'd been there 6 months ago, and their listing was hosted by somebody else entirely. Different name, different profile, same address. So I start digging. I reverse searched the images of the house, found 3 different listings, same property, different platform, 3 different hosts, none of whom had overlapping information. I dug deeper. One host profile picture was this stock image. Another was a LinkedIn P.O. box in Atlanta that didn't even exist anymore. It was like the place was being rotated, masked, recycled. So I went to Facebook Marketplace and searched the actual address, and I found something strange. A blurry photo from an old post. Need help cleaning out this old rental. Previous tenant left behind some stuff in the basement. Bring gloves. That post was 2 years old, and the top comment, dude, don't go down there. I couldn't let it go. I reached out to a friend who said they lived in Savannah, James, an old classmate. I told him everything, sent him the address, and he said he'd check it out, just for kicks. He drove by 2 days later, said the house looked pretty abandoned. No curtains, no lights, but the front door was wide open. So he parked and went inside. said that he'd pretend to be an investor if anybody asked him. I told him not to. I begged him not to. But he's the kind of guy who laughs at horrific situations. He said the place looked like somebody just moved out. Furniture half covered, food still in the fridge, mattress on the floor upstairs. But the air felt heavy, like mildew and ammonia. Then he stumbled upon the basement. He didn't open it, said the door was locked and smelled wet, like something had rotted behind it. He snapped a picture of the knob and sent it to me, then texted, "Gonna see if I can find the landlord's info. Call you later." That was 2 weeks ago and I haven't heard from him. I called James almost every day for a week and it went straight to voicemail. His social media went quiet. No posts, no check-ins, just gone. I called the Savannah Police Department, filed a missing person report, gave them the address, sent them the text and the photos, everything I had. They followed up with me a few days later, said the house was empty, no signs of forced entry, no signs of anybody living there. I asked about the basement and they paused. They said it was sealed shut, nailed from the inside, said they wouldn't enter without a warrant unless there was probable cause. I said, "Somebody's in there." They told me to stay available if they had more questions, but they never called back. 2 weeks later, a new listing had now popped up. Same house, new name. Charming writer's retreat, perfect for extended stays. The photos were the exact same ones. Furniture moved around slightly. The basement wasn't mentioned. I reported it. It got taken down. Then showed up again under a different username. Same layout, same photos, same basement door. Some nights I lie awake and picture it, that space under the house, the smell, the noise, the fact that somebody was down there the entire time I stayed, breathing beneath my bed, moving while I worked, listening while I slept. It wasn't haunted. It was inhabited by somebody who learned to stay hidden. And where the fuck is James? I think about the photo we sent, that knob. How it looked smeared with something gray and sticky, same as before. We booked that cabin because we wanted some kind of quiet. My wife Laura needed a break from work and the kids were burnt out from school, and I just wanted to feel like a man again. Build some fires, grill some steaks, let my youngest shoot a BB gun at cans from the deck, pretend that we were pioneers instead of just tired people from Phoenix. It was a rental just outside of Pine Top, up past the ski cabins and seasonal condos, far enough away from the main road that the last stretch was all dirt and pine needles. The photos made it look rustic, but clean. Big stone fireplace, bunk beds, a wraparound porch with a hot tub that barely worked but looked really great in those pictures. And no cell service. That was really the appeal to us. No buzzing or news, no texts from work. Just the five of us, me, Lauren, our teenage daughter Emma, and the twins, Ryan and Blake. 9 years old and always yelling about something. We got there on a Thursday afternoon. Weather was perfect. The air had that high country scent, half pine, half soil, like the whole mountain was freshly watered. We unpacked, picked bedrooms, and let the kids explore the trails behind the house. It really did feel like a reset. Dinner was burgers on the grill, sunset through the trees, s'mores over the fire pit. Emma rolled her eyes at the twins and pretended not to be having fun. Laura sipped red wine from a camping mug and said, "We should do this every year." It really was the kind of night that you don't realize you'll miss until it's gone. Then a knock came at 3 a.m., 3 sharp raps, right at the front door. I sat up in bed, heart pounding like I'd been yanked from underwater. Laura whispered to me, "What was that?" "I don't know. Stay here." I grabbed the fireplace poker and crept down the stairs barefoot. The knock didn't come again. I looked through the peephole and saw nothing, just moonlight and trees. So I opened up the door. Nobody there, no footprints, no wind, just the cold, quiet woods and the sound of blood in my ears. I closed the door and locked the deadbolt and checked the windows one by one. Still didn't see anything. Not a branch out of place, not even a breeze. So I told myself maybe it was an animal, a falling pine cone. Hell, maybe the twins left something against the door that tipped over. Now, I didn't believe it, of course, but I needed to say it. Laura didn't ask any questions when I got back into bed. Just pulled the blanket tighter and slid closer to me. The next morning, I checked the front porch again. Still nothing, but there were boot prints and they weren't ours. They weren't there the day before either. Big ones, treaded. Not hiking boots, work boots. I followed them. They started down the gravel drive and led up to the porch steps and then stopped at the front door. No return trail though, just a set of tracks coming in from the woods. I didn't tell Laura. I just kept an eye out. Didn't let the kids go exploring that day. Said there were bears in the area and I didn't want to risk it. I checked my phone. Still no service. I tried the cabin's emergency Wi-Fi hotspot and of course it was dead. The landline by the kitchen was unplugged. Some frayed wires with no dial tone. No signal, no internet, no fallback. It was just us. That night I locked everything down. Windows, curtains, and I left the outside lights on. But at 3 a.m. once more, the knocking came back. Same rhythm, same 3 knocks. This time, Laura actually heard it too. She sat up straight first, eyes wide. That's not an animal. I nodded back at her. She reached for her phone, but I already knew it was no help. I got out of bed and grabbed that same poker and moved slowly down the hallway. When I reached the living room, I didn't go to the door right away this time. I looked out the side window first and saw somebody standing on the porch. Not moving, not speaking, just standing. His face was in shadow, wearing something heavy like a jacket, arms at his sides, head tilted slightly like he was listening. Then, like he felt me watching, he turned and looked straight at the window, and I quickly ducked out of view. I didn't breathe, I didn't blink, and when I looked again, he was gone. I didn't sleep and stayed up the rest of the night, and at sunrise I walked the perimeter. Boot prints were everywhere this time, around the porch, around the sides, by the window, even at the back door, like he'd been circling while we slept. When I went to check our SUV, the tires were slashed, all 4, clean cuts. Then I had to tell Laura everything, the guy, the footprints, the tires. I thought that she'd fall apart. Instead, she went into triage mode, packed snacks, filled the bathtubs, charged flashlights, and the kids started asking questions we didn't want to answer. I found a trail cam nailed to a pine tree just off the back deck, and that wasn't ours, not part of the listing at least, and definitely not mentioned in the binder. I pulled a card and popped it into my laptop. Each file was named by timestamp, and each one was a photo, black and white, motion triggered. At first, all of the files were us, unpacking the car, kids running down the trail, me at the grill. Then came the night shots, us through the window, sleeping, sitting at dinner, Laura brushing her teeth, me reading a book, all taken from that tree line. Then the final file, it was from the night before, a full body shot. That man, standing on the porch, inches from the door, looking into the camera, his face lit by the porch light. Not a ski mask, no balaclava, just a man's face, plain and unbothered. That night we took turns watching the windows. Laura kept the kids in our room, reading bedtime stories, and she didn't finish. At 3 a.m. we heard footsteps on the roof. That wasn't a bird or the wind. Footsteps, slow and creeping. It went from one side of the house to the other. I raised that poker, and Laura grabbed the fire extinguisher. We waited. A soft clatter then came from the chimney. At dawn, I spotted something on the back deck, nailed to the railing with a screwdriver. A photo, one of the trail cam prints. Our family sitting at dinner, Emma smiling, Laura was mid-laugh and me mid-bite. Scrawled across the bottom in thick black marker, "Thank you for staying." We left as soon as the sun cleared, didn't even drive the SUV, we hiked out. Me still with that fire poker, Laura with the twins, and Emma dragging a duffel bag. It took us almost 2 hours on foot to reach the main road. I flagged down a tow truck, and the guy thought I was crazy until I showed him the photo. He didn't really ask many questions after that, just nodded and gave us a ride back into town. He even agreed to go pick up our car after we gave him the address. The police were polite, not helpful. They took my statement, looked at the tire tracks, the trail cam, the prints in the dirt, said they'd check the local trail cams, maybe put in a request for footage from nearby hunting blinds. But without a name or suspect, I knew nothing would really come of it. It was just another trespassing incident. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, no real damage. When I asked him about the trail cam, the deputy just shrugged at me. There's a lot of creeps out there, and some just want to watch. I work nights at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. Folks call it the dead stop, and I get why. Half the lights in the sign don't really work, and the coffee tastes like it's been filtered through cardboard. And once that sun goes down, the highway out front feels like a vein that's already bled out. Most shifts are pretty much nothing. Stock the gum rack, mop the dust that blows in underneath the doors, and wait for a trucker or two to roll through. My boss Rick told me, "It's the easiest money you'll ever make. Just don't go looking for trouble and trouble won't go looking for you." But trouble really didn't care what Rick says. Trouble thinks Rick is a moron. The first weird thing that happened was around 1 a.m. This sedan drifted into the lot really slowly. Lights were off until the very last second. It didn't pull up to the pumps, just circled the building once. The driver stared at me through the glass, then rolled right back out onto the highway. No gas, no bathroom stop, just this weird loop. I shrugged it off. Desert weirdos, I thought to myself. You definitely will get them out here. 10 minutes later, a lifted truck comes through. Same thing, circled, stared, and then left. By the time this third vehicle pulled in, an old Crown Vic, the headlights were clicking on right at the glass. I had my phone in my hand, and the guy just sat there for far too long, his face completely lost in the darkness, and I felt this cold little knot form in my stomach. When he finally rolled away, the landline was dead, my cell bars were gone, and I was left standing in an empty store where every hum and click sounded like a person coming to kill me. That's when I knew this night was actually gonna turn into something. So by 3 a.m., my nerves were completely shot. I kept walking the aisles, flashlight in my hand, pretending to tidy shelves just so I didn't have to sit behind that big glass window like a fish inside a tank. Then, just like before, the headlights came back, but not one car this time though, 3. They slid off the highway together like it was rehearsed, angled across the lot, and parked side by side blocking the exit. Their beams cut straight through the glass, bleaching the aisles in white. I couldn't see the drivers, just shadows moving behind the glare. I told myself not to panic. Rick said weirdos, not killers. People pull dumb crap out here all the time, but all 3 engines shut off at the same time, and dead silence followed. Of course, the landline was still nothing but static, and my phone read no service. This was par for the course out here. I ducked behind the counter, crouched down. My heartbeat was teetering on medical emergency. I could see them now through the candy rack, 3 doors open, 3 figures stepping out, all slow and creepy like. They didn't come to the door though, they spread out, one on each side of the building, boots crunching on the gravel outside. The third figure stayed in the glow of the headlights, standing perfectly still like a scarecrow planted at the edge of a lot. And that's when it all hit me. I was locked inside this glass box. Every inch of this place was lit up, and outside nothing but dark desert. If they wanted me, if they really wanted me, I was already gone. I killed the lights behind the counter and crouched even lower. My pulse was now in my throat. I heard something scrape at the back door, some kind of metallic rattle like a pipe testing the deadbolt. Then came a knock. Not hard, it was polite, 3 taps. I held my breath. The front door sensor chirped and I froze. They came inside. I risked this peek over the counter, and the man in the headlights had now moved closer. I could see him fully now. Tall, pale face, no real expression. He'd lifted one hand and pointed at me through the glass. I quickly ducked back down, shaking so bad the flashlight was rattling in my grip. That scrape against the back door was now getting louder, harder, and then it stopped. I waited, counting my heartbeats, until the soda cooler kicked on behind me with a hum. I nearly screamed. When I looked back out front, the lot was empty. The cars were gone, headlights were gone, just darkness and that buzzing sign. I thought maybe they'd left until I saw the bathroom key was no longer hanging on its hook. The bathroom key shouldn't have been gone. It's been there all night, and now that nail was completely bare. What the fuck? I froze, my brain trying to explain it all. Maybe I'd knocked it off when I ducked down. Maybe I dropped it in the aisle when I was sweeping, but I think deep down I knew better. Somebody had been inside. The store now felt smaller suddenly, like the aisles were pressing in on me. I was still crouching and clutching a mag light, just kept listening. Nothing but the hum of the fluorescent lights above me and the hiss of the soda cooler. Then I heard the bathroom door creak, just a little. I stood up, my legs were stiff, and aimed the flashlight down the aisle toward the bathroom. The beam caught chrome. The knob was turning slowly. I bolted. Just vaulted that counter and ran for the back door. The deadbolt was stiff, and I yanked and yanked and yanked until it finally gave. Then I was outside, gravel tearing underneath my shoes. I didn't look back. I sprinted past the dumpsters, down the embankment, into the scrub brush. My lungs were burning, but I kept going until the station was this smear of light off in the distance. Then I heard engines, 3 of them, all starting up at once. Headlights then flared on, sweeping across the sand, hunting. The beams combed the brush like searchlights. I dropped flat, face pressed into the dirt, praying the desert would just swallow me whole. The cars prowled around that lot for a while, then the lights angled toward the highway. I heard tires crunching, engines roaring, and one by one, they peeled away back into the black. Silence followed again, but real silence this time. No humming bulbs or buzzing signs, just me shaking in the dirt, waiting for the courage to crawl back up the slope. When I finally made it to the station, the front door was now wide open. The bathroom door stood ajar too. I didn't check inside though. I couldn't find the courage. I quickly grabbed my backpack, my keys, and drove away without even turning off the pumps, without even locking the place. The next morning, Rick called me, pissed about the door being left open, pissed about the mop water still in the bucket, pissed about everything except the thing that I wanted to tell him. That bathroom key never turned back up again, and he started to fire me, but I quit on the spot, totally mutual. The job just wasn't for me, and lo and behold, I heard about a shooting robbery just 3 months later, on that same shift that I worked. Truckers have rules. Some are written and some aren't. And one of these unwritten ones is that you never trust a shortcut at night. Roads that save you 30 minutes in daylight can cost you everything once the sun goes down. And I broke that rule. I was running late, behind schedule, and the GPS swore this country road was gonna shave half an hour off my route. I've been driving 14 hours straight. Eyelids were now heavy, coffee not doing much but souring my gut. I told myself 30 minutes was definitely worth it, as well as telling myself that the machine knew better than me. The turnoff was easy to miss, just this sagging sign for a farm-to-market road, half buried in the weeds. The asphalt was cracked, striping long gone. I slowed and swung my rig onto it, and watched the highway disappear in my mirrors. And those first few miles, it was absolutely fine. Empty, but fine. Fields of corn leaning in like they wanted to listen. Half-lit farmhouses here and there. A rusted barn occasionally as well. Then the road began to narrow. Asphalt gave way to dirt. My headlights bounced over ruts, dust curling up in the beams. Trees were crowding closer, blotting out the sky. I gripped my wheel tighter, telling myself that I'd be back on the main highway soon enough. The GPS still showed that blue line ahead, urging me forward. And that's when I saw the first one, this old Buick, stripped down to its frame, sunk in the ditch with weeds growing through the windows. A mile later, a pickup with no doors, its cab peppered with bullet holes. Another mile or two and there was 2 SUVs now, gutted like fish, resting nose to nose in the trees. Okay, it's a vehicle dumping ground. Rural folks leave junk everywhere. But my throat was dry and my stomach was telling me that this wasn't just junk. These were leftovers. The dirt track dipped off into the hollow and that's when I saw the first glow, orange flickering like a campfire. As I came around the bend, the beams of my headlights caught them. 3 figures standing around a barrel fire in the middle of the road. Shadows were stretched long and sharp across the dirt. They didn't scatter like deer, they didn't wave at me like farmers or hunters, they just stood there, watching, hands at their sides, fire lighting up their faces that didn't really look surprised to see me at all. I downshifted and slowed my rig, and one of them stepped forward. He had something long in his hand. It was metal and caught the firelight. A crowbar maybe, or maybe a rifle. It was hard to tell. My heart began slamming in my chest, and the GPS line still said continue straight, but I knew damn well this wasn't a road anymore. This was a trap. I kept the rig crawling, engine primed, headlights washing over the 3 of them like they were part of the road itself. None of them flinched, didn't move either, just stared at me. One with the metal rod, shifting in his weight, and then lifted it slightly, and I finally saw what it actually was. A length of pipe, capped on one end. Not a tool, but definitely a weapon. Every instinct screamed at me to swing wide, gun it, blast past them. But the road was far too narrow, the ditch was extremely deep, and the trees were pressing in tightly. If I tried to swerve, I'd jackknife the trailer and that would be the end of me. The guy in the middle raised his hand like a cop signaling to stop. My headlights painted his face. He wasn't old, maybe mid-20s. His eyes were flat and greasy, like he wasn't fully there. That kind of stare that tells you he's already decided what's about to happen. I braked slowly, praying this was just some kind of local screwing with me. My hand slipped on the wheel, my palms were sweating. It was almost so bad that it felt like oil. And that's when the others began to move as well, from the tree line. More shadows peeled off, 4, maybe 5 of them. They slipped into the ditches and then climbed the berms, boots crunching, all moving toward my rig now. Trap confirmed. I shifted back up, revving the engine hard. The guy with the pipe stepped closer, right into the glow of my brights. He pointed the pipe at my windshield like he was sighting me in. Then I saw him smirk. And that smirk absolutely broke me. I stomped the accelerator and the rig screamed, diesel roaring as I barreled forward. He didn't jump clear, he actually braced, like he was gonna stop 40 tons of steel with his own body. I didn't have time to consider his insanity. I watched him vanish underneath my grill, felt the sickening bump of impact rattle through the cab, and then I was past the fire. The barrel rolled, sparks spilling across the dirt, but it wasn't over yet. The figures scrambled on both sides. One leapt at the steps of the cab, hand slapping the metal, another smashing something against my trailer. The sound of breaking glass was exploding behind me. The rear marker lights had now shattered. I kept the pedal buried though, the dirt road twisted, my rig bouncing hard, but I still didn't lift my foot. The branches clawed at either side of the trailer, snapping like gunfire. The mirrors showed chaos behind me, the fire now shrinking, shadows darting, somebody running after me with arms pumping like pistons. Then headlights flared up behind me, and not just one set, 2, maybe 3. Engines gunned, tires sprayed dirt, and suddenly I was no longer the hunter, I was the prey. They were in vehicles that I'd not seen parked, hidden somewhere deeper in the trees waiting. The GPS blue line was useless now, frozen, spinning, and recalculating. I didn't need it to tell me what I already knew. I had miles of dirt track ahead of me, and a pack behind me. The Crown Vic from earlier, a battered pickup, and something else low-slung with a screaming engine. They came in fast and reckless, almost like they'd done this chase 100 times before. My trailer fishtailed and mud sprayed. I fought the wheel and felt the back tires bite again. My whole world shrank into a tunnel of my headlights and vibrating wheel in my hands. And then the first shot rang out. Glass exploded on the passenger side, a spider web cracking across the lower pane. My ears rang, and somebody had fired from the pickup, very close now, headlights blinding in my mirror. I ducked low, keeping one hand on the wheel, and jerked the rig left, then right. The trailer rocked, tires screamed. One of them overcommitted. I think the Crown Vic clipped the ditch and flipped, sparks and steel tumbling in my rear view. But the others continued coming. Another shot, closer. A hole punched through the passenger mirror now, the glass raining down in shards. I swore loudly, shifted down, then redlined the engine. The road then suddenly opened up into this wide stretch, fields on either side, no trees. Moonlight turned the dirt silver. Then I spotted a sign half buried in the weeds. County road ends. Bridge out. My stomach dropped. I couldn't stop, not with them behind me. The bridge was nothing more than this rotted span across a shallow creek. I saw it in the last second. Half the planks were gone, support beams sagging. But it was too late. I hit it doing 50. My trailer shuddered, wood splintered like bone. And for a second I was airborne, stomach in my throat. And then the front tires slammed the dirt on the other side. Metal screamed, sparks lit up, but somehow, by some miracle, the trailer didn't shear off. Behind me, that pickup wasn't so lucky. It hit the gap far too slow, and the front end cleared, but the back axle snapped, dragging it down nose first into that creek bed. One engine still screamed. The low-slung car had made it across, fishtailing wildly, still chasing. The headlights swerved, drawing closer and closer until it pulled up alongside me. I saw the driver now, close enough to smell oil and cigarettes through that busted-out window. His face was painted with something, black streaks under his eyes like war paint. He was screaming something that I couldn't hear, and it sounded like some kind of cry. Then he jerked his wheel toward me. Metal slammed metal, my cab rattled, and I fought the wheel and pushed back. The two of us locked in this deadly dance at 50 miles an hour. He tried again, slamming into me, only this time I was ready. I jerked left, forcing him into the ditch. His headlights veered, his car tipped, then he was gone, rolling and flipping, steel shrieking as it tore itself apart. Silence only followed me now, only my engine was the only thing making noise. I kept the pedal down, heart still jackhammering, hands shaking so bad I could still even grip the wheel. Then the GPS chimed in, calm as anything, rejoining highway in 2 miles. I almost laughed. Almost. 2 miles never felt so far in my life, and that dirt track bucked under my tires, each rut threatening to snap an axle. Every single shadow out in those fields twitching like it wanted to step out onto the road. My ears were ringing from the gunshots, and my hands were now welded to that wheel. I continued checking the mirrors, waiting to see more headlights reappear, waiting for another engine to scream up behind me, but there was nothing, just black fields and broken fences under the moonlight. The GPS purred like it hadn't just tried to feed me to the wolves. In 1 mile, turn left. When I saw the highway again glowing faint under the moonlight, I could have cried. Pavement, civilization, lifeline. I hit the turn so fast my tires were squealing, trailer tipping dangerously before it slammed back down. I shot back onto the interstate like I'd been launched from a cannon. 60, 70, 80. I didn't care, I'm not stopping. But adrenaline really will only last for so long. After 10 minutes of white-knuckle driving, I eased back, checked my gauges, and listened for anything wrong with my rig. The grill was bent, one mirror was gone, and the marker lights were busted, but she was still running, still alive, unlike them. I pulled into a truck stop 45 minutes later. Lights bright, pumps humming, people inside, real people. I parked crooked and staggered out of my cab, then went straight to the bathroom to splash some cold water on my face. The reflection that looked back at me was pale, eyes wide, pupils like pinholes. My shirt was completely soaked in sweat. I didn't call the cops, didn't even tell another driver. What would I really say? That a gang in the middle of woods tried to hunt me down on a dirt road that my GPS told me to take? That I ran a man down with 40 tons of steel just to make it out alive? I really doubt that anybody would believe me. And even if they did, out here in the middle of nowhere, it wouldn't really matter. I got back in my rig, hands still gently shaking, and I made a promise to myself. Never again. Never trust the blue line. Never take a road that you don't know. But occasionally late at night when the interstate goes empty and the CB chatter dies out, I still will think about that shortcut, about those stripped cars rusting in ditches, the barrel fire lighting up the trees, and that smirk on that kid's face before I hit him. Gravel crunches under the tires as I ease down that last stretch of a dirt road. The air thins out up here. Pine trees crowd the hillsides. Dark water spreads wide and flat up ahead. The reservoir, nobody else around. It's good. I kill the engine and my daughter kicks her door open before I've even unbuckled my seatbelt. She's got the tackle box in one hand, the rod in the other, already marching up to the shoreline, 15 years old and impatient as hell. I grab the cooler and the net and then follow her down the slope. The water is cold. A breeze ripples across it, carrying the creak of the pines. I scan the bank, the sand, the rocks, and the brush. Quiet. Too quiet maybe, but I guess that's really what we came for. Just us, no crowds, no phones, no other buzzing. I glance over and see a tent, half collapsed, staked right at the edge of the water, maybe about 15 yards down. No car, no boots outside, just nylon sagging, door flap open, shadows inside it. Somebody else beat us to it, my daughter says. She sounds annoyed. I tell her not to worry, place is big enough for two. But I feel my stomach shift. Tent looks all wrong, like it's been there for quite some time. We end up settling a little ways off and she sets up quick, hooks her bait and casts out into the water. The bobber plunks and drifts off. I unpack the cooler, crack open a soda, and just try to shake off the unease in the air. Then I take note of the tackle box that's near that tent. It's not ours, just sitting in the dirt, lid open, lures spilling out like teeth. Hey, I call out to my daughter, nodding toward it. You see that? She follows my gaze and then frowns. Yeah, weird. We continue fishing anyway. Time drags on, but no bites. And throughout that time, I keep glancing over at the tent, waiting for somebody to crawl out, to stretch, to wave, to do something, but nothing happens. The flap just flutters in the wind and the whole thing sags a little lower. The sun slowly slides down the back of the ridge. The air cools fast. I row us out in that inflatable dinghy. My daughter balanced in the front, line trailing in the water. Dad? She says. Her voice makes me turn quickly. She's pointing down. Beneath us, maybe 10 feet below, the headlights glowing dull and green. A car, submerged doors open, weeds waving out like hair. The reflection ripples across the surface, lighting up her now pale face. I grip the oars, throat's now dry. My first thought, an accident. Somebody drove off the road. My second thought, it's been down there for a while. Where the hell is the report? Where the hell are the people? The breeze then dies and the water flattens. And that's when he steps out of the tree line. Barefoot, clothes dripping wet, sticking to his skin, moving slowly and steadily down toward that tent. He sees us. Then he starts walking straight into the reservoir. I dig the oars deep, water slapping against the dinghy, plastic flexing underneath us. My daughter twists around, eyes wide, as she watches him. He continues though, he doesn't stop. The man wades out, knees, thighs, waist, water black around him. He doesn't really swim, he doesn't break stride. He just kind of keeps walking, shoulders rolling slow. Dad, go! I yank harder, the oars bite. The dinghy skates across the surface, but I still hear him, water churning behind us. He's not fast at all, but he is steady. His face is pale, his lips pulled in tight, teeth clenched, eyes wide and fixed on us. He keeps staring at us like we're already caught. The boat drags and something snags underneath us. I look down. Weed or rope, I can't tell. I yank an oar free and jab at it, and my daughter screams. He's gotten closer now, waist deep, shoulders breaking the water. He still hasn't slowed down. He actually snags my daughter's fishing line and starts yanking on her rod. "Cut the line," I shout to her. Her rod's still out, line stretching taut. She fumbles, hands shaking, knife scraping out of the tackle box. She saws at it, plastic wheel whining. Snap, and the line breaks. I slam both oars, dig deep, and the boat lurches free, shoots forward. I don't stop. My arms burn, and my chest feels like it's about to split open. Then I glance back, and he's gone. The water ripples. Empty. I spin the dinghy, searching. The tent on shore sagging in black, pines hissing with the wind, but there's nothing on the bank. "Where is he?" my daughter whispers. And then the dinghy jolts, a hard knock from below it. We both scream, and I almost lose the oars. Another thud, harder this time, shaking the boat. Water splashes over the side. He's under us. "Move!" she cries to me. I row blind, wild. The boat jerks forward, then stalls again, and something scrapes the bottom. Nails on plastic. The dinghy rocks hard, and she clutches onto the side. A hand then bursts up through the water, pale and slick, fingers crawling at the rim of the boat. Nails were blue, skin wrinkled like it'd been soaking in it for weeks. I swing, and the oar smashes down, the crack of wood on bone, and the hand slips under and vanishes quickly. The boat spins, my daughter's sobbing. I row harder, every stroke sloppy and desperate. The shoreline draws closer and closer, 10 feet, then 5, and I hit gravel. She leaps out, scrambling up on the bank. I drag the dinghy halfway out, chest heaving, heart pounding in my skull. The water settles and silence follows. The tent hangs limp beside us, flap open like a mouth. "Get to the truck," I pant. I shove her ahead and glance back over my shoulder. The reservoir is glass, no ripples and no sign of that man. We sprint uphill, and my boots slip on the shale, my lungs tearing open. The truck glows in the sunlight, our salvation. I fumble with the keys in my pocket. My daughter's already clawing at the handle, and she yanks open the door, hauls herself inside. I jam the key twist, and engine coughs and sputters, and won't catch. "Come on, come on." And then I hear it, another sound, behind us, the slap of bare feet onto gravel, slow and steady, getting closer and closer. When I look up in the mirror, he's there, walking up the center of the dirt road, soaked clothes hanging, hair plastered to his skull. His smile still hasn't changed. His hands hang limp, swinging easy. The truck engine coughs again and dies. My daughter is full out crying now, rocking in her seat. I slam the key again and pump the pedal, praying. The man keeps walking, 10 yards, 9, 8, and finally, the engine roars to life. I slam it into reverse, tires spitting out gravel. My headlights wash over him. He doesn't flinch, doesn't raise a hand, just walks straight into the beam. I floor it. The truck shoots backward, gravel spraying and then spins, fishtailing onto the track. My daughter rips out another scream and clutches the dash. I stomp the gas and the reservoir vanishes, pines whip by, black and endless. I don't look in the mirror, not even once. But I swear, even over the engine's roar, I can still hear those footsteps on gravel keeping pace. I don't lift my foot, and the truck screams up that dirt road, bouncing hard enough to rattle our teeth. Branches lash at the windows, gravel spits under the tires. My daughter curled up against the seat, fists in her hair, sobbing uncontrollably. The road then curves, straightens, and dips, and I keep it pinned, 80 on a track built for 20. The wheel jerks and tries to tear from my grip, but I hang on. Slowly, the reservoir falls away behind us, black water, blacker trees, and I tell myself, it's gone, it's done. But my skin says differently. My skin says, he's still there. I risk one look into the rear view, but there's nothing, just dust hanging in the air. I want to believe it, but the steering wheel shakes under my hands, and I realize it's not the road, it's me. I'm the one shaking that hard. When we finally hit pavement, it was a miracle. The truck surges onto the country road, tires screaming, and then grips solid. My chest caves with relief, and my daughter finally looks up, tears streaking across her face, lips trembling. "Is he gone?" she whispers to me. I want to tell her yes, God, I want to, but the word dies off in my throat. Headlights bloom up ahead, oncoming, a sedan silver creeping slowly. It flashes its brights once, then twice. I ease the truck right, hands slippery on the wheel. The sedan doesn't pass, it slows and it pulls in behind us. My daughter sees it too, her nails digging into my arm. The car stays back just far enough that the headlights blur, and just close enough that we can't forget it's there. As I press harder on the gas, the sedan matches me, and we ride like that for miles and miles, me pushing 80, it shadowing us, no closer, no further, just locked in. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it turns off, no signal, no brake lights, just gone off into a dirt cut, swallowed up quickly by the trees around it. Silence fills the cab, and my daughter slumps against the door, completely spent. I grip the wheel until my knuckles ache, and I'm just afraid if I let go, everything will unravel. We don't stop. Not until we hit town and file up a police report. The car is found in the water, no bodies, and no suspects. Four hunters, 4 rifles, and 1 borrowed cabin advertised on a forum by a guy none of us had even ever met. Now that should have been the first red flag, but it was cheap. Cheaper than anything we could have gotten closer to town. And the photos showed this solid little A-frame tucked deep into the woods. Exactly what we wanted, off-grid and isolated. It was October. Leaves were dead on the ground and the sky was washed gray. The dirt road that was supposed to take us there dissolved into mud miles before the pin on the map. We parked the truck half in the ditch and hiked the rest. Packs heavy, boots sinking, all of us swearing under our breath. When we found that cabin, the second red flag was waiting for us. It looked like the photo, sure, but stripped bare, empty to the bones. No curtains, no utensils, no cookware, no signs of anybody having lived or hunted here in a very long time. Just 4 walls and a roof, and the wood that smelled sour, like rain had leaked through in for years and years now. The floor creaked with every step, and the windows didn't open. They were nailed shut. We set up anyway, laughing and trying to hide the unease. We hauled in our gear, lit a lantern, and cracked a few beers, trying to convince ourselves that it was all fine. A cabin is a cabin. 4 guys together, there's nothing to worry about. But then Jake found the first thing. He stepped off the porch to take a piss, and there it was, nailed high into a tree, pointed straight at us. A trail camera, black lens, red light faint in the dusk, watching. He climbed up and ripped it down and then tossed it into the brush, and nobody really said much after that. Later, I was the one who spotted the bottles, a neat stack of them under the porch, all lined up. Supplies like plastic water bottles, filled with caps screwed but not sealed, all different brands, none of them fresh, some cloudy and some with little things floating inside. That night as the lantern burned low, we heard boots. Not close like right at the door, just out there somewhere moving slowly, circling. You could hear the crunch of the leaves, then silence, then crunch again. The sound like somebody pacing, patient like they had all the time in the world. We killed the light and sat there in the dark, rifles across our knees. The cabin creaked inside, and then came a voice, low, calm, and cut through the dark like a knife.
The boys rented the wrong place.
We didn't move. The lantern is this small sun guttering in the middle of the floor, and every board in that place has a voice. The wind drags its sleeve across the eaves. Out there, the man says it again. You boys rented the wrong place, as if we hadn't done a thing that couldn't be undone by walking back the way we came. 4 miles of rutted mud, and the road like a brown vein through a body that wouldn't cooperate. Jake breathes in through his mouth. Mason's finger sleeps on the trigger, though there's no rest in it. Drew keeps glancing at the window, as if it might learn mercy and turn its face away from the yard. "Kill the light," I say to them, and the lantern dies and the world steps in the room. In the dark, our hearts write our names in the air. We listen, leaves, another scuff. The slow measure of a man who knows the ground. Another out there answers him without words. Boots in a circle. The cabin set like a tooth in a jaw. I then think about the camera that we ripped down. The red eye gone to sleep in the brush, but the others we didn't see. Then I think about the water stacked in ranks beneath the porch, the cloudy bottles, the gray floaters like seeds. I tasted one and spit and wiped my tongue in my sleeve and said nothing because the others had seen it too, and there is no courage in passing around a fear that has already found a home. Drew leans in towards the door. "Don't," I whisper, and I can hear him swallow from across the room. The latch is a small thing, but it might as well be a church bell. The voice again further off. "You go on now. Leave what ain't yours." He does not knock. He does not introduce himself. He does not say he is the owner or the law. The words are workmanlike, clean of anger, and that is a horror in itself. This man doesn't care. We shoulder up our packs by feel. We leave the cooler and the box of shells that we cannot carry, and half our food in one of the sleeping bags because the weight is a god, and we will not live if we bear it. I pull the bolt of my rifle and let it whisper home. The sound seems to cross the yard and take a seat with the man that we cannot see. We slip to the back where the door is no door but a warped sheet of pine that yields to a patient hand. The night then pours in, cold enough to drink. We step out onto the porch, breath like ghosts. The woods are close to us now. They hold themselves like men who mean to watch and not be seen. A line is strung from post to post at knee height, fishing line. The moon takes it and lets it go. The bells tied along are not bells but crimped mouths of beer cans and spent shells and nuts from an axle. They rest there easily, waiting for a knee or a shin to give them a reason to sing. I kneel. I hold the line in my palm and feel its small quiver. Not wind, a hand somewhere else on that same string, someone testing. I cut it with my low blade and let the dead end fall. No music. We sneak off into the trees. The soil is matted with leaf and rot, and the slope drops down toward the creek where the alder trunks stand like gray bones. We aim for the sound of the water because everything you are is loud and water will agree to talk over you. We move in a file and we do not speak. A limb snaps like a gunshot under Jake, and he closes his eyes as if he could hide that noise. No answer, only the old slip of boots in the wind, set wide. Patient men fanned in the timber to take our measure. At the creek we step down and the mud takes us to the ankle. The cold is good. It pulls a straight line through the mud. We wade and the water carries our scent and our heat, and the stones knock with little teeth. We move with it, side hill slow, and when we climb out, we are 2 ridges nearer the road and no bell has sung. There is a place where the timber thins and the ground shows its shape. The moon lays down a coin of light and we have to cross it. Drew shakes his head and I nod because there is nothing else. We go one at a time. On my turn, I feel it in the back of my neck, the old eye. I keep walking, I don't look. If a man means to only scare you, he will let you look upon him. The chain across the road is where we left it, half buried in that mud, a padlock the size of a heart. Our truck waits canted in the ditch, with its nose toward town, and the skin of it shining with damp. For a moment, my chest loosens slightly. I touch the hood, cold and untouched. We fan out and listen. The woods breathe and the sky goes on with its old work. I lift the hood. The battery sits like a black brick, and both clamps are loose and poised as if a careful hand had placed them there to save us the trouble. No cuts, no theft, just this strange courtesy. I set them down tight and remember the cloudy bottles and wash that thought from me, because a man can go crazy trying to keep his mind clean. Keys, I say. Mason passes them into my palm. We load in quietly. The doors close with the weight of decision. I turn the key and the truck coughs once and comes alive. Its voice sounds big in the night, and I put it in gear. We roll out slow, and the chain lifts easy from the post like a snake when we take it in our hands. I carry it aside and lay it down. Headlights off, I say, and Mason nods. I let the truck idle, and we creep. The mud holds the tires like a prayer, then finally lets go. The lane ahead is a black tunnel, cut through brush and alder, and at the far end, it opens into whatever luck that we have left. When we reach the bend where the ruts go deep and the ditch rises up again, that's where the spotlights come on. White planes of light hammer from the cab on both sides, clipped to poles, wired to a generator I can hear chuffing off in the trees. They kill the night and raise a different kind of darkness, the one that's inside your head when your eyes give up. "Stop," calls a voice from a truck, the same voice as before, and it's not moved an inch. I keep the wheel straight and we roll. The lights burn our faces down to the bone, and there's nowhere to look that is not fire. A shape then steps out from the brush, a shotgun in his hands, held like a broom, easy and familiar. He lifts it not as to shoot us, but as if to remind us that he might. He tells us to leave the rifles, leave them in the bed and drive on and do not come back. He's a man in this canvas coat, hair flat from a cap that he's not wearing now. He could be any age. We look at one another, 4 men and none of us a hero. In the bed are the rifles laid like children. I think of the range, of the oil on cloth, of the quiet church of a November morning. I think of what it might cost to buy the gun and what it costs to learn it, and none of that measures up against the simple ledger of just making it home safely. "Do it," I say. The word breaks something in me that will not mend. Drew eases open the slider on the back window, reaches through and drags the first rifle forward, lays it off on the tailgate, then the next, then the last. The man does not move, and the lights continue to roast us. He nods. "Drive." We put it in gear and we go past him at a walking pace, and he takes our measure the way a man might trace a line up a map with his finger. And then he steps back into the brush and the generator thumps on obediently, and the road is our road again. No one seems to follow. No one calls after us. When we reach the county blacktop, I ease the lights on and it feels like sin. Mason rubs at his eyes as if he could change what's behind them. Jake stares into the side mirror like a man who cannot overcome some kind of superstition. Drew says nothing. He's counting the rifles in his head, or maybe he's counting us. We make the first town at sunrise. There's a diner with a neon clock and a waitress covered in cat hair. We sit, and the coffee is too hot and too weak, but we hold the cups like dead men. None of us call the sheriff. None of us say go back. 4 men in one story and nobody to hear it. On the way back out, I look at the truck, mud dried into scripture across the doors, pinstripes of alder. On the bumper, a small black box zip tied to the hitch, a camera we didn't see. I cut it free and set it in the trash by the pumps. We drive south, and the country opens and the sky is so wide you can hang all your regrets from it and still have plenty of room. My hands continue to shake for a long time, and then they finally stop. A month later, I still wake and taste plastic on my tongue. And I will know again the water that we did not drink, the bottles under that porch. There are places where the map is not wrong but just incomplete, where the law is a matter of acreage and nerve. And that night, we learned the boundary, we paid the toll, and drove away smaller but alive.
I didn't have money for a motel. I didn't want to risk another night sleeping under a highway overpass where cops or worse might kick me awake. So when I found this gravel pit, it was quiet and hauled out from years of neglect. It felt Like, in the moment, it was my best option. A man-made crater outside this dead-end town that nobody really worked in anymore, and nobody seemed to care about either. And that's really what made it perfect for me. Now, I know what you're thinking. That doesn't really sound like stealth camping. The thing was, it was still fenced, still private property. Just beyond the tree line, there stood this trailer park as well. I was very much camping among civilization. That pit stretched wide. The walls were sloping down into a basin that was littered with weeds and busted machinery. Some rusted out conveyor belts, a pickup with no doors, the kind of place teenagers probably snuck into for beers and dares. But it was dead quiet when I scouted it. The only sound was the river running somewhere far beyond the edge, and music from the trailers themselves. I picked my spot up at the top lip, where the scrub brush clung stubbornly to the edge. I figured from there I could see anybody coming in, if anybody even bothered. The town had that hollowed out bone feel. I dropped my pack and unrolled the bivy sack. The dirt smelled like lime and old diesel, sharp in the nose, but I welcomed it. At least I wasn't under buzzing fluorescent lights in a bus station or stretching out somewhere in some drainage culvert. This was open, raw, and private. As the sun fell, the pit became alive. Crickets started their high-pitched racket, and the air cooled down fast, desert cold in the hollows. I ate a half a can of beans that were cold, washing them down with warm water and laid back. Above me, the stars were burning crisp through the haze. I remember thinking to myself that I'm actually get some real rest tonight. But sleep will never come clean when you're living rough. I stirred with every snap of brush, every rustle in the weeds, every shift in the dirt beneath me. The silence of the pit made each sound catastrophic, echoing up the slope. I tried to keep my breathing steady, telling myself it was only the rabbits or the... When it finally came, the sound that pulled me straight up from a half-dream to cold awareness. I knew right away that it wasn't an animal. The rhythm was far too measured. A boot sole was crushing through the gravel, one after another. Not really fast or loud, but steady, and it definitely was coming my way. Somebody else was inside this pit. I froze in my back, heart pushing hard against my ribs, and listened closely. The footsteps didn't wander, they descended, down that sloping wall slow and carefully. Whoever it was, they weren't drunk or stumbling. They were pacing themselves, creeping slowly down in the dark. That's when it really hit me. I made a mistake camping above the bowl. I never thought there would be somebody in it. The guy likely watched me the entire time from the moment that I showed up. I didn't move, not yet. Just listened as the gravel whispered under their weight, getting closer and closer. Whoever they were, they knew exactly where they were headed. Finally, the crunch of gravel slowed, then stopped. My ears were straining against the silence, but the pit held still. No wind, no animals, just a void where the earth was now falling away. I inched my bivvy open, barely enough to peer down the slope. Moonlight painted the basin in this silvern shadow. And then I saw him. A figure stood near the rusted conveyor, tall and skinny, hands hanging at his side. No flashlight, no phone, just still, like he was really trying to remain unseen. It was too late for that though, but what was I gonna do now? It briefly occurred to me that I had the high ground, and I figured there was some kind of advantage in that. My gut still was nodding up, and to this day, it's the closest I've ever come to filling my pants. Then I heard a clank, a metallic scrape that filled the air. He bent and picked something up from the ground and was now dragging it behind him. It was a length of chain, long as hell, clattering over the rocks as he dragged it right up to me. He wasn't looking around, he didn't act surprised. I could actually see his eyes glowing as he stared up in my direction. I held my breath. I was weaponless, without really any options other than just booking it. My body screamed at me to move, to run, but the drop was sheer before me, and behind me, it was just a potholed gravel. If I slid down, I'd almost land at his feet. If I got a bad start running the other direction, he'd probably still catch me. Seconds were dragging into hours. He stayed down there unseen except when the moonlight caught that chain in his hands. Every so often he'd stop, lean his head back, and stare toward the lip where I lay, and I could swear that he could see me even in the dark. Then he went still, literally melted into the shadows down there, and I lost sight of him. The quiet stretched on until my nerves twitched raw. I eased my pack closer, fingers searching for anything I could find to protect me. The air was like chalk, just drying out my mouth, and somewhere below, that damn chain kept jingling in the dirt. Then came the scrape once more, a lot closer. Not at the basin floor, but halfway up the slope. Gravel shifted, dislodged. He was climbing now. I swallowed hard and pressed flat, every muscle locked in. He stopped maybe 20 feet down from me. The chain rattled like a rabid dog and was at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. I finally burst from my bivy pack, half slung with this knife in my hand. Gravel shot out beneath me as I scrambled into the brush, praying to God that I spooked him in the moment and created some kind of opportunity to get away. Behind me, the chain clattered like he dropped it and then lunged into motion. My boots barely found purchase as I clawed at the dirt, hauling myself away from him. Then I heard him laugh. The hell was wrong with this guy? I hit the ridge gasping, stumbling into the weeds, and bolted blindly into the trees. Branches tore at my arms, roots snagged my boots, but I continued on, lungs ripping fire until that pit was gone behind me, and only the nearby river guiding me. I made sure to move away from that trailer park and the quarry. I didn't stop until the eastern sky bled with the color of dawn, and by the time the sun was now cracking over the horizon, my body felt like it had been through a torture pit. I staggered along the riverbank. Every sound behind me was 1 decibel away from sounding like that goddamn chain again. I didn't stop moving until I reached the edge of town, collapsing in the weeds behind this shuttered gas station. I'd left all my belongings at the top of that pit. I sat there shaking, clenching my fists, and trying to convince myself it was all a nightmare, a trick of the dark. Some drifter just looking for scrap metal, nothing more, business as usual. But the truth would gnaw at me. I think I saw what he was doing, and it looked like he was making a noose. By mid-morning, fear had given way to a reckless pit bull. I had to know. I had to see the pit in the daylight, to prove to myself it wasn't what it really felt like. I looped wide through the brush, creeping back as quietly as I could. The pit looked a lot smaller in the sun, harmless almost. Birds were hopping between the weeds, and that rusted conveyor stood crooked against the blue sky. For a second, I briefly thought to myself that maybe I imagined it all. Then at the basin of the floor, that chain lay in this neat coil, heavy links catching the light. A great deal of it lay apart from the rest, and I could indeed see the loose loop of a hangman's noose. It wasn't perfect. I think only rope would allow that, but it was pretty damn good and pretty damn close. That sight hollowed me out. Whoever he was, he hadn't just been wandering around. He'd been building something, preparing. I didn't really want to study or find out any more. I backed away slowly at first, then faster until I found myself sprinting again. This time, not stopping until the town's cracked asphalt road swallowed me up. I had all my shit with me and promised to never camp around town again. For days after this event, I couldn't close my eyes without hearing that sound in my head, without tasting the dry dust in my throat. I didn't risk stealth camping again, not for months. I'd take cop shelters, even cold pavement, before I'd stretch out in a hollow like that again. I think the real spooky part, I drifted from town to town for a little while after, and eventually I came across a newspaper. I read an article about a guy that was discovered in that very gravel pit a few months before me, hanging from a chain, killed. Did I see that guy's ghost? Or did I see the dude that killed him? The storm came down in sheets, hammering that 2-lane blacktop until my boots started slipping on the asphalt. I'd been walking for hours now, thumb out. No luck with rides though. The sky broke wide open and I knew I needed to find cover fast. I spotted the cemetery by the flash of the lightning. Iron gate crooked, gravestones leaning like drunks, trees nodding up above it in a canopy. The kind of place you'd cross yourself, passing during the daylight, but at night with rain smashing down, I guess it was better than nothing. In fact, the other folks experienced it with homelessness can confirm. Graveyards can be very comfortable. There's rain and wind cover, sometimes even places indoors. Very little foot traffic. I've spent a week inside a graveyard, just living with the dead. So I ducked inside, shoulders hunched, pack close to my chest, mud sucking at my boots. The storm swallowed every sound except for the thunder. Toward the back stood this shack, a caretaker's office maybe, padlocked and boarded up. No luck there. So I picked a tree instead, an oak wide enough to lean against, rigged my tarp low, tying it quickly, letting the branches shield me. Off in the dark, I could see a porch light. There was a neighborhood just beyond the back fence, and at the entrance, a single home across the street. I had to keep a low profile to avoid police activity. I sat on my pack, water dripping down my neck, the stink of mildew filling up my nose now. Lightning flashed, throwing the whole graveyard into relief. Stones cracked and canted, names carved into them that I couldn't quite make out. Just rows and rows of the dead, their markers half swallowed up by the weeds. And me now sitting among them, smelling like ass and soaked from head to toe. I'll just wait out the storm, sleep light, and move on at first light. So I pulled my hood over my face and just tried to collect myself. But it's never really truly quiet in a place like this. Every gust of wind would sound like whispering. Every creak of a tree limb would feel like footsteps off in the dark. It's creepy as hell. It would keep me on edge. And just as I got used to it, the storm cut off and everything got real quiet, from one extreme to the other. And now I was creeped out again. Not long after the storm ended, I heard a voice carrying across the cemetery. Then another. 2 men. I froze, tarp crackling as I shifted. Their voices were growing clearer, gravelly and hushed. Words clipped out from the distance. They weren't drunk, they weren't laughing, they were working something out, directing each other. Lightning cracked again off in the distance and I saw them. 2 figures walking with a clip between the stones, each of them shouldering a shovel. Damn, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I pulled the tarp down and pressed flat to the wet ground, trying to even barely take a breath. They weren't wandering. They moved straight down this row, scanning stones and whispering off names. "Here," I heard one of them say, plain as day. He sounded certain about whatever he was speaking about. Then I heard the metallic thump of shovels striking the ground as it followed. A steady rhythm, soil hitting soil. I lay paralyzed, watching the glow of their cigarettes flare each time they bent over to dig. No hesitation, no looking around, razor focused on the task at hand. And I knew whatever they were here for couldn't be good. Shovels in a cemetery? I might be a humble homeless dipshit, but I don't really need a degree to know these guys are stealing from a corpse, and probably a recently plotted one. The first shovel bite made my gut drop, the hollow scrape of steel cutting against soaked dirt again and again, steady as a drumbeat. Mud slop, then I heard a grunt of a man lifting. They weren't playing around. These dudes were hard at work. I slid under the tarp and rainwater now was dripping onto my face. My fingers clenched around the strap of my pack. I had a knife inside, but I didn't pull it out yet. I was outmatched, 2 against 1, plus they had shovels. My knife wasn't really going to bail me out of this one. "Deeper," one of them said, his voice cutting across the dark. He sounded like he was right next to me now. I took a risk and tilted my head. Moonlight was punching through a tear in the clouds, and it lit them up for just a brief moment. 2 men in dark jackets, faces hidden under caps. One shoveled quick and hard, mud flying up over his boots. The other one was crouched, flashlight cupped in his palm, scanning the headstone like he was double-checking a map. "This is definitely it," the crouched one muttered. "Don't fucking stop now." The rain started to pick back up again. Every sound carried. I felt like I was surrounded. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, and I swore they'd hear me if it didn't slow down. The guy with the shovel hit something. The sound changed, metal clinking wood, and he stopped panting. "All right, got it," he said. Lightning cracked, bright as a camera flash. I saw it clear. They had most of the grave cleared out now and were clearing away the last of the mud. The men dropped onto their knees, scraping dirt with their bare hands. I watched as their fingers clawed mud, nails blackened, until the wood showed clean. I was on a small incline that just allowed this slight vantage. "Open it," one of them said. And those words chilled me flat. It was businesslike. Whoever this was, they didn't give a shit about what they were doing. One of the men pulled a pry bar from his coat, jammed it into the seam. Wood groaned, splintered, and popped. The coffin cracked open with a sound that made bile climb in my throat. They both leaned over, bodies blocking my view. I could only hear it now, the shift of something inside and the dull thud of movement, shifting something back and forth. It almost sounded like they were crawling inside the casket itself. Then silence followed. The man with the flashlight leaned closer, shining down into that box. I caught his face for half a brief moment, cheeks hollow, eyes sunk deep. The man had no hesitation. He laughed. "I told you she was here." The other man cursed underneath his breath. Something thudded wetly as they lifted it free. I was straining to see now, but all I caught was the shape of something wrapped in plastic, heavy enough that it took both of them to drag it out. They dropped it beside the grave with a wet slap. My stomach lurched and I damn near puked. I have no idea what I was looking at. The rain was really picking up again, thin needles falling through the branches. One man unzipped the bundle with a knife, and I saw pale skin inside, clean, still full of life. It had barely even withered away yet. I slapped a hand over my mouth to kill the sound that was now rising up in my throat. They crouched low, talking fast. Too quiet to catch everything they said, but the words I did hear twisted me cold. Something about a package, move it now, don't leave a trace. She's all ours now. I can't wait to taste it. What the fuck? One of them stood and turned toward the tree line, toward me. I snapped my head down and pressed flat, every nerve now screaming. Boots were slogging closer. I counted the steps, shallow mud sucks, one after another. He stopped maybe 10 feet from my tarp. I could actually see his boots. They were mud-caked, shovel blade leaning up against his leg. He lit another cigarette. The glow was like a burning eye in the dark. I clenched every muscle, praying the tarp blended with the tree, praying the rain muffled my panicked breathing. The lighter clicked shut. He blew smoke and scanned the graves, then turned back, stomping toward that pit. I waited until I heard the shovel hit the dirt again and the sound of them covering up that empty coffin. My body shook, my mind screamed to bolt, but my legs were not listening. All I could do was lie there, pinned underneath the thin nylon, as the two men dug through the night on this unholy mission. When they finally dragged their bundle away, boots slapping the mud, I still hadn't moved, even as the sound of them faded, even as the storm cleared up and the night went silent again. I laid fetal until the sun rose. When I did crawl out, tarp-soaked, heart still kind of hammering, I saw the grave, fresh dirt mounded sloppily, shovel marks still raw, wood splinters left all over. Whatever they'd taken, it wasn't supposed to leave with them, and I swear to God, I think they took the body. By dawn, the rain had stopped and the cemetery sat in washed out stillness. I crawled from underneath the tarp, every joint stiff, nerves completely raw still. I felt like a crazy person, even more so now than normal. What the hell did I just witness? I walked over to that sloppy plot, looked it over. Boot marks, cigarette butts. These guys were sloppy, did not care who discovered their crime. It made me think it was personal, like a blood feud kind of thing. Some kind of revenge scheme, I don't know. I couldn't look too long though. My body wanted to run, but my mind made me take one last glance. Whoever they'd hauled out of there wasn't bones or dust. That skin I'd glimpsed was smooth, clean. Whoever it had been, they died very recently. I left my tarp and pack underneath that oak. It didn't really matter to me anymore. I needed distance. I slipped through the crooked gate, boots squishing in the mud, walked fast and faster until that cemetery shrank behind me. All morning that image would continue to chew at me. Two men digging, dragging something out they knew was out there, laughing like they'd won. I never reported it because who would believe me? It would probably land me in jail too, so I didn't bother. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. And I never set foot inside a cemetery ever again. Florida nights always feel different when you're sleeping outside. The air hangs heavy, thick with humidity, buzzing with insects that just never stop. I've been walking through the canal path all afternoon, figuring I'll find a patch of ground somewhere off of the road, close enough to the water for a breeze, far enough back to stay hidden. Eventually, I picked a spot between two palmetto scrubs and a few spindly pines. From the path, you couldn't see it. From the water, nothing but reeds and darkness. It wasn't pretty, but stealth camping never really is. I dropped my pack, cleared a space with my boots, and then set up my tent. The canal itself was a black ribbon at night, frogs croaking loud enough to cover smaller noises. Every so often, a fish would splash or a gator's snout surfaced, nostrils puffing out steam into the air. I was fairly positive this spot was good, right? Wildlife meant people didn't come out this way very often. I could still hear the road behind me, the one I drifted off of, and that was also nearest the neighborhood. I could see houses in pretty much every direction. I ate my jerky in the dark, salt sticking to my fingers, then chased it down with a swig of warm water. My shirt clung damp to my back, but I welcomed the heat. Better than a cold night under an overpass. When you're homeless for long enough, you start to chase the good weather. The hours stretched and the path grew still. No cars from the nearby road, no voices, nothing but the steady hum of the cicadas. I was dozing off, woke and then doze again, drifting in that half state where every sound becomes kind of shapeless. Not long after, a motor came, low and steady, drawing closer to the canal path. Not a car, too slow and chuggy. I thought maybe a four-wheeler or a boat engine carrying through the air. I lay still listening and waiting for it to show itself. The motor then cut off, silence dropping like a bomb. I sat up, heart in my throat, and waited to see what would happen. At first, it was nothing, still silence, but then voices, a man low and flat, and a woman laughing under her breath. They weren't loud, but I could tell by the way they carried themselves they were close. Close enough I could hear the scuff of their shoes in the dirt. I was hoping, okay, they'll just pass. Just a couple sneaking out for a smoke, a drink, maybe a late night hookup, but the steps didn't drift past. They circled, slowly. They wandered around me for at least 25 minutes. The branches brushed, leaves crunched, their feet moving closer and closer to my tent. I'd hidden myself well, but still, this was too coincidental. They had to know I was here. The woman giggled and then the man shushed her. Then silence fell again. Then my tent shook, a faint brush like a hand sliding across the nylon. My lungs locked and my fist found my machete under my backpack. I still hadn't moved, but I could see a hand moving on the outside of my nylon cover. The material then went still, my ears rang, every instinct suddenly telling me to do something, anything to preserve myself. Then another brush of the nylon, slow and painfully creepy this time that it's hard to describe. A palm dragging against the ridge of the shelter, someone a mere 2 feet from me, barely rubbing my tent. The man whispered something I couldn't catch, and the woman laughed again, but softer, like she was crouched outside. They weren't just passing by, they were checking me. The tent dipped at one corner, weight pressing down as if a hand was now testing it. I fought the urge to immediately thrash, to bolt blindly into the scrub. Then the boots shuffled back towards the palmetto. Gravel crunched as they circled wide, their shapes just now shadows sliding across the darkness beyond the tarp. The man spoke again, flat as a stone. "Here's good." Something metallic rattled, a can being set down, a jug. Then a smell hit my nostrils, sharp and choking, chemical, gasoline. The woman giggled like it was a joke. "Don't get it on me." I bit down on my lip until I tasted blood. My mind was reeling. Are they gonna torch it? Torch me? Burn me the fuck out of my tent? They knew I was back here. They came and made sure. They follow me? I slid my knife back in the pack. It was too small to matter and wormed over to the far edge of the tarp. Every rustle of nylon sounded like thunder in the still night, and my chest now was scraping dirt. Outside, liquid splashed against the ground. The smell was now overwhelming. I could picture it. Fuel soaking into sand, darkening patches of that palmetto, pooling under my shelter, splashing up against the walls. "Light it?" the woman asked. "No, not yet," the man then muttered back. "Wait just a second, I don't want to mess this up." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I laid down and unzipped the bottom of the door, and through the slit, I could see them out there in the moonlight. The man was kneeling, can in hand, sloshing another arc of gas, and the woman was holding something small and shiny, a lighter. I didn't think anymore. I moved. I slid silently as I could, belly into the dirt, pulling myself into the brush on the far side, palmetto fronds scraping at my arms, thorns tearing into my shirt, but I kept going, pulling myself into blackness. I was quick, I won't even lie, so I knew there was a chance they only heard my movements but didn't actually see me slide out. Behind me, the tent shook once more, their hands pressing down on it, maybe checking if I was still inside. I froze where I was in the dirt, 30 feet out, biting the inside of my cheek to keep from gasping aloud. The man then got angry. Fuck it, do it. The scrape of a lighter wheel came and the whole place went up in flames. I crawled faster, thorns ripping skin, my pack dragging, every sound titanic around me. My heart begged me to stand up and run, but I forced myself to remain low, praying the brush would hide me. I was expecting a baseball bat to come down on my back of my head at any moment because these people were out to kill a homeless dude. Then came the flare, a burst of orange glow that lit up the palmettos. I took a chance and glanced back. The lighter flame danced in that woman's hand, casting up their faces from the dark. Two strangers, eyes wide, lit up almost like demons. The man leaned down and dumped the rest of the fuel and it went up in a full inferno. And that's when I broke. I shot to my feet and bolted off through the scrub, branches snapping behind me. My boots were slamming dirt, lungs fighting with the humid air. Behind me, the tent collapsed in a hiss of smoke and flame. Gasoline caught with a roar, fire literally turning everything to daylight. The woman shrieked and the man shouted after me. I didn't stop though. I tore through the brush, through the thorns, over roots, until the canal glittered through the trees. I nearly tripped into the water but veered off and slammed up into the gravel path. I heard boots behind me now, real and furious. I felt them splashing gasoline at my back. They were getting closer, within a foot of me. I sprinted, feet hammering, lungs exploding. The canal stretched black and endless to my right, forest tight to my left. No cover, no turns, just a straight path ahead. Their footsteps were getting closer now, closing in on me. And then I risked a glance finally and they were gone. No running, no shouts, just an empty path behind me, firelight flicking faintly in the distance behind me. My body was begging me to stop, but fear shoved me forward faster until my knees buckled and I crashed into some sand at a bend where the canal split. I lay there gulping at the air, knuckles raw, clothes torn, and the smell of gas still thick in my nostrils. The fire raged off in the trees. By the time the sky had started paling, my legs barely worked. I'd followed the canal until it spit me out near this country road, headlights streaking past in the early morning traffic. I must have looked like hell. My clothes were torn, my face was streaked with mud. My eyes were wild, but nobody stopped. It didn't matter, I wasn't trying to explain, nor did I want to ride. I was content to be well away from everything and everyone. I cut across this drainage ditch, collapsed behind a guardrail and stayed there until midday. The world looked normal again, commuters sipping at coffee, buses and mail trucks zipping by. Nobody had any idea what was burning back on that trail. When I finally forced myself up, I thought about going back for the rest of my gear, my knife, my tent, my pack, all probably gone with the fire, and I couldn't bear the thought of going back and looking for anything. I knew what the result would be. I hitched a ride out by noon, and the driver asked where I was headed, and I told him, anywhere but here, and he laughed. For weeks after, that smell of gas was still clung to me, like it had worked its way under my skin. I'd jolt awake at night, sure I was about to go up in flames. I think the worst part, when I asked around about that stretch of canal, folks just shrugged at me. Nobody fished there, nobody walked it after dark, nobody heard about fires or arsonists, nor about my shit burning up. There was no history of anything like that over there. I know this much, I definitely couldn't have been the first that they'd circled, probably not the last either. They had this routine, it was a game to them. Maybe they set us on fire and dragged the remains in the river, I don't know. When I close my eyes at night, I can still see the flame sparking in her hands, the way they both just leaned toward my tarp with that awful calm. They were ready for me, and I'm beyond grateful to have spoiled their plans. It's frosty out there. I'd been on an extended road trip that summer, drifting between Walmarts and strip malls, places where nobody looks twice at an old sedan parked off in the corner. This one seemed perfect, an abandoned mall inside a quiet suburb, weeds pushing through the asphalt, most lights were dead, no cameras, no security trucks making any kind of rounds. I tucked my car between two others that looked like they'd been long forgotten, dusty windshields, flat tires, so from a distance it would just look like another junker waiting for a tow. I reclined the seat, hoodie up, windows cracked an inch. The air smelled like rain on hot pavement, oil and dust baked together. Out across an empty parking lot, a single flickering street lamp buzzed. I settled in and smoked a blunt, got ready to watch stand up on my cell phone and sleep that night. It felt safe, at least for that moment. When you're sleeping in a car, you never really fully shut down though. Every slam of a door, every bass thump from a passing car makes you snap your eyes open. I drifted in that state until sometime after midnight when something pulled me awake for real this time. It wasn't a sound and it wasn't footsteps. I saw a figure slipping down the perimeter of the fence line like a ghost floating along the chain link. And as I watched them, I realized they were headed for the rear of my car. I lost sight of them and tried to get a glimpse in the rear view, and sure enough, there he was. He peeled away from the edge of the property and started closing in on my car. I closed my eyes in horror and waited for something to happen. I heard gravel crunch near my rear bumper and my breath caught. I sank lower into the seat, staring straight forward. A figure loomed outside, tall, shoulders hunched forward, face shadowed by the flicker of the single streetlight. He stood super close to the car like he was going to jump in it. I could see his form from the corner of my eye, just beyond the glass. My fingers gripped the ignition, ready to bolt if I needed to. Then he moved away, not away, closer. He ran a hand along the glass, fingertips squealing as they dragged across the window. The sound went through me like nails. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I froze, praying he couldn't see me through the tint. I had a custom job that I've been relying on for privacy. My phone set face down in the cup holder, black screen staring up at me. If it lit up, I was done for. He'd definitely see me. He circled, pounding his hand on the roof, down the passenger side. My eyes darted to the locks, engaged, but my chest felt like it might burst through the glass from how hard he was hitting my car. I half turned the key, considering firing it up. He tried the handle then, once, twice, each tug making me freaking sweat. He stopped, then bent over, face nearly pressed up against the glass. I couldn't see his eyes, just pale skin, and his lips were cracked into something like a smile. He stayed there, inches away, breathing fog up against my window. He could see me now, there's no question in my mind. Seconds stretched on, and my hand hovered near the ignition, but turning the key felt like it would just set whatever this is in stone. Right now, we could both just walk away. He then straightened up, fist balling up at his side, and for a heartbeat, I thought he was about to smash the glass. And that's exactly what he did. I couldn't see it in the dark, but he had this big brass ring in his hand, wide enough to fill and encompass his fist. He sent it sailing through the driver's side window and showered me in glass. The ring itself then hit me in the chest. It was heavy as shit and knocked the wind right out of me. I snapped upright, slamming the key into motion. The engine coughed to life and gave me very little confidence in the moment. My headlights flared, scattering shadows, but there was nothing in the beam. Just rows and rows of dead vehicles and cracked asphalt, that gray building overshadowing the entire horror scene in front of me. I jammed the key into reverse, tires squealing as I shot backward. My hands shook so bad that the wheel wasn't even staying straight. I left him in the parking spot before me. The guy didn't even move, just waved as I rolled away. No run, no chase, just watching me leave. I whipped my car around, slammed it into drive, and ripped the hell out of there like a bat out of hell. I didn't stop until I got near the interstate, chest heaving, sweat pouring down my back, even with the full AC blasting, which was useless now anyway. My window was an open portal into the sticky night air. By dawn, I was parked at the police department, filing a report that surprisingly did lead to an arrest. Some drugged out local guy. Justice may have been served, but I was still out the cash of a window, and that was the start of a hard year for me. That was the last night I ever tried to sleep in a mall parking lot either, or really anywhere near people, at least until I finally got my own place. If you find yourself inside some kind of questionable situation, don't sit around like a dumbass like me. Run, jump, move, drive, whatever the hell you gotta do to get out.